Chapter 1 The Rebirth of the Empress. Setting the Empress has been reborn with unlike Themi Morris of her life befodeth, entirely unaware of the events that transpired after her demise. The tone begins seriously, transitioning into a lighter humorous narrative allotran. Rest assured, it is safe for consumption. Your Majesty, you have brought great suffering to Shilan. As Njarn Shilan was led towards the bridge of helplessness by the Irma kings, the sorrowful crescuted before her tragic demise situate in her mind. This lament seemed to gather her steps, sharpening her clarity of thought. Along the way, she glimpsed numerous vengeful spirits by the roadside, their ghostly eyes fixed upon her. There was Fuji, who had been pursued in Toril by Juninghai, and Chun Chang, who, despite being adept in waiter, had been ruthlessly drowned. And there was Xie Dongchuan, whom she had unsirwitted with Ascarla Trobius a warning to the palace concubines. Each of them cast resentful glances at Empress, wishing nothing more than to rend her to pieces. Ash walked past, glancing back at the soul she drowned, her heart ached with sorrow, reflecting on how McBloodred stained her hands for arm and how hard and lie plotted against her. Among the spirits, the ways a cloud of mist shaped like an unborn fetus, wicked white humor pointed out that is theckled of wan pin, lost due to Empress machinations. Nyan Shilang as dart that chow tickmist, wonderange of Team Alphatush had failed to deliver during her time in the palace was a malilla formless, deprived of that chan stober born. She also saw Juninghai, who hard suffered cruel torture in her behalf. Your Highness, I am useless I can attend your tortures of punishment department. Juninghai rushed forward, embracing the Turel form of Empress, weeping bitterly. How called she blame him, the wrong should committed were his alone, and he had in life a sutta protects here. Tears filled here as regret consumed her heart had misplaced her affections, alla wed illusatorily her disregarded lives, and implicated the innocent. Upon reaching the bridge of helplessness, Nyan Shilan beheld a lengthy queue. To her astonishment, it was her entire family, from her 80-year-old mother to a 3-year-old child, waste Nianclan truly destined for annihilation. At the forefront stood a figure strikingly similar to her brother, Nyan Ganyao. Their selves connected, and he turned tired share, recognizing his sister's arrival. Before drinking King the Mengpo soup, Nyan Genjiao Kaladaldli, sister, if there is a next life, it should tread carefully and protect you and the Nyan family. With that, Mengpo gave him to drink, and he was reborn. Milady, I never expected to see her again before her incarnation. It was Songji who, having lost all hope after her death, hastened her life with her Heitsulk. In this underworld, Nyan Shilan once more experienced the excruciating pain of familial separation. The destruction of her entire clan, the decadence affection, had ultimately been misplaced. As she achieved her family departenibin, it was finally hurting. The tears she shed were no longer sorrow but blood tears of profound regret, filled with remorse, longing, resentment, and regret. If the ruari next life, schwold ensure sheer many day daughter of Nyan family recognizing thetrinetry of Yongza Hengsiglavizage and safeguard her family's well-being. With a mixture of blood and tears, she drank the Mengpo so Upanogulp. If there is a next life. If there is a next life. In Thieu 1722, within the Forbidden City, in Ikoan Palace, Kangxi had passed her way, and young Zheng ascended her throne. Your Highness, Your Highness. Song gigantly shook the Empress' shoulder with her delicate hands. The Empress had slept lunging to the afternoon, her pillow soaked with tears. Shefaro with her brow clutching the embroidered quill tightly. Songji grew anxious hat if the Empress did not awaken. Finally, the Empress stared at Songji's calls. That dream felt like her distant memory. Just moments ago she had been by the bridge of helplessness, surrounded by a brother, her family, Fuji, Chunchang, Xie Dongchuan, Juninghai, and Songji survived, surreal, it hardly felt like a dream. The Empress sat up, dazed for a moment, until Songji raised a gorzai curtain and summoned her maid to assist with her grooming, only thendage for like comprehends had she been reborn. Songji, what day is it today? Your Highness, have you not awakened? Songji carefully selected her pyre of protective armlets from the dressing table, gently lifting the Empress Shanto Dorn Heronabin. Today marks the auspicious occasion for Empress Ascension ta the throne the great General Nian has just been rented hetitlio face gone class noble. How fortunate her thatch had just entered the palace, and her brother her just received his dit leave a thing was still in time. Milady, the Emperor of Lucinian for Miligri at Lee. He has just conferred honor upon the general during Thede and Wildinini current policy tonight, whether in Thenararu ter court, Arnian family enjoy sun perili led favor. Song she continue ad to flatter the Empress with word she love it toey. Yet the Empress felt a holt off realization as me Morris of her family stragic fitty fluttered back to a her dispariter plezite temperos judidor. From Themermanth Emperor Rassended no, from the moment Shintat Huangfu, he hard regarded her with suspicion worry over brother. He hard married her to counter her brother's influence. Second-class nobility, General Njarn, special provisions for medicinal herbs from Supashing. The Emperor ways attempting to elevate her while simultaneously bringing her down. From no one, Satork is strictly forbidden, even within my own place, Wemistexus a caution. Bewario thieves drappers, the Empress spoke with a sharp tone. In her previous life, she had acted recklessly, relying on her family status while the concubine tolerated her, allowing her to act without restraint. Ultimately, the Nyan family fell, and Shebera much of the blame. In this life, she was Milan Chalan, not Yongzheng's Empress Shmastencha the preservation of her family. Understood, Milady, Songjai applied, kneeling in acknowledgement. Shakultsen seth Empress Genu Inianger. Songjai had not seed her late as soon as you'll demean since he awakening unlike her usual self, Howard av dates such flattery, today she's him meditated. Thiever obedient Songji Kiklaya cognized herera. The Empress raised her hand, signaling these of stow I draw, and personally helped Songji to her feet. In a gentle tone, sure assured her, I donnot blame you, Songji our bond, forgetson setcheltod, I son I krish. If I canna trust you, whom can I trust? Immer really wished to convey that he had a dream, on ein wick the Nyan family, in their arrogance, met a tragic end, and do both suffered a terrible fate. The Empress gazed at Thego before her, who had grown up by her side, even in her previous life, when she had bestowed Songju upon the Emperor, the girl had remained loyal, accompanying her until Theed. This Gerald was her money Shekel trust. Songji, a killed off the family, hard always entered her life around Empress. Went Empress Washapi, Shir Shapi went Empress Strubled, Sheshrid and Patsaro. Once, Shabina lowly maiden th nine household, bully 8 Bethio their servants. It was the Empress who, by chance, had rescued her from their torment. From that day inward, Songji hard follow wed the Empress, rising from Amara maid to a mostress at Attendarnt. Shahadaverna companied impressed her fourth princess residence. Fourth Empress often had sharp temper and could be harsh, shad never laid her hand in her. Songjik newt hath Empress deepest trust lay with her. The Empress spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, prompting Songjai to pay her utmost attention. Donatwari, Milady. From this day forward, Ishal exercised most caution, and he while command the other servant store a friend from the wasting or displaying arrogance. Songji, you area I have a left. In truth, the situation in the palace was quite favorable. Concubine Hua and lately were both Lir Alterth Empress, and Huang Quan from the imperial household department was also in Ali. Throughout the palace, every one acted in accordance with Empress wishes. Yet the Empress words, you area I have a left, carried up profound sorrow, and Songji could not help you temperthiz, grasping the Empress Shantori assure her. The Empress spoke the truth in her previous life, she'd indeed been left with only this Jalathid. Chapter 2 Their Simple Selection of Concubines. The 12th Shanjid voice of mutual support. Songjafinas had arranging the Empress Sharandmakarp, and the Empress, admiring her reflection, regained her former grace and dotidi mianaras hatuk Songjai zamto parsi to the main hall. The Empress instructed Songjai to prepare a simple meal for the evening. Asa planned to visit in during concubine afterward. She also summoned Juning Hay to report back. However, the little Anuch just sent word that Emperor will be dining with us tonight. Your Highness, should we not prepare a more lavish feast? Songjaya minded her. The Emperor will not be coming tonight. Prepare as I instructed. Songjifelt thought Empress shimmered less enthusiastic about the Emperor, but sheckled understand, perhaps do it with the dream. Whatever the Empress decided would be final if necessary, should seem ply prepare extra, and if the Emperor did come, it would not be majorisu. With Empress universe, Songjai happilized haber their tastes. Meanwhile, Juning He her beliden to the main halter report. As soon as Sheknald, he had the Empress Garmlier mark while lifting Thelid of her teacup. I have told you many times, Gavenuleg's condition you need not observe esuk formalities. Wider an at leaston. Juning He felt her surge of gratitude, thou he responded playfully, your highness sir consider to what commons do he form? Gather some capper blind individuals though said discreet, sharped, and clever, and zoe her viselectum done it bring them to a current policy instead, assign them to various palaces. I wish to be informed of the happenings in each palace from tomato time. Do I understand? I understand, your highness, Juning Herply Dionysley. What about Emperor ran the Empress Dowager? Aloft them be cautious with Emperor, Empress Dowager, and the Empress, it would be wise to places for all individuals, beauty shuri their main inconspicuous. Should anything rise, do not allow it to trace bactus, especially not at the Empress. I find smiley played at the corners of Empress lips. In her previous life, Concubine Hua had betrayed her, and the Empress had seized he opportunity to send Juning High to the punishment department, letting to the exposure of her of their crimes. Shevar to vengeth his betrayal. I understand the gravity of the matter, Juning He's aid, still half bowed. The Empress do cadily courtesy of her tea, savouring the aroma that soothed her senses. However, the room was filled with an overwhelming fragrance, and her wavy of irritation washed over her. Shine structed Songjai to extinguished incense and penthew and douse for ventilation. Having just been reben, shad men I matter stoten tosh would tackle lethamon beyond. In her previous life, she had been rather straightforward, relying on couch in motor devices gems for her, never considering her own strategies. This time, she would proceed with caution. Additionally, I shall write a letter short lie I while deliver writ me brethera penly. Understood. The Empress entered the inner chamber and quick lipened a letter, sealing it for Juning High. She looked at the handwriting, which was quite decent, but recalled how the Emperor had often criticised her lack of literary skill, causing her to frown. Once everything was arranged, she would practice her writing and dictate matter reading. Her greatest passion hadel was be en calligraphy. Perhaps this time, it would help her discern the current Empress thoughts. That evening, the Emperor indeed sent word through a little and knew that he would beaten ding dinner, though he was busy with affairs from the previous court. Your Highness is truly insightful, Songjai flattering liche meeden. The Empress bit into acre pastry, secretly mocking the Empress' clever manipulation of Parisian criticism, a game of seduction and restraint. Harwich failed to see it in her previous life. In her past, whenever the Emperor conferred Hana upon the Nyan family, he would prompt lies and damas suggested new white hair in Nikaran palasethavining, the lavishni of Dinaran datter court soften bred resentment. Both omanity mesha adija new and lickum. At the time, she had always suspected the Emperor's special Atentine was due to her brother, and Thaisersen seed something ways amiss. She deceived herself with Songjai's reassurances, believing that the years of connection with Emperor could not be so shallow. Use of connection? Par. Love-struck fools were often blind. The Emperor called Iveng armies ein full shan blood. Let him fear for his life. In the imperial study, Shir Chank knelt before Yongjing. On the desk lay the letter Nyan Genjira had received from the Empress. The handwriting was unmistakably hers, a chaotic scroll. The letter essentially expressed her gratitude and delight at the brother's elevation to the first-class noble. Brother, you must remember that allow from Alicia Norska me from the Emperor must remain loyal to him. This pleased young Genja immensely hath out to himself that the Empress was indeed his favoured concubine, unlike her arrogant brother. However, at the end of the letter, the Empress Kusula mentioned thou shofen reminis about the kindness she received from her sister-in-law for marriage, lamenting her poor health. Now, trapped in the inner place, they called note ven meet. Shapit her brother would take good care of her sister-in-law. Fact that the har deliberately killed towards Empress was indeed to her brother's influence twice truly did establish at the brotherhood corset her tobenably to visit their beloved concubine. In that case, he would arrange for the Empress family to visit her in a few days. A man must she's own women young Jeng felt quite satisfied with himself. While pondering this, Supaisheng reported her newt shu jinli angherd kometari questi imperator evutha green headplate. Young genjek shenjidaglan suichichen here discreet lightucket thilater away and slipped behind the screen. Young jenka surely picture pame muriel from thiter blee and began to review it. Shu Gong approached, bowing low and kneeling before Yongjing, presenting the green head plate with both hands, speaking in his standard parrot like verse, Your Majesty, please review the head plate. As before, Yongza Heng remained phased, focusing intently on the brush tip. Just as Shu Gong was courting a lemmer, the Empress Dowager arrived with Longcardware, bringing pickled vegetables from Yang's Hatteris him. After enjoying Thepiklis specially presented by Longcardware, the Mothran Sung quickly agreed to hold the first selection of concubines after Theris ento power, using riching Thena Palace. The next morning, the Empress went to pay her respect to Stoth Empress Dowager and Lynette Tharth Emperor Aid instructed her to receive her selection of concubines. The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, the Emperor Rasaid, my sister is beautiful and caper blin trusting this martyr used the most reassuringus. However, he believes the treasury is not full, so you must prioritize frugality. The Empress would like a cult hunk stojuning high's efficiency, the Mottish Hayden struck Teden thiefternoon her bin completed by evening. On her way to pay her respects, she had heard Juning Hay mention Empress Desiritos elect concubines butin instead on our frugal approach. The Empress Dowager was deliberately setting a trap for her. She understood Empress' temperament and knew how much fervor rewarding her servants, especially regarding the Emperor and Empress Dowager. I feet were a seal, she would certainly spend your own money to host a grand event for her beloved man, even if it meant selecting other women she would never allow him to lose face. This hankless Dausk wicked head og Emperor Don executed so roughly sly against Inyan family Naufel and Toahanj would merely follow orders. The Empress weighed gracefully, adjusting a hairpin, flicking her handkerchief and gently pressing her fingertips to a nose before speaking leisurely. Since the Emperor and Empress Dowager trust me, Irish Rail will not disappoint you while see to earth everything is executed flawlessly. Your abilities are rule recognized by both Emperor and myself, the Empress Dowager replied with her usual practiced smile. I repet that during this election, the Emperor will cause of your roll suitable women howl Berkildren. Chapter 3, A Visit to the Concubine Duan. Chapter 3, A Visit to Consort Duan. Hoerfei cast a disdainful glance skyward, reflecting that in days gone by, the Empress's words would have undoubtedly provoked her into a furious return to the palace, possibly even seeking out the frail Consort Duan to vent her frustrations. However, at this moment, Hoerfei could hardly be bothered to engage in the Empress's petty theatrics, feigning displeasure as she rose and performed a curtsy. I am unwell and must take my leave, she declared. Indeed, you are tasked with attending to His Majesty while also busy with the selection of candidates. It is imperative you take care of your health, the Empress replied, maintaining her demeanor of a virtuous matron. Hoerfei, disinterested in further interaction, turned to support Songji and departed, casting yet another eye roll in the Empress's direction. It had been over half a month since the Emperor last graced the inner palace. What need was there for her to attend to him? The Empress and Emperor were cut from the same cloth, both capable of suffocating others with their affections. Upon exiting Jingren Palace and entering her palanquin, Hoerfei returned to Ikuan Palace, where she instructed Songji to prepare some inexpensive porcelain to shatter in a show of displeasure. As she smashed the items, she muttered curses under her breath. It is all that venomous Consort Duan's doing that caused me to lose my child. Songji knelt with a teacup, attempting to soothe Hoerfei's fury, which only intensified her ire, leading her to storm towards Yanqing Palace. Inside Yanqing Palace, Consort Duan was being attended by the senior maid, Zhixiang, as she took her medicine. Upon seeing Hoerfei storm in with a fierce demeanor, her hand trembled, causing a few drops of dark medicinal liquid to fall onto the brocade quilt. Although Zhixiang feared Hoerfei, she bravely positioned herself in front of Consort Duan. Your Highness, please spare us. Songji, drag her away, bring 2 more cups of tea, I have matters to discuss with Consort Duan. Songji complied, forcefully escorting Zhixiang out, leaving only Consort Duan and Hoerfei in the chamber. Consort Duan's chest heaved as she struggled to breathe, her bright eyes fixated on Hoerfei. After a prolonged silence, Hoerfei broke into a bitter smile and seated herself at the round table. Over the years, every time she visited Yanqing Palace, it was either to slap herself or to shatter everything within. Today, however, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet, as if she had lost her mind. I have discovered that the bowl of medicine from the Wang residence was not your doing. For all these years, I have wronged you and failed to recognize your innocence. I must admit, it was my folly not to heed your explanations, and I have acted unjustly towards you. Hua Fei's candid confession left Consort Duan momentarily speechless. It was I who caused you to lose your child. Rest assured, I shall return your child to you. The mention of the child plunged Consort Duan into despair. How can you return my child to me, Your Highness? Such bold words. I understand your disbelief, but consider this. We both hail from military families, and due to our mutual losses, we have become sworn enemies. Is that not a curious twist of fate? Hua Fei did not complete her thought, yet in this treacherous palace, Consort Duan was astute enough to grasp the implications. Over the years, she had pondered who had manipulated her into serving Hua Fei that bowl of medicine, though she had been reluctant to delve deeper. When Hua Fei was still a side consort in the Wang residence, Consort Duan had been her closest confidant, akin to sworn sisters. Upon learning of Hua Fei's pregnancy, she had been overjoyed, diligently preparing various tonics for her, eagerly anticipating the safe arrival of the child. Never did she suspect that the medicine she presented had been tampered with, leading to the loss of Hua Fei's child. The ensuing attempts at justification fell on deaf ears, as neither the then prince nor the current empress took any heed of her defense. For years, Yanqing Palace had been akin to a cold palace. Despite being granted the title of consort by the emperor and empress, she remained at the mercy of Hua Fei's whims and cruelty. Initially, Consort Duan had tried to explain to Hua Fei, subtly hinting that the miscarriage was not her fault, but after the incident with the red flower, she abandoned that hope. Hua Fei's loss mirrored her own, neither could bear the thought of motherhood again, sealing their fate as adversaries. Yet, who was there for Consort Duan to blame, should she resent the emperor for his willful ignorance of the truth? But he was the man she loved dearly, how could she harbor hatred? As the years passed, their sisterly bond had soured into deep-seated enmity. Now, with Hua Fei's words, Consort Duan began to understand the truth. But what could be done? They both loved the same man. Hua Fei's affection for the emperor was no less than her own. It was precisely because of this love, this overwhelming devotion, that Consort Duan had spent years evading the painful truth. Consort Duan was unwilling to trust her longtime enemy, but the signs were becoming undeniable. The two women fell into a tense silence when Songji entered with a tea tray. Hua Fei casually took the tray and approached Consort Duan, saying, "If you believe me, accept this cup of tea. All our past grievances lie within it." Consort Duan looked up at the woman before her, the teacup so close it obscured the flickering candlelight, revealing only the sparkle of Hua Fei's bright eyes. After a long moment of hesitation, Hua Fei continued to hold out the cup until, without knowing how, Consort Duan accepted it. She felt as though the words were not her own as she uttered, "At that time, I truly had no knowledge of the issues with that bowl of medicine. Had I known, I would have sacrificed my life before delivering it to you. I understand." After Consort Duan accepted the teacup, Hua Fei did not linger. Consort Duan sat on the bed, panting heavily, watching as the woman outside continued her rampage, shattering everything in Yanqing Palace. Yet this time, it was all an act. After wreaking havoc, Hua Fei departed, her voice booming in the long street of the inner palace. Do not summon the imperial physician for her. Do not send her laundry from the palace, provide her with food as promised, and nothing more. Songji hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, everything will be handled according to your commands, just as it has always been." Inside Yanqing Palace, Zhixiang, who had not been quick enough to tidy up, rushed in with a root of ginseng. "Your Highness, just now, Songji dragged me out and gave me this, along with several nourishing herbs and food." Unusual occurrences always hinted at deeper schemes, and Zhixiang feared that Songji had lost her wits. Consort Duan regarded the ginseng in Zhixiang's hands and replied calmly, "Keep it, it may come in handy someday." "And what about the herbs and food?" "If she dares to provide them, I shall dare to use them." "Has Hua Fei sent any bird's nest?" "Yes, Your Highness. She has sent a full 10 pounds of bloodbird's nest." Consort Duan couldn't help but smirk. What extravagance! "Go and prepare a bowl for me." It seemed she intended to live well and see what further antics Hua Fei would conjure. Each day, Huang Guiquan came to Yiquan Palace to report on the selection process for candidates. The date of selection drew nearer, yet Hua Fei remained largely indifferent. The selection followed established protocols, and the Empress was deeply invested in the matter, leaving little room for error. The Emperor had also emphasized frugality, discouraging any extravagance, which further lessened Hua Fei's concern. She merely instructed Huang Guiquan to remain vigilant in his duties. This time, she would not be foolish enough to finance a man's selection of concubines. Men rarely appreciated such folly. Hua Fei was far more preoccupied with the imminent arrival of her sister-in-law, who was soon to visit the palace. Yiquan Palace was meticulously cleaned in anticipation of Madame Nian's arrival. Hua Fei personally oversaw the preparations in the kitchen, ensuring the chefs were readying the sweet treats her sister-in-law adored. She reminisced about the carefree days before her marriage, when her brother wed Madame Nian, who treated her like a beloved daughter, a time of innocence that had long since vanished. After entering the royal household, her world had revolved around the emperor, vying for his affection, waiting for him to return home each night until dawn. It had been sheer foolishness. As Hua Fei contemplated the life of a sheltered girl and recalled her own sacrifices for Yongjing in her previous life, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Just then, Juninghai limped in to report that Madame Nian had entered the inner palace and would be arriving shortly. Hua Fei quickly composed herself, donning a radiant smile, smoothing out her unwrinkled palace gown, and took Songji's hand as she led a group of palace maids to greet Madame Nian at the entrance of Yiquan Palace. The soft sedan chair came to a stop at the palace gates, the bearers lowering it as Madame Nian, supported by her maid, gracefully emerged. After years apart, Madame Nian still exuded elegance, though a few wrinkles had formed at the corners of her eyes, adding to her charm and grace. As Hua Fei watched her sister-in-law step out of the sedan, she couldn't help but recall the tragic fate of the Nian family in her past life, nearly obliterated, suffering immeasurable hardships. A pang of bitterness struck her heart. Madame Nian approached Hua Fei and prepared to perform the customary palace greeting. "This humble servant pays her respects to your highness." Hua Fei hastily helped her up. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. Your highness, one must not neglect propriety." Madame Nian tightened her grip on Hua Fei's hand, subtly indicating the multitude of eyes and ears in the palace. Realizing the emperor's wariness towards the Nian family, Hua Fei suppressed her tears and accepted the courtesy of Madame Nian. After the formalities, Hua Fei quickly assisted Madame Nian into the main hall of Yiquan Palace. Inside the hall, Hua Fei first embraced Madame Nian, weeping profusely as she expressed her longing, before reminding her sister-in-law to counsel General Nian at home, urging him to exercise caution in his words and actions, and to remain humble, for all that the Nian family possessed had been granted by the emperor. Chapter 4 Madame Nian enters the palace. Chapter 4 Lady Nian enters the palace. Before long, the time for Lady Nian to depart arrived. Consort Hua expressed her desire to present Lady Nian and her nieces with several pieces of jewelry, leading her into the inner chamber. Once inside, Consort Hua whispered softly to her sister-in-law, recounting her experiences from a past life and the fate of the Nian family in a dreamlike manner, which left Lady Nian trembling with trepidation. "If your brother doubts the visions I've seen in my dreams, let me assure you, in due time, the emperor will summon him to battle in the northwest," she declared. "Rest assured, even if your brother remains skeptical, our Nian family is in its prime. As the saying goes, when the water is full, it overflows, when the moon is full, it wanes. I will remind your brother to be cautious in all matters." Lady Nian, already a devout Buddhist and having previously doted on this younger sister-in-law, was not an unworldly woman. Thus, she took Consort Hua's words to heart. "The letters I write to your brother will certainly be reviewed by the emperor, so I cannot speak openly in them. Sister-in-law, please convey a few critical points to him. Firstly, he must avoid forming cliques and accepting bribes. Secondly, we should acquire more land in our hometown and relocate the collateral branches of the Nian family back there as soon as possible. Thirdly, he should seize the opportunity to resign from his high position when the time is right and not grow attached to it. Your brother currently holds a prestigious position and is favored by the emperor. It is not so easy for him to extricate himself. However, do not worry, I will find a way to ensure he listens to what you have said. I will also manage the family finances meticulously. The funds I previously sent you will continue to flow, and you can use them freely, as they come from legitimate sources. Do not forget, I am quite adept at managing the household. Lady Nyan's playful banter lightened the otherwise tense atmosphere within the chamber. After all, the Emperor's reign was still precarious, and her brother was still entrusted with significant responsibilities. Many matters should be approached gradually. Do not worry too much while in the palace, Lady Nyan said affectionately, adjusting Consort Hua's slightly dishevelled hair, just as she used to. Take good care of yourself and bear a child soon. Even if the Nyan family's status falters in the future, you will still have someone to rely on. Speaking of children reminded Consort Hua of the clever hints revealed to her by Jin Huan before her departure in her past life, which in turn deepened her resentment towards the emperor. Consort Hua retrieved a hollow-dive rose hairpin from her cosmetic box, filled it with a bit of fragrant powder, and adorned Lady Nyan's hair with it. Sister-in-law, I must trouble you and your brother to investigate what cleverness lies within this fragrance. A few days ago, I overheard the physician mention that sometimes, a flower, a blade of grass, or even a spice can prevent a woman from conceiving. Ever since I began using this fragrance, I have encountered no joy. The fragrant powder was a unique gift from the emperor to Consort Hua alone, well known throughout the palace, including the Nyan residents. Lady Nyan understood that Consort Hua had developed suspicions about the emperor due to her dream, and she readily assured her that she would discreetly investigate the matter upon her return. Consort Hua chose not to disclose that she was aware the fragrant powder contained a substantial amount of musk, hoping her brother would uncover the truth for himself, thereby lending greater credence to her dream. As the time for Lady Nyan's departure approached, Juninghai conveyed that it was time for her to leave the palace. Consort Hua and Lady Nyan emerged from the inner chamber, where Songji and several palace maids presented food and cloth as Lady Nyan departed in her sedan chair. Consort Hua stood at the entrance of Ikuan Palace, gazing intently as her sister-in-law's sedan vanished around the corner of the long street. A breeze has picked up. Your Highness should return to the palace, Songji suggested with concern. Songji, pass the word. Today, my family has come to visit, and I am pleased. Therefore, the staff of Ikuan Palace shall receive an additional 2 months' reward, Consort Hua instructed. Understood, Songji replied cheerfully. In her past life, Consort Hua had expended her funds on a grand display for the emperor's selection of candidates, quickly depleting her resources. Later, in preparation for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, she had heeded Songji's advice and accepted bribes from outside, a decision that hastened the downfall of the Nyan family. This time, she intended to adhere to the imperial edict, keeping the selection simple, and the savings should be allocated to those who truly deserved it. Feeling nostalgic for her family, Consort Hua did not consume much during dinner, which left Songji in a state of worry. Together with Juninghai, they jested and entertained her with their witty banter until they finally succeeded in eliciting a smile from Consort Hua. That evening, the emperor did not come, but Consort Hua knew he must be aware of everything that had transpired during her sister-in-law's visit to Ikuan Palace. Before retiring, Consort Hua recited the Lotus Sutra, finding solace in the progress of her writing, and drifted off to a peaceful sleep. On the afternoon before the palace selection, Consort Hua lay resting on the favored concubine's couch. Just as she fell asleep, she was abruptly awakened by Songji's voice. Your Highness, Jiang Fuhai from Jingren Palace requests your presence to respond to the Empress. Annoyed at being roused from her slumber, Consort Hua's displeasure deepened upon realizing it was the Empress's summons. Recalling the previous life, she remembered what the Empress had said to her the day before the selection, prompting Consort Hua to instruct Songji to prepare some fine supplements before accompanying her to Jingren Palace. As expected, the Empress's words were nearly identical to those from her past life. Is this the time to disturb my afternoon rest? Consort Hua thought, secretly harboring disdain for the Empress's duplicity. It is quite all right, Your Highness, those of advancing age require less sleep. It is difficult for them to understand the youthful desire for slumber, Songji replied tactfully. May I ask what urgent matters require my presence? Consort Hua noticed the Empress's expression darken momentarily before returning to normal. The final round of the selection is approaching. How prepared is my sister? Given that the Empress had been involved in the arrangements, her inquiry felt insincere. Consort Hua smirked inwardly. Rest assured, this afternoon Huang Guiquan has already reported back, confirming everything is in order. I have repeatedly emphasized the need to avoid extravagance, as these are the Emperor's and your directives, and I dare not defy them. Hearing this, the Empress's chest heaved with suppressed emotions. Earlier that morning, she had sent Jian Fuhai to inspect, and the selection hall was indeed immaculate, devoid of any unnecessary additions. When had Consort Hua become so pragmatic? Wasn't she always concerned about the Emperor's reputation? The Empress swallowed her rising frustration and commanded that a long-prepared peony roll be brought forth. The sight of it reminded Consort Hua that the Uller Nara family was indeed the source of the Empress's peony roll. The peony roll, Fuzai, Zhenhuan avoiding favoritism, and later, winning the Emperor's favor in Yimei Garden. All these outcomes, it seemed, could be traced back to this very dish. Consort Hua exchanged a glance with Songji, who dutifully dropped the peony roll, causing it to shatter on the floor. Having been reborn, Consort Hua had no intention of yielding to the Empress any longer. She leveraged her previous life's words to coerce the Empress into refraining from punishing Songji. The Empress, in turn, presented her with a maid who bore a striking resemblance to her younger self. This time, Consort Hua did not become enraged. Since she had been provided with assistance, she intended to make good use of it. As she exited Jingren Palace, the Empress indeed used the opportunity to provoke her by stating, "I hope the selected maidens will bear many children for the Emperor." The voice was neither loud nor soft, landing perfectly in Consort Hua's ears. Consort Hua lowered her head, smirking. "Uller Naro Isho, I am no longer the Nav Nyaran Shalan of the past. In this life, you have miscalculated." Since the Empress had inadvertently offered her a platform for retaliation regarding offspring, Consort Hua resolved to take advantage of it and pay a visit to the enduring concubine. This was only reasonable. Chapter 5, Farewell to the Concubine Duan. Chapter 4, Farewell to Concubine Duan. The entourage from Equine Palace strode with great fervor towards the Yanqing Hall. Zhixiang was unaware that Hua Fei had previously come to negotiate peace with her mistress. Instinctively frightened by the approach of those from Equine Palace, she nonetheless stood her ground before Hua Fei. "Your Highness, my mistress is resting." Before Zhixiang could finish her sentence, she was dragged away to a side hall by Songji. The other servants of Hua Fei remained stationed at the entrance of the main hall, while she herself stepped inside with a decisive stride. Concubine Duan had already heard the commotion within the hall. She did not react excessively but continued to enjoy the blood-swallow delicacy sent by Hua Fei, listening to the sounds from outside. Upon entering the main hall, Hua Fei observed the scene before her and felt a twinge of nostalgia for the time spent at the Wang residence. Both women were daughters of military families, possessing a more carefree and straightforward nature compared to other noble ladies. Their relationship blossomed quickly into one of mutual trust and sisterhood. However, when Hua Fei became pregnant, Concubine Duan's medicinal concoction inadvertently led to the loss of her child, while Hua Fei administered safflower to Concubine Duan, rendering her unable to conceive. Thus, the two became sworn enemies. The Emperor, wary of the Yang family, was equally cautious of Concubine Duan's maternal lineage. Daughters of military families were deemed unworthy of motherhood. Suppressing her emotions, Hua Fei concealed the hatred in her gaze and forced a semblance of sincere warmth. "I hope your health has improved." Noticing Concubine Duan consuming the blood swallow, Hua Fei recognized that her previous visit had elicited some degree of trust from her. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I am not on the verge of death just yet," Concubine Duan replied, her tone still nonchalant. "I have brought you some nourishing herbs this time. Songji has instructed Zhixiang on how to prepare them into a medicinal dish for you," Hua Fei noted, unfazed by Concubine Duan's indifference. "In a few days, I will find a way to have the imperial physician examine you. For now, we must maintain the appearance of enmity in front of others, especially with the Empress to consider. It would be unwise to act too overtly," Hua Fei continued. Ultimately, Concubine Duan chose to believe Hua Fei. "What do you intend to do?" Concubine Duan inquired, her irritation waning as she noted Hua Fei's lack of anger towards her previous barbs. In recent days, she had observed the movements of Equine Palace, and was now certain that Hua Fei had indeed changed from her former self. Reflecting on Hua Fei's earlier words, she began to grasp the underlying schemes at play, recognizing that they were likely pawns in someone else's game even during their time at the Wang residence. Had Hua Fei not awakened to this reality, Concubine Duan might have made even graver missteps. Seeing the genuine concern in Concubine Duan's eyes, Hua Fei understood that her anger had dissipated. With a sardonic smile, she remarked, "It is merely a matter of ensuring that those who caused us to lose our children pay in kind." Be cautious in your actions, Concubine Hua advised, placing her blood swallow cup down, a wave of pain constricting her heart at the mention of children. Do not worry, sister. This is only the beginning, Hua Fei replied, having referred to Concubine Hua as sister for the first time in many years. Not wishing to linger, Hua Fei concluded their conversation and, upon exiting the Yanqing Hall, feigned a furious outburst, parading her entourage from Yiquan Palace in a display of authority. The Empress, upon receiving word that Hua Fei had gone to Yanqing Hall to confront Concubine Hua, felt a thrill of excitement as her hand trembled while writing, ink splattering on the paper without dampening her good spirits. Hua Fei remained easily swayed by her provocations. After Hua Fei's departure, Jishen rushed in to report, "Your Highness, this time, Miss Songji provided me with a plethora of medicinal herbs for you, and she also left behind 20 pounds of blood swallow." Hearing the mention of 20 pounds of blood swallow, Concubine Hua's lips twitched slightly. The palace had been bustling all day, with both masters and servants exhausting themselves. The emperor was in high spirits, and after dinner, Yongjin remained in the Yangshan Palace under the pretext of reviewing documents, avoiding all other palaces, and began to compose a letter to the late Chun Yuan. The Empress Dowager felt content, having had a minor disagreement with the emperor during the selection, yet she held hopes for a grandchild. Hua Fei felt at ease, having spent the morning in Bahor Palace, earnestly following Master Yikong in prayer, sincerely burning the Lotus Sutra she had copied recently before the Budo, finding a measure of tranquility. Having returned to life a little over half a month ago, she finally had time to atone for the souls she had harmed in her past life, hoping they would swiftly ascend to bliss and be reborn. Only the Empress felt anxious, having heard that a woman resembling her sister had been selected during today's selection. She needed to promptly discern the Emperor's sentiments. After a day of sincere prayer in Bahor Palace, Hua Fei was utterly exhausted, and after dinner, she instructed the kitchen to prepare an additional serving of crab roe pastry for herself and Songji. As the two enjoyed their meal, Juninghai entered to report on the details of the selection. In her previous life, Hua Fei had also sought information regarding such matters, but at that time, Jinhuan had not yet entered the palace, and she had felt an immense jealousy upon hearing of Jinhuan's beauty. Now, she discerned a different underlying meaning. Indeed, love often clouds one's judgment. Are you saying that the Empress Dowager did not wish to select Jin Yuandao's daughter, yet the emperor was quite fond of her, thus she remained? Yes, that is what the palace maid mentioned. Is there anything else you might have overlooked? Think carefully. Hua Fei harbored suspicions. This selection seemed oriented towards the emperor's desire to enrich the harem and prolong the royal lineage. Typically, if the emperor favored someone, the Empress Dowager would not oppose. Moreover, Jinhuan was such an astute individual, how could she have displeased the Empress Dowager after just one encounter? Juninghai pondered deeply and replied, that person also mentioned that after dinner, the emperor was heard murmuring, "Huan Huan," with a slender waist like that of a Jew maiden, and right after, the empress appeared, saying, "The Jin family is truly what?" Hua Fei pressed. The maid did not specify. Useless. Hua Fei exclaimed, throwing down the crab roe pastry. Observing this, Songji hurriedly took a handkerchief to assist Hua Fei. "I am at fault." Juninghai quickly knelt and slapped himself. The maid only heard fragments. Perhaps the empress's words were unfinished. "Oh, the emperor has conferred the title of regular 6th rank noble lady upon the Jin lady, bestowing the name Guan. Guan. The emperor remarked that he found the Jin lady's smile exceedingly beautiful. Juninghai bowed his head lower, fearful that the empress would be infuriated by his report, yet he dared not withhold the information. It was indeed a difficult position to be in. Chapter 6, The Empress Dowager pretends to be ill. Chapter 6, The illness of the Hua Fei. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Hua Fei let out a cold laugh through her nostrils. It seemed that any beauty was never devoid of the emperor's affection. "Enough, you may leave now. That palace maid shall receive her reward. You have been quite efficient in your duties of late. This plate of crab roe pastries is your reward." Hua Fei delicately lifted the crab roe pastry before her, and Juninghai quickly accepted it, bowing in gratitude. He had initially thought that he would suffer a setback due to Jin's recent favor, but unexpectedly, he was still granted a reward, allowing him to continue in his servitude. Those chosen young ladies will be moving into their respective palaces in a few days. Ensure that our personnel are arranged accordingly. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have made all necessary preparations. Eager to impress his mistress, Juninghai busily sought to showcase his capabilities, his prospects as a servant looking quite promising. You are indeed clever. Do not accept what is not yours, nor allow in what should be excluded. Guard Equine Palace well, it shall benefit you. Do you understand? Your Highness possesses foresight that I can only aspire to. I shall certainly obey your commands. Having received guidance from his mistress, he recognized that there was still ample room for his improvement. Songji observed Juninghai's compliant demeanor under Huafei's scrutiny, struggling to suppress a laugh at the sight. Huafei found amusement in Juninghai's patience and lack of complaint. In her previous life, he had succumbed to the tortures of the Shinxingsai, revealing all, yet Huafei bore him no ill will. In this life, she vowed to protect her own. Practicing calligraphy before sleep had become a habit for Huafei, who also wished to read more. However, her foundation was woefully inadequate, and she struggled to grasp the essence of reading, thus contemplating hiring a tutor in due course. On the following morning, Huafei awoke, and Songji drew back the curtains, summoning the palace maids to assist Huafei with her grooming. Before the dressing mirror, Huafei struggled to keep her eyes open, drowsily blinking. Songji selected a pair of earrings from the box and held them up to Huafei's earlobes, while Fuji carefully styled her hair. Juninghai limped in cautiously to report, Your Highness, the Emperor rested in the Palace of Consortium last night. Juninghai braced himself for Huafei's wrath, yet to his surprise, she displayed no signs of agitation. I see. Unable to gauge his mistress's mood, he withdrew, as did Fuji, who remained unperturbed. Huafei rode in her palanquin to Jingren Palace, arriving at a similar time as the other consorts. The Empress had not yet completed her grooming, and the concubines waited outside the main hall of Jingren Palace. You are quite early today, sister. Naturally, without the need to serve the Emperor, you would rise early. Qifei remarked, astonished to see Huafei, who usually arrived late, standing with them in the courtyard, reflecting on her past life. Huafei acknowledged that her previous tendency to attract envy had led to resentment from the other palaces, culminating in her downfall. Thus, she resolved in this life to adopt a stance of non-aggression. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one does, I shall destroy them utterly. After all, her ambitions were clear. To slay the dragon, these jealous women posed little threat. Having observed Qifei's opening remark, Huafei decided to respond without reservation. It has been some time since we last met, Sister Qifei. You have grown increasingly plump, which the Emperor must surely appreciate. Thank you, dear sister, for your kind words. I nearly forgot. It has been quite a while since the Emperor has seen Sister Qifei. Supporting herself on Songji, Huafei gracefully glided over to Qifei. I shall instruct Huang Guiquan to polish your green headplate. Perhaps the Emperor shall notice. Qifei clenched her handkerchief in anger, but mindful of the Nian family's influence, she swallowed her indignation. Just then, Jian Xiu emerged from the entrance, inviting the concubines inside. The ladies offered greetings to the Empress, who graciously invited them to sit and serve tea. Huafei lifted her teacup, inhaling the fragrance. It was indeed the same flavor, the old Longjing, tinged with a musty odor. The Empress was not only petty but also miserly. Huafei set down her teacup, smoothing the wrinkles of her garments, contemplating whether to uphold her haughty persona. Unexpectedly, the Empress spoke first. Sister Qifei, how is the third prince faring? I have recently acquired this year's pre-reign Longjing and sent it to him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. The third prince has grown taller recently. Qifei felt a swell of pride at the Empress's inquiry. Huafei could not suppress her laughter at the mention of the third prince's growth, covering her mouth with her handkerchief to stifle her expression. Other concubines, although typically displeased with Huafei's audacity, found it difficult to restrain their laughter at Qifei's expense. Qifei, noticing the snickers, felt her face flush with anger and embarrassment, harboring a quiet resentment towards Huafei. The third prince had indeed grown taller. What of it? She had no children and understood nothing. The Empress cleared her throat, and the main hall fell silent. Qifei felt her dignity partially restored. After exchanging pleasantries with the Empress, the other concubines found the conversation lacking and dispersed. Upon exiting Jingren Palace, Li Pin and Lady Cao followed Huafei's palanquin. Your Highness has been excessively courteous to those people of late. Look at Consort Xin. Even after her miscarriage, she remains undisciplined, luring the Emperor to her palace daily. Li Pin spoke bluntly, her voice loud, as if eager for everyone to know her allegiance to Huafei. Do not be upset, Your Highness. Consort Xin, with her background, is unworthy even to serve the Nian family, yet the Emperor has visited her palace multiple times. Lady Cao's voice was low and calculated, attempting to gauge Huafei's thoughts. In her previous life, such words would have been well received by Huafei, yet in this life, she found the duo's chatter exasperating. One was a venomous viper, the other an empty vessel, now aged and faded. Lady Cao, cunning and duplicitous, bore a grudge against her. Huafei pondered her revenge, while Li Pin, though outwardly strong, had been easily defeated by Jin Huan in the past. Huafei contemplated how to rid herself of this ineffectual ally. Upon reaching the entrance of Yikuan Palace, Huafei dismissed them both. Small-minded individuals fear authority but not virtue. Regardless of past or present, Huafei had no intention of bestowing kindness upon them. As Huafei settled into Yikuan Palace, reclining on the daybed and stretching her legs, she summoned Fuji to massage them. Huang Guiquan entered promptly. Your Highness, the Empress has prepared the residences for the new arrivals to the palace. I shall read them to you, and should you find any discrepancies, we can make adjustments. Listening to Huang Guiquan's voice, Huafei inwardly criticized the Empress for her scheming ways. She did not wish Jin Huan to receive exclusive favor upon entering the palace. In her previous life, the Empress had manipulated the situation to make Huafei the villain, sending Jin Huan away from Chengqian Palace to the remote Suizhuxuan, thereby fostering her bond with the Emperor. Moreover, as a consort, Huafei had no right to interfere with the Empress's decisions. The Empress was indeed cunning. Huafei contemplated how to rid herself of this troublesome responsibility of managing the 6 palaces. An idea struck her. She would feign illness. In her past life, the Empress often suffered from ailments. What was it that plagued her? A headache. That would do. Huafei would claim a headache, ensuring the Empress found herself without affliction. Go ahead and read, Huafei said languidly, delicately massaging her temples. Just as she had orchestrated in her previous life. The Manchu Plain White Banner, Lady Fuchar, shall reside in Yanghui Palace. The Manchu Red Banner, Lady Borjigin, shall be in Zhongsui Palace. The Han Yellow Banner, Lady Shen, shall be in Qianfu Palace. The Han Blue Banner, Consort Wan shall reside. Oh dear! Upon hearing Consort Wan's name, Huafei's brows knitted tightly. This distressed Songji, who hurried over to inquire. Your Highness, is your head hurting? As she spoke, Huafei's expression grew more pained, causing Fuji to halt her massage, paralyzed with apprehension. Having served Huafei for many years, Songji could discern genuine discomfort from feigned illness. After examining Huafei closely and finding no real cause for concern, she felt relieved. It must be the strain of managing the selection process that has exhausted you, Your Highness. I shall fetch the imperial physician at once. Juninghai, noticing his mistress's discomfort, hurriedly limped away to summon a young physician. Songji efficiently assisted Huafei down from the daybed, guiding her toward the sleeping quarters. Leaning against Songji's shoulder, Huafei furrowed her brow and rubbed her forehead, instructing Huang Guiquan, I suddenly have a terrible headache. You must inform the Empress that I have no objections to the residences arranged for the new arrivals. I shall defer to her arrangements. Huang Guiquan bowed in acknowledgement, surprised yet cautious, relieved that his true mistress had not caused any trouble. Songji, quickly help me inside to rest. It hurts terribly. Oh dear. Chapter 7, A Reunion with His Majesty. Chapter 7, A Reunion with His Majesty. At the Yangshan Palace, the Emperor, in a fit of rage, slammed down the memorial and thundered, all of you come to me lamenting your poverty. Where has all the silver gone? At that moment, Eunuch Shu from the Imperial Steward's office entered, rather inopportunely, announcing, Your Majesty, the time has come for the edict. You were not summoned. Why do you intrude with your clamor? Eunuch Shu knelt swiftly, Your Majesty, the hour has arrived. Then let us. The Emperor glanced at the green headplate and exclaimed, Where is the green headplate for Consort Hua? Replying to Your Majesty, Consort Hua sent word this afternoon that she suddenly fell ill and is unfit to accompany you, thus I have been instructed to withdraw the green headplate. A sudden illness. Consort Hua has always been robust, how could she fall ill? The emperor found it incredulous that Consort Hua, known for her jealousy, would voluntarily relinquish her green headplate. Replying to Your Majesty, Dr. Jiang states that the consort has been overexerting herself recently, leading to a sudden invasion of wind cold, compounded by her heavy heart from missing her family. Eunuch Shu, reflecting on the generous purse given to him by Miss Songji earlier in the day, thought it wise to maintain a good rapport without mentioning other consorts' headplates. An invasion of wind cold. The emperor pondered, recalling the recent selection of maidens, where every detail had been meticulously managed, and he had admonished against extravagance. It was evident that Consort Hua had indeed borne a heavy burden, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Then I shall pay a visit to Consort Hua.Su Peixing, let us proceed. Within Ikuan Palace, Consort Hua had removed her hairpins, washed off her makeup, and donned her nightgown, reclining on a carved Huangli wood couch while flipping through a novel. Songji stood by, cracking walnuts for her. As Consort Hua hummed a tune, she delightedly munched on the walnuts laid out on a delicate blue and white porcelain plate. Witnessing Consort Hua's rare joy, Songji felt a surge of happiness, reminiscent of the carefree spirit Consort Hua had displayed during her time in the Nyan residence. When something amusing occurred, Consort Hua would even share a jest with Songji. Just as the two were immersed in their banter, the loud announcement from outside the palace echoed, "The emperor has arrived." Both Consort Hua and Songji were taken aback. In a flurry, Songji swiftly gathered the walnut remnants and the small hammer used for cracking. She quickly retrieved a headpiece from the dressing table and adorned Consort Hua with it. As Consort Hua observed Songji's rapid movements, she reminisced about the days when she had first rescued Songji from the Nyan residence, recalling her own carefree demeanor back then. However, with the emperor's footsteps drawing nearer, she had no time for nostalgia and quickly composed herself, placing a hand on her forehead to feign fatigue as she reclined on the bed. "This servant pays her respects to Your Majesty." Songji steadied her composure and stepped into the outer chamber, bowing to the emperor. "Rise. Where is your mistress?" the emperor inquired, peering through the gauzy curtains, unable to catch a glimpse of Consort Hua. Replying to Your Majesty, "The consort is unwell and has already retired. If she is resting, then I shall take my leave." The emperor, with his hands clasped behind his back, did not enter further, suspecting that Consort Hua had intentionally withdrawn the green headplate to draw him in. Inside, Consort Hua listened intently to the commotion outside, recalling how the emperor had once enticed her in a similar manner in a past life, leading her to believe that his affections were uniquely hers. In this lifetime, however, she genuinely wished for him to depart. Having returned from her rebirth, Consort Hua had yet to determine how to confront the man she had once cherished for a lifetime. This time, Consort Hua did not emerge to greet him. She assumed that the emperor would naturally seek other palaces if he heard no sound. To her surprise, the emperor entered unannounced, prompting her to hurriedly close her eyes and feign sleep. Upon entering, the emperor beheld Consort Hua, her hairpins removed and her face devoid of makeup, lying pallidly on the bed, adorned with a simple black headpiece. She appeared even more wan, her lips devoid of color. The stark simplicity of her visage struck the emperor, who found her unembellished beauty to possess a certain understated elegance, intensifying his admiration after their half-month separation. Had Consort Hua known of the emperor's inner musings, she would have lavished praise upon Songji for her adept application of pearl powder. What did the physician say? In response to Your Majesty, Dr. Jiang indicated that the consort has been overworked while managing the affairs of the 6 palaces. A few days of rest should suffice. Surely, Eunuch Shu had communicated all pertinent details, and Songji refrained from further elaboration, fearing that excessive information might incite the emperor's suspicion. Songji keenly observed the emperor, noting that he showed no intention of departing anytime soon. Concerned that her mistress might not maintain her facade for long, she gently called for Consort Hua to awaken. Little master," the emperor attempted to gesture for silence, but it was too late. Consort Hua opened her drowsy eyes, her gaze gradually sharpening as it fell upon the emperor, a smile breaking across her pale visage. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" she inquired, straining to sit up from her bed. "Hearing of your illness, I came to see you. It has been some time since Your Majesty last visited." Perhaps you have forgotten about Shilan. Consort Hua, seizing the moment, embraced the emperor, resting her head upon his shoulder. Nonsense, no one dares to be so impertinent before me aside from you, the emperor retorted, wrapping his arm around Consort Hua's shoulders. Since you are unwell, you must rest. Your meticulous handling of the selection affairs without extravagance speaks volumes of your diligence. I dare not forget your Majesty's admonitions. I have monitored every detail closely, lest any oversight occur. The emperor affectionately brushed the tassel of his jade bracelet against Consort Hua's nose, missing her dearly after their days apart. He contemplated remaining in Equine Palace, however. Consort Hua gently declined. Though it is merely a headache, Dr. Jiang has indicated that it is a wind-cold affliction. I cannot risk transmitting this ailment to your Majesty. It would be best for you to visit another consort this evening. Are you sending me away? Of course, I desire your Majesty to stay. Consort Hua flashed a playful expression, twirling her finger around the emperor's waistband, igniting a flutter of desire within him. But your health is paramount. I cannot be reckless. After all, Xinchangzai is particularly heartbroken after her miscarriage. Your Majesty should visit her as well. Seeing Consort Hua genuinely adopt the guise of a dutiful wife, the emperor chose not to press further, allowing her to rest, while he proceeded to Xinchangzai's palace. Before departing, he instructed Songji, take good care of your mistress. Once the emperor had left, Consort Hua let out a long sigh. In her previous life, she had withdrawn Xinchangzai's green headplate, usurping the affections that rightfully belonged to her. In this life, she felt she had returned the favor. In the Chuxiu Palace, Xinchangzai, who had been enduring a long, solitary night mourning her lost child, was startled to her feet upon hearing the announcement of the emperor's arrival. Since her miscarriage, the emperor had not neglected her. In recent days, he had often visited her palace. As long as his affections remained, could a child not be just around the corner? Xinchangzai was overjoyed to tend to the emperor's comfort, leaving further words unspoken for the time being. Chapter 8, The Turmoil of the Harem. Chapter 8, The Turmoil of the Harem. One night of tender affection had left Xinchangzai radiant as she attended to the emperor's mourning attire and court duties. Afterward, she went to pay her respects to the empress, her demeanor brimming with vitality. While waiting outside the gates of Jingren Palace for the empress to complete her grooming, Li Pin observed Xinchangzai's blooming countenance with a heart filled with envy, akin to a vinegar pot overturned, the sourness pervading the courtyard. I have heard that Xinchangzai once again graced the emperor's bed last night. Although she has lost her child, she has captured the emperor's heart. It is truly enviable, Li Pin remarked. Upon hearing Li Pin's mention of her child, Xinchangzai felt a surge of resentment, wishing she could slap Li Pin, yet she maintained a smile, replying, the emperor's affections are his own. I dare not defy the imperial will. I have heard that the emperor initially visited Equine Palace yesterday, but only lingered briefly before proceeding to Shuxiu Palace. Truly, it seems your sister possesses remarkable prowess, Li Pin continued. Even Qi Fei, who usually supported Xinchangzai, spoke with a hint of acidity. Unbeknownst to Xinchangzai, the emperor had indeed been at Hua Fei's quarters before arriving at her palace last night. Hearing Qi Fei's words, she was further astonished that Hua Fei had not retained the emperor's company. Caught off guard, Xinchangzai found herself at a disadvantage in this verbal sparring. At that moment, Jinqiu entered to announce that the esteemed ladies were to be admitted. The concubines bowed to the empress in greeting, who, ever gracious, invited them to take their seats and enjoy tea. As the concubines settled, the empress expressed her concern for Xinchangzai. According to the records from the Respectful Affairs Room, it appears Xinchangzai has been favored by the emperor quite frequently of late. You must strive to bear another prince for his majesty. Had it not been for the empress's consistently kind gaze, Xinchangzai might have felt the sting of jealousy in the empress's words. However, upon observing the empress's dignified and composed demeanor, she chided herself for being overly suspicious and rose to express her gratitude. This humble servant thanks your majesty for your concern. Your majesty, although Xinchangzai suffered a miscarriage, her health has greatly improved, Qi Fei interjected discreetly. That is good to hear. Jinqiu, please select some fine bird's nest from the palace storeroom and send it to Xinchangzai, the empress instructed. The atmosphere among the concubines had been filled with envy and resentment as they pondered when the emperor might visit their own quarters. At this juncture, Jiang Fuhai entered to announce that Juninghai was requesting an audience from Yiquan Palace. The Empress summoned him in. After paying his respects, Juninghai requested leave, explaining that Huafei was unable to come due to a headache and asked the Empress not to take offense. Under normal circumstances, Juninghai's tone would have hinted at Huafei's absence, casting a shadow over Jingren Palace. However, of late, Juninghai's demeanor was respectful and sincere, which softened the feelings of the gathered ladies and ignited curiosity. Was the usually formidable Huafei truly unwell? Had she relinquished her green head token? Was it possible that her illness had inadvertently favored Xin Changzai? When would such good fortune fall upon them? As the concubines indulged in their wild speculations, Su Peixing was also requesting an audience outside Jingren Palace. The Empress summoned him in. Upon entering, Su Peixing conveyed the Emperor's decree. Huafei has fallen ill from overexertion while managing the selection of candidates and has temporarily relinquished her responsibilities overseeing the 6 palaces. The Empress requests that Jingpin and Qifei assist in her stead. As soon as he finished speaking, the concubines erupted in excitement. The once dominant Huafei had relinquished her authority. It was clear she was indeed unwell. Their opportunity had finally arrived. Xin Changzai had merely stumbled upon luck last night. It seemed that fortune would soon be theirs. The concubines were all aflutter with anticipation, the air above Jingren Palace thick with fervor. Even Qifei's eye sparkled with a hint of spring, as she inwardly resolved to prepare several pink garments for the occasion. The Empress understood the thoughts of those seated below her. However, her mind was in turmoil, not believing that Huafei was genuinely ill. Such behavior was far from the norm. Still, the Empress noted that Jingren Palace felt much more open without Huafei's imposing presence. Once Su Peixing and Juninghai departed, the concubines lost interest in lingering within Jingren Palace, exchanging trivial remarks before retreating to their own quarters in preparation for the Emperor's summons. Jianqiu, is it true that Huafei is unwell? Your Majesty, Fui sent word early this morning that Huafei is indeed suffering from a headache. It may have been due to the chilly winds while she conversed with Lady Nian on the long street. She does experience headaches from time to time. Inside the inner hall of Jingren Palace, the Empress set aside her poise and vigilance, allowing a smile to grace her lips. Jianqiu, prepare some pastries. We shall pay a visit to Yanshan Palace to see the Emperor. Unbeknownst to herself, her tone had lightened considerably. The once formidable Huafei was unwell, sparking a wave of fervor throughout the palace. In an instant, Yiquan Palace and Yanshan Palace became the 2 most bustling locations within the imperial residence. At Yanshan Palace, Su Peixing approached the Emperor after court, reporting, Your Majesty, the Empress has sent a plate of mung bean cakes. After the Emperor had partaken of his midday meal, Su Peixing informed, Your Majesty, Qifei has sent a bowl of red bean and hawthorn soup. Upon the Emperor awakening from his afternoon nap, Su Peixing reported, Your Majesty, Li Pin has sent a plate of pomelos she personally peeled for you. After the evening meal, Su Peixing announced, Your Majesty, Lady Cao has sent word that Princess Wenyi has been unwell. She requests your presence. Meanwhile, Yiquan Palace was abuzz with visitors, as both Li Pin and Lady Cao attempted to pay their respects but were turned away by Juninghai. Qifei, in a fit of enthusiasm, donned a pink palace gown and insisted on visiting the ailing Huafei, accompanied by a maid bearing a food box. Out of gratitude for Huafei's recommendation the previous day, Xin Changzai sent her favorite potted plant adorned with moss to Yiquan Palace. The Empress also dispatched 2 slender ginseng roots. Truth and deception intertwined as Huafei remained hidden away, indulging in snacks while reading her novels. Were it not for her dietary restrictions as a patient, she would have relished a couple of crab roe pastries. Alas, as a patient, she could only rely on Songji to peel sunflower seeds for her, while the latter incessantly inquired about the plot twists in her story, distracting Huafei from her cravings. Even Duan Fei sent an inconspicuous young maid to knock on Yiquan Palace's door late at night, simply to inquire, Are you well? Well. The maid's simple message earned her a generous reward of golden melon seeds, bringing her immense joy as she returned to Yanqing Palace, clutching the seeds and carrying 10 pounds of bird's nest. Duan Fei, upon seeing the maid's proactive return of the golden seeds, instructed her to keep them, leaving behind the 10 pounds of bird's nest while lamenting the 40 pounds she had yet to consume. Despite Zhu Ninghai's daily reports on the activities across the palaces, Huafei remained unfazed and untroubled by the prospect of losing favor. She was aware that her brother would soon head to the northwest to quell the unrest, and this time, he would return triumphant. At that point, Huafei knew it would not be opportune to feign illness. The emperor would surely restore her to prominence among the 6 palaces, making the Nian family a thorn in her side. For the upcoming battles, it was best for her to rest for now. This novel is quite delightful. Have Zhu Ninghai procure more works by this author, Huafei mused, reclining on her couch as she finished yet another tale. The protagonist of the novel, having grown up on the grasslands, found herself ensnared within a household of women, ultimately breaking free to forge her own destiny. The story concluded with the heroine galloping across the plains, racing toward the horizon. Huafei felt a pang of nostalgia for her youthful days spent riding freely beyond the city walls. Chapter 9, Fragrant Joy 2. 0. Chapter 9, The Enchanting Fragrance 2. 0. The atmosphere in the imperial harem was suddenly ablaze with enthusiasm, leaving Yongjing somewhat overwhelmed. The Empress Dowager relished this turn of events, her hopes for grandson soaring exponentially. Yongjing found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days when Huafei managed the 6 palaces, when the harem was more tranquil and orderly. As he pondered these matters, Zhu Peixing reported that Nian Genye sought an audience. Upon hearing that Huafei had fallen ill, Madame Nian, filled with concern, prepared several trays of Huafei's favorite delicacies to send to Yiquan Palace. This time, however, Yongjing harbored no suspicions. Previously, he had deployed spies to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 sisters-in-law during Madame Nian's last visit. Huafei was indeed solely focused on her own interests. Recently, Nian Genye had been reclusive at home, displaying a marked humility. With a wave of his hand, Yongjing granted permission. In Yiquan Palace, Huafei watched as Sungji opened the food box, revealing layers filled with her beloved pastries, clearly crafted by Madame Nian. The final layer contained a dark wooden box, atop which lay a letter penned in Madame Nian's handwriting. The letter contained only a few mundane lines, advising Huafei to take care of her health and not to dwell on worries. It also mentioned that General Nian had recently been afflicted with a cough, leading the Nian household to close its doors to visitors in order to focus on recuperation. Additionally, it noted that enclosed within the letter was a banknote for 20,000 taels of silver, urging Huafei not to neglect herself in the harem. The content of the letter was so ordinary that even the emperor could discern no underlying issue. However, Huafei understood well that her brother and sister-in-law had uncovered the fact that the enchanting fragrance contained a significant amount of musk. They were undoubtedly convinced of her prophetic dreams, which explained her brother's recent ailment. As for the incense within the wooden box, Huafei detected that its scent mirrored that of the enchanting fragrance. She was certain that her brother and sister-in-law had commissioned someone to replicate the fragrance, removing the musk that could prevent a woman from conceiving and substituting it with other ingredients. Huafei instructed Sungji to discreetly secure the wooden box and to replace the enchanting fragrance in the palace. She also reminded Sungji to continue obtaining the enchanting fragrance from the Imperial Household Department as usual. In truth, Huafei had recently perused various medicinal texts and ancient tomes, discovering that while musk does not induce pregnancy, it possesses properties that regulate sleep. No wonder her constitution remained robust after all these years. Currently, Huafei had no desire for children. Whether or not she used musk was inconsequential. After years of exposure, her body had likely accumulated enough musk to preclude. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to accept her brother and sister-in-law's goodwill. Furthermore, she considered Sungji's future, planning to find a suitable match for her once the Nian household stabilized. As she noted her brother absorbing her words and the issue of the enchanting fragrance resolved, Huafei enjoyed a restful sleep until dawn. Not long after, Nian Genye and his family departed for their post in Qinghai. This matter was temporarily set aside. The following day marked the entrance of new ladies into the palace. Huafei, seated at her vanity, contemplated the trajectories of her past life, surmising that Jin Huan would soon gain favor. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ninghai entered to report, "Your Highness, there was a water leak in Chengqian Palace last night. The Empress has decreed that Wan Changzai be temporarily relocated, and she has already moved to Suoyu Pavilion." Huafei was taken aback, realizing that despite her inaction this time, events were unfolding similarly to her previous life. This raised concerns about the potential fate of the Nyan family. No, it couldn't be. This life had already seen numerous changes. Jin Huan's transfer to Suoyu Pavilion might very well be orchestrated by the... Remember, we no longer possess the authority to oversee the 6 palaces. Huafei instructed Ju Ninghai. He complied, and she further directed him to prepare generous gifts for each of the newly arrived ladies. This time, even Linrong was not excluded. She, like Xie Dongchun, received 2 bolts of silk from Suzhou and a small box of jewelry. Regardless of how splendid the gifts from Lady Huafei may be, they pale. Tomorrow, I shall don a new gown made from the materials bestowed by the Empress when we gather to pay our respects, Xie Dongchun proclaimed exuberantly in the sunlit courtyard of Yinshi Palace, casting a pointed remark toward Linrong. Having heeded Huafei's admonishments, Ju Ninghai had recently tempered his demeanor. The scheming eunuch had refrained from malevolence for some time. Hearing Xie's brashness, he deliberately slowed his pace to eavesdrop further. How, Lady Huafei must be quite muddled, Xie Dongchun sneered. You, a mere concubine, have no need for such lavish gifts. Tsueguo, take that box of jewelry to my quarters. Tsueguo hesitated, feeling conflicted about the request but knowing she must obey her mistress's command. Xie Dongchun, sensing Tsueguo's reluctance, dashed forward to seize the box from the table. This is the reward bestowed upon us by Lady Huafei. How can you take it so casually? Bao Huan interjected, grasping Xie's arm tightly. And Linrong trembled with indignation, rising to defend Bao Huan but feeling too weak to intervene. Initially, she had believed herself to be the least favored concubine, one without gifts. To her surprise, Lady Huafei had not forgotten her. Seeing a mere servant there to obstruct her, Xie Dongchun's temper flared, and she raised her hand to strike. Yet, in that instant, the anticipated slap failed to materialize. An Linrong glanced up to see Ju Ninghai, donned in an eye-catching green python robe, standing in her defense. Lady Huafei has generously rewarded each of the new ladies with a piece of jewelry. Since you have received yours, why must you covet An's? I merely believe An's lowly status makes her unfit for such fine gifts. I act in consideration of Lady Huafei, Xie Dongchun replied disdainfully, belittling in Linrong's background. Xie discreetly rubbed her wrist, which had been pinched painfully by Ju Ninghai, sensing that both he and Songji were formidable. And Linrong felt a twinge of insecurity as Xie disparaged her family background. As she began to express gratitude to Songji and Ju Ninghai, she was abruptly halted by Songji's firm grasp. My lady, how can you offer such a grand gesture to a mere servant? My mistress detests those who flaunt their lineage. Should Xie trouble you again, simply send someone to Yiquan Palace. My mistress will surely seek justice for you. Before entering the palace, Aunt Fangruor had advised Huafei to maintain her regal composure amidst the adoration of the 6 palaces, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Empress. She had anticipated that Huafei would be a decisive and formidable figure, rendering someone of her insignificant status inconsequential. To her surprise, Huafei was not at all as the palace gossip suggested. Upon returning to Yiquan Palace, Songji recounted the altercation involving Xie and Linrong with vivid detail, prompting Huafei to chuckle softly, her fingers gliding over her delicate skin as she rolled a jade will between them. In her previous life, Huafei had initially gifted Xie Dongchun a crimson gown, which ultimately led to her demise, a fate far too lenient. Those who were so devoted to the Empress would serve as valuable pawns in Huafei's strategy. Tomorrow, the new ladies will pay their respects to the Empress at Jingren Palace. Shall we join them? Songji inquired, gently massaging Huafei's calves while cautiously observing her expression. Huafei shot a sidelong glance at Songji, easily discerning the latter's ulterior motives. Then let us pay our respects to the Empress tomorrow, Huafei replied languidly. Having feigned illness for too long, she needed to make an appearance to dispel their notions of her demise. Songji responded eagerly, hastening to select garments for Huafei from the wardrobe. Huafei remained fond of vibrant colors, exuding vitality and exuberance. Moreover, having been granted a second chance at life, she felt a newfound reverence for the supernatural. Donning brighter attire might help quell her restless spirit. My lady, how about this ensemble for tomorrow? Songji suggested, holding up a striking rose-red chapao. Upon seeing it, Huafei experienced a jolt of recognition. It was the same garment she had worn in her past life. Could it be that fate indeed operates in cycles? This dress complements your fair complexion beautifully, and when paired with a jade headdress, you shall undoubtedly outshine. Although the jade is slightly translucent, it will accentuate the brilliance of your attire. Translucent jade earrings. Sungji's words echoed in Huafei's mind, igniting a tomorrow would present an opportune moment for her mistress to assert dominance. Chapter 10. The Fall of the Virtuous Matriarch. Chapter 10. The Collapse of the Virtuous Empress's persona. In the early morning, a faint aroma of fruit wafted through the main hall of Jingren Palace. The Empress, supported by Jinxiu, gracefully traversed the 2 rows of concubines before turning to take her seat at the head. This humble servant pays her respects to the Empress. The concubines bowed in unison. Observing the completion of their salutations, the Empress felt a wave of contentment wash over her, and she lifted her countenance to display a courteous and gentle smile befitting her rank. Internally, she revelled in the thought that Huafei had been bedridden for many days and would likely not make an appearance today. This day was indeed fortuitous for establishing her image as the virtuous Empress. My dear sisters, how delightful! Are you all adapting well to your respective quarters? Thanks to the Empress's concern, all is well. The concubines responded in harmony. Before the ladies could settle, a resonant announcement. Unlike before, this time Huafei had opted for a more understated appearance, merely dusting her face with pearl powder and selecting a subtly tinted lip color to enhance her complexion, perfectly measured. Truly, she appeared as one who had just recovered from a serious illness, yet still managed to perform the protocol of paying respects to the Empress with grace. I apologize for my tardiness, Huafei said, raising her delicate hand to rub her temples, feigning a lingering headache. Let us pay our respects to Her Highness Huafei. The concubines bowed once more in unison. The Empress, upon witnessing this scene, struggled to maintain her smile. Was she not the Empress? Yet, the lower-ranked concubines could not be faulted for honoring Huafei in such a manner. Let us pay our respects to the Empress. Huafei stood before the Empress, performing a graceful. The Empress's ire was further ignited by Huafei's bare face. Was this not a glaring indication that she, the Empress, lacked compassion for the palace's concubines, that even in sickness, one felt compelled to pay her respects? Huafei sister, you arrive so late. Is your health still not restored? Qifei, who had long sought to mock Huafei, now seized the opportunity. Having been thwarted previously by the impenetrable defenses of Yiking Palace, she was eager to strike now that Huafei had emerged, her pallor evident. Upon hearing Qifei's words, the Empress felt a surge of irritation, wishing to silence her. Was she intent on solidifying the narrative that the Empress was unsympathetic toward the palace concubines? Indeed, what my sister Qifei states is true. I woke this morning still plagued by a severe headache, yet, no matter the pain, I cannot neglect to pay my respects to the Empress. The Empress, revered as a maternal figure to all, commands the loyalty of. It is only right that we honor her daily. Qifei declared proudly, relishing the fact that Huafei had refrained from countering her. The Empress contemplated whether to initiate her plan of maternal favoritism. At that moment, standing among the lower-ranked ladies, Xie Dongchun could no longer contain herself and leaned towards Fu Chie Guiren, unabashedly raising her voice. This Huafei, feeble and bedridden, still stirred. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Jiang Fuhai stepped forward to preside over the formalities of the concubines' audience. All young ladies, pay your respects to the Empress. Zhen Huan and Mai Zhuang, standing at the forefront of their respective ranks, followed the eunuch's instructions, performing the elaborate 3 knees 9 bows salute. All young ladies, let us pay our respects to Her Highness Huafei. The young ladies turned to Huafei, offering their salutations. Huafei surveyed the scene, noticing Shen Meizhuang's unwavering elegance and Shen Huan's simple attire, which, despite its modesty, could not conceal her innate beauty. Yet, who did she resemble, she pondered. As her gaze drifted to Xie Dongchun, she noted the latter's demeanor. Among the concubines, only Xie Dongchun had performed the salutation of a palace maid. Huafei regarded. Surely, she would soon ascend to the highest favor within the harem. Xie Changzai, swaying her hips, stepped forward and performed a curtsy reserved for palace maids. Her Highness Huafei, may you be blessed with longevity. I am but Xie, the Changzai. Xie Dongchun's flamboyant demeanor was unmistakable. Xie Changzai has an eye for fashion. This fabric must be quite expensive. Believing Huafei to be an ally, Xie Dongchun boasted that she had donned the fabric gifted by the Empress, lamenting her inability to curry favor directly with Her Majesty. Was this not an invitation for praise? This fabric is indeed a gift from the Empress. I have chosen to wear it for today's audience. Although Shir Dongchun spoke to Huafei, her gaze remained fixed upon the Empress. The Empress, still simmering from Qi Fei's provocations, felt the urge to strike Shir Dongchun down for her insolence. The game was just beginning, and Shir Dongchun's blatant positioning was an affront to her authority. Shir Changzai, you are quite thoughtful. However, I observed that you offered the Empress a maid's salutation, and yet you present a similar one to me. Huafei delicately covered her nose with a handkerchief, feigning distaste, prompting the palace maids to stifle their laughter. After all this time in the palace, have you not yet grasped the basic courtesies due to the Empress? Qi Fei, now alerted by Huafei's remark, immediately seized the opportunity to strike. Shir, you exhibit disrespect toward the Empress. The Empress, taken aback by Qi Fei's accusation, felt a wave of suffocation. Initially reveling in Huafei's habitual critiques of the concubines, she had intended to portray herself as the benevolent matron, defending Shir with her own stature to highlight Huafei's relentless nature. But now, she found herself in a quandary. Should she punish Shir Dongchun to uphold the palace's decorum, or should she smooth over the situation? If she chose the latter, it would indeed affirm that this foolish woman was her ally, an association she could not easily escape in the future. Caught in this dilemma, Huafei interjected, Sister Qi Fei may be mistaken, surely, the most respectful of the Empress is Shir Changzai. Just days ago, I sent you. Shir Dongchun's loud proclamations had indeed echoed throughout the palace, leading even some palace maids and young eunuchs to believe she was favored by the Empress, eagerly attempting to curry favor. Shir Dongchun, now trembling and prostrate on the ground, repeatedly pleaded for mercy from both the Empress and Huafei. The Empress regretted not having outright dismissed Huafei's salutation earlier. After weighing her options, the Empress finally declared, enough. Shir has only recently entered the palace. It is natural for her to be unacquainted with the customs and protocols. Let her study under the guidance of the matron for 3 months before attending to the Emperor. Upon what was intended to be a demonstration of her own virtue had devolved into a chaotic affair, leaving the Empress feeling utterly unsettled. After bestowing some fabric and jewelry upon the new ladies, they dispersed. With the assistance of Songji, Huafei slowly rose and, with great effort, he offered a bow to the Empress. The Empress, now disinclined to engage in further pretense, waved her hand to dismiss them. The concubines sensed the peculiar atmosphere of the audience. Huafei seemed to exert an unseen pressure, yet she had done nothing overtly wrong. She had merely feigned illness to pay her respects and pointed out Shir's lapse in etiquette. In truth, she had neither rebuked anyone nor imposed any harsh penalties. She had simply come to honor the Empress while battling her own ailment. It was indeed impossible to pinpoint any fault. Qi Fei, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Huafei's weakened state, departed with an air of triumph. Lipin, eager to capitalize on Huafei's inability to attend to the Emperor, hurriedly followed. Cao Qin, observing the day's proceedings, felt that Huafei's demeanor was uncharacteristically unguarded and scrutinized closely for any signs of weakness. Xing Changzai, witnessing Huafei's pale countenance, felt a pang of sympathy and offered her respects. May you take care of yourself, Huafei. She then departed with her own maid. The other newly arrived ladies, having witnessed Shir's punishment, began to harbor a newfound fear of the Empress. Henceforth, they understood the utmost importance of adhering to proper etiquette during their salutations. Zhen Huan contemplated something but could not grasp it fully. Shen Meishuang and An Lingrong felt that the palace's whispers were exaggerated. Huafei was not as terrifying as portrayed. Once settled in her palanquin, Huafei dismissed Li Pin and made her way back to Yiking Palace. On the return journey, she inquired of Songji about the specifics surrounding Xing Changzai's miscarriage. Chapter 11, The Ever-Present Joy of Transience. Chapter 11, The Miscarriage of Xing Changzai. How did Xing Changzai suffer her miscarriage? I have heard that she slipped and fell in her own palace, and thus lost the child. Songji's voice grew increasingly faint, fearful that if Huafei heard of the child's demise, she would be reminded of her own miscarriage and would indulge in a plate of sour pickles. Upon hearing this, Huafei furrowed her brow. Songji carefully observed Huafei's expression, her heart racing. Huafei was pondering how it was that Xing Changzai could have fallen without cause in her own palace. Moreover, she was already 5 months along, the fetus securely positioned. How could a mere fall result in the loss of the child? Hua Fei reflected on her own lost child. Although it was a bowl of fetal medicine that claimed its life, at 5 months, she could still ride a horse without incident. Hua Fei remained silent throughout the journey back to Ikuan Palace, preparing to enter the main hall. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a worker moving a pot of dwarf pine bonsai, the color of the cow hair moss on the pebbles. Except didn't Shen Changzai send this over just a few days ago? Hua Fei halted her steps and inquired of the eunuch. The eunuch, setting down his task, honestly replied that it was indeed that very pot. Hua Fei stepped closer to scrutinize it. Finding nothing amiss, she waved her hand, allowing the eunuch to return to his duties, and then entered the main hall. After accepting a cup of tea from a maid, Hua Fei took a sip and remarked, "Songji, go to the flower chamber and investigate what flowers and plants are usually sent to Changchun Palace." Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Songji was reassured that the matter of Shen Changzai's miscarriage had not affected Hua Fei. Changchun Palace typically receives some dwarf pine bonsai. Ji Fei is wholly devoted to the third prince and seldom tends to the flowers. Only Shen Changzai enjoys nurturing bonsai. Juninghai, seeing the master inquire, quickly stepped forward to offer his input. "How do you know this?" Hua Fei asked, somewhat incredulous. Had Juninghai's network of information expanded so widely? "Your Highness commanded me to assign personnel to the various palaces. I, being of little talent, was uncertain of what news would be of interest to you, so I instructed them to report everything. I would then assess the value of the information and reward them accordingly." Hua Fei let out a chuckle. "And how much did you pay for this information?" Setting down her teacup, she picked up a dried apricot and unconsciously wrinkled her brow. "I thought it was merely common news, so I gave them 5 wen. Juninghai secretly resolved to double the reward for the little spies in Changchun Palace later. After all, a casual remark could earn 5 wen. He certainly had not shortchanged them. Inquire further about Shen Changzai's preferences in food, clothing, and daily necessities. Leave no stone unturned." Hua Fei picked up another dried apricot, the sourness both enticing and irresistible. That evening, in Yangshan Hall, the emperor sat at his desk reviewing memorials, his mind wandering. He heard the voices of a small attendant and a young eunuch conversing outside. "Have you heard? Today, the 6 palaces paid their respects to the empress, and Hua Fei, despite her illness, attended. Wasn't there someone saying that Hua Fei was feigning illness on purpose?" Through the paper window, Yongzheng saw the small attendant lightly tap the other eunuch's cap with a feather duster. "Are you foolish? Do you believe such nonsense? Hua Fei values her authority over the 6 palaces. If she were not genuinely ill, how could she relinquish that power? Indeed, you are astute, Master Xie." The young eunuch adjusted his cap, donning a smile in flattery. "I've heard that a certain Xie Changzai performed the palace maid's salute to both the empress and Hua Fei. Upon Hua Fei discovering this, the Changzai refused to admit her mistake, which left Hua Fei's face pale with anger. The small attendant felt quite pleased with the praise and continued recounting the gossip he had gathered. It is human nature to revel in the spread of rumors. Seeing his apprentice becoming increasingly outrageous, Su Peixing contemplated intervening but noticed the emperor raising his hand, signaling for silence. That Xie Changzai must have faced severe punishment, the young eunuch speculated, recalling Hua Fei's notorious severity. Not at all. The empress merely instructed Xie to learn the rules under the guidance of the head matron for an additional 3 months. The empress is indeed benevolent. The small attendant flicked his feather duster, adjusting his collar. Inside Yangshan Hall, Yongzheng set down his brush. "Have you heard anything about this matter?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I heard that Hua Fei suffered a severe headache this morning but still insisted on paying her respects to the empress. Upon arriving, she said briefly before departing, aside from the incident with Xie Changzai, I have not heard anything else." Su Peixing replied. "I shall go and see Hua Fei. Su Peixing announced, prepare to head to Ikuan Palace." Suddenly, the voice of the master echoed in the hall, startling the small attendant, who quickly stood upright and opened the hall door. After the emperor exited, Su Peixing shot a glance at the small attendant. Hua Fei had not anticipated the emperor's visit. According to her previous experience, he would have favored Shen Meishuang that evening. To her surprise, he had come to Ikuan Palace instead. Unprepared, Hua Fei stood at the entrance of the main hall with her hair down, clad in a water blue nightgown, awaiting the emperor's arrival. She thought that upon seeing her in such a state, he would simply sit for a moment and then depart. Is your health any better? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I had a slight headache upon waking this morning, but it is nothing serious. The Emperor settled onto the couch, gazing at Hua Fei's bare face, which appeared to have lost a bit more colour, yet her beauty remained undeniable, stirring his heart with an insatiable longing. He declared, I shall not leave tonight. Hua Fei was taken aback, having already dismissed her green head. The Emperor still wished to stay. Your Majesty, please do not let my illness trouble you. I cannot bear it. Observing Hua Fei's gentle refusal, her head lowered in modesty, the Emperor felt a surge of warmth and took her hand in his. Fear not, I shall only sleep beside you tonight and do nothing else. With that, the Emperor led Hua Fei into the sleeping quarters. Hua Fei could not refuse and lay down haphazardly. Once settled, the Emperor truly did nothing but lie there, exchanging a few casual words. Since you entered the Wang residence, your health has always been robust, yet this time you have fallen ill to the point of being unable to manage the 6 palaces. It must be that you have overexerted yourself, and it has all accumulated. That Shi'er has shown you disrespect. Shilan, I apologize for the burden. A flicker of emotion surged within Hua Fei. Could it be that this man beside her held a modicum of affection for her? Realizing her heart was beginning to entertain dangerous thoughts, she quickly stifled them. As long as your Majesty holds me in your thoughts, I shall not feel wronged. Hua Fei nestled into Yongjing's embrace, realizing how effective showing vulnerability could be, a lesson she had never grasped in her past life. From tomorrow onward, there is no need to pay respects to the Empress. Wait until you are fully recovered. The Emperor embraced Hua Fei's shoulders. Wouldn't he that be disrespectful to the Empress? Not at all. I shall speak with the Empress. She is the most magnanimous and will surely understand. However, Hua Fei thought to herself that the Empress was the most petty and jealous, and hearing this would undoubtedly infuriate her. A night passed in silence, and the following day, the Emperor, after attending the morning court, proceeded to Jingren Palace. Chapter 12, Supporting the Empress Dowager. Chapter 12, Supporting the Noble Consort. As the Empress awoke early in the morning, preparing to partake in her breakfast, she was greeted by the announcement from Jian Fuhai that the Emperor had arrived. A wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to hastily instruct Hua Chun to set an extra pair of chopsticks and a bowl, readying for the Emperor's company at the morning meal. The Emperor entered, taking a seat opposite the Empress, and consumed a bowl of millet and red date porridge. The Empress gazed affectionately at her husband, for it had been quite some time since he had shared breakfast with her. The atmosphere in Jingren Palace warmed only with his presence. After finishing, the Emperor accepted the handkerchief offered by the Empress to wipe his mouth and began, the noble consort has yet to recover from her ailment. I have excused her from recent morning greetings. Once she is well, let her come to pay her respects to you. The Empress, who had been lost in sweet reverie, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon her with the Emperor's words. She nearly faltered in maintaining her forced smile, her gaze flickering as she replied, Sister Hua Fei oversees the 6 palaces and alleviates my worries. It is only right that she takes good care of her health. Chiu, please take some cordyceps from my storeroom to Equine Palace to aid her recovery. That would be splendid, the Emperor said, savoring a piece of pickled cucumber. I have heard that the newly entered Lady Shi'er was disrespectful to you during her audience. Lady Shi'er still lacks proper etiquette. I have already instructed Mama Jiayin to teach her diligently. She need not attend to the Emperor's bedchamber for the next 3 months. Lady Shi'er's impudence has gone unchecked. The noble consort should admonish her, and should she remain defiant, let her be demoted to a concubine. I obey your command. The Empress felt a twinge of regret. She realized she should not have defended Lady Shi'er during the audience. Having concluded their conversation, the Emperor wiped his hands, indicating that breakfast was over, and prepared to return to Yangshan Palace to review memorials. The affairs of the harem are intricate. The Empress must manage the 6 palaces with greater diligence, the Emperor remarked casually before departing, leaving the Empress's heart plummeting. He had come to bolster the noble consort. In the courtyard of Suoryu Pavilion, beneath the flowering crabapple tree, Jinhuan gazed absent-mindedly at the recently filled pit. Moments ago, Pear had noticed something peculiar about the ants beneath the tree, and Xiao Yunzi had unearthed a package of pungent incense. Now, Wanbai had gone to the Imperial Medical Institute to summon Dr. Wen. A sense of foreboding gripped Jinhuan as she recalled the tales of Lady Fang, who had once resided in Suoyu Pavilion and had suffered a miscarriage, later confined to the cold palace. She instinctively felt that Lady Fang's miscarriage was intricately linked to this package of incense. True to her intuition, when Dr. Wen arrived at Suoyu Pavilion, he delicately lifted a pinch of the incense to his nose, his pupils widening in shock. This wallpaper package contains musk, derived from the secretions of a robust male musk deer. If a woman is pregnant and is exposed to this scent over time, it can lead to miscarriage. Jinhuan's heart sank as Dr. Wen's words confirmed her suspicions. The musk had likely been buried beneath the crabapple tree while Lady Fang was pregnant, camouflaged amidst the fragrance of the blooming flowers, making it nearly indistinguishable. Lady Fang often stood beneath the tree to admire the blossoms, and over time, it naturally resulted in her miscarriage. However, the question lingered, who could have orchestrated this harm against Lady Fang? Jinhuan found herself unable to fathom the answer, feeling the palace was rife with peril. That very night, the emperor would summon the newly entered maidens to his bedchamber, and she must not be the first, lest she become a target in the harem. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jinhuan wept bitterly, confiding in Dr. Wen her fears and her reluctance to attend to the emperor. Seeing her in tears, Dr. Wen's heart was unsettled, and he promised to assist her. Upon leaving Suoyu Pavilion, he returned to the empress in Jinzhen Palace. Since entering the palace, Jinhuan had missed her family dearly, her appetite waning and her strength faltering after the audience. While returning to Suoyu Pavilion, she had caught a chill from the wind, falling ill, requiring proper rest to recuperate. In the morning, the emperor had granted leave to the noble consort, and later, Dr. Wen requested leave for Jinhuan. Ulanara Ishio felt a sense of losing control. The affairs of the harem seemed to slip from her grasp. Then let consort Wan rest and recuperate, Ulanara Ishio mused, feeling a sense of ill fortune from Jinhuan, whose face bore a striking resemblance to her late sister, Chun Yuan, and whose frail constitution mirrored that of her sister, rendering her of little use. Had it not been for the potential utility of Jinhuan, Ishio would have been eager to see this woman, bearing such resemblance to her sister, eliminated. Each day, the sight of Jinhuan's face during her morning greetings weighed heavily on her heart. Just that morning, the emperor had advised the empress to treat the palace consorts kindly, and not long after, another consort had caught a chill after paying her respects. Rumors would spread that Ulanara Ishio was an excessively harsh empress. Once Dr. Wen departed, Ishio began devising plans to sow discord between Shenzhen and the others. In Equine Palace, the noble consort reclined on the Xiangfei couch, indulging in grapes while perusing the latest novel brought to her by Juninghai, Rebirth. Becoming a noble consort in the harem. The latest work from the esteemed author, she intended to immerse herself in literature and refine her penmanship, seeking to transform her former image of ignorance into one of cultivation and grace. Daily, she transcribed Buddhist scriptures to calm her mind, and she had indeed made significant progress. However, as she delved into her studies, she recalled the last time she had picked up a volume of the past was too painful to revisit. The 4 books and 5 classics eluded her comprehension, yet she had found wisdom within the pages of the novels. The strategy of feigning weakness to elicit the emperor's sympathy was a tactic gleaned from literature, proving exceedingly effective. She had heard that just this morning, the emperor had visited the empress, allowing her to take precedence. Such novels contained profound insights. Dear mistress, how did the noble consort react upon discovering the emperor? Blaming herself for her mistress's storytelling prowess, she had requested Juninghai to procure the latest work, yet it had yet to arrive, compelling her to urge the noble consort to reveal the forthcoming plot. The noble consort, teasingly withholding the details, coaxed Songji into preparing a bowl of almond pudding and a plate of crab meat pastries before she would divulge the next part of the tale. Just as she intended to indulge in the narrative, Juninghai entered, limping slightly, and reported that he had gathered information regarding Xinjiang. The noble consort instructed him to relay the details meticulously. From the comings and goings of personnel in Changchun Palace to the frequency of night incense collection, Juninghai recounted everything in minute detail, and the noble consort found no discrepancies. She instructed him to continue his inquiries. As Fei was aligned with the empress, it was deemed inappropriate for the noble consort to visit Changchun Palace, thus relying on Juninghai for information. As Juninghai departed, he resolved to charge a small fee for each trivial piece of information going forward. The previous day's inquiries about Changchun Palace had cost him a substantial sum, yielding no useful intelligence. Ever since the noble consort had forbidden him from accepting bribes under the guise of his position as a steward in Yiquan Palace, his earnings had diminished significantly, thus, he needed to be frugal with his expenditures. Chapter 13, Princess Linglong. Chapter 13, Princess Linglong. In the evening, Eunuch Shu from the imperial attendance room presented a steaming, freshly baked green headplate to the emperor, requesting him to select a consort. This night, Eunuch Shu was in high spirits, for the new ladies of the palace were finally eligible to attend the emperor's chambers. Surely, tonight the emperor would choose a card, and he would have a satisfactory report for the Empress Dowager. Why is there no green headplate for consort Wan? Your Majesty, this noon, imperial physician when reported to Her Majesty the Empress that consort Wan has caught a chill and is unfit to attend. Therefore, Her Majesty instructed us to delay preparing consort Wan's green headplate. Xu Jinliang felt rather unfortunate. Among so many ladies, the emperor had chosen one without a green headplate. The emperor must select a card tonight. Then let it be consort Shen. The emperor turned up consort Shen's green headplate. Xu Jinliang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his head remained upon his shoulders. That night, consort Shen, wrapped in a brocade quilt, was escorted by a young eunuch to the emperor's bedchamber. The night unfolded with a passion as profound as fish swimming in water, an intimacy only understood by phoenixes and dragons. After attending to the emperor, consort Shen unexpectedly became the favorite consort. As autumn arrived, the emperor grew increasingly fond of Shen Meishuang, renaming the hall where she resided from Changshi Hall to Kunju Hall, and ordered the imperial household to transfer the newly cultivated golden chrysanthemums to Kunju Hall for her to admire. In the harem, Shen Meishuang was the foremost object of imperial favor. The empress, unable to endure the situation any longer, fell ill, her ailment stemming from a heart burdened with resentment. The empress truly became ill, incapacitated from managing affairs. Noble consort Hua was also unwell, frequently lamenting in Yiquan Palace, "Songji, my head aches terribly." The Empress Dowager had long ceased to oversee the matters of the 6 palaces. Consequently, the emperor entrusted consort Shen to learn the affairs of the harem alongside noble consort Jing. Noble consort Jing, as the mistress of Xianfu Palace, had always treated Shen Meishuang with courtesy since her arrival. With Shen Meishuang's rise in favor, the emperor frequented Xianfu Palace more often and often encountered noble consort Jing. It had been quite some time since noble consort Jing had touched the palace walls of Xianfu. Now that the empress was bedridden, noble consort Hua remained shuttered within her quarters, and consort Qi focused intently on whether the third prince had grown taller. For a time, Xianfu Palace became the most prominent in the harem, wielding great power and basking in the emperor's affection. Juninghai reported to noble consort Hua about the shifting allegiances within the palace. Noble consort Hua merely chuckled lightly. Today it is consort Shen, tomorrow it will be Yu Daing's consort Yu, and the day after, it will be consort Wan. The favor in the harem cannot remain with one person indefinitely. In this lifetime, noble consort Hua had no intention of plotting a false pregnancy to harm Shen Meishuang. Rather, she wished to coexist amicably with her. In her previous life, she had supported Yu Yinger while secretly plotting against Shen Meishuang. Despite Juninghai's counsel, which she had ignored. In her past life, consumed by the quest for unseen favor, she had committed many misdeeds. This time, she finally understood the transient nature of imperial grace. Noble consort Hua strolled leisurely through the imperial garden, the autumn breeze carrying the sweet scent of osman. Thus, the crisp air was infused with a touch of sweetness. As late autumn approached, the fragrance of osman thus grew even more intense. Noble consort Hua recalled that during this season in her previous life, the rebellion in Qinghai had erupted, and the emperor had appointed her brother as the general of pacification, with the left governor Yu Zhongji as his military advisor to quell the uprising. On that day, Juninghai had gone to Yangshan Palace to deliver pastries to the emperor. After appointing Nian Ganyao, the emperor had sent a pair of East pearls. Only the empress was permitted to use East pearls. The emperor's old tactics of elevating her brother served to raise noble consort Hua's status in the harem. Gradually, through these subtle hints, her ambitions had grown. Would the East pearls be presented again in this life? As noble consort Hua was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she heard a distant call from a matron beckoning for Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong was the daughter born to consort Shin during her time in the Qian Palace and was now 5 years old. "Princess, be careful. Do not run into the noble consort." The matron, seeing Princess Linglong dash into the Osmanthus path, nearly had her heart in her throat as she feared the girl would collide with noble consort Hua. "Matron, come and chase me." Princess Linglong, clutching a small windmill in her chubby hand and with 2 tiny buns in her hair, turned her head to see how far her wet nurse had chased after her, completely oblivious to her surroundings. With a sudden thud, she collided into noble consort Hua's embrace, the windmill tumbling to the ground. Sungji felt a twinge of anxiety for her mistress. The palace attendants hurriedly rushed forward, kneeling and kowtowing in apology. Noble consort Hua, however, crouched down to steady Princess Linglong, preventing her from falling. "It is of no consequence, everyone, rise." The attendants noted that since noble consort Hua had developed her ailment, her temperament had improved significantly. Linglong gazed up at noble consort Hua with wide, round eyes, showing no fear whatsoever. The wet nurse stepped forward to remind Linglong to greet noble consort Hua. Princess Linglong pays her respects to noble consort Hua. Her sweet, childish voice struck a chord in noble consort Hua's heart. Seeing Linglong's small hand perform the proper greeting, noble consort Hua found her utterly adorable. Remaining in her crouched position, she enveloped Linglong in her embrace. "What a sweet little mouth you have." Noble consort Hua picked up the windmill that had fallen to the ground. "This windmill is broken. Would noble consort Hua gift you a new one?" "Really, but mother says one shouldn't ask for others' belongings." Linglong's innocent eyes sparkled brightly. Noble consort Hua felt a wave of regret wash over her. Why had she never noticed how delightful consort Shin's daughter was in her previous life? Truly, infatuation clouds judgment. "It is fine, noble consort Hua will speak to your mother, and she will agree." Linglong clapped her little hands joyfully. "Thank you, noble consort Hua." Children are often the most perceptive, easily discerning who genuinely cares for them. Linglong saw that noble consort Hua was not only beautiful but also exceptionally kind, having gifted her a windmill, and instantly took a liking to her. Thus, Linglong burrowed deeper into noble consort Hua's embrace, her fuzzy little head nuzzling against Hua's chin. Noble consort Hua, naturally delighted, felt her lips curve upward involuntarily. The faint scent of milk and an unusual fragrance from Linglong wafted into her nose. This scent, it felt oddly familiar. Noble consort Hua glanced down and noticed a small sachet hanging from Linglong, embroidered with a cute white rabbit. "Linglong, this little white rabbit is adorable. Did your mother sew it for you?" "No, this was a gift from the Empress." So it was from the Empress, noble consort Hua mused inwardly. Linglong, noble consort Hua finds this little rabbit so charming. Could we perhaps trade it for a bamboo-crafted rabbit? As she inhaled the fragrance, noble consort Hua's suspicions grew stronger, and she resolved to investigate the peculiar sachet further. "If noble consort Hua likes it, then Linglong will gift it to you." Linglong generously removed the sachet. "Then this shall be our. No one else can know." "Not even mother?" "Noble consort Hua will tell your mother. She fears that if your Empress mother learns, she will be saddened and stop giving you treats." "I won't say a word." "Linglong will keep it a secret." Noble consort Hua cast Juninghai a sharp glance, and he understood her intent. Should word of today's happenings leak out, you all know the consequences. Juninghai's tone was stern, feeling that he was indeed suited to the persona of a cunning eunuch. The surrounding palace attendants bowed their heads in silent agreement. Chapter 14, The Rabbit's Fragrant Pouch. Chapter 14, The Rabbit-Scented Pouch. Linglong walked away joyfully. Hua Fei watched her figure disappear into the distance before returning to the Equine Palace. Upon her arrival, Hua Fei instructed Songji to fetch a windmill and a small bamboo rabbit from the storeroom to send to Linglong. Upon hearing this, Songji furrowed her brows. "Your Highness, we do not have such items in the palace." It dawned on Hua Fei that prior to her rebirth, she had devoted herself entirely to the Emperor, neglecting even to properly nurture the child she had taken from Wen Yi. There had never been any toys for children in Equine Palace. I know that in the Suoryu Pavilion, Xiao Yunzi and his brother Xiao Shu, who come from a family of carpenters, could easily create such trinkets, Juninghai boasted, showcasing the information he had gathered. Songji, take some silver thread, fabric, and food to the Suoryu Pavilion, and tell Wan Changzai that this palace requests a small favor from the young Yunzi in his household. Oh, and also send that fine Hui inkstone from the storeroom to Wan Changzai. Hurfei was already pondering how to cultivate a relationship with Jin Huan, knowing she must strike a balance between being too overt and offering direct rewards. Jin Huan, who valued sincerity and genuine feelings, was particularly difficult to maneuver. Presenting an excuse to create toys for Princess Linglong was indeed a clever ruse. After Songji departed to carry out her orders, Hurfei remained with Juninghai. Juninghai, did you not mention that Princess Linglong visits Xinchangzai daily to pay her respects? Indeed, Your Highness. Xinchangzai holds a lower rank and cannot personally care for the princess, thus, Linglong is looked after by the nurses in the princess's residence. Later, when Xinchangzai became pregnant, the empress, sympathetic to her struggles during pregnancy, allowed Princess Linglong to pay her daily visits. I understand. You may leave now. Hurfei regarded the fragrant pouch on the ebony table, resting her chin on her hand. Deep in contemplation, she decided to summon Jiang Cheng from the Imperial Medical Office. The Jiang brothers had long been in service of the Nian family, and with their medical expertise, they would undoubtedly uncover the reason behind her inability to conceive due to the accumulation of musk within her body. They remained silent only because the entire Imperial Medical Office shared a single tongue. However, Jiang Cheng still sought to curry favor with Hurfei. If the pouch contained musk, he would surely disclose this to gain her trust. As long as the matter did not involve Huanyi fragrance, Jiang Cheng would speak the truth. After Juninghai left, Hurfei replaced the Huanyi fragrance in the pouch with the one Songji had procured from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Soon, Jiang Cheng arrived in haste, following Juninghai from the Imperial Medical Office. Long live, Your Highness. I have come at your command. Is there any discomfort with your health? Jiang Cheng knelt before her. You may rise. I wish for you to examine this pouch and determine if anything is amiss. Hurfei emanated an air of seriousness and authority before Jiang Cheng, offering no further words. Juninghai handed the rabbit pouch to Jiang Cheng, who bowed slightly to receive it, bringing it to his nose for a meticulous sniff. His pupils dilated slightly, shock coursing through him as he contemplated the secret of the Huanyi fragrance, momentarily hesitating on whether to speak the truth. May I inquire, Your Highness, where did this item come from? I observed it on Princess Linglong and found the scent rather unusual for a child. Hence, I sought your expertise. Upon learning that the pouch belonged to Princess Linglong, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly knelt, expressing his loyalty. Your Highness, this pouch contains a significant amount of musk. Given Princess Linglong's tender age, if she wears it daily, the likelihood of infertility in her later years is greatly increased. And what if a pregnant individual were to inhale it daily? That would surely lead to instability in the pregnancy and miscarriage. Hurfei had confirmed the reason for Xinchangzai's miscarriage. Tapping her fingers on the ebony table, she pondered how to convey this matter to Xinchangzai. Your Highness, Xinchangzai from Changchun Palace requests an audience, Fuzi announced from outside. It was as if she had wished for a pillow to rest her head upon. Allow Xinchangzai to enter, Hurfei signaled to Juninghai. He stepped outside, sending Fuzi to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to procure tea leaves for the palace attendants, while he stood guard at the entrance. Your servant pays her respects to Your Highness, wishing you eternal fortune and peace. Xinchangzai, having just seen Linglong in Changchun Palace, was anxious upon hearing that Linglong had bumped into Hurfei in the Imperial Garden. The wet nurse had mentioned the incident, which made her fear that Hurfei would blame Linglong, prompting her hurried visit to offer her apologies. Although she often resented Hurfei for her bullying, she was willing to bow before her concerning her only daughter. You may rise. Take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. I have heard that Linglong bumped into you in the Imperial Garden. It is due to my own negligence in her upbringing. Please do not hold it against her. Xinchangzai continued to offer her respects, not daring to take a seat. Princess Linglong is innocent and adorable, merely a child unsteady on her feet. It is of no consequence. Liu Xiang, assist Shen Changzai to her feet. Liu Xiang, a first-rank maid of Yiquan Palace, attended to Hua Fei closely in Song Ji's absence. Seeing Hua Fei's mention of Linglong brought a flicker of joy to Shen Changzai's countenance, contrasting her usual sharp demeanor when speaking to Qi Fei, which eased her heart somewhat. Coincidentally, I have some. This pouch was bestowed by the Empress, and she cherishes it dearly, wearing it daily. I did not anticipate she would willingly offer it to you. Shen Changzai's heart began to race. Jiang Tai, please reiterate to Shen Changzai what you just shared with me. Standing by, Jian Cheng recounted his earlier words. Shen Changzai's face contorted in disbelief, her mind fixated on the phrase, Princess Linglong may face infertility as she grows. The Empress was so cruel, to eliminate her unborn child, she would stoop to using Linglong. Linglong was merely 5 years old, just 5, had Hua Fei not discovered this in time. When Linglong matured, even as a princess, her inability to bear children would inevitably lead to disdain from her husband's family. Shen Changzai clutched her handkerchief tightly, covering her heaving chest, trembling uncontrollably with a mix of anger and fear. Chapter 15, Osman thus duck soup. Chapter 15, Osman thus duck soup. Yet, she could not fathom why the Empress was still unable to accept herself and her child. Liu Xiang, please fetch a cup of jasmine Longjing tea for Xinchang, it will soothe her mind, Consort Hua remarked, observing Xinchang's reaction and realizing she had won her trust. No need to trouble Liu Xiang, Xinchang replied, rising from her chair to kneel before Consort Hua. Your Highness, your actions today have saved Linglong. She is my lifeblood, and I am willing to repay you with my life. Consort Hua stepped down from her seat to assist Xinchang in standing. I too happened upon Linglong and discovered this matter by chance. It is indeed her good fortune. In the past, I relied too heavily on my family's connections and committed many wrongs, often putting my sister in difficult positions, yet she has never held any resentment against me. I consider this my way of making amends. What you say is too humble, Your Highness. I followed Consort Qi in the past, yet you have never mistreated me. Just the other day, you even had His Majesty visit me. I have always remembered your kindness. At that moment, Songji returned from the shattered jade pavilion, holding a bamboo-crafted rabbit and a colorful windmill. Consort Hua, pleased with the timely return, instructed Songji to prepare Osmanthus chestnut cake and egg custard in the small kitchen, to be placed in a food box and given to Xinchang's attendant. These are the windmill and rabbit I promised to make for Linglong. I kindly ask you to deliver them to her. Seeing the thoughtful preparations, Xinchang expressed her gratitude profusely. You may take the sachet back with you. If you doubt my sincerity or that of Jiang Cheng, you may seek a trustworthy physician to investigate thoroughly, Consort Hua insisted, handing the sachet to Xinchang. Moreover, I have heard that you suffered a miscarriage after a fall. The path to Changchun Palace is well paved, how could you have simply fallen? Regarding the incident of her slip, Consort Hua intended for Xinchang to investigate herself. Xinchang, hearing this, felt a mix of skepticism and belief, trusting only 70% of what Consort Hua said, while the remaining 30% required further confirmation. Your Highness, such words. You have saved Linglong, and I naturally believe you. However, I shall take the sachet back, as I trust it will aid me in uncovering the hidden truths of Changchun Palace. With a hint of doubt still lingering, Xinchang found herself believing Consort Hua a little more due to her straightforwardness. After bidding farewell to Xinchang, Consort Hua felt a surge of joy. A matter that had troubled her for days had been unexpectedly resolved, and she had managed to win Xinchang over, fewer rivals in the palace, and an ally gained. How delightful! In her elation, Consort Hua instructed Songji to prepare Osmanthus cake and Osmanthus duck soup using the freshly harvested flowers. Songji, noting the autumn's heat, persuaded Consort Hua to substitute the roasted lamb with Osmanthus duck soup instead. Consort Hua acquiesced, and Sungji set about her task. In the past, Consort Hua had been preoccupied with winning favor and beauty, while Sungji dedicated herself to discovering which flower's juice made hands more beautiful and which root complemented Consort Hua's complexion. Now, although Consort Hua still cared for her looks, her attention had shifted away from the emperor, returning instead to her past enjoyment of food and storytelling. Thus, Sungji immersed herself in culinary pursuits. She requested various medicinal cuisine books, comprehensive recipe collections, and dietary therapies from Juninghai outside the palace. On her nights off, she would meticulously study each one in her quarters. During lunch, Consort Hua savored 3 bowls of osmanthus duck soup. Just as she was about to serve herself a 4th, she recalled the palace's rule of 3 bites only, feeling rather disheartened as she set the bowl down. Sungji quickly poured her another bowl, whispering, "My lady, this bowl is small, 2 of these equal 1 large bowl, you have not yet had your 3 bowls." Feeling understood by Sungji, Consort Hua accepted the bowl and savored it, inviting Sungji to sit and dine with her. Sharing a meal made it all the more delightful. After finishing her meal, Consort Hua instructed Liu Xiang to deliver 2 plates of osmanthus cake and a pot of osmanthus duck soup to the Shattered Jade Pavilion as a reward for the toys made for Linglong by the young eunuch earlier that morning. Within the Shattered Jade Pavilion, Jin Huan, recently fallen ill and thus neglected, found herself overlooked by both the Newufu and the Imperial Kitchen. The items sent from the Newufu were either incomplete or insufficient, and the meals provided by the Imperial Kitchen were haphazardly prepared. Jin Huan lamented her insufficient rank, realizing she could not independently procure supplies to supplement the kitchen. Today, however, Consort Hua had sent a substantial amount of silver charcoal and fabric, sufficient to make winter clothing for the attendants. With the Newufu neglecting the Shattered Jade Pavilion, it seemed they were preparing for winter, and silver charcoal had become scarce. Consort Hua had indeed taken measures to prepare for Jin Huan's needs. Initially, Jin Huan believed this to be an unexpected reward for the young eunuch's deftness. However, now, as she observed the food box exuding the fragrance of osmanthus, she understood that Consort Hua was attempting to mend their relationship. Rather than using money, she was employing food, which was both fresh and intriguing. "Thank you for your trouble, Liu Zhu. Here's a token of appreciation. I cannot accept your generosity, my lady. Before I left, the consort instructed me not to accept any rewards, as you are currently facing difficulties. Upon my return, the consort will surely reward me." Hearing Liu Xiang's words warmed Jin Huan's heart. Consort Hua genuinely cared. Liu Zhu still presented a few taels of silver to Liu Xiang. "It is but a few taels, I am managing well enough. Please extend my gratitude to Consort Hua. Once I recover, I shall personally visit Equine Palace to express my thanks." Liu Xiang did not refuse but accepted the silver with a curtsy. "Thank you, my lady. My mistress has said that even though she currently lacks the authority to oversee the 6 palaces, as a consort, it is her duty to care for the young ladies of the other palaces. I hope for your swift recovery." Jin Huan instructed Liu Zhu to escort Liu Xiang out. Meanwhile, Jin Xiu brought forth the osmanthus cake and duck soup from the food box. "This osmanthus duck soup is still warm. Shall I serve you a bowl, my lady?" Jin Huan leaned in to inhale, the fragrant osmanthus mingling with the rich aroma of duck meat, effectively masking the inherent gamey scent of the duck. Her appetite was instantly piqued. The culinary skills of the small kitchen in Equine Palace are indeed exceptional. Receiving the small bowl, Jin Huan took a delicate sip and found it delicious. After enjoying the bowl of duck soup and a few pieces of osmanthus cake, Jin Xiu assisted Jin Huan in taking a midday nap. The remaining food was shared among Liu Zhu, Huan Bi, and the young eunuch. Kang Luhai and his 2 apprentices were nowhere to be found. Upon their return, they discovered only the remnants of the duck soup and a few pieces of osmanthus cake left. Kang Luhai was furious. As the head eunuch of the Shattered Jade Pavilion, he believed that the fine rewards bestowed by their master should rightfully be reserved for him, but instead, he was left with mere scraps. Kang Luhai inquired and learned that Consort Hua had merely sent some fabric meant for the servants and a few baskets of silver charcoal, clearly intended as rewards for the young eunuch. Originally, he had thought Consort Hua favored Xinjiang. However, it appeared she was merely rewarding the young eunuch. Looking at the now cold duck soup, his mind began to churn with thoughts. In Ecoin Palace, a bountiful harvest of osmanthus flowers had been collected. Besides crafting osmanthus cake, Consort Hua also instructed Sungji to brew several jars of osmanthus wine, to be buried beneath the trees of Ecoin Palace, awaiting the opportunity to be tasted in the coming year. Upon returning to the palace, Xinqiang thoroughly examined the sachet. It was indeed the same one Linglong wore daily. Consort Hua had taken it and returned it to her without making any alterations. She then reflected on the day she had suffered her miscarriage, recalling the places she had visited and the people she had encountered. Finally, Xinqiang's gaze fell upon the several potted plants arranged outside her chamber. Stepping outside, she scrutinized them closely. The pebbles atop the low pine bonsai had been recently laid, and the moss was barely a thin layer deep. Chapter 16, Pebbles. Chapter 16, Pebbles. Xinqiang often recalled that she had personally laid the pebbles on the low pine tree before her pregnancy. Now, over 5 months have passed, and the cowhair moss should not be limited to such a thin layer. Xinqiang also noticed that the shapes of the pebbles were incorrect. The ones she had chosen were all flat and round, whereas these were all oval. It was evident that someone had tampered with them. The mastermind behind this, of course, was the Empress. Consort Qi, being the head of the Changchun Palace and a trusted confidant of the Empress, could easily place someone in the palace. Yet, Xinqiang was merely a minor consort. Though she had given birth to a princess for the emperor, her status remained that of a consort. Just look at Consort Cao. After years of being associated with Consort Hua, she not only managed to keep Winnie by her side but was also in terms of family background, Xinqiang's family was even more distinguished than Consort Cao's. Xinqiang's mind was filled with comparisons, and she felt she had let Linglong down by not providing her with a better environment. She even caused Linglong to nearly lose her ability to bear children because of her actions. To exploit a 5-year-old child, the Empress truly was a piece of work. Each time Xinqiang thought of how the Empress's actions had harmed her 2 children, in her mind, countless schemes emerged to take the Empress's life. However, upon reflection, considering her Han military background and her father's position as the deputy governor of Yangzhou, she realized that her distant family could not offer assistance. With her humble origins and lack of favor, how could she compete with the Empress? Xinqiang felt somewhat disheartened, yet, for Linglong, for her only daughter, she had to take a chance. That night, Xinqiang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At dawn, she had the maid Guixiang help her with her grooming before going to fetch Linglong from the prince's quarters, heading towards Ecoin Palace. On the long street leading to Ecoin Palace, Linglong asked Xinqiang, "Mother, where are we going?" "Mother is taking you to pay respects to Lady Hua. Yesterday, Lady Hua gave you toys and treated you to many little snacks. Shouldn't you thank Lady Hua? Lady Hua is good to Linglong. Linglong wants to thank her." Upon hearing they were going to meet Lady Hua, whom she had seen in the Imperial Garden the previous day, Linglong was very happy. "Good girl, you must behave well later." Xinqiang caressed her daughter's little face, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with reluctance. At Ecoin Palace, Lady Hua was busy with her grooming. Upon hearing that Xinqiang was bringing her daughter to pay respects, she was somewhat surprised by Xinqiang's speed in uncovering the matter. Once finished, Lady Hua walked to the main hall, where Juninghai accompanied Xinqiang and Linglong inside. This humble consort pays her respects to Lady Hua. Linglong pays her respects to Linglong wishes to have the egg custard that Lady Hua gave her yesterday. Very well, whatever Linglong desires, Lady Hua has it all here. Sungji, with her keen insight, went to the "If you don't mind, let us share a meal here." As Xinqiang observed the interaction between Lady Hua and Linglong, she felt reassured in her decision. Thus, she planned to express her thoughts when Lady Hua was in high spirits. The dining table was adorned with milk, soy milk, millet porridge, along with steamed buns, dumplings, egg custard, osmanthus cake, and Sungji had even cleverly prepared little duck-shaped red bean paste buns for Linglong. Linglong was utterly delighted. "Why, mother, look, there's a little duck. I want the little duck." Sungji hurriedly placed a duck bun on a plate for Princess Linglong. Lady Hua, pleased with Sungji's cleverness, regarded her with great satisfaction. Seeing Lady Hua treat Linglong so kindly, Xinqiang steeled her resolve and, with determined eyes, rose from the dining table and knelt before Lady Hua. "Lady Hua, I see how much you cherish Linglong, and Linglong adores you in return. I wish for Linglong to serve as your daughter. Lady Hua, who had only intended to win Xinqiang over, was taken aback by Xinqiang's unexpected proposal after a night of contemplation. Mother, does that mean you don't want Linglong anymore? Linglong, holding a half-eaten red bean bun, began to wail. What are you doing? Look how you frightened the child. Lady Hua helped Xinqiang to her feet and gave Songji a meaningful glance, signaling her to take Linglong outside to eat breakfast. Lady Hua then turned her attention to Xinqiang. Your Majesty, upon returning to Changchun Palace yesterday, I meticulously examined my quarters and discovered that the pebbles in the low pine bonsai I planted had been tampered with. I suspect that my recent misstep was caused by those pebbles. Lady Hua marveled at Xinqiang's capabilities, able to uncover clues within a day. It was no wonder Juninghai had been unable to find the reason behind Xinqiang's misfortune despite his extensive inquiry. The Empress's thoughts were indeed meticulous. Were it not for her rebirth, she truly would struggle to contend with her. I am of humble birth, and my family is far away in Yangzhou. I realize I cannot protect Linglong, and thus I wish for you to raise her. As Xinqiang spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her. If it were possible, who would wish to part with their child? I assure you that Linglong will be as filial to you as a biological daughter. To adopt Linglong. Lady Hua dismissed the idea in an instant. The Emperor and Empress Dowager would never permit it. They would not allow her to have any children at all. Lady Hua wiped away Xinqiang's tears and helped her to sit down. I will not adopt Linglong. Your Majesty. Xinqiang wished to persuade her further but was halted by Lady Hua. Your own child should be cared for by you. Rather than seeking a protector for your child, it is better to grow stronger and become a towering tree for your child. Lady Hua's intention was beyond Xinqiang's belief. She was going to support her. The previous night, Xinqiang had considered this matter, but her straightforwardness often led to verbal disputes with Lady Hua. She was uncertain whether Lady Hua would genuinely assist her, which was why she had planned to have Linglong raised under Lady Hua's care. Since you have entered the palace as a sister in Consort Ji's courtyard, you have become a consort. Instead of remaining subservient, why not strive to become a palace master yourself? Lady Hua spoke directly to Xinqiang's heart. I adore Linglong and will recognize her as my goddaughter, ensuring her a substantial dowry when she marries. How does that sound? Your Majesty. Xinqiang was so overwhelmed with gratitude that she could hardly find the words. Lady Hua quickly silenced her. In a few days, I will seize the opportunity to arrange for Linglong to be raised beside you. However, I have one condition. As Lady Hua outlined her stipulations, Xinqiang's heart surged with excitement. Your Majesty, please say it, I shall comply with anything. In front of outsiders, do not let anyone perceive our relationship. That is my only condition. Can you manage it? I understand. Xinqiang was no fool. She knew that if the Empress were to see her close to Lady Hua, she would realize that the matter of her miscarriage had been exposed. This was indeed the best course of action. Lady Hua had paved a promising path for her. Although the road was steep and perilous, for Linglong and for herself, she was willing to fight with her life. Chapter 17, acknowledged as a foster mother. Chapter 17. After their conversation, Hua Fei and Xinqiang's eye emerged from within. Linglong stood outside, holding Songji's hand. Upon seeing Hua Fei, Linglong felt a pang of fear that she might be taken away from Xinqiang's eye, causing her to timidly hide behind Songji. Linglong, come here to Empress Hua, Hua Fei gently coaxed as she squatted down. Gradually, Linglong's apprehension dissipated. Tentatively, she peeked out from behind Songji and stepped forward to stand before Hua Fei. Empress Hua likes Linglong very much. Will you be Linglong's adoptive mother? By acknowledging Empress Hua as your adoptive mother, you will have another person who loves you, as Xinqiang's eye added, also squatting down to comfort Linglong. Instantly, Linglong's spirits lifted. She would not have to leave her mother, and Empress Hua was kind to her. Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Her little face broke into a radiant smile, prompting laughter from both Hua Fei and Xinqiang's eye. In due time, Empress Hua will allow you to live with your mother again, okay? Will I no longer have to stay in the brothers' quarters? Well, for now, you must keep the matter of recognizing Empress Hua as your adoptive mother a secret. If you disclose it, Empress Hua will not be able to arrange for you to live with your mother. I won't say a word, I promise, Linglong assured repeatedly. Since she could understand, Linglong had been living in the brothers' quarters under the care of a wet nurse, where only her very tall third brother resided, with no one else around. Linglong envied Wen Yi, who, despite being a mere infant and unable to speak, could spend every day with her mother. Soon, she too would be able to live with her own mother, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became, pulling Sungji's hand to request another little duck-shaped red bean bun. Sungji mused that Linglong and the Empress truly shared a motherly bond, even their expressions of joy were identical. After bidding farewell to Shin Changzai and Linglong, Hua Fei was preparing to find a book to read when a young eunuch entered, carrying a pair of East pearls for Yikon Palace. Looking at the pearls, Hua Fei's thoughts drifted to the military affairs in the northwest. Was her brother indeed preparing to march into battle again? Her brother risked life and limb for the emperor, yet a mere pair of East pearls served as compensation for his loyalty. How utterly trivial. The emperor, showing concern for your illness and boredom, has sent this pair of East pearls for your enjoyment, the eunuch said. Thank you, Eunuch Shir, Hua Fei replied, expressing her unexpected delight at the emperor's gift. She exchanged a knowing glance with Juninghai, who discreetly handed the young eunuch a plump purse. Please also send some Osmanthus cake freshly made in Yikoan Palace to the Yangshan Hall. I was about to send someone when you arrived first, she added. Your Highness, you are too kind, this is merely my duty, the young eunuch replied, secretly weighing the purse, realizing that everyone desired to be assigned to Yikoan Palace for a reason. After dismissing the young eunuch, Hua Fei instructed Sungji to put the pearls away in a concealed spot and asked Liu Xiang to stew some snow pear, silver fungus, and lily soup in the small kitchen, planning to take it to visit Sister Tuanfei after dark. In her previous life, Hua Fei had truly turned the East pearls into earrings, flaunting them at the New Year's Eve banquet, an act of sheer folly. While Yikoan Palace was serene, Hua Fei either read or practiced writing and contemplated her meals. The same could not be said for Jingren Palace, where the Empress suffered from severe headaches, unable to sleep through the night, yet she dared not openly admit her affliction, especially with Hua Fei suffering from headaches and Wan Changzai catching a cold. If she were to complain about her persistent headaches, the emperor might grow displeased with the multitude of sickly women in the harem. At this moment, the empress bore her pain as she observed Jingpin and Shen Meishuang reporting on affairs from the lower seats, feeling exasperated. She had never anticipated that the fortunes of the harem would turn to the previously quiet Xianfu Palace. Jingpin was one thing, she had long avoided the spotlight, earning only respect from the emperor, not affection. Shen Meishuang, however, posed a significant concern. Her father held a high position, and Shen Guiren herself was poised and elegant, proving to be a competent steward in recent days. Furthermore, she was young and beautiful, and today, dressed in a chrysanthemum pink gown, she radiated springtime charm despite the deep autumn chill. The Empress recalled reviewing the archives of the Jing Affairs room yesterday. Over the past half-month, Shen Meishuang had shared the Emperor's bed 6 times, while Fu Cha Guiren only 2. Observing Shen Meishuang's demeanor now, it seemed likely that she had spent the night with the Emperor again. If the Empress did not act soon, Shen Meishuang's pregnancy would be imminent, and if she bore a child, the harem would undoubtedly fall under the control of the Han Army's banner. The Empress, feeling increasingly agitated, interrupted Jingpin's incessant report, citing her headache as an excuse to send them away. After barely resting for a moment, Hui Chun entered to announce that Xie Daring had come to pay her respects. The Empress's head spun at the thought. Xie, demoted to Daring, was still restless, frequently visiting Jingren Palace. Each visit created a stir, drawing the attention of the entire palace, who did not laugh at Xie behind her back. It left the Empress hesitant to take action against her, uncertain whether Xie was merely foolish or playing the part of a simpleton. The entire palace knew of her close ties with Jingren Palace. Should any harm befall Xie, the Empress could not escape blame. When the wet nurse initially taught Xie etiquette, she either cried about her mistreatment or complained about the poor food provided by the Neiwufu. The Empress had replaced Xie's wet nurse 3 times and warned the Neiwufu's Huang Guchuan not to mistreat her, which finally quelled Xie's restlessness. In Yikoan Palace, Hua Fei, upon hearing Sungji mimic her, laughed heartily, truly surprised by the joy she brought her. She wondered what trouble Shir would stir up today. Jianqiu stepped outside to excuse herself, claiming the Empress had a headache, and sent Shir away. Shir appeared considerably more composed, though still dressed in the same fabric as the Empress's garments, adorned in a vibrant manner. Jianqiu entered with a food box in hand, stating, "Shir says she has been studying etiquette for nearly 3 months now and has made significant progress. Upon hearing that your highness has a headache, she wishes to attend to you." The Empress understood Shir's implicit suggestion and recognized her intelligence. Keeping such a person around would serve her purposes. The Empress gifted the food box that Shir brought to Hui-chun and the others, while she retreated to her chamber. Once inside, Jianqiu helped the Empress recline on the couch, feeling much better, and instructed Jianqiu to visit Suyu Pavilion. Jianqiu went empty-handed, accompanied by a young maid, to visit Wan Changzai. Upon entering the chamber, Jianqiu found Shenhuan pale, her hair disheveled, dressed in a light blue sleeping gown, speaking in a barely audible whisper, clearly unwell. Jianqiu felt a sense of satisfaction, observing as Huanbai helped Shenhuan sit up to take her medicine, struggling to swallow, while Jinshi and Liu Zhu hurried to assist her. Jianqiu merely stood at the bedside, watching coldly, unaware that a smile had crept upon her lips. "My lady should recover soon. Your illness has allowed Shen Buiren to gain the upper hand and be the first to receive the Emperor's favor." As she spoke, "She will not be able to share the Emperor's bed before the new year. Let us see if my lady can seize this opportunity," Jianqiu insinuated further. However, Jinhuan choked on her medicine, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Sister Mai is fortunate, unlike me, languishing in illness. I trouble you, aunt, to make a trip. Let Huanbai escort Aunt Jianqiu back," Jinhuan said, somewhat impatiently, her words a blend of provocation and testing. The Empress, increasingly inclined to welcome Jinhuan, sensed that she must adopt a strategy of retreat to advance. After sending Jianqiu away, Jinhuan sat up from her bed and inquired, "Did only Jianqiu come from Jingren Palace?" "There is also a young maid waiting outside. No one else is here," came the reply. The Empress, under the pretense of visiting the sick, intended to urge Jinhuan to recover quickly and compete for favor, yet she had brought no basic supplements. Truly, a useless person required no investment. Jinhuan was not one to covet material riches. However, the Empress's intentions were glaringly clear. Inciting her disdain. It was inevitable for Jinhuan to recall the several baskets of silver silk charcoal and bolts of coarse cloth sent. Though intended as gifts for the young eunuchs, they were indeed thoughtful gestures. Unaware of the Empress's machinations in Suyu Pavilion, Hua Fei inadvertently garnered a few more points of goodwill in Jinhuan's heart, as she busied herself with her own matters. As night fell, Hua Fei finished her dinner early, removed her heavy makeup, donned a lighter hairstyle and palace attire, preparing to visit Sister Tuan Fei. However, just as she was about to leave, she heard the voice of the young eunuch outside the hall. Chapter 18, The Emperor Loves Me Once More. Chapter 18, Your Majesty, love me once more. The Emperor has arrived. Why has the Emperor come again? Logically, he should be preoccupied with the recent dispatch of my brother to Qinghai to quell the unrest. At this moment, he ought to be in a state of agitation, torn between fostering his own interests and fearing the burgeoning ambitions of the Yang family. Bestowing rewards upon my brother is a means to stabilize him, while the intricate and delicate psyche of Yongjing, which Hua Fei prides herself on understanding thoroughly, raises the question of why he would visit so unexpectedly on multiple occasions. With little time to ponder, Hua Fei promptly adjusted her attire and strolled outside the palace, standing at the entrance to greet the Emperor. As he approached, she, accompanied by the attendants of Equine Palace, performed a respectful bow. "Your Majesty, may you be blessed with good fortune. What brings you here today?" The Emperor bent down to take Hua Fei's hand, assisting her to rise. "Why do you say such things?" "Am I not allowed to visit if I have no matters at hand?" Your Majesty, I merely considered your pressing affairs from the previous dynasty and dared not disturb you. Huafei spoke with genuine sincerity. She truly wished to avoid any confrontation with Yongjing. However, he interpreted her words differently, believing she was reproaching him for neglecting her company for an extended period. This thought only deepened his affection for her, as he wrote, "It has been too long since I last indulged in them. I find myself quite craving them." Huafei instantly regretted allowing the little maid to take the Osmanthus cake back to Yangshan Palace earlier that day. "How old is she?" Replying to Your Majesty, the servant is 17. Fuzi, who had merely been a silent observer, hurriedly responded when Yongjing addressed her. 17, such a delightful age. I recall that when you first entered the royal residence, you were also but 17. Your Majesty has a remarkable memory. As they spoke, Huafei and Yongjing walked into the palace. At 17, Yongjing had already begun to exploit the naivete of the young Huafei, a thought that only intensified her disdain for him. "I had a light supper. What delicacies do you have to offer?" Huafei donned a cheerful expression. "The small kitchen is preparing a snow pear, white fungus, and lily soup. As autumn approaches, snow pears are most beneficial for nourishing the lungs. Would Your Majesty care for some?" For a fleeting moment, Huafei felt a pang of sorrow for the soup, which was originally intended for her sister, Concubine Enduring. Now it would be consumed by the emperor instead. "Very well, then I shall have a bowl." Songji arranged for Fuzi to serve a bowl of the snow pear, white fungus, and lily soup to Yongjing, who, after partaking, showed no inclination to leave. After setting down the bowl, his gaze fell upon several pieces of writing displayed on Huafei's desk. As he approached for a closer look, Huafei, caught off guard by his sudden visit, had not had the chance to tidy her desk. Ultimately, it bore nothing scandalous, merely copies of Buddhist scriptures and a few poorly penned characters. Yongjing casually picked up a piece of paper, examining it. "Your writing has improved considerably, my beloved. But why have you transcribed so many Buddhist scriptures?" "With the new year approaching, I wish to transcribe more scriptures to pray for the Empress Dowager's well-being. Alas, my handwriting is too unsightly. I have been practicing frequently during my convalescence." As Huafei spoke, she hastily reclaimed the Buddhist scriptures from Yongjing's grasp, awkwardly shoving several sheets into a book, adopting a bashful demeanor. Seeing Huafei's evident concern for the Empress Dowager, Yongjing felt a surge of emotion, touched by her filial piety. While observing her flustered attempts to conceal her writings, he noticed a book on her desk titled, "To my surprise, you still have a penchant for tales." Huafei felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She was acutely aware of Yongjing's fondness for well-read women. In her previous life, her lack of literary prowess had led to numerous embarrassing moments. In this life, she had hoped to learn, yet found herself unable to absorb anything substantial. Later, she discovered that the tales often contained verses and historical anecdotes, which she could recall with ease. She never anticipated that Yongjing would stumble upon this particular book, Your Majesty, Love Me Once More, which she had carelessly left on her desk. Now, as she leaned in close to reclaim the book, the proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath. The position they occupied was undeniably intimate, with Huafei leaning against the desk, effectively cornered by Yongjing. "My beloved, have I inadvertently neglected you of late?" The emperor's voice dropped to a whisper, his warm breath brushing against Huafei's ear. While she wished to deny his insinuation, fear held her tongue, and she could only bow her head in silence, a gesture he interpreted as shy acquiescence. Moved by this, Yongjing set the book aside and enveloped Huafei in his embrace. The thrill of their reunion made Yongjing believe that Yang Shilan was irreplaceable, the most beloved of all, aside from the pure and virtuous one. However, as the night unfolded, Huafei sensed impending trouble. Her ruse of feigning illness to evade the emperor's attention was likely coming to an end. Her intuition proved accurate. Early the next morning, while dressing Yongjing, he remarked, "The new year is fast approaching, and the Concubine Jing's gentle demeanor has kept her in charge of palace affairs for too long. Those under her supervision have inevitably grown lax." Noticing Huafei's silence, Yongjing continued, "I wish to restore your authority over the 6 palaces. You performed exceptionally well during the previous selection. Did you not assign Sister Shin to learn the management of the household, with her assistants, and concubine Jing overseeing matters, and the Empress managing the overall affairs? The palace would run smoothly without my intervention. Hua Fei sought to decline, yet Yangjing perceived her reluctance as a feigned invitation. How could it possibly go awry? Thus, it is settled. Hua Fei understood that Yangjing had made up his mind, and she had little say in the matter. With her brother's campaign in the northwest likely to conclude triumphantly, the emperor was merely preparing for the future. Should her brother return victorious and witness her reinstatement in the emperor's favor, it would undoubtedly sow the seeds of disloyalty in his heart. Yangjing aimed to exploit her brother's prideful oversight. Such meticulous scheming Hua Fei had intended to avoid the limelight, yet the emperor insisted on thrusting her into the spotlight. While she may have wished to shun competition for favor, losing his affection was an entire in the palace who was not adept at navigating the shifting tides of favor. Then I shall assist concubine Jing in managing the internal affairs. As your woman, it is my duty to alleviate your burdens in the palace. I need not reclaim authority over the 6 palaces. Chapter 19, The Enthusiastic Admirer, Shin Meishuang. Chapter 19, The infatuated Shin Meishuang. Upon witnessing the obedience of Consort Hua, the emperor felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He also perceived that Consort Hua had become more discerning, harboring less apprehension towards the Nian family. I shall proceed to court first. After the morning assembly, I will summon Xiaoxi to convey the edict. I humbly bid farewell to your majesty. Consort Hua performed the ceremonial farewell from Yiking Palace as the emperor departed. As soon as the emperor stepped out of Yiking Palace, Consort Hua's countenance immediately turned grave as she returned. Remember, it must remain a secret. No one, especially the emperor, must know of its existence. Consort Hua urged Songji to act with utmost discretion. It was a grave taboo for the harem to interfere in political matters, and sending letters to one's family from the palace was fraught with peril. Yet, given the urgency of the situation and the safety of the Nian family at stake, Consort Hua deemed it prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Sure enough, after breakfast, Xiaoxi arrived with a grand entourage of palace attendants to deliver the emperor's decree, reinstating Consort Hua's authority over the 6 palaces. In recognition of her diligent management during her illness, he bestowed upon her a reward of 100 taels of gold, a box of pearls, and several bolts of shoe embroidery silk. As autumn deepened, the rarity of shoe brocade brightened Consort Hua's mood considerably, particularly as she gazed at the gleaming gold and sparkling pearls. After all, few would turn their backs on wealth. In this lifetime, Consort Hua found herself less beholden to the emperor and the empress dowager for financial support, with the emperor's rewards, alongside her sister-in-law's previous contributions and the savings from the selection process. The treasury was sufficiently stocked, allowing Consort Hua to generously reward those in Yiking Palace during the festive season. News within the Forbidden City often spread with remarkable swiftness, capable of tumbling through the air without the whisper of a breeze. The decree regarding Consort Hua's restoration to her position was swiftly communicated throughout the 6 palaces. Upon learning this, the empress could do little but lament her predicament. As long as the Nian family existed, so too would Consort Hua, leaving her own position precariously unstable. Jingpin, upon receiving the news, felt a pang of anxiety. Having previously served in the Wang residence as a noble lady, she was acutely aware of Consort Hua's many cunning methods of manipulation, and she could hardly erase those memories from her mind. Meanwhile, Shin Meishuang felt a flicker of anticipation. During their last court assembly, she had observed that while Consort Hua exuded authority, she did not possess the arrogance some had described. She treated the empress with a respectful demeanor. Both women hailed from the Han army banner, and their families were martial in nature. If their relationship flourished, they would surely have much to discuss. Despite Consort Hua's formidable capabilities, the complexities of managing the harem were tedious and time-consuming, which ultimately delayed her intended visit to Duanfei. Additionally, the emperor had decreed that no palace would disturb the empress during her convalescence. Consequently, Jingpin had no choice but to accompany Shen Meishuang to report various matters to Consort Hua. Initially, Jingpin felt anxious upon arriving at Yiking Palace, fearing she might inadvertently provoke Consort Hua's ire. However, after several visits, her trepidation began to wane. As the palace maids had suggested, Consort Hua had indeed transformed into a gentler and more amiable presence since her health issues. The daily visits to Yiking Palace became little more than formal reports of affairs. Whenever Jingpin encountered a particularly challenging situation, Consort Hua would deftly resolve it, earning Jingpin's admiration for her prowess. Shen Meishuang found herself increasingly enamored with Consort Hua. She admired how Consort Hua maintained her poise and composure while adept managing the palace staff. The issues that had plagued her for so long were, astonishingly, resolved by Consort Hua within just a morning. There is a saying that a steward can become insufferable after 3 years. The Empress had always approached her duties with a leniency that inadvertently fostered a culture of laziness among the maids. After learning the intricacies of palace management, Shen Meishuang, despite having the Emperor's backing, found herself undermined by the palace staff who often dismissed her due to her youth and lower rank, offering disingenuous compliance. Jingpin felt powerless to intervene. However, Consort Hua struck an exceptional balance between leniency and firmness when dealing with the palace attendants. Shen Meishuang found Consort Hua's handling of the obstinate servants to be incredibly captivating. Day by day, her eagerness to visit Yiking Palace for greetings grew, yet she could not fathom why the Emperor consistently urged her to spend less time in Yiking Palace, insisting she return to Shenfu Palace promptly once matters concerning the 6 palaces were resolved. Shen Meishuang interpreted this as a caution against the gossip that might arise from too many concubines gathering in one place, thus prompting her to tread carefully. Nevertheless, the irresistible allure of Yiking Palace's date-paste gem cake ensnared Shen Meishuang's senses. Each time she visited for greetings, the delightful pastries caused her to forget the Emperor's admonitions. Consort Hua observed Shen Meishuang's unguarded trust in her, tinged with a hint of infatuation. Reflecting on her previous life, Consort Hua recalled how mere pots of green chrysanthemums had caused her to view Shen Meishuang as a thorn in her side, prompting her to support the Yu family against her. Even Juninghai had advised her against such actions. In those days, she had been so blinded by her infatuation that she failed to see the true nature of those around her. As the days grew colder, the palaces began to hang cotton curtains and stoke the charcoal fires. The Empress, striving to recover from her ailment, found little success in her efforts. After all, with Consort Hua managing the harem with such precision, the longer the Empress remained absent, the more the palace denizens would forget her existence. Following Consort Hua's restoration to her position, both Li Pin and Cao Guiren frequently visited. One day, Li Pin, during a courtesy call, casually remarked that Canglehai felt disheartened following Jin Huan, believing he had no future serving her, while she basked in a sense of superiority. Upon noticing the signs of aging on Li Pin's once youthful visage, Consort Hua inwardly mocked Canglehai for his folly, clinging to a golden hen who lacked the ambition to vie for favor. "Sister, the affairs of the palace are yours to manage. There is no need to inform me of such trivialities," Consort Hua replied nonchalantly, tracing the patterns on her handguard with her left hand. Consort Hua had been contemplating how to cultivate a rapport with Jin Huan. Yet, she knew that overtly seeking friendship would be unwise. After much consideration, she resolved to replicate the circumstances of her previous life, orchestrating a chance encounter with the Emperor at Yimei Garden on New Year's Eve, all the while remaining vigilant against the possible appearance of Yu Daning. Canglehai's betrayal would serve to enlighten Jin Huan about the caprices of the harem. Seeing that Consort Hua exhibited no fear of Jin Huan, Li Pin felt a sense of disappointment and shifted the conversation to the frequent reports of military victories from General Nian in the northwest. The frequent victories from the northwest suggest that the lady may soon be elevated to the rank of imperial noble consort. Li Pin, whether in this life or the last, had an uncanny ability to provoke irritation with her words. Such talk of elevation would have delighted Consort Hua in her previous life, but now it only reinforced her perception that the Nyan family's downfall was imminent. Li Pin, it seems your own rank has remained stagnant for quite some time. I have observed that the emperor visits Cao Guiren far more frequently than he does you. What could be the reason? Cao Guiren has a daughter, does she not? In her previous life, such a statement. Now, however, it merely struck her as foolishness. Cao Guiren may have a daughter, but in terms of status, lineage, and appearance, you far surpass her. Consort Hua intended to respond with a modicum of politeness, but upon recalling Li Pin's propensity to insult even her own allies, she could not help but express her disdain. Chapter 20:3 slaps Chapter 20:3 slaps. Look at your natural beauty. In the past, you were favored 3 times in one night, unmatched by anyone, but now, with your heavy makeup, where is the charming figure of pure elegance from back then? Not to mention the emperor, even I find it quite bothersome to behold. The concubine is well aware of her fading beauty with age, and cannot compare to the younger sisters in the palace. One should dress according to their age. Go reflect on that. After receiving a harsh reprimand from the noble consort, Li Pin left in a dejected manner. She could not comprehend why the noble consort suddenly became enraged while speaking. After all, she had merely stated that Cao Guiren indeed had a daughter. Harboring resentment, Li Pin exited Yikoan Palace and returned to Chixiang Palace, where she promptly sent word to Sui Yu Pavilion, requesting Kang Luhai to attend her. Just days prior, Kang Luhai had praised her beauty as unparalleled in the palace. Now, however, with the noble consort's disapproval, Li Pin craved the validation of others. No sooner had Li Pin departed than Cao Qin-mo arrived at Yikoan Palace with Princess Wenyi. The noble consort felt nothing but irritation. She could barely enjoy a few sips of her hot tea before being forced to entertain another visitor. Recalling her previous life, the noble consort remembered how Cao Qin-mo betrayed the Yang family and herself, wishing fervently that Ju Ningkai would cast her into a well. Since her rebirth, she had avoided encounters with Cao Qin-mo, fearing that her fury would lead her to strike her. Wait a moment, why could she not strike her? After all, she was known for her arrogance in the harem. It seemed she had feigned illness for so long that she had forgotten her true nature. Your servant pays her respects to the noble consort. I have heard that your health has recovered, and the emperor has restored your authority over the 6 palaces. I bring Princess Wenyi to extend my congratulations. Slap. The noble consort delivered a resounding slap, disheveling Cao Qin-mo's hair. Your Highness, I did not know. Slap. Cao Qin-mo, just as she was about to protest, the noble consort struck her again, leaving her other side of the hair in disarray. Cao Qin-mo panicked, her heart racing with fear that the noble consort had already discerned her purpose for visiting Yikoan Palace. Recently, she had heard rumors that the noble consort had encountered Princess Ling Long in the Imperial Garden, and the next day, Xin Changzai had brought Princess Ling Long to Yikoan Palace, seemingly enjoying her company. Cao Qin-mo feared that the noble consort intended to abandon her in favor of supporting Xin Changzai, prompting her to hastily bring Princess Wenyi to Yikoan Palace to assert her presence and probe the noble consort's intentions. Normally, she would have vehemently opposed Wenyi appearing before the noble consort. Your Highness, I slap. Mustering her courage once more, Cao Qin-mo attempted to speak, but once again, her words were cut short by another slap. A distinct mark appeared on her right cheek. You know well what you have done wrong, the noble consort said, rubbing her wrist, feeling a fraction of her pent-up frustration dissipate. Leave Wenyi here. You may return to the palace to reflect on your actions. Your Highness. With a fierce glare, the noble consort silenced her. To leave Wenyi behind was akin to signing her own death warrant. A surge of hatred welled up within her. If given the chance, she would ensure the noble consort's downfall. This thought had crossed her mind countless times, and Cao Qin-mo had long since forgotten why she had once been favored or how she had been able to give birth to Wenyi. In the past, when Cao Qin-mo faced complications during childbirth, it was the noble consort who had summoned the palace's finest physician and provided her with a century-old ginseng from the Yang family to save her life. Later, upon entering the palace, the noble consort had fought for her to raise Wenyi by her side, yet all this had slipped from her memory. All she recalled was the noble consort's wrath and her notoriously bad temper. She could not bear to remain beneath the noble consort, yet she was forced to cling to her in search of survival. She resented the Yang family's immense power, and she detested the noble consort's ability to live so freely and boldly. If given the opportunity, she would destroy it all. Cao Qinmo nodded obediently and retreated, with her swollen face and disheveled hair. The news of Cao Qinmo's encounter quickly spread throughout the palace. Coincidentally, and Ling Rong and Shun Maizhuang were on their way to Suiyu Pavilion when they overheard palace servants gossiping about the incident. Upon arriving at Suiyu Pavilion, they immediately relayed the story to Jin Huan. Isn't Cao Guiren favored by the noble consort? Could it be that the rumors are false? Jin Huan asked, reclining on the couch with a small blanket draped over her. Though the palace speaks thus, the noble consort has seldom visited her while ill, indicating that not all rumors can be trusted. Shen Guiren replied, feeling relieved that the silver charcoal was burning warmly in Jin Huan's quarters, easing her worries about the servants in the Internal Affairs Bureau. But everyone in the palace saw how swollen her face was and her hair in disarray, and Ling Rong noted, a hint of fear creeping into her voice regarding the noble consort's fierce methods, yet she felt a twinge of delight. Cao Qinmo, a noble consort, had suffered the noble consort's wrath, while she had received the noble consort's favor from her very first day in the palace. This demonstrated that the noble consort did not discriminate based on birth or status. Perhaps Cao Guiren truly did something wrong that we are unaware of. During my time in Yikoan Palace, I observed how the noble consort skillfully balanced strictness and leniency. She is not someone who acts irrationally, Shen Maizhuang remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the noble consort. Perhaps so. It seems that Cao Guiren may find it difficult to leave the palace for a while, Jin Huan said, instinctively trusting Shen Maizhuang without needing any reason. Let's not dwell on this. I see that even in her illness, the Internal Affairs Bureau has not treated you harshly, which puts my mind at ease. Shen Guiren changed the subject, harboring little affection for the ungrateful Cao Qinmo. Madam Shen, this is indeed a tremendous misunderstanding, Liu Zhu, who had been attending to them, interjected. You see, our young mistress and the servants of Suiyu Pavilion made their winter garments with their own hands. This silver charcoal was a reward bestowed by the noble consort for Xiao Yunzi crafting a windmill for Princess Ling Long. Mind your tongue. Jin Huan attempted to silence Liu Zhu, but it was too late. How dare those servants in the Internal Affairs Bureau withhold their master's rations? I shall certainly report this to the noble consort so that she may punish them accordingly. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The noble consort only holds authority over the 6 palaces, and managing them comes with its difficulties. Let us not add to her burdens, Jin Huan suggested, recalling how Shen Maizhuang had mentioned the palace servants were taking advantage of her youthful appearance and undermining her orders. It seemed that even the noble consort, who presided over the 6 palaces, faced her own challenges. Moreover, it appeared that she had foreseen the need for silver charcoal and cotton for winter clothing, sending a generous supply well in advance. Reflecting on this, Jin Huan felt a surge of gratitude. The kindness of providing assistance in times of need is rare, especially from someone as high-ranking as the noble consort, who still remembered her, a mere consort without favor. Jin Huan's respect for the noble consort deepened, along with her desire to protect her. Chapter 21, The Nurturing Mother of Wenyi. Chapter 21. Indeed, when it comes to matters of the harem, this clearly illustrated the Empress's formidable influence within the palace. Very well, since you have resources at your disposal for now, when you find yourself in need, I shall have Tsai. I have heard that Kang Luhai and his 2 apprentices from your palace have been summoned by Li Pin to serve. You are far too forgiving. Had it been me, I would not have let them off so easily. Oh dear, look at our beautiful Shen, ever more imposing since she has taken to managing household affairs, Jin Huan teased, seeking to lighten the mood as she noticed Shen Meizhuang's temper flaring over Kang Luhai's betrayal. And Ling Rong couldn't help but chuckle at Jin Huan's banter. Shen Meizhuang, seeing Jin Huan so unperturbed, merely rolled her eyes in response. Disloyal individuals are of no use, it is better to be rid of them for a quieter environment. With Shen Meizhuang's ire dissipating, Jin Huan expressed her thoughts. Indeed, it is preferable to have those under one's command who are well-known and trustworthy. Liu Zhu and Huan Bai have grown up by your side, having them attend to you is not problematic. True enough, yet, and sister has not brought anyone into the palace, are you managing well with those assigned to you? And Lingrong felt a mix of inferiority and joy at Jin Huan's concern for her. Bai Huan and Bai Qiu are both commendable. One is clever, the other composed. Whenever the Xie family comes to stir trouble, they can safeguard me. In this lifetime, prior to Lingrong's entry into the palace, Hua Fei had intentionally arranged for personnel. In her previous life, Jin Huan had been somewhat skeptical upon hearing of the miscarriage caused by Huan Yixiang, thus she remained vigilant regarding those around her. After Cao Qinmo departed from Yiquan Palace, Hua Fei specifically instructed for the. Additionally, she arranged for 2 more nurses to take turns caring for Wen Yi. The nurses were provided with particularly fine clothing and sustenance, consuming light meals to ensure the purity of their milk, and their garments were soft to prevent chafing Wen Yi's delicate skin. The conditions the nurses experienced in Yiquan Palace were significantly superior to those in Zhixiang Palace, allowing them to care for Wen Yi with peace of mind. Cao Qinmo discreetly sent inquiries several times to ascertain whether Wen Yi was subjected to mistreatment. The nurses merely regarded her as overly suspicious, assuring each messenger that the princess was well. However, Cao Qinmo was unconvinced, believing that Wen Yi could hardly be thriving after leaving her care. Unable to contain herself any longer, and after the marks on her face had faded, she prepared a bowl of lotus seed soup and sought an audience with the emperor, using the lotus seeds to subtly convey her deep maternal concern. Yongjing was naturally suspicious, and while he was well aware of Hua Fei's haughty demeanor, he had not heard any rumors regarding the maltreatment of Wen Yi. He felt a measure of disdain for Cao Qinmo's complaints, recognizing that her current status was bolstered by Hua Fei's support. Traditionally, the children of concubines were sent to be raised by the princes. For Cao Qinmo to keep Wen Yi by her side from infancy was a privilege she owed to Hua Fei. Now, with Hua Fei merely wishing to nurture Wen Yi for a time, Cao Qinmo's demeanor was utterly ungrateful. Yet, thinking of the Huan Yixiang in Hua Fei's palace, Yongjing's heart ached for his daughter, prompting him to visit Yiquan Palace to see the situation for himself. Without notifying anyone in advance, he proceeded directly to Yiquan Palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, he raised his hand, signaling the palace attendants to silence. He listened from outside, enchanted by the lively atmosphere within. The sounds of Hua Fei instructing Songji to lay down thick cushions, the clues of Wen Yi, and the laughter of Jingpin and Shen Guiren as they amused the child filled the air. Drawn in by the warmth of the scene, Yongjing stepped inside to find thick cushions arranged around a soft couch, creating a space for Wen Yi to roll over. Shen Meizhuang stood nearby, using a rattle to encourage Wen Yi to turn. Jingpin focused intently on Wen Yi, wary of her falling. Hua Fei sat beside the couch, removing her protective armor and jewelry, carefully feeding Wen Yi cool milk porridge. It was Songji who first noticed the emperor standing at the door, and she quickly greeted him, prompting Jingpin and Shen Meizhuang to turn around in surprise. Hua Fei gracefully descended from the couch to greet the emperor, admonishing Juninghai, "The emperor has arrived, and yet you did not announce his presence. Your diligence is waning. It is not the attendants' fault. It was I who instructed them not to announce my arrival, wishing to surprise you all. I did not expect to witness such a harmonious scene," Yongjin replied. Hua Fei smiled gently and approached, linking her arm with his as they moved to the couch. "Your Majesty, the nurse mentioned that Wen Yi is now capable of rolling over." Thanks to Jingpin's thoughtfulness, she devised this method to teach Wen Yi how to turn, Hua Fei remarked. Hearing her name mentioned, Jingpin felt a wave of gratitude, knowing that the idea had originated with Hua Fei, yet the praise was directed at her. "Your usual demeanor is so dignified and composed. I did not expect you to possess such ingenuity in caring for a child," Yongjing observed with an approving gaze directed at Jingpin. She graciously accepted the compliment, downplaying her efforts as mere trifles unworthy of the emperor's attention. "Your Majesty, do hold the princess. She has gained quite a bit of weight recently," Shen Meizhuang said, as she gently handed Wen Yi to Yongjing. He received the child, weighing her in his arms, and indeed, she felt heavier. Wen Yi's little face had visibly rounded out. Typically, Cao Qinmo kept Wen Yi confined to Zhixiang Palace, rarely allowing her to interact with others, as Li Pin was not fond of children. Consequently, Wenyi had grown timid, requiring time to acclimate before she would cease her cries upon seeing Yongjing. However, today, she was quiet and even laughed joyfully at him, warming Yongjing's heart. Huafei truly treated Wenyi well, leading Yongjing to believe that Cao Qinmo's concerns were unwarranted, yet, the continuous fragrance of Wan Yixiang lingering in Yiquan Palace caused him some trepidation. If Wenyi were to grow up surrounded by this scent, would she not face infertility in her future? Huafei, keenly observing Yongjing's expression, noted the shift from ease to tension, understanding his unspoken thoughts. Sensing the opportune moment, she straightened herself and knelt before Yongjing, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a humble suggestion regarding Wenyi's future that I must share." "Speak freely," Yongjing replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Huafei proposed that Wenyi be raised under her care, he would find it difficult to refuse. "I believe that while Cao Qinmo is Wenyi's biological mother, her family's influence is rather limited. Should Wenyi grow up with such a maternal lineage, it may hinder her prospects in finding a suitable husband." "That is a reasonable point," Yongjing conceded, unable to refute the truth in her words. "Thus, I propose that we seek a more esteemed foster mother for Princess Wenyi." Huafei articulated her thoughts carefully, noting the slight stiffening of Yongjing's hand. "A parent's love for their child is profound, and I trust that Cao Qinmo would wish for the best future for Wenyi." Chapter 22. The esteemed consort nurtures Wenyi. Chapter 22. The nurturing of Princess Wenyi by Jingpin. Yongjing was already pondering how to decline Huafei's proposal regarding the upbringing of Wenyi, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Huafei continued, "I have recently observed Jingpin's meticulous care for Wenyi, and the princess seems to be quite fond of her. It would be prudent to entrust Wenyi to Jingpin's nurturing, as this would likely facilitate her future marriage prospects." Jingpin was utterly unprepared for Huafei's suggestion to raise Wenyi. The long days within the palace could be made more bearable if she had a child to care for. Jingpin had often contemplated how wonderful it would be to have a child of her own. However, after years of infertility and the emperor's infrequent visits, she had long since relinquished such hopes. Now, Huafei had rekindled that glimmer of possibility. "Indeed, Jingpin is an excellent choice, patient and devoted," Yongjing thought, feeling a sense of relief. He had initially feared that Huafei would propose keeping Wenyi close to himself. The suggestion now put forth by Huafei was genuinely considerate of Wenyi's welfare, making it difficult for him to refuse. He recalled his own childhood when the current Empress Dowager had sent him to be raised by Empress Xie, a decision that had greatly aided him in carving a path to the throne amidst his brothers. Thus, he found merit in Huafei's intentions, yet, as he reflected on his childhood envy of the bond shared between his 14th brother and their mother, he spoke, "Very well, the princess shall be entrusted to Jingpin's care. However, should Lady Cao wish to see Princess Wenyi, Jingpin, you must not obstruct her." Jingpin was overwhelmed with joy, never expecting her long-held wish to be realized. She hurriedly knelt before Yongjing, expressing her unwavering commitment to care for Wenyi and to treat Lady Cao with kindness. Yongjing permitted her to rise, noticing the tears welling in her eyes. He recalled that he had taken her into his household primarily to counterbalance Huafei's influence. In the Wangfu, she had served as a concubine in Huafei's court, often attending to her, which had inadvertently yet, Jingpin had consistently shown him great respect and had never stirred trouble. He felt a sense of guilt for her. Granting her a child could be seen as a form of recompense. Upon returning to Chixiang Palace, Lady Cao had initially believed Yongjing to be suspicious of her words and had ventured to Yiquan Palace to investigate. She anticipated finding Huafei mistreating Wenyi and hoped to bring her back. However, to her dismay, she did not find Wenyi but rather Yongjing's decree, which arranged for Wenyi's upbringing to be entrusted to Jingpin. Upon receiving the edict, Lady Cao was overcome and fainted. When she regained consciousness, the realization that Wenyi was no longer hers led her to weep uncontrollably on several occasions. Upon hearing this news, Liping could not help but mock in delight from the main hall of Chixiang Palace. "Now that she has lost her daughter, let us see how she competes for favor with this palace." The Empress, perplexed by Huafei's unexpected support for Jingpin in seizing a child, sensed a change in Huafei's demeanor. Determined to uncover the situation, she instructed Jinqiu to seek information from Fuzai about the happenings in Yiquan Palace. However, Huafei had already taken precautions. Whenever there were significant matters at hand, Fuzai had been dispatched elsewhere by Shun Ninghai. Had Fuzai remained in Yiquan Palace, she would have witnessed only what Huafei wished her to see. Indeed, when Jinqiu returned from her inquiry with Fuzai, she reported that Lady Cao had angered Huafei and had received 3 slaps before Wenyi was allowed to remain in Yiquan Palace. Later, when Lady Cao complained to the emperor, he noted Jingpin's kindness towards Wenyi and consequently assigned her to raise the princess. 3 slaps, why was I not informed of this? The empress inquired. Not long ago, your highness was unwell, and I thought it was merely Huafei's internal strife. Lady Cao lacked a notable family background and had long depended on Huafei, suffering greatly in the process. Now that Huafei had orchestrated the loss of her daughter, the empress was curious to see whether this dog would turn against its master. The empress resolved that she could no longer afford to be ill, for it was Jingpin's daily reports from Yiquan Palace regarding the affairs of the 6 palaces that had granted her the opportunity to raise Princess Wenyi. With a child in her care, Jingpin's status would likely elevate as well. Looking around, it seemed the harem was currently dominated by the Han Army's banner. The empress summoned physician Zhang from the Imperial Medical Institute to prescribe a potent remedy. Despite Zhang's insistence on her resting, the empress was resolute. She believed that this strong medicine would restore her health promptly, yet she understood that should her ailment resurface, her suffering would be doubled. Reflecting on the fierce medications she had endured over the years, she dismissed the pain of a headache in light of her inability to conceive. Indeed, within days, an edict from Jingren Palace announced the empress's recovery and her resumption of daily greetings. Jin Huan, still unwell, was informed with care that she need not attend the greeting ceremony alongside the other concubines, as the empress wished to avoid any exacerbation of her ailment. The long-awaited greeting assembly commenced, with Huafei, as usual, arriving fashionably late. After the other concubines had paid their respects and wished the empress well, she allowed them to take their seats. A young eunuch outside then announced, "The noble Huafei has arrived." Huafei, supported by Songji, entered with grace and poise, exuding an air of confidence. The empress thought perhaps she had overanalyzed the situation. After all, one's nature is hard to alter, and it was unlikely that Huafei had undergone a significant transformation. Palace rumors should not be taken at face value. Long live the noble Huafei! The concubines, who had barely settled, stood once more to greet her properly. "Please, be at ease. I come to pay my respects to the empress. It has been some time, and you appear to have lost quite a bit of weight," Huafei remarked, executing a formal bow before taking her seat without waiting for the empress to excuse her. The empress felt no anger towards this, but rather a sense of relief. "Although you have been unwell, your grace remains intact," she responded with a poised smile. "One hears that the noble Huafei's ailment was not severe." "It is said you even took a stroll in the imperial garden not long ago," interjected Xie Dongchun, unable to restrain herself. "It is said that those who are ill should spend time outdoors to clear their minds, which hastens recovery. It seems the noble Huafei's frequent walks in the imperial garden have contributed significantly to her swift recuperation." Upon hearing Xie Dongchun's pointed remarks, Shen Meizhuang frowned but soon relaxed, setting down her teacup, unable to resist defending Huafei. "The noble Huafei appears to be in good health. I have heard she even encountered Princess Linglong in the imperial garden." Qi Fei chimed in, echoing Xie Dongchun's sentiments. "It is unclear what favor Princess Linglong has garnered from you, but I have heard she accompanied her to Yiquan Palace for quite some time the following day." Chapter 23. Personally nurturing Linglong. Chapter 23. Personally educating Linglong. Xie Dongchun felt an overwhelming sense of affirmation regarding her decision as she stood on the same side as Empress Qi. Clinging tightly to the Empress's support proved to be a wise choice. Although she was merely a concubine at present, with a powerful empress and a Qi concubine backing her, she found little to fear from Huafei, who was but a mere consort. With a heart full of self-approval, Xie Dongchun continued, "This girl Linglong may appear young, yet she is quite clever. She knows precisely where the wealth lies within this palace. Xie concubine, remaining silent does not mean no one perceives you as mute. After 3 months of education from the nurturing matron, you still show no progress," Huafei remarked, casting not even a glance at Shir Dongchun seated below her. Delicately lifting the teacup from the table, she took a sip and frowned at the familiar taste of last year's Longjing tea. Upon hearing this, Shir Dongchun instinctively wished to retort, but recalling the rigorous training she had endured for over 3 months, coupled with her recent liberation and the fact that she had yet to serve the emperor, she bit her tongue. "Thanks to your reminder, I nearly forgot about this matter," Hua Fei said, her fingers deftly arranging her hair without a hint of disarray. "Speaking of which, Linglong is rather undisciplined. The other day, when physician Jiang suggested I take a stroll in the imperial garden to alleviate my ailments, I encountered Linglong dashing about without a care, displaying no sense of decorum. It seems she has been raised without the guidance of her biological mother, having spent her days in the company of the 4th prince." The empress, sensing the direction of Hua Fei's words, felt a strong urge to prevent her from continuing. "Linglong is still young. In the excitement of play, it is understandable that she inadvertently bumped into your highness. There is no need for you to hold a child accountable for such a trivial matter." The empress spoke gently, her gaze directed at Hua Fei. "Indeed, as the empress says. That day, Xinchang brought Linglong to apologize to me, yet the child stubbornly refused to admit her fault, clearly spoiled by her nursemaids. I have observed the 3rd prince, raised by Sister Ji, who is indeed well-mannered and sensible, a testament to Sister Ji's diligent upbringing. It is evident that Linglong, as she matures, must receive proper instruction from her mother. Would you not agree, Sister Ji?" Hua Fei continued, disregarding the empress's interjection. Sister Ji, upon hearing Hua Fei's words, felt an unexpected swell of pride, interpreting it as the most flattering remark she had ever heard from Hua Fei since their acquaintance. Naturally, as the ancient proverb states, Mencius' mother moved 3 times for the sake of her son's education. Historically, successful children have always been well taught by their mothers. Linglong, not having been raised alongside Xinchang, has indeed lacked proper guidance from her nursemaids, resulting in her poor manners. The day Linglong collided with your highness, I took her to Equin Palace the following day to seek your forgiveness. However, Linglong's mischievous nature, compounded by her infrequent presence by my side, made it difficult for me to discipline her. I humbly request your forgiveness, Hua Fei." Xinchang knelt at an opportune moment, her voice tinged with sorrow as she implored Hua Fei for mercy. "HMPH, a mother should certainly take greater care of her own child. It seems to me you ought to keep Linglong by your side for a time, to instill some discipline in her, lest she grows up to become like certain individuals, speaking without restraint and making a mockery of herself. That would indeed disgrace the royal family." Hua Fei cast a sidelong glance at Shir Dongchun, her sarcasm not lost on the other consorts present. "I shall heed your advice, your highness," Xinchang replied promptly, before the empress had an opportunity to speak. "Should you fail to educate her properly, I shall have no choice but to follow the emperor's example and find Linglong a knowledgeable and sensible wet nurse, much like Jingpin," Hua Fei warned sharply, her expression swiftly transforming into a forced smile as she turned to the empress. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot, with the empress in good health, the affairs of the harem must be managed by you, esteemed empress. I have overstepped my bounds." Hua Fei tilted her body towards the empress, her words laced with faint contrition, yet her gaze betrayed her disdain. "That is of no concern. The emperor has granted you the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces. His will is my will, and your service to the emperor is also a means of alleviating my burdens. What wrong have you committed?" The empress felt a deep-seated aversion to Hua Fei's arrogance and high-handedness, but news from the former dynasty regarding the continuous victories in the northwest front compelled her to suppress her feelings. "Then, Xinchang, keep Linglong by your side and educate her well. Should anything be lacking or wanting, send someone to inform me at Jingren Palace." "I thank the empress for her concern on behalf of Linglong," Xinchang said, bowing deeply in gratitude. "I shall ensure that Linglong is well educated." Internally, Xinchang pinched her own palm, fearful that a smile might betray her true feelings. Seated below, Caoqin silently observed the unfolding drama, her gaze filled with venomous intent as she focused on Hua Fei, who remained blissfully unaware. Once Hua Fei had accomplished her aims, she retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and delicately dabbed at the corners of her mouth. Then, placing her right hand on Songji's, she rose. "After this lengthy discourse, I find myself fatigued. The physician has advised me to rest more, so I shall take my leave. Indeed, one recovering from a serious illness ought to rest adequately, the Empress thought bitterly to herself, lamenting her status as Empress and the weight of being a virtuous consort. Huafei executed a hasty bow and departed. The other palace ladies, noting the Empress's displeasure, quickly paid their respects and retreated, leaving only Sister Qi behind. Within the inner hall of Jingren Palace, the Empress shattered a teacup on the small table in a fit of rage. Upon witnessing this, Sister Qi hurriedly knelt to inquire, "Your Highness, I am unaware of any wrongdoing on my part." "It seems to me that you have grown increasingly close to Huafei," the Empress replied. "Your Highness, you wrong me. Huafei has always been at odds with me, how could I possibly be amicable with her?" Sister Qi protested, inching forward on her knees. "Is that so? It appears you are indeed quite foolish, oblivious to the fact that Huafei has used you as a pawn," the Empress retorted. "I am dim-witted. I beseech your Highness for guidance. Huafei intends for Xinjiang to personally educate Linglong, using you and the third prince as leverage, and you fail to see through her machinations. With a mother as dull as you, it is no wonder the third prince shows no promise." Upon realizing that she had been manipulated by Huafei, Sister Qi's mind raced. She instinctively doubted the Empress's words. In her view, Huafei had always been a formidable opponent, merely skilled in verbal sparring. Such intricate schemes were beyond her capabilities. Moreover, being belittled by the Empress, who also disparaged her son, stirred discontent within Sister Qi. "Your Highness must be overthinking. Recently, Linglong has frequently visited my palace to pay her respects to Xinjiang. That girl is indeed rather ill-mannered," Sister Qi said, her irritation evident as she recounted Linglong's antics. "She has broken. Such behavior causes me great distress, and I have repeatedly urged Xinjiang to discipline her. Perhaps Huafei is genuinely exasperated." The Empress, realizing Sister Qi was beyond reform, closed her eyes and sighed deeply, wishing for her to vanish from sight. Sister Qi, feeling insulted by the Empress's comments about her son, did not linger, quickly bowing to take her leave, her mind occupied with thoughts of the Empress's growing paranoia. Physician Zhang had cautioned the Empress about the need to stay calm after administering the potent medicine, warning that any agitation could exacerbate her ailments. Huafei's elevation of Xinjiang, her dismissal of Cao Guiren, her reconciliation with Jingpin, and her newfound camaraderie with Shen Guiren all indicated the influence of someone behind the scenes. It was hard to believe that Huafei, with her limited intellect, could devise such a brilliant strategy. As the Empress pondered this matter, Qiu Jian arrived with news, announcing that Xie Dongchun had requested an audience. Chapter 24, The Summer's Night Vigil. Chapter 24, The Summer Lady attends the Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress granted permission for the Summer Lady to enter. "Your servant, the Summer Lady, pays her respects to your Majesty and wishes you well." This time, Summer Dongchun did not err in her etiquette. "Rise, for you have already offered your respects to me. Why must you exhaust yourself with another visit? Your servant has recently been studying the rules under the tutelage of the nurturing matron, and has greatly benefited from your Majesty's grace. However, I have not had the opportunity to serve you directly, which weighs heavily on my heart. You are indeed thoughtful and observant, not forgetting to gather tidings from Equine Palace while learning the rules. Jinqiu, provide her with a seat," the Empress commanded, gesturing for Jinqiu to bring a stool for Summer Dongchun. "Your Majesty, I understand that my 3 months of relearning etiquette was not your intent. I am well aware of those in the harem who look down upon me." Seeing herself favored by the Empress, Summer Dongchun gleefully shifted in her seat, expressing her loyalty to the Empress. The Empress, however, slightly furrowed her brow, pondering that after 3 months of study, there had been little improvement. What foolishness! Yet, she maintained a benevolent smile. "Now that you have mastered the rules, you may rest assured in the palace. I will ensure that the Emperor remembers you at the right moment." With the Empress's assurance, Summer Dongchun was overjoyed. She rose from her seat and knelt before the Empress, repeatedly thanking her for her support. Upon returning to the Palace of Eternal Harmony, upon noticing Summer Dongchun approaching with a beaming smile, the noble Lady Fuchao signaled her maid, Sanger, to close the door, while she herself removed her armor and began to play the guzheng. The Empress had sent word that she was to perform before the Emperor on New Year's Eve, a splendid opportunity that she must not ruin. Noticing the door being shut, Summer Dongchun disdainfully rolled her eyes before turning on her heels and striding towards the side hall where Lingrong resided. Hearing the sound of the guzheng from Lady Fuchao's quarters, she paused, turned back, and spat towards the palace. She is merely attempting to learn the art of seduction to entice the Emperor. Just wait until I ascend to the position of Mistress of Eternal Harmony, she shall see what is in store for her. Summer Dongchun revelled in her own authority for a while before seeking out Lingrong's discomfort. Coincidentally, Lingrong was carrying a newly crafted quilted cover for the stove to visit Jin Huan, leaving Summer Dongchun feeling bored and returning to her own quarters to ponder her preparations for the Emperor's visit. As the days grew colder, Jin Huan's lingering cold showed no signs of improvement, and Lingrong continued to refrain from attending the Emperor. Through the Empress's recommendation, Summer Dongchun finally fulfilled her long-held wish and successfully attended the Emperor. According to intel from a discreet informant, the Summer Lady was quite unruly, her laughter and merriment echoing throughout the entire chamber. After attending the Emperor, Summer Dongchun returned to the Palace of Eternal Harmony, where she boasted extensively to Lady Fuchao and about her newfound favour. Summer Dongchun was brazen and unrestrained, relying on her favour to act with arrogance, which drew considerable discontent from the other ladies in the palace. However, the Emperor seemed quite taken with her demeanour, as most of the concubines in the palace were dignified and graceful. Where was the exuberance of a lady like Summer? For several consecutive days, Summer Dongchun attended the Emperor. As per the informant's report, Summer Dongchun was adept at many novel entertainments. Pleased with her performance, the Emperor decreed the restoration of her previous rank. The Empress also presented her with a unique, fragrant statue of Kuan Yin carved from blood-red agate, hoping for Summer's swift conception of an heir. Finally, Summer Dongchun welcomed her moment of great favour. She placed the Kuan Yin statue in her chamber, and each morning, the first thing she did upon waking was to offer incense to Kuan Yin, beseeching her for the blessing to conceive a son. Hearing of this, Hua Fei merely curled her lips in a sardonic smile, hoping that Summer Dongchun would live a little longer, to vex the Empress for a few more years. As the year drew to a close, the first snowfall descended upon the Forbidden City. Throughout the night, snow blanketed the rooftops and streets in a thick layer. As Shen Meishuang and Jingpin emerged from the Palace of Happiness, the snow began to fall once more. "It is truly bitterly cold," remarked Fu Zai as she lifted the cotton curtain, ushering Shen Meishuang and Jingpin into the main hall. The warmth and fragrant aroma of the Palace of Eternal Harmony thawed their chilled limbs. "Were you not instructed to refrain from coming today due to the slippery roads? I did advise her to stay away. However, Lady Shen insisted on coming today for the hot pot feast in Equine Palace. She simply had to partake in this meal." As soon as Jingpin entered, she jested with Shen Meishuang. Time reveals the strength of a horse, and over the past few months, the grievances between Jingpin and Hua Fei had long been resolved. Jingpin had secretly visited the Dowager Consort, noting the numerous tonics sent by Hua Fei. This led Jingpin to harbour her own suspicions. Moreover, with Hua Fei exerting her influence to keep Wen Yi in her palace, Jingpin was now preoccupied with caring for Wen Yi in the Palace of Happiness, having long forgotten the number of bricks in her quarters, let alone which might have developed fine cracks. Furthermore, Jingpin understood that she was but a pawn in the Emperor's game to balance Hua Fei's power, and her years of grievances ultimately lay with the Emperor himself. For years, the Emperor feigned ignorance, and life continued to be a compromise. Every woman in the palace sought to please the Emperor to survive and thrive. Love was the most futile thing in the harem. Had she never held affection for the Emperor, Jingpin had merely recognized the true nature of a ruler early on. Now, seeing that Hua Fei had also seen through it all, why should she remain ensnared by the past? "Dear sister Jingpin, you are always so playful with me. Did you not hear me mention that Hua Fei is hosting a hot pot feast today? You hurried over without even donning a proper cloak, causing me to miss my carriage." Shen Meishuang took off her cloak and handed it to Cai Yue, then moved to the charcoal basin to warm her delicate hands while, "What if you were to slip and fall on the way here?" Hua Fei signaled Songji to serve tea to Jingpin and Lady Shen, urging them to sit down quickly, each receiving a new stove for warmth. "Enjoying a hot pot in the snow brings a unique delight," Shen Meishuang replied playfully, gazing out at the snowy scene. She is still thinking about the osmanthus wine buried beneath the tree. Did you not say you would dig it up for a taste once it snowed? Jinping unabashedly teased Shen Meishuang. Seeing the snow fall, Lady Shen hurried over in eager anticipation. Meishuang has quite the memory. She recalls even the smallest remarks I make, proving she is indeed a foodie. This splendid snow scene, coupled with the red plum blossoming in the courtyard, would be perfect if Wanner were here as well, Shen Meishuang said, disregarding her face teasing, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window. Upon hearing Shen Meishuang's words, her Fei's thoughts were stirred. Chapter 25, Red Plum, White Snow, Warm Wine, and Hot Pot. Chapter 25. The noble consort Hua summoned Juninghai to enter, instructing him to take her palanquin to the shattered jade pavilion to fetch the beloved consort Wan for a small gathering. Upon hearing Hua Fei's words, Shen Meishuang's eyes sparkled with joy. The noble consort truly favored her. Inside the shattered jade pavilion, Jinhuan felt a sense of intrigue upon learning from Juninghai that consort Hua had extended the invitation. When she heard that Consort Jing and Consort Shen were also in Equine Palace, she realized that Sister Mai must have implored the noble consort to invite her as well, filling her heart with delight. After changing into a water blue chipao and donning a cloak, Liu Zhu handed Jinhuan a warm brazier, while Huanbai assisted her into the palanquin. Juninghai and Kui Junzi accompanied on either side as they made their way to Equine Palace. Wan Changzai has arrived, announced Juninghai at the entrance of the main hall of Equine Palace. Inside, the dining table was already set by Songji and a young palace maid with a colorful enameled copper pot, newly presented from Shu, featuring a small chimney with charcoal burning within. The pot contained a simmering broth, one red and one white, surrounded by an array of freshly cut vegetables and meats. The wine cups were warmed with freshly dug wine from beneath the osmanthus tree, and the room was filled with the fragrant mingling of osmanthus and wine. How delightful! This aroma makes one feel intoxicatingly merry, Juninghai said as he lifted the cotton curtain for Jinhuan to enter. Upon stepping into the main hall, Jinhuan was met with the enticing scent of osmanthus wine. Inside, Consort Hua, Consort Jing, and Shen Meishuang were playfully encouraging Wen Yi to crawl forward with a cloth tiger, while Juninghai was fetching Jinhuan. Consort Jing had even summoned a wet nurse to bring Wen Yi from Xianfu Palace. The snow had ceased falling, leaving a thick blanket that would not melt right away, and with an extra layer of cotton quilt, Wen Yi would not be too cold on the journey. Now, if Consort Jing were to leave Wen Yi for even a moment, she would become quite anxious. Moreover, they had to finish their lunch at Equine Palace before returning, making it unbearable for Consort Jing to be apart from Wen Yi, whom she insisted on keeping in her sight. At last, you've arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting you for quite some time, Shen Meishuang exclaimed as she rushed to greet Jinhuan. The moment they met, their hands clasped joyfully, forgetting even the customary greetings. The snow makes the roads slippery. I have delayed your meal, dear sisters, Jinhuan replied, noticing Consort Hua and Consort Jing smiling at them from behind Shen Meishuang. She quickly stepped forward to offer her respects. Your humble servant pays her respects to noble Consort Hua and to Consort Jing. I thank noble Consort Hua for granting me the use of the palanquin. Although Jinhuan was delighted, she did not neglect her manners. Consort Jing gently urged her to rise, while Consort Hua instructed the wet nurse to take Wen Yi away to nurse. She then walked over to Jinhuan, taking her hand to sit beside her at the dining table. We are not in a hurry, but you have made Sister Shen wait quite a while. She has been longing for the osmanthus wine since ages ago. Songji just warmed it, and Consort Shen has paced back and forth at the door several times. The guests took their seats, and Songji poured wine for the esteemed ladies. Jinhuan, with her straightforward nature, raised her cup, the blue and white porcelain cup accentuating her delicate fingers. Today is my honor, to be invited by noble Consort Hua, and to gather here with my sisters. As I have arrived late, I shall pour myself a cup as a self-punishment. Her bright eyes shone with warmth, and through the rising steam of the pot, Consort Hua found Jinhuan truly enchanting. After finishing one cup, Songji refilled it. Jinhuan raised her cup once more with a cheerful smile. For this second cup, I wish for all my sisters to enjoy this moment of joy year after year. Just as Jin Huan was about to drink it all, she was stopped by Shen Meishuang. You are still unwell. How can I allow you to self-punish with 3 cups? Is it not that you are greedy for noble consort Hua's wine, intentionally drinking more? Shen Meishuang lifted her cup. Let us both wish for our 2 sisters to enjoy this moment together. Seeing Shen Meishuang stop Jin Huan, consort Hua and consort Jing exchanged smiles and raised their cups in return. The 4 of them drank together. As the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly lively, they all set aside their formalities. The 4 esteemed ladies, finding the palace maids cumbersome for washing and preparing the dishes, decided to take matters into their own hands. This tribute vegetable is exceedingly rare in winter. When cooked with tofu, it remains intact and has a delightful crispness. I have never tasted it before. Indeed, the little kitchen of noble consort Hua lives up to its reputation, Jin Huan remarked as she dipped a piece of tofu into the spicy pot. Consort Hua was taken aback. The seemingly delicate Jin Huan had quite the appetite for spicy food. The spicy pot, specially prepared by the chef brought from Shu, failed to daunt Jin Huan. Sister Mai, do try this duck blood. It becomes extremely tender when briefly cooked in the spicy pot, Shen Meishuang suggested, though she herself preferred the mushroom soup which suited her palate. Mindful of her figure, Shen Meishuang only had 3 bowls of soup. Consort Shen is not fond of spicy food. Do not trouble her. This mushroom soup with matsu take is also excellent. Mai Zhuang, do give it a taste, consort Hua said, serving a matsu take to Mai Zhuang with a serving spoon. What a pity, such a delicious spicy pot, and Sister Mai cannot enjoy it, Jin Huan teased, playfully winking from behind her soup bowl. Consort Hua, who relished spicy food, often had the little kitchen prepare Sichuan dishes for her cravings, and she was pleasantly surprised to find Jin Huan shared her taste, endearing her further. The other one who enjoyed spicy food was Consort Jing, who had quietly finished an entire plate of lamb without a word. Seeing Consort Jing's fondness, Consort Hua instructed the little kitchen to slice more lamb for her. As the wine flowed and the dishes delighted, the faces of Consort Hua, Consort Jing, Shen Meishuang, and Jin Huan flushed with a lovely rosy hue. The 4 sat with their chins resting on their hands, gazing out the window as snow began to fall once more. Outside, clusters of red plums were dusted with a thick layer of snow. The contrast of red plums against white snow, the warmth of wine and hot pot, and the company of dear friends made life feel exceedingly joyful. Consort Hua mused that if life were to remain this splendid, it would be perfect. Consort Jing thought to herself that she never expected to experience such a delightful moment in her life. Jin Huan, suddenly inspired, stood up, declaring her intent to go outside to admire the plums. Allow me to pluck a few beautiful red plums for noble Consort Hua to enjoy. Consort Jing and Consort Hua, feeling the effects of the wine, did not stop her, and Shen Meishuang joined Jin Huan outside. Initially, the 2 were diligently selecting plums under the tree, but unexpectedly, when Meishuang turned around, Jin Huan stealthily scooped up a snowball and threw it at her. Meishuang was hit and turned back, smiling affectionately at Jin Huan. Oh, you wait, Huaner. Shen Meishuang pretended to pick up a snowball to retaliate, and Jin Huan quickly dodged away. Consort Hua and Consort Jing watched from indoors as the sounds of laughter and play echoed outside. Even their maidservants joined in the snowball fight. At the entrance, the wet nurse, holding Wen Yi, watched the lively snowball fight with delight, her hands dancing in joy. Inside, Consort Hua and Consort Jing silently observed the playful antics of the 2, occasionally raising their cups, reminiscing about the spirited days of their youth, which had been devoted to Emperor Yongjing. Songji felt that Equine Palace had never been as cheerful and lively as it was now. Just as everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, a palace maid rushed in with urgent news. Chapter 26, The Request for an Audience with Lady Cow. Chapter 26, Your Highness, Lady Cow requests an audience. Upon hearing the palace maid's announcement, the drowsy minds of the gathered ladies instantly sharpened. The hazy gazes of Jingpin and Huafei focused intently. Shen Meishuang and Jin Huan halted their playful banter in the courtyard, allowing Cai Yue and Liu Zhu to brush off the remnants of snow from their garments. Once they were tidy, they proceeded into the inner chamber. What brings her here in such heavy snow? Huafei remarked with evident displeasure, her face clouded with impatience. Just tell her I am fatigued and wish to take a nap. Send her away. Your Highness, Lady Cao expressed her longing for her daughter. She first went to Xinfu Palace and, upon learning that Jingpin brought Princess Wenyi to our Equine Palace, she hastened here, Juninghai explained from the side. Your Highness, the Emperor has permitted Lady Cao to visit Princess Wenyi. If we refuse her entry, wouldn't he provide her grounds to complain to the Emperor later? Recalling the Emperor's words only heightened Hua Fei's agitation. This Cao Qinmore must have received some news to come here so boldly. She was inherently cautious and would never act so recklessly. Very well, let her wait outside for a while. I shall freshen up before allowing her in. Hua Fei signaled to Songji, instructing her to have the attendants clear away the wine cups and dishes, ensuring the chamber was tidy and free of any lingering scent of alcohol, before lighting the delightful incense anew. After Hua Fei, Jingpin, and Shen Meizhuang had refreshed themselves and rinsed their mouths with tea to dispel the remnants of wine, Zhen Huan declared, "It is time for my medication. You have been ill for a long time, it is unwise to see too many people. I shall have Juninghai escort you back," Hua Fei responded. "Your Highness's concern for me is greatly appreciated, but with a guest present, it is better for the steward to remain." "A junior eunuch will suffice to accompany me back," Zhen Huan replied, inwardly admiring Hua Fei's wisdom. Conversing with intelligent individuals was indeed effortless. Hua Fei's gaze fell upon the hand warmer that Liu Zhu held for Zhen Huan, made of brocade and green satin. This was a gift from the Empress, a piece given to each of the new ladies in the palace. Though the fabric was luxurious, it was not rare within the palace. What was remarkable was the intricate stitching, the embroidery of which far surpassed that of the embroiderers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. "This hand-warmer cover is exceptionally exquisite. It is not merely a product of any lady in the palace," Hua Fei remarked. Zhen Huan's eyes followed Hua Fei's gaze to the warmer, and she smiled in response. This was a gift from Ling Rong, crafted by Indaniang herself. Upon hearing this, Hua Fei's lips curled into a gentle smile. Indaniang possesses remarkable skills. Tomorrow, I shall also request her to make one for me. Hua Fei then had a serving of duck blood tofu packed into a food box and arranged for Juninghai's young apprentice to escort Zhen Huan back to Suoyu Pavilion. Consequently, when Cao Qinmore entered, she beheld a harmonious scene of three women playfully attending to Princess Wenyi on the soft couch. Seeing her daughter so joyful and healthy despite their separation brought Cao Qinmore a flicker of solace, yet it was accompanied by deep regret and dissatisfaction. She could not reconcile giving birth to her daughter only to see her wed to another. Hua Fei was well aware of her sentiments. In a previous life, Cao Qinmore had betrayed her in pursuit of favor. This time, Hua Fei intended to slowly torment her, ensuring that she would find no escape from the clutches of despair, paying the price for the Yang family. "Your servant pays respects to your Highness, and to Jingpin." Despite her sorrow, Cao Qinmore did not forget the proper decorum. Hua Fei offered not even a glance towards her, and it was Jingpin who finally commanded her to rise. Cao Qinmore and Shen Meizhuang exchanged formal greetings. I went to Xinfu Palace, where the attendants informed me that Jingpin had brought Wenyi to your Highness's Equine Palace. Holding the warm hat, she spoke cautiously and humbly. "I thought to try it on Wenyi. If it does not fit, I can always make adjustments." Jingpin signaled to her chief maid, Rui, who accepted the hat from Lady Cao and placed it on Princess Wenyi's head. It fit perfectly. Lady Cao gazed at her daughter with adoration, reluctant to move an inch. Jingpin, feeling compassionate, instructed the wet nurse to let Lady Cao hold Wenyi for a moment. Cao Qinmore carefully cradled her, gently rocking her shoulders to lull her to sleep. Hua Fei, however, grew impatient with Cao Qinmore's overtly submissive demeanor. With a sidelong glance towards her, she pressed her fingertips against her temples, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Wenyi has seen you. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave. I am fatigued." Having consumed a considerable amount of Osman thus wine, Hua Fei felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, and though the wine was mild, it now left her with a slight headache. Upon sensing Hua Fei's dismissal, Cao Qinmore quickly returned Wenyi to the nurse and knelt down. "Your Highness, I have matters to discuss." Jingpin and Shen Meishuang, perceptive to the situation, recognized that Cao Qinmo seemed to have something significant to convey. Jingpin stood and bowed to Hua Fei, stating, having been out for some time, "It is time for Wenyi's nap. I shall bring her back another day for your highness's greetings." With that, the two departed with Wenyi back to Xinfu Palace. Hua Fei did not permit Cao Qinmo to rise, she remained kneeling on the floor. "Now that it is just the two of us, speak, what is it?" "Your Highness, the Emperor has recently shown favoritism towards Xie Changzai. It is said that she behaves quite indiscreetly during the Emperor's bedchamber visits." Cao Qinmo spoke slowly, cautiously gauging Hua Fei's expression. Hua Fei had initially closed her eyes to feign a light slumber, but upon hearing this, she lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a profound gaze towards Cao Qinmo. "Oh." Seeing Hua Fei's interest piqued, Cao Qinmo continued, "I have heard that Xie Changzai often boasts to Fu Shagui and Andaniang about her favored status and intimate encounters with the Emperor. Such words are truly unbecoming. And what insight do you offer?" Hua Fei remained in her feigned repose. She had heard countless accounts of Xie Changzai's behavior from Songji, and she was already weary of the topic. "Your Highness, as Xie Changzai is the Emperor's consort, her disregard for his well-being could be reported to the Empress Dowager. Surely, she would impose severe punishment upon the Xie family and reprimand the Empress for her protection of Xie. Would this not solidify your power in managing the 6 palaces?" In former times, Hua Fei would have valued the authority she held over the 6 palaces and would have heeded Cao Qinmo's counsel, hastening to inform the Empress Dowager. However, now, she simply regarded Cao Qinmo with a penetrating gaze, as if attempting to see through her very soul, sending a chill down Cao Qinmo's spine. Chapter 27, Bestow a Crimson Robe. Chapter 27. Bestow a length of crimson. The Empress Hua gazed at the kneeling Cao Qinmo, contemplating for a moment before a triumphant smile unfurled upon her lips. "If that is the case, then you shall run an errand for me. Proceed to the Sinning Palace to visit the Empress Dowager." She instructed Songji to massage her temples, speak with her regarding the recent happenings within the palace. "It is well known that you were promoted by me. Your presence there will be as if I am there in person, and the Empress Dowager will surely attribute the matter to me." "Your Highness," Cao Qinmo attempted to voice her objection, yet the memory of the 3 slaps she had received in Yiquan Palace silenced her. A wave of shock coursed through her. She had never anticipated such cunning from the Empress Hua. Just days prior, the Empress had summoned Cao Qinmo to Jingren Palace, promising that should Cao Qinmo assist the Empress in dealing with the Xie family through the Empress Hua's influence, she would petition His Majesty to elevate Cao Qinmo to a concubine's rank, allowing Wenyi to return to her side for nurturing. Cao Qinmo had pondered this strategy for many days before arriving at such a solution. For a long time, the Empress Hua had willingly acted as her dagger, relishing the nefarious schemes that Cao Qinmo devised. Yet now, the Empress was becoming less compliant. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry along. I await your good news. Should the Empress Dowager not impose a severe punishment on the Xie family and reward me instead, I shall hold you accountable, and you shall never see Wenyi again." Cao Qinmo's breath quickened. Once again, the Empress used Wenyi as leverage against her. Resigned, she could only acquiesce, exiting the hall and making her way towards Shokang Palace. "Hold on, Juninghai, the roads are treacherous in this snow. It would be unwise for noble consort Cao to venture alone. Accompany her, ensure her safety." The Empress Hua severed Cao Qinmo's last avenue of retreat. She had intended to seek aid from the Empress, but now that path was blocked. Juninghai limped to Cao Qinmo's side, gesturing for her to proceed. "Noble consort Cao, please." His tone held a firmness that brooked no refusal. The journey from Yiquan Palace to Shokang Palace felt fleeting, and they arrived in no time. "Noble consort Cao, please, I shall wait for you at the entrance." Juninghai expressed his reluctance to enter, clearly disinterested in this matter. "Empress Dowager, noble consort Cao seeks an audience outside," and Xu she announced as she entered the hall to report to the Empress Dowager, who was engaged in worship. "Noble consort Cao." The Empress Dowager pondered, perplexed, for noble consort Cao never visited Shokang Palace alone. She always accompanied the Empress Hua. What could have prompted this? "Let her in." "Your servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. May you enjoy longevity and peace." Cao Qinmo entered the hall and performed a grand salute to the Empress Dowager. This situation was indeed complicated. As a mere noble consort, how could she bring forth grievances against a favoured individual? Should the Empress Dowager severely punish the Shear family, it would inevitably incur the Emperor's wrath upon herself. The Empress had originally intended for Concubine Hua to incite the Empress Hua into taking direct action against the Shear family, but Concubine Hua could not reveal her compliance with the Empress's directives, thus concocting this plan. If successful, the Empress would achieve multiple objectives, punishing the Shear family to uphold the palace's regulations without jeopardizing the relationship between the Emperor and the Empress, while simultaneously instilling a degree of caution in the Emperor towards the Empress Hua's arrogance. How could Concubine Hua be unaware of the Empress's intentions? Yet, with thoughts of Wen Yi, she unhesitatingly chose to betray the Empress Hua. She was not concerned that the Empress Hua might report her to the Empress Dowager. The Empress was the maternal niece of the current Empress Dowager, and under any circumstances, the Empress Dowager would protect her, thus, suggesting that the Empress Hua take such an action against the Empress Dowager was also a gesture of allegiance from Concubine Hua. To her surprise, this time, the Empress Hua did not play by the usual rules. Rise. On this snowy day, what brings you to my presence? The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea and bade Concubine Hua to stand. Concubine Hua weighed her words carefully, ultimately steeling herself to speak. I wonder if the Empress Dowager is aware that recently, Shear Changzai has been quite favoured by His Majesty. Since the Shear family has been in attendance, no other ladies of the palace have had the opportunity to serve. Is that so? The Empress Dowager questioned, intrigued. Indeed. Furthermore, the Shear family has been exceedingly arrogant, making lewd remarks to the palace sisters after each attendance, which is truly most unbecoming. I see, but why are you the one to report this? Where are the Empress and the Empress Hua? The Empress is still unwell, recovering from a head ailment, and is not well informed about this matter. Concubine Hua's thoughts began to crystallize. Upon learning of this, the Empress Hua was furious and wished to execute the Shear family outright. I deemed it more prudent for the Empress Dowager to make the final decision, hence I dissuaded the Empress Hua, and she entrusted me to convey this matter to you. I understand. You are indeed loyal, often accompanying the Empress Hua. She has a tempestuous temperament. At times, her actions can be impulsive, and you must advise her prudently. The Empress Dowager's tone was gentle and amiable. Zhu, go fetch that jade bracelet and pearl earrings from my jewelry box. Aunt Zhu quickly complied, and the Empress Dowager handed the pearl earrings to Concubine Hua, adorning her with them. You are commendable. Take this jade bracelet to the Empress Hua as a reward for her diligent management of the 6 palaces. Your servant thanks the Empress Dowager for the gift. Concubine Hua felt a surge of relief at her own cleverness and left in high spirits with the reward. Upon reaching Ikuan Palace, she presented the jade bracelet bestowed by the Empress Dowager to the Empress Hua. The Empress adorned herself with it, raising her fair wrist to admire the bracelet's luster in the snow light streaming through the window. Indeed, you are my loyal hound. I knew you would win the Empress Dowager's favour. Depart now, and be more diligent in devising schemes for me. I shall ensure you continue to see Wen Yi. Seeing the Empress Hua beguiled by her flattery, Concubine Hua could not help. Once she ascended to the rank of concubine and when Yi returned to her side, she would certainly make the Empress Hua regret her actions. As soon as Concubine Hua exited the main hall of Shokang Palace, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Zhu, investigate the recent shifts within the palace. What is the Empress up to, and what schemes is the Empress Hua concocting? And what of the Shear family? What sort of enchantress is she? Ensure you uncover every detail for me. The Empress Dowager had always sensed something amiss. Why would the tempestuous Empress Hua refrain from seeking accolades? Strange occurrences often herald deeper plots, and Zhu was adept, and after years of inactivity, she was astute in discerning the truth. She engaged in conversation with her old acquaintance Fang Ruo and swiftly gleaned all the information the Empress Dowager had requested. In just a few words, Aunt Zhu elucidated the recent palace dynamics. The Empress Dowager listened, her laughter tinged with mockery. The Emperor is also quite foolish. How could someone like Shear be worthy of such favour? Dispatch a decree. The Shear family has spoken arrogantly and sullied the palace. Let them be punished with a length of crimson and exiled to the cold palace. Empress Dowager, having practiced Buddhism for many years, would such a punishment not be too bloody? Zhu Shi could not help but advise, for the Empress Dowager had not resorted to such brutal measures in many years. How else to awaken those seductive foxes in the harem? The Shear family has been brazen for too long, and who knows how many hearts have been stirred. If we do not spill a bit of blood to frighten them, will the Emperor's health still be assured? Indeed, Empress Dowager, your foresight is profound. The watchful Empress Dowager remained a sharp blade. Soup with pickled bamboo shoots and old duck. Chapter 28, Pickled bamboo shoots and old duck soup. As Yongjing sat in the Yangshan Hall reviewing memorials, he was approached by Zhu Shi, who invited him to dine with the Empress Dowager that evening. A sense of suspicion arose within him. Every time the Empress Dowager took the initiative to summon him to Shokang Palace, it invariably indicated that mischief was afoot in the harem. He pondered which nefarious individual had provoked her displeasure this time. Observing the heavy snowfall outside, he decided to summon Su Peixing and proceeded directly to Shokang Palace with Zhu Shi. Inside Shokang Palace, the heated kang was ablaze, and the Empress Dowager sat silently, sifting through an old red fox cloak. Lost in thought, the voice of Su Peixing from outside jolted her back to reality. Upon entering, Yongjing noticed the Empress Dowager had just tucked away a slightly worn red fox cloak. This garment is quite old, why do you still wear it? Is the imperial household not diligent enough? I shall speak with the Empress about this, and ensure those idle officials are reprimanded. Your servant merely tidied up some old belongings. This year's new garments have already been delivered by the imperial household, and the Empress manages the household with great frugality. She has just recovered from an illness, it would be unwise to disturb her. Your words are wise, mother. I shall heed your counsel. Yongjing's gaze lingered on the red fox cloak for a moment before he averted his eyes. On their way, Su Peixing had inquired about the happenings in Shokang Palace. Yongjing was aware that Concubine Hua had approached the Empress Dowager to accuse Shir, which stirred discontent within him. Recently, Concubine Hua's actions had grown increasingly erratic. First, she repaid kindness with malice, falsely accusing Hua Fei of mistreating Wen Yi, and now, she had the audacity to speak of her favor with the concubines before the Empress Dowager. Knowing the Empress Dowager had become aware of this, he braced himself for yet another lecture. As expected, once the matter of the red fox cloak was set aside, the Empress Dowager delved straight into the main issue. I have heard that the Emperor has recently taken a particular liking to a certain Changzai. Indeed, Shir Changzai is lively and clever, quite unlike the other concubines who adhere strictly to the rules. I find her rather refreshing. Without rules, there can be no order. The Emperor's indulgence towards Xirsha sets a poor precedent. If other concubines were to follow suit, it would lead to chaos in the harem. How could the Empress manage such disorder? Furthermore, Xirsha has boasted about intimate matters to the other concubines, using it as a means of ostentation. If word of this reaches the previous dynasty, what face will the Emperor have to show? Yongjing understood that Xirsha was both bold and brash, yet hearing her brazenly discuss private matters made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He regretted his recent excessive leniency. You are right, mother, I acknowledge my error. Yongjing, a man in his 40s, appeared as obedient as a 3-year-old child before his mother. I have already bestowed a woman who disrupts the palace should rightly be dealt with severely. However, seeing as the year is drawing to a close, I will grant her a reprieve. The Empress Dowager's anger subsided somewhat upon witnessing her son's genuine remorse. Everything shall be at your discretion, mother. Although Yongjing felt a tinge of regret at the fate of Xirsha, such a daring woman had brought him a refreshing experience, yet he reminded himself that as a wise ruler, he must not allow himself to be swayed like Emperor Cheng. He resolved to set Xirsha aside. The Empress Dowager, perceptive and astute, could easily discern the Emperor's thoughts. It was natural for a man to have carnal desires. Fortunately, he understood moderation, and thus she refrained from excessive admonishment, choosing instead to address another matter. Regarding Concubine Hua, I have heard that you entrusted Wen Yi to Jingpin for her upbringing. Indeed, this was suggested by Hua Fei, who remarked that a parent's love for their child requires foresight. For Wen Yi's future, it is essential to find her a foster mother of high standing. The Empress Dowager felt relieved upon hearing this and held Hua Fei in higher regard. The number of heirs in the palace is limited. The third prince Hongshi is raised by Qifei, while Linglong is cared for by Xinchangzai. Both of their maternal families possess considerable standing, whereas Cao Gairen's lineage pales in comparison. Your consideration is indeed prudent. The Empress Dowager recalled how Cao Qinmor had just slandered Hua Fei and secretly allied herself with the Empress, who had manipulated Cao Qinmor into persuading her to take action against Shirshir. This left her feeling discontented with both the Empress and Cao Qinmor. However, as the Empress was her own niece and a source of pride for the Ular Nara clan, she could only direct her discontent towards Cao Guiren. Such disloyalty renders her unsuitable to guide Wen Yi. Yongjing, sensing that his mother shared his sentiments, felt the earlier displeasure regarding the treatment of Shirshir dissipate entirely. Cao Qinmor is cunning and treacherous. It was only with Hua Fei's protection that she was able to give birth to Wen Yi. Now, she shows no gratitude for the past. Hua Fei has indeed become much more composed in her actions of late, no longer as reckless as she once was. The Empress Dowager felt a sense of satisfaction at Hua Fei's recent restraint. However, although Hua Fei is considering Wen Yi's future, she remains a target of Cao Gairen's resentment. In truth, I believe that Xilan's nature is not inherently malicious. Her previous arrogance and impulsiveness stemmed from Cao Qinmor's scheming behind the scenes. Since your Majesty feels this way, then it is indeed wise to distance oneself from such ungrateful individuals, lest we raise a tiger and invite disaster. Now that Hua Fei is composed and obedient, should she once again fall under Cao Qinmor's influence, it could lead to irreparable mistakes. Yet, Wen Yi is still young. I constantly find myself thinking of her as Wen Yi's biological mother. He wished for his child to be spared the pain he had endured. Wen Yi is still in infancy and unaware of her surroundings. I have observed that Jingpin treats Wen Yi as her own. When Wen Yi first arrived at Xianfu Palace, she was unaccustomed to her new environment, and Jingpin took her in her arms daily, soothing her to sleep. Jingpin's devotion is no less than that of Cao Guiren, her biological mother. The Empress Dowager, aware that she had touched upon the Emperor's tender feelings, gently guided him. Moreover, Cao Guiren is devious and malevolent. Should Wen Yi grow up under her influence, what might she secretly impart? Our royal offspring must not associate with the ungrateful. Seeing Yongjing's resolve wavering, the Empress Dowager pressed on. The future of our children will reflect the teachings of their mothers. Qifei and the third prince are prime examples. While the third prince may not be exceptionally gifted, he has inherited his mother's straightforwardness and lacks the cunning malice. Your Majesty, are you praising me or criticizing me? Qifei interjected. I understand, mother. The Empress Dowager, witnessing her son's firm decision, chose not to elaborate further. She did not wish to part with Cao Guiren, yet she understood that Cao Guiren had become a weapon for the Empress. Should such a treacherous individual be employed by the Empress, she feared she might not see her grandchildren before closing her eyes. Thus, executing Cao Guiren served as a warning to the Empress. Chapter 29, Consort Xiang and Noble Concubine Jing. Chapter 29, Concubine Xiang and Concubine Jing. At present, there is but one prince and two princesses in the palace. The Emperor is preoccupied with state affairs and must also consider the inner court. Next year, I hope to hold more grandchildren in my arms, the Empress Dowager remarked. Upon hearing the Dowager shift the conversation towards the topic of childbirth, the Emperor felt a twinge of frustration. With so many women in the harem, why was there no sign of activity? My fortune is lacking, unlike my father, who was blessed with a flourishing lineage, Yongjing replied, his tone laced with resentment. It was not for lack of effort on his part, but rather the inadequacy of the women in the harem. The Dowager observed her eldest son, whose head was bowed, and sighed softly, recalling the robust figure of Hua Fei, a woman of undeniable suitability for bearing sons. She reminisced about the male fetus she once ruthlessly arranged to be terminated, thinking that had it been born, he would now be a studious and skilled young lad, and the more she pondered, the deeper her regret grew. As the dowager aged, her heart softened, and she tentatively inquired, "Hua Fei has been notably composed of late. I have heard she even advised Niang Gengyao to temper his ambitions. Will you still bestow the fragrance of Huan Yi upon Hua Fei?" However, upon reflecting on the mountain of good news from the Yangshan Hall, he quickly reaffirmed his decision. Naturally, she has grown accustomed to it. If it were to be abruptly taken away, she would overthink it. The dowager, witnessing the emperor's unwavering stance, refrained from further discussion and could only wish for the other concubines to bear children soon. After the conversation, Yongjing and the dowager shared an evening meal, which featured Yongjing's favorite dish, pickled bamboo shoots and old duck soup. It was a rare occasion that the emperor consumed a third bowl, and the dowager did not dissuade him. Following the meal, mother and son parted on amicable terms, and Yongjing proceeded to Xinfu Palace, intent on continuing his efforts to secure an heir with Shen Meishuang. Subsequently, the dowager issued decrees to the 6 palaces. She has spoken indiscreetly, disrupting the palace's decorum. She is to be given a length of red cloth and sent to the cold palace. Cao Guiyuan has provided valuable counsel, purging the palace's atmosphere, and is to be promoted to the rank of Ping, with the title of Xiang. Jingpin has long served in the palace, her disposition gentle and kind. She has diligently cared for Wen Yi and is to be recorded as Jingfei. As the new year approaches, the conferment ceremonies for Xiangpin and Jingfei will be held after the eve of the festival. The Empress's health has not yet recovered, and she finds managing the internal affairs overwhelming. Thus, all matters for the festival will be entrusted to Hua Fei, with Jingfei and Qifei assisting her. Upon the issuance of the dowager's decree, the 6 palaces were thrown into an uproar. Cao Qinmore felt justified in her decision to resign herself, as the dowager had elevated her to the rank of Ping without the Empress's intervention. The return of Wen Yi to her side was now imminent. Not only had she attained the rank of Ping, but she also aspired to achieve the status of Fei, and eventually Gui Fei, determined to climb step by step towards a bright future for herself and Wen Yi. In Chixiang Palace, Pin was incensed to hear the news of Cao Qinmore's promotion to Ping, shattering 2 teacups in her fury. Although the dowager had conferred the title of Xiangpin upon Cao Qinmore, she decreed that there was no need for her to relocate to another palace. Given the difficulties of winter renovations, arrangements would be made for Xiangpin to move in the spring. Within Chixiang Palace, the 2 mistresses, Xiangpin and Pin, were at odds, yet the servants were adept at navigating the shifting tides, increasingly heeding the orders of the newly anointed Xiangpin, while Pin was increasingly neglected. Pin learned that Cao Qinmore's rise to favor was due to Hua Fei's backing, attributing it further to the fact that Xiangpin had borne children. The presence of offspring made Xiangpin all the more valued by Hua Fei. Powerless, Pin resorted to consuming 3 bowls of fertility medicine daily to vent her frustrations. Though the Empress had subtly stripped her of control over the 6 palaces, she felt a sense of relief. The dowager, her aunt, would not impose severe penalties even in anger. Now, by utilizing the dowager and Xiangpin to deal with Shirshir, she had safeguarded the health of her beloved man without incurring the emperor's ire, achieving a trifecta of Upon learning of the dowager's edict, Hua Fei exhibited little emotional upheaval. To her, the role of overseeing the 6 palaces was not a reward, but rather a burden. Moreover, Hua Fei discovered that certain events from her previous life were likely to recur in this one, albeit with significant alterations in outcome due to her rebirth. The promotions of Cao Qinmore and Jingpin, once granted by the emperor in her past life, were now bestowed by the dowager in this one. The title, Xiang, bestowed upon Cao Qinmore in the previous life for assisting the emperor in overthrowing the Nian family, now signified her role in aiding the empress in purging the palace's atmosphere. Jingpin's elevation to Fei in her past life was a strategy by the emperor to counterbalance Hua Fei's influence, while this time it served to elevate the status of Wen Yi's mother. Although the outcomes were similar in both lives, the paths taken were starkly different. How, then, could the Nian family avoid the fate of total annihilation in this life? Hua Fei could not accept that her rebirth would lead her down a path of repetition. She was determined to save both the Nyan family and herself from calamity, yet she had yet to devise a plan for their salvation. A sense of powerlessness and sorrow in the face of fate enveloped Hua Fei. She recalled how, during their time in the Wang residence, her mistress had been especially close to the current Duan Fei, who could always uplift Hua Fei's spirits with just a few words. Thus, she suggested that Hua Fei visit Duan Fei, as she had heard her health had not been good since the onset of winter. Reminded of the osman thus and lotus seed soup she had prepared previously, Hua Fei considered visiting Duan Fei but had been thwarted by the emperor. With the emperor frequently favoring Fu Cha Guiren and Sister Shen of late, she surmised he would likely not come to Yikuan Palace that night, and thus instructed Song Ji to prepare for a nighttime visit to Yanqing Palace. Within Yanqing Palace, Duan Fei was drinking the medicine prepared by Wen Shichu. Although outsiders perceived her as suffering from a persistent cough since winter's arrival, she knew that her health was gradually improving. As night fell, her cough diminished, and her sleep became more stable. Since reconciling with Duan Fei, Hua Fei had discreetly enlisted Wen Shichu to treat her. While Hua Fei was aware that Wen Shichu was associated with Shen Huan, she trusted him due to his upright character and innate desire to help the ailing. Furthermore, Wen Shichu's low profile in the Imperial Medical Institute made him less conspicuous, yet his medical skills far surpassed those of Jian Cheng and Jian Shan, which gave Hua Fei confidence in his abilities. Additionally, Hua Fei sought to use him to relay more information to Shen Huan, as the dynamics within the harem were not as they appeared. In her past life, Cao Qin had orchestrated a trap involving cassava flour, and had it not been for Duan Fei, this indicated that the chance encounter between Duan Fei and Shen Huan at the Qingliang Terrace had fostered their relationship. In this life, with Hua Fei and Duan Fei reconciled and Wen Shichu treating Duan Fei, should Duan Fei and Shen Huan fortune, such a naturally formed alliance would be far more steadfast than one forged through mutual benefit. In this life, Hua Fei yearned for genuine friendship, rather than mere opportunistic ties. With these thoughts in mind, Juninghai and Songji accompanied Hua Fei to Yanqing Palace. Chapter 30, The Empress Dowager's Infidelity. Chapter 30, The Empress's Secret Affair. Once again, it was Zhixiang who opened the door, and after several visits, she had become much more composed. She welcomed the Empress into the inner chamber and, together with Songji, proceeded to brew tea, while Juninghai stood guard outside, vigilant to the movements around the Yanqing Palace. Duan Fei felt that this resembled a clandestine affair. Upon hearing Duan Fei's metaphor, the Empress shot her a disdainful glance, saying, "Everyone in the palace knows that Duan Fei is the epitome of propriety. If others were to overhear your words, your reputation would surely be at stake." Unaware of the Empress's impending visit, Duan Fei had already removed her hairpins, her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall, and donned her night attire, engrossed in a book. As the Empress strode in with her usual arrogance, Duan Fei could not help but utter that metaphor, and now, hearing the Empress tease her, she could only cover her mouth with the book and chuckle. "Your Majesty visits at such a late hour. May I inquire as to your purpose?" The Empress noted that Duan Fei's pallor had improved since their last meeting. Under the flickering candlelight, Duan Fei's bare face glowed with a natural blush, a testament. "I have been utterly swamped during the day, so I thought to seek refuge here for a moment of tranquility." Zhixiang and Songji served the exquisite Renhua silver tea and then discreetly withdrew. "Dear sister, you possess such fine tea, yet I was completely unaware." The Empress lifted the teacup and took a sip, savoring the exceptional quality of the Renhua silver tea. The warmth of the tea brought her a sense of calm. "You are remarkably capable, such trifles are hardly a challenge for you. Pray tell, what weighs heavily on your mind?" The Empress could not confess that she had been reborn. With her head bowed, she let out a faint, bitter laugh. The once imperious Empress now bore a hint of desolation, her slender fingers tracing circles around the rim of the teacup. Hearing Duan Fei's words reminded her of the past, when Duan Fei had often comforted her during troubling times, and the Empress found herself recalling a particular matter. By the way, among the new concubines, there is one whom the Empress has mentioned bears an uncanny resemblance to someone. Sister, having entered the palace earlier, you must know more about the matters within the Wang residence. It would be wonderful if you could meet her. Perhaps you would discern who she resembles. Jin Huan. Duan Fei set down her book and turned to the Empress. Upon hearing Duanfei utter those two words, the Empress's spirits lifted, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, Duanfei had a keen awareness of her surroundings, remaining well informed about palace affairs even in her illness. The Empress recalled how she had lost to Duanfei in her previous life. It was no surprise. Precisely. It was on the day of the selection, when Juninghai gathered this information, albeit rather carelessly. Duanfei observed that while the Empress appeared more, the Emperor speaks of Empress Chun Yuan daily. Unfortunate is it that I entered the Wang residence too late. By the time I arrived, Empress Chun Yuan had already. The Empress was well versed in the tales of the late Empress Chun Yuan, not for trivial reasons, but because she had held the Emperor's heart. In her previous life, the Empress had memorized every detail related to the Emperor. As she spoke, her voice trailed off. She turned to meet Duanfei's gaze, bathed in candlelight, their eyes locked, and in that moment, the Empress grasped the unspoken understanding between them. I encountered that young woman on the day of the first snow. Zhisheng assisted me in taking a stroll, and as we approached the small gate of your Equine Palace, I observed her leaving in your palanquin. From a distance, she bore a striking resemblance to Empress Chun Yuan, perhaps 7 or 8 parts similar. 7 or 8 parts similar is sufficient to stir the Emperor's affections, the Empress interjected. The Empress quickly connected the dots, realizing why the Emperor had shown such favor to Zhenhuan, granting her the privilege of the Jiefang and bathing her in the waters of the Tangquan Palace. Zhenhuan was merely the Emperor's substitute for his yearning for Empress Chun Yuan, reflecting on Zhenhuan's gaze, which had mirrored her own feelings for the Emperor in her previous life. The Empress pondered how Zhenhuan would react if she discovered that she was but a replacement. The Empress further inquired about many aspects of Empress Chun Yuan's past, her beauty, temperament, talents, and preferences. It was evident that the Emperor's affections had remained steadfast. He favored gentle, beautiful women who were well versed in literature and art. With a cold smile, the Empress thought, what man does not prefer such women? Duanfei described Empress Chun Yuan as exceptionally beautiful, unmatched even among the banners of the Manchu 8 flags. The Empress mused that she too had been considered a paragon within the Han military flag, yet regardless of her standing, the Emperor had shown her little affection. Beauty was but a trinket, valuable only when the Emperor felt secure in his throne. However, in this life, the Empress resolved to make the most of her beauty, and that of Zhenhuan. Reflecting on her past, she recalled how the Empress had leveraged her connection to Empress Chun Yuan to gain the Emperor's sympathy, turning the tide in her favor. Although she had been present, she had failed to grasp the underlying meanings in their exchanges. Recalling how Cao Qinmor had advised her to regain favor, the Empress had sung their Lu Dongfu without understanding its significance. Yet, when Empress Chun Yuan was mentioned, the Emperor's demeanor had shifted, paving the way for her eventual reinstatement. In her previous life, Empress Chun Yuan had been a most effective tool, yet the Empress had remained oblivious. This time, she vowed to honor the legacy of Empress Chun Yuan and make full use of her enduring brilliance. The following day, Huang Guiquan from the Ministry of Internal Affairs sought the Empress's guidance regarding the arrangements for the New Year's Eve banquet. The Empress recalled how, in her previous life, her misplacement of a potted red plum had stirred the Emperor's emotions, leading him to encounter Zhenhuan in the Yimei garden. Subsequently, Zhenhuan had been mistakenly identified as Yu Danying, resulting in a series of unexpected developments that deepened the Emperor's feelings for her. It became clear that the root of all these events lay with her. Other arrangements are of little concern. We shall adhere to the customs of previous years. However, I have noticed that the red plums in the Yimei garden are flourishing splendidly this year. Let us gather more and display them at the New Year's Eve banquet, to infuse the celebration with vibrant cheer. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty, Huang Guiquan replied, bowing low, his head bobbing as he flattered her with ease. Huang Guiquan, you must remain vigilant in your duties. You ought to know who is to be employed and who is not within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Recently, I observed a palace maid humming a conch tune while working in the Yimei garden. Her demeanor suggested she was the master and not a mere servant. The empress sat regally in her elevated position, extending her delicate hand for Sungji to apply a generous layer of pearl cream for warmth, affording not even a glance towards Huang Guiquan. After the hot compress, the pearl cream could be washed away with rose water, ensuring her hands would remain free of fine lines throughout the winter. In her previous life, the empress had adorned herself solely for her own pleasure. Chapter 31, Osmanthus and Sesame Glutinous Rice Balls. Chapter 31, Osmanthus and Sesame Tang Yuan. The festive season is bustling, and I have been rather careless. I shall return to check on the personnel arrangements at Ime Garden. Despite it being the heart of winter, with snow blanketing the ground outside, Huang Guiquan was sweating profusely. The oppressive presence of the Huafei was daunting. Even though he was a distant relative of the Yang family, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation in her presence. Having an unruly palace maid under his supervision could lead to severe repercussions if she were to ascend the dragon bed and gain favor over Huafei. He feared she might flay him alive. The Huafei was notorious for her jealousy, and the air in the palace was thick with the scent of bitterness, a sentiment well known among the servants. As long as you are aware of the situation, carry on with your duties, she said, casting him a sidelong glance. Huang Guiquan hesitated to retreat. The imperial treasury was lacking, and the upcoming spring festival, the first since the emperor's ascension, required grand preparations. However, he had no means to conjure funds and could only muster the courage to report this matter. Upon hearing there were no funds available, the Huafei couldn't suppress a roll of her eyes. What good did it do to inform her of the lack of money? Could she magically produce it? With the treasury depleted, they would have to celebrate modestly. She had no intention of supplementing it herself. In her previous life, the Huafei would have drawn upon her brother and sister-in-law's contributions to ensure a splendid celebration for the emperor. Yet, in this life, she was inclined to save even the modest gifts meant for the Empress Dowager during the new year, all for the sake of appearances. That deceitful pair of mother and son were truly despicable. In her previous life, as the deputy managing the inner palace, she had to ensure her husband maintained his dignity while also preventing him from feeling he was living off the resources of a concubine. Who could truly comprehend the complexities of that experience? Reflecting on her past, she recalled how ministers had impeached her brother for corruption, yet much of that wealth had been spent on the emperor, who had never contemplated that calculation. Meanwhile, the subordinates diligently executed their tasks, and as the new year approached, they too deserved to share in the festivities. Managing subordinates required a balance of authority and benevolence. It was unacceptable to enjoy a comfortable life while treating others harshly. As for that Fuji, having been under her watch for some time, he was a diligent man. Although he often relayed messages to the Empress, he had not divulged any vital information, merely what the Huafei wished him to convey. The efficacy of one's work lies in the focus and diligence applied. Since the emperor's ascension, he has advocated for frugality. With the treasury lacking, we must economize. However, this matter should await my report to the emperor, who will make the final decision. The Huafei replied patiently, allowing him to leave. Huang Guiquan bowed deeply as he exited the main hall of Yikeng Palace. A skilled woman cannot work without resources. The Huafei contemplated seeking an audience with the emperor to preempt any mockery arising from an overly frugal New Year's Eve banquet, lest the blame fall upon her shoulders. In this vein, Sungji instructed Zhu Ninghai to summon a palanquin, and she made her way to Yangshan Palace. In her previous life, the Huafei had placed great importance on managing the 6 palaces, as it was a testament to both her favor and the emperor's affection. However, in this life, she felt that Yongjing merely sought to extract every ounce of value from the women of the inner palace. He wished to utilize the imperial consorts to maintain loyalty to their maternal families from the previous dynasty while also expecting them to bear children and manage the old. Observing Shen Meishuang diligently learning the intricacies of household management, treasuring her favor with the emperor, while her father, Shan, had served loyally in the previous court, reminded her of her own past. With these thoughts in mind, the Huafei's feelings for Yangjing dimmed further. Upon reaching Yangshan Palace, she found Yangjing at his desk, reviewing memorials from various officials offering their New Year greetings. The emperor appeared somewhat disinterested, currently inscribing a large read character on a document. At that moment, a young servant entered, bowing deeply to announce, "Your Majesty, the Huafei requests an audience." Upon recalling the Huafei's radiant smile, the emperor had no hesitation in favoring her over the mundane affairs at hand. As she entered Yangshan Palace, she signaled to Songji to assist her in removing her cloak before stepping forward to pay her respects. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Yangjing approached and lifted the Huafei, enclosing her small, icy hand within his warm grasp, and "Have the servants been negligent?" he inquired. Songji and the others are very attentive, the Huafei replied, presenting a radiant smile that warmed Yangjing's weary heart. "Your Majesty, Dr. Jian mentioned that the Empress has been somewhat frail since her recent miscarriage, and after suffering from a headache that has yet to fully resolve, she has been overexerting herself. With winter upon us, she often experiences cold hands and feet," Songji interjected cautiously, bowing respectfully. "Mind your tongue, the emperor has many affairs to attend to, such trivial matters." Yangjing felt a pang of guilt for having previously insisted that the Huafei manage the 6 palaces to ensure her continued favor, as he had pressured her into such a role for his own gain. "If you are unwell, Songji has done well." Taking her hand, Yangjing led the Huafei towards the Rohan couch within Yangshan Palace. "I am merely a bit weak, I shall recuperate. You must be weary from reviewing memorials for so long. Songji, please bring in the food box. This morning, I had the kitchen prepare some osmanthus and sesame tangyuan, and I brought a bowl for you to enjoy and rejuvenate," the Huafei said, as she and Songji worked in harmony to present a steaming bowl of fragrant tangyuan before Yangjing. A wave of warmth washed over Yangjing. Indeed, Ceylon was truly considerate. In truth, the Huafei had simply decided to bring the leftover tangyuan after sending some to the Xianfu Palace and the Suoryu Pavilion, adhering to her. "The previous court remains unstable, and the treasury is lacking. Let us keep it simple, just a family gathering behind closed doors," he replied, savoring the tangyuan, which had been skillfully crafted to retain the fragrance of osmanthus while eliminating the bitterness of the flowers, and was not. In reality, the Huafei had instructed the kitchen to reduce the sugar for fear of weight gain. "Understood, Your Majesty," the Huafei affirmed, deciding not to linger any longer. Just as she prepared to rise and take her leave, Yangjing grasped her waist, drawing her into his embrace, causing her to unwittingly settle onto his lap. Chapter 32, The Yang Family Enterprises. Chapter 32, The Yang Family Industry. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" The Empress Hua was genuinely taken aback by the actions of Emperor Yangjing. "Your hands are cold. Allow me to warm them," Yangjing said, leaning close to inhale the delicate fragrance wafting from her neck. "How delightful the scent is! It is the fragrant essence bestowed upon me by Your Majesty, which I apply daily, thus adorning myself with its lingering aroma," Hua Fei responded, her body instinctively stiffening at the intimacy of the moment. "Indeed, I am particularly fond of this fragrance, unique to you alone." "I shall visit you tonight," Yangjing declared, a stirring response igniting within him as he held the warm, fragrant beauty in his arms, an awareness that did not escape Hua Fei. "In recent days, Your Majesty should refrain from troubling me and perhaps visit one of the other consorts instead," she playfully nudged against him, entwining her arms around his neck and adopting a coy demeanor. Hua Fei spoke truthfully. She was indeed experiencing her monthly cycle, causing her hands to feel cold without the warmth of a hand warmer. Yangjing felt an increasing tension in his lower abdomen. "You mischievous girl, then I shall wait a few days." Internally, tumultuous emotion surged within her, yet she maintained a serene facade, observing the Emperor's inscrutable expression. In her previous life, after Hua Fei's demise, Cao Qinmore had been secretly condemned by both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, leading to her gradual. Hua Fei, unaware of the fate that awaited Cao Qinmore, held a profound reverence for life and death in this new existence. Though she harbored hatred towards Cao Qinmore, she had never entertained. Hua Fei had resolved not to stain her hands with blood in this lifetime, there were myriad ways to inflict suffering upon a person, far more agonizing than death itself, which was the most merciful conclusion. Understood. Consort Xiang shall be interred with the honours befitting her rank in the Imperial Mausoleum. As for Lady Xie, I shall leave her matters to the Empress, Yi Yongjing replied with a disinterested tone, twirling a jade bead between his fingers. Her face suppressed her turbulent thoughts, attempting to discern any hint of emotion from the Emperor's countenance. However, he had reverted to his usual regal indifference, prompting her to bow and take her leave. Once outside the Yangshan Palace, seated in her palanquin, her face struggled to accept the reality of Consort Xiang's demise. In her previous life, moments before her own end, Concubine Hua had just been elevated to the rank of Consort Xiang, poised for a life of grandeur. How could it be that in this lifetime, she had barely assumed her new role before meeting her end, unless, of course, Concubine Hua had met the same fate in her previous existence? To confirm her suspicions, Hua Fei summoned Juninghai for investigation. The sudden absence of a long-standing adversary left her feeling somewhat disoriented, prompting her to instruct Song Ji to redirect the palanquin to Xinfu Palace. Given her current entanglement with Xinfu Palace, there was no longer any reason for discretion. Within Xinfu Palace, Shen Meishuang and Jing Fei were entertaining Wen Yi when they received the shocking news of Concubine Hua's demise. Just as Hua Fei arrived, the two were eager to inquire about the situation. However, upon entering, Hua Fei found herself at a loss, observing the lively scene of Wen Yi playing about. The accounts they had heard were consistent. A sudden illness had claimed Concubine Hua's life. Jing Fei felt a twinge of unsettling satisfaction. At least no one would compete with her for Wen Yi's affections. People are inherently selfish, and this was the only time in her life she allowed herself such self-interest. After spending some time with Wen Yi, a maid from Yikon Palace arrived with news that the new year was approaching, and Madame Yang had sent gifts from Qinghai that required her immediate attention, prompting her return to Yikon Palace. Initially, Hua Fei had intended to spare Concubine Hua's life in this lifetime, yet fate had conspired otherwise. A few days prior, she had heard from the Imperial Medical Institution that Concubine Hua had fallen ill, but Hua, considering the years Concubine Hua had spent in her service, imbued with the fragrant essence, she believed that other than being unable to conceive, her health should be robust enough to recover from a minor illness. Ultimately, her negligence had led to this outcome. Overthinking would yield no results. Hua Fei had her suspicions about the identity of Concubine Hua's true adversary, but required Juninghai to validate. Upon entering Yikun Palace, Hua Fei noticed an array of Northwest delicacies and curiosities sent by her sister-in-law, realizing that this was not solely her sister-in-law's doing but also her brother's influence. Her brother had always relished bringing her unique items from his travels. A letter from Madame Yang was also presented to her. Although Yang Gunyao had begun as a scholar, he later pursued a military career, resulting in his wife's straightforward correspondence. The letter detailed the customs and culture of the Northwest, painting a picture of a harsh yet endearing land, rich with folk art. Among the gifts was a Dunhuang figurine crafted by a skilled artisan, reminiscent of Hua Fei's childhood. The letter also reminisced about the recent Mid-Autumn Festival, during which Yang Gunyao and Yang Fu had shared drinks under the moonlight, with Yang Gunyao expressing his deep yearning for his sister and his desire to retire from military life to embrace a pastoral existence. Although the letter appeared to be a casual exchange, a closer reading revealed its clever nuances, subtly acknowledging the emperor's generosity that had bestowed their current fortunes upon them. The remainder of the letter consisted of familial pleasantries, urging Hua Fei to worry less, eat well, and take care of herself without fretting over her family. In a moment of exuberance, Madame Yang boasted of her successful ventures in Qinghai, encouraging Hua Fei not to hesitate in spending. Naturally, a few banknotes had been tucked into the envelope. I possess a remarkable talent for generating wealth. Her sister-in-law's words brought a smile to Hua Fei's tear-streaked face. At the end of the letter, Madame Yang returned to a more serious tone, wishing Hua Fei longevity and health, while also expressing a wish for the emperor's continued peace. Though it was merely a commonplace family letter, Hua Fei discerned her sister-in-law's thoughtful intentions, recognizing that the sentiment of gratitude towards the emperor had likely reached him long before she had read the letter. Holding the last piece of paper delicately, she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, transforming her tears into laughter as she turned to Songji and remarked, "My sister-in-law is truly considerate, always worried that we lack funds in the palace." Songji, listening to her mistress read the letter, found herself oscillating between tears and laughter. Hua Fei entrusted the banknotes to Songji for safekeeping. Each year, during the festive season, Hua Fei would bestow rewards upon the 6 palaces, and this year, with Yang Genyao's successful military campaign in the northwest, her generosity would be even more. Her sister-in-law had clearly anticipated this, filling Hua Fei's heart with warmth. In truth, Hua Fei did not find herself lacking in silver. There was no need for elaborate preparations of gifts for Yongjing and the Empress Dowager. Even doubling her rewards would amount to little more than a drop in the bucket. In addition to the banknotes, Madame Yang had also sent contracts for several estates in the suburbs of the capital, along with the agreements for the servants residing there. Observing the collection of contracts, Hua Fei hesitated, realizing that the extent of these properties seemingly encompassed the entirety of the Yang family's holdings in the capital. Chapter 33. Even after spending a fortune, it still does not come. Chapter 33. The wealth dispersed yet not returned concern stirred within the heart of the Empress Hua as she perused once more the letter penned by her sister-in-law. Rising from her seat, she ventured towards the pile of gifts sent from the northwest, seeking the figurines her sister-in-law had mentioned. The craftsmanship of these figurines was indeed remarkable. One depicted her youthful self, adorned in a hand-style dress, with her hair tied in 2 buns using red ribbons, clutching a string of candied hawthorn, her expression imbued with innocent joy. In those days, she was but a carefree child, trailing after Nyan Genyao, reveling in the pleasures of youth. At that time, Nyan Genyao was not yet the esteemed general, his future was shrouded in uncertainty, yet the family remained united in bliss. Hua Fei reminisced fondly about those days. Another figurine represented her current self, clad in the traditional Manchu attire, complete with flower-pot-soled shoes and her favorite hairpiece adorned with delicate green feathers. Even this small figure exuded the grace and poise of Hua Fei. Holding the 2 figurines in her hands, she pondered the intentions behind her sister-in-law's decision to entrust the Nyan family's assets in the capital to her. As she toyed with the figurine holding the candied hawthorn, she noticed an oddity in its texture. The hawthorn appeared not to be solid. Logically, a figurine would not have a hollow interior. Upon closer examination, she discovered a gap between the stick of the candied hawthorn and the little girl's hand. When Hua Fei attempted to extract the hawthorn, it came apart easily. Upon disassembling it, she realized the stick was made of coarse bulrush paper, closely resembling wood in color. Carefully, she withdrew the bulrush stick from the figurine, revealing a rolled-up note within. Unfurling the paper, she recognized the handwriting of Nyan Genyao. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I dreamt with my sister. Be cautious, for nightmares may come to pass. I shall protect the Nyan family. The delicate characters, penned by her brother, made Hua Fei's hands tremble slightly. Could it be that her brother, like her, had been reborn? I shall protect the Nyan family echoed in her mind as the last words she had heard from Nyan Genyao before his reincarnation in the underworld. Whether her brother had indeed been reborn would be revealed once the turmoil in the northwest subsided, and the Nyan family returned to the capital to meet him. Now, with the assurance that her brother wholly believed her accounts of their previous lives, she resolved to maintain her dominion over the harem, recalling how Zhen Yuandao had aided the emperor in dismantling the Nyan family. This time, she would take the initiative to draw Zhen Huan closer to her side. Hua Fei personally cast her brother's note into the charcoal brazier, watching it turn to ashes, feeling a sense of relief as she instructed Songji to dispose of the remnants. She further commanded Songji to double the rewards given to the servants of Equine Palace this new year, celebrating her brother's resounding victories in the northwest. This bounty would surpass even the lavish gifts of her past life. Hua Fei ordered that the funds be drawn from her own treasury, avoiding the scrutiny of the stingy empress, who would undoubtedly scrutinize the accounts and complain to the emperor, all without spending her own money. After all, with an abundance of wealth at her disposal, it was wiser to invest in herself and treat her loyal servants generously. Such generosity would likely yield greater devotion in the coming year. Regarding the gifts prepared for the Empress Dowager, Hua Fei had transcribed 18 volumes of scriptures, a recent endeavor in practicing her calligraphy. Though they were barely legible. As the Empress Dowager was a devout Buddhist, these scriptures would surely delight her. Hua Fei resolved to present these volumes at the Bahur Palace for a period, seeking blessings from the palace's monks to ensure the Empress Dowager's satisfaction. In this world, myriad ways existed to bring joy without financial expenditure. Why had she, in her past life, opted for extravagant spending? She felt a twinge of irritation at her past self, who had foolishly relied on monetary gifts to secure affection. Hua Fei reflected on her previous life, where she had foolishly believed that relying on women for power and influence, even within the intrigues of the harem, was a mark of true strength. Why had she been so infatuated in her past existence? With a few self-directed curses, she picked up a book, determined that nothing would deter her from reading. Once more donning her armor, she cast a fleeting glance at the scriptures strewn across her desk before reclining on the Luohan couch, engrossed in the latest tale from the storyteller. Yet, her thoughts wandered. Although her current financial situation was comfortable, she feared that once the Nyan family distanced themselves from court affairs, her sister-in-law would no longer be able to provide assistance. In matters of wealth, one must either seek new sources or practice frugality. Perpetual penny-pinching was unsustainable, as funds would eventually deplete. Only a fool like Li Bai would claim, wealth dispersed will return. Thus, Hua Fei had little. The storyteller had been right. Wealth dispersed does not return. It is wise to earn money while one can. Her sister-in-law's boast in the letter about opening several new shops in the northwest ignited, yet she quickly extinguished such thoughts. A prominent tree attracts the wind. With the Nyan family's rising prominence, any venture in commerce could attract opportunists seeking to undermine her brother's ambitions. Setting aside that notion, Hua Fei returned to her reading, though her mind lingered on the letter, particularly the mention of Nyan Fu and Nyan Xing training with her brother under the moonlight during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It struck her suddenly that her brother's eldest son, Nyan Shi, had turned 18 this year. In her past life, Nyan Shi had met an untimely death at the tender age of 20. Contemplating this tragedy, Hua Fei found herself unable to continue her reading. She wished to send Juninghai to visit Nyan Shi, but as Juninghai was still investigating the cause of Cao Qin Moore's death, she dispatched his young apprentice, Xiaolozi, to the Imperial Medical Institute to summon. Nyan Shi had always been frail. Although he had passed the imperial examinations during Kangxi's reign, he had never truly embarked on a political career, as the Nyan family was. Nyan Gengyao's expedition to the northwest had not included Nyan Shi. Recalling her past life, Hua Fei remembered that her nephew would soon receive an appointment as the inspector of Xizang after the spring festival. However, in her previous existence, despite being granted a position, Nyan Shi had accomplished little due to his poor health, spending most of his tenure in recovery. Her recollection of Nyan Shi, though frail, revealed him to be a prodigy, inheriting the talent of his maternal grandfather, Nalan Rongruor. From a young age, he had immersed himself in literature and possessed an astute understanding of Han culture, garnering the esteem of Emperor Yongzheng. If she could cure Nyan Shi's ailments in this life, perhaps she could alter the fate of the entire Nyan family. All that remained was to await Xiaolozi's return. Chapter 34, The Visit of Enlingrong. Chapter 34, The anxious Hua Fei constantly gazed towards the palace gates, for in her past life, Nyan Xiaying had met an untimely demise, leaving Nyan Gengyao heartbroken over the loss of his eldest son. Hua Fei felt a profound sense of guilt for not having considered this matter sooner. Since her rebirth. Seeing Hua Fei in distress, Songji found it difficult to offer comfort and could only wait alongside her. However, instead of the anticipated arrival of Xiaolozi, they were greeted by Enlingrong. Hua Fei had already spotted Enlingrong approaching with two palace maids from outside the window. and Lingrong, along with Bao Huan and Bao Qiu, stood respectfully awaiting the announcement of their presence. Upon hearing that Lingrong wished to see her, Hua Fei permitted her to enter. "Your humble servant," and pays her. Hua Fei noticed that Lingrong was clad in a green palace garment, its collar and sleeves made of inferior material, yet the stitching was remarkably meticulous, akin to that she had observed on the heating device cover from Zhenhuan. With just a glance, Hua Fei understood that the dog servant Huang Guiquan must have embezzled Lingrong's allocation, depriving her of even the winter palace garments that were rightfully hers. It was likely that both Lingrong and her two maids were wearing clothes they had crafted themselves. "Rise, it is commendable that you braved the heavy snow to pay your respects to me. Songji, bring tea, and Liu Xiang, fetch a stool for him." Before arriving at Yiquan Palace, Lingrong had felt some trepidation, having heard tales of Hua Fei's formidable presence since her entry into the palace. The aura of unyielding authority that Hua Fei exuded naturally instilled fear in the timid Lingrong. However, since her arrival, Lingrong had found Hua Fei to be not as harsh or unyielding as the rumors suggested. Furthermore, upon hearing of the demise of Shir Dongchun in the Cold Palace, and recalling that it was Hua Fei who had sent Xiangpin to plead with the Empress Dowager for justice, Lingrong began to perceive Hua Fei as a woman of reason. The death of her tormentor, Shir, brought Lingrong joy, and she reflected on the kindness shown to her by Songji and Junminghai during her initial days in the palace. Thus, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to Hua Fei. "I have heard from Sister Wan that Your Highness greatly admired the heating device cover I made for her. Though I lack talent, I have recently crafted another pair, which I humbly present to you as a token of my gratitude for Songji's support. I hope Your Highness will accept them without disdain." And Lingrong retrieved a pair of exquisitely crafted heating device covers from her sleeve and handed them to Songji. Unlike the previous one made for Zhenhuan, this pair was adorned. "I thought of Your Highness's preference for red garments, and as we approach the new year, I believed this gold-dusted red would surely add to Your Highness's festive cheer." And Lingrong fretted that the exalted Hua Fei might dismiss her humble offering. Hua Fei's opulent fingers brushed over the luxurious heating device covers, her fingertips tracing the intricate embroidery. Understanding that Lingrong had traded with the Neiwufu for such fine fabric, Hua Fei recognized this as a means of survival for a lowly concubine who lacked favor. Yet she was surprised by Lingrong's innocence in trading her embroidery work for such splendid material. "An, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Your embroidery surpasses even that of the finest embroiderers in the Neiwufu. You have shown great thoughtfulness." Hua Fei did not simply cast the covers aside, the brocade felt warm to the touch, and the peony flowers embroidered upon it swayed beautifully. Hua Fei genuinely appreciated them. "Songji, you and Bao Huan go to the storeroom and fetch the silver marten fur cloak the Neiwufu delivered a few days ago." Her candid manner of speaking, albeit somewhat naive, reflected a genuine nature unmasked by pretense, which was a refreshing contrast to the disingenuousness of the past, recalling her previous life, where Zhenhuan had merely adorned Lingrong and she had garnered the emperor's affection. Hua Fei mused that perhaps in this lifetime, such a talented and enchanting beauty could serve her purposes as well. Did not the esteemed Dunfei mention that the pure and virtuous Empress Yuan was proficient in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Her stunning dance and enchanting song had captivated the emperor, ensuring his heart belonged solely to her. Reflecting on her past, Hua Fei remembered how she could hear Lingrong's melodious voice from across the lake in the summer palace. It was evident that the empress had crafted her image as a companion. If the empress could achieve this, why could she not do the same? She resolved to excel in creating a similar aura around the pure and virtuous Empress Yuan. "I have heard that An possesses a lovely singing voice." It was no wonder that when the walls came tumbling down, everyone turned against her. Nevertheless, she decided to take a slower approach this time. "It is merely a pastime for me. I do not intend to entice the emperor with my singing." Upon hearing Hua Fei's words, Lingrong was reminded of the humiliation she had endured from Shir Dongchun. "Do not be alarmed. I merely inquired after hearing Songji mention it," Hua Fei said, maintaining her tone without deliberately softening it. Those of lowly status feared power more than virtue, and she remained uncertain whether Lingrong was genuinely untrustworthy or simply herself. "Sister, since your entry into the palace, have you not yet enjoyed the emperor's favor?" Hua Fei struck a chord within Lingrong's thoughts, causing her to lower her head even further. The emperor has likely forgotten my existence. Do not fret, An. There are times when the emperor, engrossed in state affairs, may forget even the most deserving. Alas, our empress has been unwell and has overlooked you, but we must be understanding. In a few days, I shall remind the empress, and should she not heed my words, I will certainly speak to the emperor on your behalf. Prepare yourself well. And Lingrong had come to express her gratitude to Hua Fei and had never anticipated such a promise of support. The unexpected assurance filled her with joy. I am profoundly grateful for your consideration, Your Highness. Regardless of the outcome, I sincerely thank you. And Lingrong trembled with excitement, bowing deeply before Hua Fei. Please sit. It is merely a matter of words. The Empress is ailing, and as I assist in managing the 6 palaces, it is only prudent to be thorough. Just then, Songji returned with Bao Huan, who was carrying a brand new watergreen silver marten fur cloak. I noticed that you arrived from afar dressed rather lightly. This cloak, delivered by the Neiwufu a few days ago, complements the color of your palace attire splendidly. If you do not mind, please accept it. Upon seeing the cloak in Bao Huan's hands, An Lingrong recognized its exquisite satin finish and the dense fur, which was unmistakably of a higher quality than the scraps she had used for her own palace garments. Recalling the box of jewelry she had arranged to send home to support her mother, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Hua Fei for this precious gift. I cannot accept it. Such is the nature of reciprocity. Though you have accepted my favor now, who knows, perhaps in the future, when you flourish, you may find ways to assist me as well. Chapter 35. The Tale of Juninghai. Chapter 35. The Tale of Juninghai. The term help, employed by the noble consort Hua, instilled a sense of encouragement in An Lingrong, perhaps suggesting that she too possessed her own worth. Consequently, An Lingrong graciously accepted the cloak bestowed upon her by Consort Hua. In An Lingrong's perspective, Consort Hua regarded both Jin Huan and herself with equal esteem. It was noted that previously, now Consort Hua extended the same kindness towards her, indicating that, much like Shin's sister, although both were lesser favored concubines, they were nonetheless held in significant regard by Consort Hua. If she were to gain favor before Shin's sister, perhaps she would attract even greater attention from the esteemed consort. An Lingrong's inner calculations remained unmasked, and Bai Huan scrutinized her demeanor closely on the return to the palace, subtly probing into An Lingrong's thoughts. Earlier, in Ikuan Palace, Consort Hua had sent her to retrieve the cloak from Songji, yet Bai Huan had not overheard their conversation, prompting her to inquire with great diligence, while Bai Qiu followed silently. After An Lingrong departed from Ikuan Palace, Songji appraised Consort Hua's expression, remarking, Your Highness, An's family background is rather humble, and her disposition timid. Her beauty is not the most outstanding among the newly entered concubines. Would elevating her not be an exercise in futility? Consort Hua recalled her past life, where she had been punished by the emperor for Jin Huan's miscarriage, leading Jin Huan to fall out of favor. During that time, An Lingrong had indeed shone brightly in the palace for an extended period. Songji, never underestimate anyone within the palace. Those who manage to enter through the selection process, regardless of their family backgrounds, possess certain abilities, Consort Hua cautioned, then added, Go inform Bai Qiu to keep a watchful eye on that Bai Huan by inside. Any developments must be reported to me immediately. Understood. Seeing her mistress's strategic mindset, Songji refrained from further commentary. At that moment, Juninghai's young apprentice, Xiaolozi, arrived with Wen Shichu to report back to Ikuan Palace. Previously, Consort Hua had decided to send Wen Shichu to diagnose Nian Shi, as his medical skills far surpassed those of the Jiang brothers. Furthermore, Wen Shichu's benevolence would ensure that he would spare no effort in treating Nian Shi. Initially, Wen Shichu was merely an obscure physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau, but having been covertly entrusted by Consort Hua to treat Du Fei, he could not bear to see her suffer from her long-standing illness, thus he intervened. However, Wen Shichu wished to avoid entanglements with Consort Hua and the Nian family. The Nian family held substantial power, while the Wen family relied on Shen Yuandao's support to maintain their position within the Imperial Medical Bureau. For now, Wen Shichu only desired to practice medicine diligently and ensure the Wen family's continued presence in the bureau, yet, upon agreeing to assist Shen Huan in evading disfavor, he realized that as long as he remained in the bureau, he would inevitably become embroiled in the palace's intrigues, making it difficult to remain untangled. Rather than being passively swept along, he decided to align himself with Sister Huan's choices, thereby paving the way for her future. A few days prior, Wen Shichu had heard Shen Huan mention her visit to Yiquan Palace with Shen Meishuang. Since Sister Huan had already established a rapport with Consort Hua, he felt it unnecessary to maintain the previous distance from her. With these thoughts in mind, Wen Shichu approached Consort Hua. "This humble servant, Wen Shichu, pays his respects to your highness. Dr. Wen, please rise. I must trouble you to visit the Nian residence. How is the health of young Master Nian?" Consort Hua expressed her deep concern for Nian Shi's precarious condition. "Your Highness, young Master Nian has been afflicted with a congenital weakness since birth. During the autumn and winter seasons, if he does not take care of himself, his condition deteriorates further. Now that he is 18, the accumulation of his ailment over the years makes recovery increasingly unlikely." Upon hearing Wen Shichu's words, "Should I return and study it thoroughly, there may still be a chance for young Master Nian's recovery." Wen Shichu dared not speak too optimistically. Indeed, his family possessed such a text, yet he had never. This might be an opportunity. Hearing that there was still hope reignited a flicker of optimism in Consort Hua. Setting aside thoughts of devising strategies to help the Nian family avert calamity, she simply wished for her first nephew to survive, to see him marry, establish a family, and thrive. Consort Hua directly instructed Songji to present a few hundred tael banknotes as a reward to Dr. Wen. "The health of my nephew is entrusted to you, Dr. Wen. Please accept this token of appreciation." In truth, Wen Shichu ranked lowly within the Imperial Medical Bureau, and it was a lucrative affair for court officials to summon physicians to attend to their families, thus he rarely received such opportunities. Nonetheless, he accepted the payment with integrity. Since he aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship with Consort Hua, it was unnecessary to quibble over trivial matters. Only through equitable relations could they. That evening, after resigning from the Imperial Medical Bureau, Wen Shichu returned home and retrieved the ancient tome from his study, seeking remedies for young Master Nian's congenital weakness, choosing to keep this matter under wraps for the moment. Later that evening, as Consort Hua dined, Juninghai limped in from the outside, chilled by the wintry air. Aware of the difficulties he faced, Consort Hua, sipping the red bean and glutinous rice porridge that Songji had specially instructed the kitchen to prepare, cast a glance at Juninghai, and gently said, "No need to rush your report after uncovering the truth. Change your clothes first, and join me for a meal before resuming your duties. Songji, please bring a bowl of red bean porridge for Juninghai." Juninghai had initially feared that his thus he had hurried back, careful to avoid drawing unwanted attention along the way. To his surprise, upon returning, his mistress did not reproach him for his delay but rather empathized with his arduous situation, stirring feelings of gratitude within Juninghai. In the past, Juninghai's family had been so impoverished that his parents had no choice but to send him to the palace to become a eunuch. As a novice, he had endured relentless bullying from the old. On one occasion, when he could no longer endure their mistreatment and fought back, he was surrounded and beaten, resulting in a broken leg. Coincidentally, at that time, Consort Hua, then Subsequently, Consort Hua arranged for a physician to treat his leg injury. Once healed, however, he was left with a permanent disability. Upon learning of this, Consort Hua sought a favor from Defei to have Juninghai brought to the Wang residence to serve at her side. From that moment onward, Juninghai harbored a profound sense of gratitude towards Consort Hua. Naturally, he also absorbed her ruthless demeanor, accompanying her from the Wang residence to the Forbidden City, ultimately becoming the chief eunuch favored by many of the other young eunuchs. Chapter 36, The Emergence of the Enchanting Melody Mistress. Chapter 36, The emergence of the enchanting songstress. Having changed her attire and dined, Juninghai approached Empress Chahua to provide an update. Through the network of intelligence he had previously established, he learned that Concubine Xiang had courted Chil. The esteemed physician Zhang personally diagnosed her condition and prescribed a remedy for her ailment. However, despite taking the medicine, Concubine Xiang showed no signs of improvement. Instead, she grew increasingly lethargic. Today, after consuming the medication, she had fallen into an eternal slumber. The circumstances appeared flawless, yet Juninghai had expended considerable effort to uncover the truth. The information had been kept under such tight wraps, with no discernible flaws, that Empress Hua was becoming ever more certain of the true identity of the orchestrator behind these events, though she required absolute certainty. Your Majesty, I have also transcribed the prescription that Concubine Xiang had taken while she was alive. Would you like to examine it? Juninghai cautiously lifted his gaze to gauge the Empress's expression while retrieving the copied prescription from his sleeve. The prescription was undoubtedly without fault, otherwise, Physician Zhang would bear the consequences. The Empress pondered the years during which Concubine Hua had frequented her palace to pay respects, though she had absorbed considerable amounts of the fragrant medicine, rendering her unable to conceive. The restorative properties of that same medicine were indeed beneficial to health. It was inconceivable that Concubine Hua could be so frail that a mere chill would claim her life. If the prescription were indeed flawless, then it followed that the process of brewing the medicine had been tampered with, or more directly, there were issues. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress beckoned Juninghai to lean closer and whispered her instructions. While the cause of Concubine Xiang's death remained under investigation, her funeral was hastily concluded. News from Jingren Palace indicated that as the new year approached, the previous dynasty had received numerous victories, rendering it inappropriate for the inner palace to conduct elaborate mourning ceremonies that might offend the ancestors. As for Xie Dongchun, after receiving a length of crimson fabric from the Empress Dowager, her blood stained the snowy grounds of the Department of Justice, which had long since been cleared by the palace attendants. After being moved to the cold palace by a young eunuch, Xie Dongchun succumbed to pain or possibly frostbite within 3 days. No one cared. Even the Empress had turned a blind eye, allowing the young eunuch to wrap her remains in a tattered mat and dispose of her in a mass grave outside the palace. The only reason Hua Fei learned of Xie Dongchun's demise was through the inquiries of An Lingrong. Upon hearing the news, the Empress merely exhaled a faint sigh. She contemplated that perhaps, in her past life, following her own tragic end, the Emperor had similarly conducted her funeral with little regard. After all, she had merely been the sister of a criminal, not deserving of grand ceremonies, especially since the Empress harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. The past could not be revisited. Beyond her routine duties of roll call and account checking, the Empress remained ensconced in Yiquan Palace, engrossed in reading. After several visits to Yiquan Palace to pay her respects, Baqiu could no longer contain herself and went to Jingren Palace to if action were not taken soon, An Lingrong might very well become an ally of Hua Fei. Upon receiving the message from Baqiu, the Empress did not intervene further. According to the previous life's trajectory, the Empress had initially intended to use An Lingrong to divide the affections bestowed upon Yu Ying'er. This time, however, Yu Ying'er had been swiftly reassigned from Yimei Garden, leaving the Empress curious as to how she would treat An Lingrong. The Empress was keenly interested in the unfolding developments. Regardless of how the Empress introduced An Lingrong to the Emperor, the latter's favour had been cultivated through the Empress's own efforts, having planted the seeds of such a notion well within An Lingrong's mind. News regarding An Lingrong's attendance in the Emperor's chambers had yet to surface, but the cause of Concubine Xiang's death was beginning to take shape. Juninghai, after considerable effort, ultimately discovered a discrepancy within the list of palace maids exiting the palace. The personal maid of noble Lady Cao, Yin Xiu, was not yet 25, yet her name appeared among those departing. On a moonless night, the day before Yin Xiu's departure, Juninghai followed her discreetly and, seizing a moment of solitude, rendered her unconscious with a swift blow, transporting her to Yiquan Palace for questioning by the Empress. Yin Xiu, you are indeed fortunate, your mistress has just departed, and you are granted permission to leave the palace. I recall you are only 24. You have not yet reached the age for exiting the palace, have you? As Yin Xiu gradually regained consciousness, she found herself sprawled upon the carpet of Yiquan Palace, catching sight of the opulent hem of a gown and ornate shoes, yet uncertain of her surroundings. The voice of the Empress resonated from above. Yin Xiu hastily knelt and bowed her head, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare my life, please, Your Majesty, spare my life." Daring not to lift her gaze, she continued to beg for mercy. "I ask you, how did your mistress truly meet her end? If you tell the truth, you may leave tomorrow. Should you deceive me, you need not witness the sun rise over Equine Palace again." The Empress wasted no time in getting to the point. Noble Lady Cow indeed succumbed to a sudden illness and died without treatment, Yin Xiu stammered, her eyes darting nervously, her voice trembling, forgetting that Cao Qin had already been concubine Xiang at the time of her death. "You know my temperament. If you continue to withhold the truth, you shall join your mistress in the afterlife. Your cousin outside the palace will have to marry another," the Empress warned. Upon realizing how thoroughly the Empress had investigated her background, Yin Xiu hesitated, yet the pressure and allure from the Empress Dowager loomed large in her mind. "Do you believe that by leaving the palace, you will secure your life?" Yin Xiu gasped in shock. The Empress had struck at the very heart of her concerns. "Only the dead can keep secrets. This is the custom of the royal family. If you speak out, regardless of who stands behind you, I shall ensure your safety. What say you?" The Empress proposed further. After weighing her options, Yin Xiu concluded that if she did not speak, she would never leave Equine Palace. If she did, there might still be a chance for survival. Thoughts of her childhood sweetheart waiting for her outside the palace spurred her resolve. With a clenched jaw, she finally divulged the truth to the Empress. It was the matron of Shokang Palace who had personally delivered the message, ensuring that Cao Qin would meet her end. The poison induced confusion and lethargy, leading to a deep, unending slumber, and it was the matron who had instructed Yin Xiu to add it to Cao Qin's calming concoction daily. Thus, merely examining the imperial physician's prescription would not reveal any discrepancies, confirming the Empress's suspicions. However, the imperial physician remained tight-lipped regarding the poisoning incident, likely under the Emperor's orders, much like the fragrant medicine she possessed, which contained ample amounts of musk, with no wonder why. The death of noble Lady Cow was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, yet, the questions lingered. Why did the Empress Dowager and the Emperor wish to eliminate Cao Qin? New doubts began to surface within the Empress's mind. These queries were beyond Yin Xiu's scope to answer. True to her word, the Empress ordered Zhu Ninghai to secretly escort Yin Xiu out of Equine Palace, providing her with 2 silver notes. The following day, Yin Xiu departed with the other palace maids. Leaving the palace, once outside, Yin Xiu followed the Empress's arrangements and met her cousin at the Yang family estate, where they remained in hiding until spring. The Empress Dowager's agents could not locate Yin Xiu, and she chose to relent, recognizing that Cao Qin's humble lineage would not stir significant turmoil, and sparing a life could be viewed as an act of virtue. Upon receiving such news from Shokang Palace, the Empress could only let out a cold laugh. She felt that the 18 Buddhist scriptures she had bestowed before their Buddha had been an insult to the ones she had meticulously copied herself. After several days of the Emperor's absence from the inner palace, one morning, while still in slumber, the Empress was stirred by the intermittent strains of conch opera wafting along the long street. She questioned whether she might be dreaming or perhaps had returned to her past life, where the enchanting songstress's melodies accompanied the phoenix and dragon carriages harmoniously. Wait a moment, had the enchanting songstress appeared once more? Chapter 37, The Night-Blooming Jasmine. Chapter 37, The Fragrance of Night-Blooming Flowers. The Huafei furrowed her brow as she rose, lifting the curtain to call for Songji outside the chamber. Typically, Songji would keep watch in her own quarters, but today she had ventured out upon hearing the sound of conch opera. "Songji," Huafei said directly as she made her way toward the outer chamber. The distant strains of conch drifted away like a gentle breeze. Huafei recognized the melody well. It was certainly Yu Yinger. As she faced the mirror, the palace maid styled her hair, and Huafei's reflection bore the resentment of someone who had not yet fully awakened. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to strip Huang Guiquan of his skin, utterly perplexed by the incompetence of that dog-like servant. Before long, as breakfast was being served, a decree from the Empress arrived at Jingren Palace, elevating the maid Yu Yinger to the status of an official woman, bestowing upon her the title of Miyin Nyangzi. The Emperor's favoritism towards a maid, coupled with granting her an official title, incited great dissatisfaction among the concubines. Even though the empress was still recovering from her illness, the ladies of the court, filled with resentment, gathered at Jingren Palace, eager to discern the true nature of this Mian Yangzi. The emperor seemed to have lost his senses recently, first favoring the brazen Xie clan, and now becoming infatuated with a mere maid. Whispers suggested that this maid was a practitioner of the night-blooming fragrance. After a period of convalescence, the empress had regained much of her health and was on the verge of a complete recovery just in time for the new year. This morning, news had reached her from the Yangshan Palace that the emperor intended to confer an official title upon Yu, leaving the empress in a state of shock, her blood surging and her long-dormant headaches returning. Now, adorned with a jade hairpin, she sat at the head of Jingren Palace, receiving Yu's formal greeting. The other concubines seated beside her cast cold glances at Yu, their expressions betraying disdain. With a beaming smile, Yu Yinger awkwardly performed the formalities she had recently learned, bowing deeply before the empress. "I, Yu, pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy boundless blessings and peace." Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with the lilting tones of Jiangnan Conch. "Rise, sister. Having received the emperor's favor, you shall now serve alongside the other ladies in the palace. It is imperative that you all unite in purpose and strive to bear the emperor's heirs." "Yes, I shall heed your words," Yu replied, feigning humility. However, the newly favored maid radiated an aura of freshness, her vibrant attire standing out starkly among the other concubines. "You truly do possess exquisite taste, sister. It is said that while on duty, you did not forget to hum a tune or two, which caught the emperor's attention," began the sharp-tongued Shifei, alleviating the curiosity of the other concubines. Humming conch while serving the night-blooming fragrance, since when had the emperor's tastes become so peculiar? Hearing this, Huafei felt an even greater sense of bewilderment, glancing around at the various concubines, each possessing their own unique charm and beauty. Huafei acknowledged that while the emperor was indeed passionate, his discerning taste remained intact. There was undoubtedly more to Yu Yinger's rise to favor than met the eye. "Sister Yu, your conch must be exceptionally enchanting, for otherwise the emperor would not have taken notice of you in the hallowed halls," Chun-Chang inquired innocently from the side, her bright voice tinged with genuine curiosity about Yu's singing prowess. The other concubines, upon hearing Chun-Chang's candid question, could not help but stifle their laughter behind their handkerchiefs. While Yu Yinger, perceiving the mockery in their gazes, struggled to maintain her composure. "After my duty yesterday afternoon, I lingered a while due to some trivial matters and casually hummed a few verses. Little did I expect it would reach the emperor's ears, thus fortifying the bond between us." Yu Yinger was determined to clarify that she was not merely a purveyor of night-blooming fragrance. Initially, she had felt unfortunate when the eunuch overseeing the internal affairs abruptly reassigned her from Imei Garden to the Xinzhi Library. Though she had faced bullying in Imei Garden, at least she had tended to flowers and plants. In the Xinzhi Library, however, she was tasked with cleaning toilets. With all her resources, she managed to negotiate a position delivering fragrant dates and paper to the various palaces. Yesterday afternoon, as fate would have it, a little palace maid named Hoasway had a stomach ache, and upon her arrival at the Yangshan Palace to deliver incense, Yu took her place for a while. Although it was the emperor's restroom, the environment was far superior to that of the Xinzhi Library. In her delight, she momentarily lost herself and hummed a few lines from Dreaming in the Garden. Unbeknownst to her, as the emperor awoke from his slumber, he heard the still in a daze, he mistook the sound for pure Yuan singing beside him, and drawn by the enchanting melody, he found himself captivated by the sight of Yu Yinger bustling about. Consequently, she spent the night weaving a tale of grace, her conch echoing outside the Yangshan Palace until dawn. Of course, Yu Yinger would never articulate these details so clearly. In the struggle for favor, each relied on their own merits. Having served in the palace for some time, she had learned how to counter the taunts of the other concubines, striking a chord with many when she remarked, "It has fortuitously solidified the bond between the emperor and myself." Anling Rong sat at the end of the table, directly across from Yu Yinger. Watching the brazen expression on Yu's face, she felt a pang of envy. Now even a maid had outshone her. With the departure of the Xie clan, another audacious figure had emerged. When would her time come? Thankfully, she still had her sister Huan by her side. Shen Meishuang observed the smile in Yu Yinger's eyes with a sense of unease. The emperor's affections were fleeting and rarely lingered on one individual. Still, her family's connections ensured that the emperor's regard for her was unique, thus she need not be overly concerned. Fuchar Guiren rolled her eyes at the triumphant expression on Yu Yinger's face. This lowly girl of the third banner could never compare to her own noble lineage. She would await the day when U.S. arrogance would falter, for it was crucial that she herself conceive a child quickly. With a child, the throne of Yankai Palace would certainly be hers. Li Pin, unable to contain herself, muttered, "Look at her audacious demeanor, a mere maid basking in favor, utterly lacking restraint, singing in the streets at daybreak and disturbing our dreams." Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated within the ears of everyone present in the main hall of Jingren Palace. Jingfei regarded Yu Yinger with indifference. The emperor held no affection for her, and now that she had a daughter, she felt fulfilled. All she hoped was that this Yu Yinger would not cause unnecessary turmoil, disrupting the tranquility of the harem and affecting Wenyu's early education. Chapter 38, A Dream of Wandering in the Garden. Chapter 38, A Dream Amidst the Garden. XNCHNGZ. I felt a twinge of anxiety upon learning that the Empress had decreed that Y should be assigned to the ZHNGCU Palace, a place that had remained largely unoccupied due to the scarcity of concubines in the palace. She was astonished that a mere official woman like Y Yinger could be afforded the privilege of residing alone in a palace, while she, as a regular consort, had to share her quarters with QFI. Ever since XNCHNGZ had taken LNGL under her wing, she had been contemplating how to elevate her status, yearning to vacate the CHNGCHN Palace at the earliest opportunity. It was not that QFI mistreated them, rather, it was the frequent visits of the third prince, who, upon greeting QFI, would hear her exclaim, "HNGSH, you've grown taller again." Each time LNGL witnessed this exchange, she would question XNCHNGZI about her eyesight, perplexed as to why she could not perceive the third prince's growth. XNCHNGZI found herself increasingly exasperated by this inquiry, eager to move out to spare LNGL from the influence of QFI's height remarks on her worldview. Now, LNGL persistently tugged at XNCHNGZI, inquiring why the third prince seemed to grow taller each day while she did not. In her previous life, UFI had heard Y Yinger sing conch opera, her melodious voice echoing the captivating waters of Jiangnan, truly stirring the heart. The emperor, who held a profound admiration for Han culture, found it understandable that he would favor Y Yinger for this reason. Y Yinger had always possessed a streak of good fortune. In her former life, she had usurped Shen Huan's favor, and now she had another opportunity to shine before the emperor. Moreover, not long ago, DNFI had mentioned to HuFI that the late Empress CHNUN was a woman of many talents. She could sing, dance, and was well versed in poetry, painting, and even had studied Suzhou Kung during her lifetime. Thus, it seemed Y Yinger might be considered a lesser reflection of CHNUN's qualities. Just look at the enchanting visage of Miao Yen. She puts all of us palace sisters to shame, HuFI remarked with an air of superiority from her seat, casting a disdainful glance at the self-satisfied Y Yinger. No wonder the emperor has not frequented the inner palace of late. Y Yinger recognized HuFI's veiled jibe but, under the pressure of HuFI's dominance, dared not utter a word. Instead, she pondered how to curry favor with HuFI. Just then, HuFI casually stirred her teacup and remarked, "Indeed, beauty fades while affection lingers." HuFI was utterly indifferent to whether the emperor visited or not. She had no intention of winning over Y Yinger. Instead, she relished in stoking the flames of animosity toward her. The phrase "beauty fades while affection lingers" was certainly not directed at herself. There was a certain amusement in pricking the Empress's heart with her words. The sound of the porcelain lid of HuFI's teacup striking the rim rang clearly in the ears of all present, yet no one dared to respond. The Empress had intended to overlook HuFI's remark, hoping to smooth over the situation, but unexpectedly, QFI interjected, "What you say is true, Sister Hu. If even you have spoken thus, what are we, the elders of the Wang family, to do?" QFI had grown increasingly fond of Hufi of late, appreciating how Hufi often provided her with an escape route. QFI had intended to assert her authority before the newcomer Waiwaingar, to remind her of her lowly origins as a palace maid who had unwittingly ascended to the emperor's favor. However, upon hearing QFI's words, the empress pursed her lips into a thin line, closed her eyes, and lapsed into silence. Hufi, amused by QFI's comment, found herself chuckling heartily. Having been reborn, she discovered QFI increasingly endearing as she deftly poked at the Empress's vulnerabilities. Oh dear, Sister Q, why the haste? Regardless of who currently occupies the Emperor's affections, none can rival the late Empress Chnun. This shows our Emperor's sentimentality. He has not forgotten the bonds forged with the elders of the Wang family, Hufi declared, setting down her teacup as she prepared to depart, leaving one final jab at the Empress's heart. Even as the Empress, she would perpetually dwell in the shadow of her elder sister, a burden the Empress would have to bear. Indeed, what you say holds merit, Hufi. QFI found Hufi's words rather agreeable. Having lingered here for too long, I fear I have disturbed the Empress's repose. I shall take my leave, Hufi said, rising to perform a hasty curtsy toward the Empress before making her exit. As she passed by Waiwaingar, Hufi slowed her pace, casting a brief, condescending glance at her, as though attempting to see through her very soul. This left Waiwaingar feeling as small as a quail, instinctively retracting her neck, reminiscent of the favor bestowed upon her by the Empress to Hufi in her previous life. The other concubines, observing the Empress's displeasure and her wind-blocking headpiece, assumed her silence was merely due to her lingering headache, thus they too rose to pay their respects and took their leave. Once the room had cleared, the Empress found herself in a quieter space, yet her heart remained tumultuous. Just as one Xingchngzi departed, another Miao Yen had appeared. These women, one and all so frivolous, how could the Emperor's constitution endure? Should Waisha become pregnant, she would surely have to devise a plan, as relying on the Empress Dowager for assistance every time was untenable. The death of Xingpian had served as a stark warning from the Empress Dowager. Not long ago, Bogn had conveyed news that an Lngring was leaning toward Hufi. Should she consider using this Waiwaingar to manipulate an Lngring? An Lngring possessed a fine singing voice that could rival Waiwaingar's, yet she had not yet undergone proper instruction from a musician. Presenting her to the Emperor without preparation would likely yield only a pale imitation of Chnun's essence. Furthermore, an Lngring's humble disposition may not allow her to contend with the audacious Waisha. Thus, it was prudent to plan meticulously before taking action. Fine steel must be reserved for the sharpest blades, allowing Waisha to bask in her arrogance for a few more days. Moreover, QFI was proving to be a source of frustration with her incessant antics. Were it not for their shared origins in the Wang family, it would have been all too clear how oblivious she was to her own foolishness. Otherwise, one might truly believe she was aligning with Hufi. The current dynamics within the palace necessitated her presence, a lively counterbalance to Hufi and Jingfi. Thus, she could not be moved against for now, lest the Empress prematurely initiate her plans for succession. Contemplating these matters, the Empress ordered Huchn to deliver some new fabric to the Zhngcu palace. Initially, she had intended to send Waiwaingar a statue of the Guanyin of childbearing, made of red agate infused with musk, but such treasures were not easily procured. Only recently had the Empress issued orders for its careful disposal. Alas, Waisha was unworthy. Should she conceive, a swift termination would be in order, for such a lowly woman ought not bear the Emperor's child. For 7 consecutive days, Waisha was escorted in the FNGLUNCHNN carriage, gracefully receiving the Emperor's favor. The tune of a dream amidst the garden echoed repeatedly within the Forbidden City. The attendants escorting the FNGLUNCHNN carriage expressed their desire never to hear that melody again. XNCHNGZI, accompanied by LNGLing, ventured to YKN Palace to pay her respects to Hufi. Jingfi, along with WNY, was also present, and Shenmi Zhuing joined them as well. XNCHNGZI had long been aware of the camaraderie between XNF Palace and YKN Palace. Each time she observed the 3 joyful figures from XNF Palace visiting YKN Palace, her heart felt as if it were being scratched by a cat's paw. yearning to join in the revelry. Today, she could no longer contain herself and seized the opportunity to visit Hua under the pretext of LNGLing's progress in learning palace etiquette. Listening to the intermittent strains of Returning to the Dream of the Nightingale, time slips away in a flurry. XNCHNGZ. I reflected on the implications of this tune. Whether it had truly disturbed the Emperor's dreams remained uncertain, yet she feared that if it continued, the sisters of the inner palace would be rendered incapable of dreaming altogether. Chapter 39, Xinchang is frequently gagging. Chapter 39. Xinchangzai was retching. The noble consort Huafei was initially entertaining Wen Yi with the cloth tiger, but upon hearing Xinchangzai's sharp remarks, she shot a disapproving glance and chided, "What nonsense are you spouting in front of the child? Are you not afraid of leading her astray?" Linglong, perched beside Huafei, observed Wen Yi babbling on the couch, poking at the bubbles she blew with her tiny fingers. "Your Majesty, it has been a while since the Emperor has visited Linglong. Is it because Linglong has done something wrong?" After being raised alongside Xinchangzai, the Emperor would often drop by to check on her and listen to Linglong recite the three-character classic. However, ever since a certain elder sister in the palace began performing opera, the Emperor had not come to hear Linglong recite for quite some time. Linglong was puzzled. She believed that Huafei must know the reason. "My dear child, your father is busy with court affairs, and with the new year approaching, he must attend to his duties diligently. Once the new year arrives and he can set aside his work, he will have more time to play with you," Huafei said, softening the truth to spare Linglong from the palace's intrigues. "Aunt Sungji has made your favorite little duck red bean buns, and they should be ready now." Huafei gently caressed Linglong's plump little face with her delicate fingers. "Mother says so too." "Then Linglong will recite more of the three-character classic to present to father when he comes," the child declared, her innocent heart unburdened by adult worries. Hearing the adults' talk made her happy, and she hurried off with Sungji to enjoy the little duck buns. Now that the Emperor favors the women of the Yu family, it seems likely that they will be elevated again after the new year, Shen Meishuang lamented after Linglong had left. At first, Huafei thought that Shen Meishuang had also been reborn. However, sensing the subtle bitterness in her words, Huafei felt reassured. In this lifetime, Shen Meishuang still held affection for the Emperor. It remained to be seen when she would come to understand the reality of the Emperor's fickleness and the transitory nature of royal favor. "Do not fret, Sister Shen, there are others who are far more anxious than us," Xinchangzai remarked casually after sipping some tea from the pre-rain Longjing, finding it much more flavorful than the aged tea from the Empress's palace. Jingfei remained silent. Both she and Huafei had experienced the Emperor's indifference firsthand, and such realizations could only be grasped through personal experience. "Mother, the little duck is delicious," Linglong exclaimed, entering with a small duck red bean bun in hand, attempting to feed it to Xinchangzai. She thought to herself that mother was indeed correct. The snacks in Huafei's palace were delightful, and the tea was exquisite. Xinchangzai, as usual, opened her mouth to accept the treat offered by her daughter. However, for reasons unknown, the sweet aroma of the red bean bun seemed overwhelmingly rich to Xinchangzai this time. Unable to control herself, she hurriedly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Mother, what is wrong?" Linglong cried out in alarm, having never seen her mother react this way when feeding her before. Jingfei and Huafei exchanged glances, quickly deducing the situation. Jingfei rushed forward to pat Xinchangzai's back, helping her to regain her composure while inquiring if her monthly cycle had come. Xinchangzai, having borne children before, realized through Jingfei's prompt that perhaps there was some truth to it. Her mind in disarray, Xinchangzai began to retch again, perhaps due to the intensity of her retching. Shen Meishuang also felt her stomach churn uncomfortably, and she too covered her mouth with a handkerchief to stifle her own discomfort. Huafei observed Xinchangzai and calculated how to summon the physician, but her peripheral vision caught Shen Meishuang clutching her chest, evidently unwell as well. Seeing both her mother and Shen Meishuang retching, Linglong assumed there was something wrong with her red bean buns and burst into tears. "What? Linglong will never eat little ducks again." Wen Yi, who had almost drifted off to sleep on the soft couch, woke up to Linglong's cries and began wailing herself. Instantly, Equine Palace descended into chaos. Despite Huafei's rebirth, she had never encountered such a scene: two suspected pregnant women retching, a small child sitting on the floor wailing, and a clueless infant on the couch joining in the cries. Now Huafei felt overwhelmed, relieved that she could not conceive. Finding solace in her childless status, gathering her thoughts, she instructed a wet nurse to take Wenyi away to soothe her to sleep, while she asked Liu Xiang to take Linglong outside to build a snowman. Huafei then sent Juninghai to the Imperial Medical Office to summon Wen Shichu. Huafei remembered that in the past, she had discreetly sought Wen Shichu's assistance without drawing attention, but now, with a more open approach, she feared that it might create enemies for him in the medical office. However, regarding Shen Meishuang and Shen Changzai's pregnancies, Huafei dared not take risks. Inviting the Jiang brothers could also lead to complications. She would have to burn fragrant incense to obscure their intentions, which posed risks for both Shen Meishuang and Shen Changzai. After much contemplation, Huafei ultimately decided on Wen Shichu. Once the two children were taken away, the main hall fell into a serene quietude. Shen Changzai and Shen Meishuang had retched for a while but eventually calmed down. Each woman in the room harbored her own thoughts. Huafei pondered that if indeed there were pregnancies, it would be best for them to minimize their appearances together, otherwise, the risk of exposing the incense switch would be high. Additionally, with two women potentially pregnant, Huafei struggled to devise a foolproof plan to ensure the safety of both children. Jingfei considered that the Huafei, now devoid of romantic ties, was a lucky star. Any woman who followed her could bear children, and aligning with Huafei promised a brighter future. Though Shen Changzai felt joy, she was primarily anxious, having experienced both childbirth and miscarriage. She was almost certain she was pregnant, yet the thought of carrying a child left her fraught with worry. What if her previous miscarriage had left her body unfit for this new life? And then there was the Empress. She surely would not let her child slip away so easily. How could she protect the life within her? Shen Meishuang's thoughts were less complicated. She was simply filled with excitement and tension, tightly gripping her handkerchief as she awaited Wen Shichu's arrival for a definitive answer, longing for this child she had yearned for. Thus, the four women waited, each harboring a dozen thoughts, for Wen Shichu's arrival. When Wen Shichu entered with his medicine box, he greeted Huafei, Jingfei, Shen Meishuang, and Shen Changzai in order of rank. After completing the salutations, Huafei instructed him to first examine Shen Changzai's pulse. Wen Shichu produced a medicine pillow for Shen Changzai to rest her wrist upon and placed a cloth over her wrist, ensuring all courtesies were observed before lightly tapping her fingers to assess her pulse. After a thorough examination, Wen Shichu knelt before Huafei and Shen Changzai to deliver his diagnosis. Chapter 40, Overindulgence and Indigestion. Chapter 40, Overindulgence and Indigestion. In response to the Empress Hua, it was reported that Consort Shen was not with child. Upon hearing this, Consort Shen felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. Having recently welcomed Linglong to her side, she truly did not wish to conceive again. Moreover, she lacked the strength to contend with the Empress. If a child were to come, the lives of both her and Linglong would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Empress Hua, upon receiving this news, also felt a tinge of disappointment. In her previous life, she had never been pregnant, nor had she formed close bonds with others. Now, with so many sincere sisters around her, she found herself somewhat hopeful for the arrival of a. Recently, she and Linglong had indeed been enjoying fruits and pastries before bed. Linglong, ever greedy for treats, would indulge daily, and Consort Shen, unable to resist the sight of Linglong relishing her snacks, had partaken a bit more than usual. Noticing Consort Shen's rosy cheeks and her bashful demeanor, Empress Hua could not help but roll her eyes at Wen Shichu, acknowledging that his diagnosis was indeed accurate. It is ill-advised to overeat before retiring, lest one struggle with digestion. Today is particularly chilly. It seems that Consort Shen ventured out into the cold wind, and coupled with the excess food in her stomach, it has led to her dry heaving, Wen Shichu observed astutely. Thus, it was revealed that Consort Shen's discomfort stemmed from her evening indulgences. She lowered her gaze, fixated on her flowerpot shoes, as if she could see through them nearby. Jingfei and Shen Meishuang stifled their laughter behind their handkerchiefs. You are a mother now. You should take better care of yourself instead of indulging alongside Linglong. Empress Hua remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. She felt a pang of regret, having once believed that the previous incarnation of Consort Shin was merely a clever FA aide, yet now it appeared that Consort Shin might indeed be NAVE. Perhaps she had overestimated her. Now that they were inextricably linked, severing ties would be no simple feat. I would trouble Dr. Wen to examine Sister Shin, Consort Shin suggested, having inadvertently created a misunderstanding. The others were no longer as expectant regarding Shin Meishuang. Wen Shichu, adhering to protocol, took Shin Meishuang's pulse, then knelt before them to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, noble Consort Shin. Although my knowledge is limited, the pulse indicates that you are indeed with child. The group's emotional tide surged once more. How far along is she? Is it discernible? Empress Hua inquired. Replying to your majesty, it appears to be over a month, Wen Shichu replied. I have heard that a woman only begins to show signs of pregnancy after 3 months, yet noble Consort Shin just retched. Could it not indicate an unstable fetus? Jingfei questioned with concern, given that Shin Meishuang was one of her own. Rest assured, noble consort. It is likely inconsequential. Perhaps there was an unpleasant aroma that unsettled her, or it could be a reflexive response upon witnessing Consort Shin's retching. It should pose no threat, Wen Shichu reassured. Consort Shin, initially pleased, found her focus shifting entirely to Shin Meishuang, relieved that the laughter directed at her had ceased, yet, now it was Wen Shichu who had inadvertently brought the topic back to her. Oh dear, who would have thought that while I am not with child, Sister Shin has received such delightful news. This Equine Palace is truly a place of exceptional fortune, how joyous. Consort Shin exclaimed, hurrying to Shin Meishuang's side, one hand resting on her shoulder while the other gently caressed her abdomen, continuously offering her congratulations, eager to divert the conversation. Exchanging glances, Empress Hua and Jingfei recognized the transparent apprehension displayed by Consort Shin, leading them to share a knowing smile. Hearing that Consort Shin was not pregnant diminished Shin Meishuang's expectations, yet upon learning of her own condition from Wen Shichu, she found it hard to believe that there was indeed a child growing within her. As Consort Shin gestured boisterously, Shin Meishuang shyly lowered her gaze, tenderly placing her hand on her belly. This was to be her first child with the Emperor, filling her with immense joy and reverence. Empress Hua, upon receiving the news of Shin Meishuang's pregnancy, felt a surge of happiness. In her previous life, she and Cao Qinmo had orchestrated a false pregnancy scheme that resulted in Shin Meishuang being confined, and later, the underhanded ploy that led to her contracting an illness. The arrival of this child could be seen as a means of atonement for her past transgressions, yet, as her joy lingered, concern soon arose. In her previous life, any woman in the palace who became pregnant faced miscarriage. Consort Shin, noble consort Fang, noble consort Fuchar, and even herself, Jingfei, and Duanfei were all unable to bear children due to various machinations. In this palace, it was exceedingly difficult to safely deliver a child. In this current life, prior to her rebirth, Consort Shin had already suffered a miscarriage, and noble consort Fang of the Shattered Jade Pavilion had also been relegated to the cold palace after her loss. Observing Shin Meishuang, gently cradling her belly, with a maternal tenderness in her eyes, Empress Hua recalled how elated the Emperor had been upon learning of Shin Meishuang's pregnancy, a reaction that appeared genuine. It seemed that despite her father being a regional commander, he was not a source of concern for the Emperor, thus Empress Hua felt assured on that front. To safeguard Shin Meishuang's pregnancy, however, it was the Empress that she must be wary of. Though Empress Hua had been reborn, she did not consider herself a benevolent person. Her kindness towards Shin Meishuang was partly a means of atoning for her past misdeeds, but also an opportunity to cultivate alliances for the Yang family. Should the Yang family ultimately face ruin, she hoped her accumulated good deeds could perhaps spare them. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Empress Hua inquired about the precautions a woman in early pregnancy should take, to which Wen Shichu provided detailed responses. Reflecting on her previous life when she had summoned the fraudulent physician Liu Ben, Empress Hua resolved that this time, she would ensure that Wen Shichu cared for Shin Meishuang until her delivery. In her previous life, Wen Shichu had offered his assistance during Shin Meishuang's confinement, saving her life, and his benevolent heart and skill gave Empress Hua great confidence. After a lengthy contemplation, Empress Hua finally posed the question, Sister Shin, do you intend to share this joyous news with the Emperor now? Considering that she was merely a little over a month pregnant, Empress Hua believed it prudent to keep the news concealed for a time, waiting until the 3-month mark when the pregnancy would be more stable before informing the palace. Furthermore, she had yet to devise a suitable strategy to guard against the Empress. Reluctantly, Empress Hua could not directly disclose her suspicions regarding the Empress being the leader of the abortion conspirators, so she opted to test Shen Meizhuang's sentiments first. In my opinion, it would be wise to wait until the pregnancy is more secure before disclosing anything, a consort Shin interjected, recalling her own loss from months prior. She was reminded of the incident involving the moss and pebbles in her palace, which had been tampered with, as well as the rabbit sachet still worn by Linglong, which had not yet been removed, though Consort Shin had replaced its contents with more commonplace fragrances. While the evidence seemed to point towards the Empress, the formidable Ular Nara clan wielded significant power within the palace, and without concrete proof, she could not accuse the Empress outright. Contemplating these matters, Consort Shin grasped the deeper implications of Empress Hua's question. The women in the palace who were pregnant still faced considerable challenges, and it was wise to remain cautious. Indeed, should the Emperor become aware, he would surely mobilize forces to ensure your safety during the pregnancy. Given Yusha's current favor, the eyes of the palace are fixated upon her. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile and allow this child to be safely carried to term amidst her influence. Chapter 41. The multicolored gemstone-encrusted golden hairpin. Chapter 41. The colorful gem-studded golden hairpin. Jingfei also proposed a plan. Hua Fei could not help but regard Jingfei with newfound respect, for she had not considered the clever strategy of leveraging the influence of the Yu family to evade attention. In her previous life, Jingfei had always bowed low before her, while she herself had wielded her power to suppress others, blind to the many truths around her, an embodiment of folly. Shen Meizhuang had intended to share her joyful news of pregnancy with the Emperor immediately, yet upon hearing the counsel from Shen Changzai and Jingfei to first focus on preserving the pregnancy, she hesitated. Noting the conflicted expression on Shen Meizhuang's face, Hua Fei recalled the previous instance when Jin Huan had playfully teased Shen Meizhuang about being a devoted admirer of Hua Fei. Thus, Hua Fei spoke up, "What Jingfei suggests is wise. Let us have Dr. Wen take good care of you for now, and we shall discuss it again come spring." Once Hua Fei voiced her opinion, Shen Meizhuang's uncertainty dissipated. She trusted that the decision made by the esteemed Hua Fei must surely hold merit. However, we ought to inform the Empress Dowager, Hua Fei added, recalling the information she had gathered on the day of Juninghai's selection of candidates, where the Empress Dowager had shown particular favor towards Shen Meizhuang. Ensuring the Empress Dowager's involvement would provide an added layer of security. After a thorough discussion of the details, the group departed from Yikuan Palace, each carrying their children. Once the palace fell into a serene quietude, Hua Fei, having nothing pressing to attend to, picked up a book of tales to read. Songji, attending nearby, occasionally cast glances toward Hua Fei. "Speak plainly, is it that my face bears some flower to captivate your gaze so?" Earlier, when Shen Changzai had been retching, Songji had felt anxious, fearing that Hua Fei might be saddened upon witnessing it and indulge in those sour cucumbers again. Once it was confirmed that Shen Changzai's condition was merely due to overeating, Songji felt relieved, yet was taken aback to learn that Shen Guiren was truly with child. "Indeed, I am as beautiful as a flower, yet I have not observed you gazing at me in such a manner as today. What is it that troubles you?" Hua Fei languidly flipped through the pages of her book, feeling displeased with the inelegance of the prose. "Your Highness," Songji ventured tentatively, "you are in the prime of your youth." Upon hearing Songji's remark, Hua Fei remembered her past life, realizing that it was indeed out of concern for her feelings that Songji had sought to avert her distress over the sour cucumbers. After her rebirth, Hua Fei understood that the possibility of her bearing children was slim, thus had relinquished the desire to conceive. However, Songji remained unaware of this reality. Feeling warmth at Songji's attentiveness, Hua Fei couldn't help but feel touched. The memory of the sour cucumbers that had once nauseated her resurfaced, now leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. Setting aside the book, Hua Fei turned to Songji. "Rest assured, Shen Guiren's pregnancy shall not trouble me. I shall not indulge in those sour cucumbers any longer. In fact, the mere thought of them makes my cheeks pucker. Let us prepare some crab meat pastries for dinner to alleviate the sourness." Hearing Huafei's reassurance, Songji's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly complied. By the way, regarding the pair of Eastern pearls bestowed by the Emperor not long ago, I instructed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to craft them into earrings. Have they been delivered? Concerning matters of Equine Palace, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is most diligent. The earrings were sent long ago. Your Highness shall wear them during the New Year's Eve banquet, and you will surely outshine all others. Huafei smiled but remained silent, recalling that in her previous life, she had indeed worn those Eastern pearls to great effect during the New Year's Eve banquet. Although they were a gift from the Emperor, it was customary for a concubine to wear Eastern pearls, which was considered a breach of decorum. In her former life, she had been heedless, taking undue pride in her favored status. This time, she vowed not to repeat such errors that might provoke the Emperor's displeasure. The Emperor's method of wielding power through manipulation would not work against Huafei this time. If she could not wear them herself, using them to vex the Empress would suffice. On the 29th day of the new year, Jingfei took Wenyi and Shen Meizhuang to Shoukang Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing Wenyi robust and healthy, the Empress Dowager's heart filled with joy, and her smile widened upon receiving the report from Jingfei that Shen Meizhuang had been pregnant for over a month. Seeing the Empress Dowager's delight, Jingfei shared her intention to temporarily conceal Shen Meizhuang's pregnancy. Currently, only Jingfei, Shen Meizhuang, and the Empress Dowager were privy to this information. This plan had been agreed upon among the four in Equine Palace, aimed at ensuring the Empress Dowager would protect Shen Meizhuang's pregnancy while remaining unaware of their collective camaraderie. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager would grow even more wary of the Yang family. Upon hearing Jingfei's scheme, the Empress Dowager felt increasingly pleased with these two from Shanfugong, recognizing them as individuals of her choosing who embodied poise and steadiness. Reflecting on the previous miscarriages of Fang Guiren and Shen Changzai, the Empress Dowager also expressed her approval of Jingfei's plan. She was well aware of the unfortunate fates of the children in the palace, but she turned a blind eye for the sake of the Ulanara family's honor. However, the Empress had directly terminated her own grandchildren, and thus the Empress Dowager had long harbored discontent towards her. Shen Meizhuang had been the one she had chosen for the Emperor during the selection process. The Empress Dowager resolved to ensure this pregnancy would be safeguarded. Shen Meizhuang was not NAVE, she simply had not spent enough time in the palace to navigate its treacherous waters, and thus lacked a thorough understanding of human malice. Nevertheless, for the sake of her and the Emperor's child, she recognized the necessity of caution. She had even refrained from sharing her pregnancy with Huaner, let alone in Lingrong. Just as the people of Shanfugong departed from Shoukang Palace, Huafei sent Juninghai to deliver the several volumes of scriptures that had been consecrated in Baohua Hall as a festive gift to the Empress Dowager. As the Empress Dowager perused the stack of thick scriptures resting on the redwood tray, she casually picked one up to examine. The calligraphy was not particularly elegant, yet the strokes were meticulous and orderly, clearly indicating that Huafei had put considerable effort into transcribing them. The Empress Dowager felt a renewed sense of satisfaction towards Huafei. The Empress Dowager naturally held a favorable disposition towards those who devoted themselves to piety. Reflecting on the past 6 months, although the Emperor had been momentarily enamored with Xie Zhangzai and then captivated by Miao Yin, Huafei had managed to maintain tranquility within the palace, unlike before when she stirred unrest. This more composed demeanor of Huafei was, in fact, far more endearing than her previous displays of jealousy. In the spirit of reciprocity, the Empress Dowager instructed Zhu Shi to present the colorful gem-studded golden hairpin from her dressing table to Juninghai as a token of her appreciation. This hairpin had originally been bestowed upon the Empress Dowager by the Kangxi Emperor when she had just been made a noble consort. As Juninghai exited Shoukang Palace, Huafei entered Jingren Palace with Songji to pay her final respects to the Empress for the year. Chapter 42, The East Pearl Earrings. Chapter 42, The East Pearl Earrings. Today, the Empress Hua brought along Fuzai, who presented a pair of exquisitely beautiful East Pearl earrings to the Empress. These pearls were considerably more lustrous and larger in diameter than the ones the Empress had mentioned acquiring in her previous life. Not long ago, His Majesty rewarded me for my diligent assistance in managing. I hope you will accept them graciously. While Hua feigned concern for the Empress's age, she was simultaneously flaunting her own favor from the Emperor, suggesting that even the Empress's exclusive East pearls had been bestowed upon her. The Empress, adept at navigating the subtleties of conversation, recognized the veiled mockery in Hua's words. Despite her inclination to decline the gift, Hua's insistence that it was a New Year's offering made refusal seem ungracious, and thus the Empress accepted the earrings with a resigned expression. "Then I must thank my sister for her thoughtfulness, Chiuchiu," the Empress said, signaling to Chiuchiu to accept the earrings from Fuzai. "Fuzai has been in your service for some time now. You must treat her kindly. The servants in my palace are under my authority. Your Majesty need not concern herself," Hua retorted, her tone dismissive. In her previous life, Fuzai had merely greeted the Emperor at the gate of Yiking Palace, and he had remarked upon her resemblance to his younger self. Such a useful person must be utilized wisely. The Empress, detecting Hua's sharp reply, nearly lost her composure but managed to maintain a polite facade. "Well then, my sister is indeed capable in managing her attendants. With you overseeing the 6 palaces, I can rest assured in my recovery. Now, it is getting late, and I must take my medicine. Chiuchiu, please escort the Empress out." The Empress was anxious that if Hua lingered, she might miss the New Year's Eve banquet that awaited her. Jin Huan, as in her previous life, was absent due to illness. Similarly, Dowager Consort Duan remained in the palace to recuperate. Aside from these two, the remaining concubines were already seated according to their ranks, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Emperor and Empress. This time, however, there was an additional attendee, Yu Ying'er, who had recently gained favor. Yu Ying'er donned a strikingly saturated blue chipao, styled in accordance with her rank, with a conspicuous fringe framing her forehead. Restless in her seat, she gestured theatrically as if preparing to perform, oblivious to those around her. Soon, she intended to present a song to the Emperor and Empress. Observing the exuberant Yu Ying'er, Hua casually pondered how long the girl could maintain her spirited demeanor before diverting her gaze to the 17th prince, the Guojun Wang. Following the 9 princes' power struggle, the 17th prince was the only one who had managed to cultivate a rapport with the Emperor. The 17th prince eagerly poured himself a glass of fine wine, clearly in high spirits. In her previous life, Hua had dismissed him as a carefree prince lacking decorum, noting the Emperor's indulgence due to his upbringing under the Empress Dowager. However, upon reflection in this new life, one could not underestimate the caliber of those who had successfully navigated the treacherous waters of court intrigue, particularly those who had managed to live. Such nonchalance could very well serve as a guise to disarm the Emperor's suspicions. It occurred to Hua that the 17th prince's frequent presence in the palace might have contributed to her own rescue of Xinhuan during a critical moment in her past. Just then, the authoritative voice of Su Peixing echoed from outside the hall, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived." Hua promptly rose with the other concubines to pay their respects, noting the Emperor's unusually sprightly demeanor as he entered. "Long live the Emperor, and may the Empress enjoy good fortune," they chorused. "There is no need for formality, please, be seated," the Emperor gestured for them to take their places. "Every time you say that, it only serves to heighten the formality," Guardian Wang Yungle remarked, a hint of intoxication in his voice, teasingly nudging the Emperor. Only the 17th brother would voice such sentiments. He is the most averse to restraint. It is indeed a rare occasion for him to attend without being tardy, the Emperor jested, though his gaze lingered on Hua. Hua returned his gaze, her smile unwavering, yet internally she felt certain that her brother's report regarding the pacification of the Northwest had reached the Emperor. The 17th brother was the first to raise his cup in a toast to the Emperor, followed closely by Ular Nara Ishio. "Let us toast to my elder brother, wishing him longevity and health, and may the Qing dynasty prosper," they proclaimed. "May the Emperor enjoy peace and longevity," the concubines echoed in unison, rising to offer their well wishes. In that moment, Hua reflected on the words of the author Sanjin, who once penned, "History can be astonishingly similar." Should she ever meet him, she would surely express that sometimes history is not merely similar but strikingly identical. As the cups were drained, Hua heard the Emperor's concerned inquiry from his seat of honor, "This wine is delightful, have you also partaken, Empress Hua?" "Indeed, I have," Hua responded, echoing her previous life's words, though her tone lacked the sweetness of yesteryear's, now infused with a calm composure befitting their roles. "Your Majesty seems especially cheerful today," the Empress remarked, attempting to elevate the Emperor's spirits. This afternoon, news arrived from the northwest announcing that Nian Genyo has quelled the rebellion in Luobozang Danjin, capturing the insurgents and their livestock, he announced. What a remarkable man Nian Genyo is. What a great general. The emperor's delight was palpable, yet Hua remained cautious. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It is your profound blessings that have safeguarded the Qing dynasty, enabling your brother to restore peace. With your imperial might, any general could quell a rebellion. It is merely your favor that has aided him, as she asserted, hastening to kneel before the emperor. This brother of yours is commendable. All credit goes to Your Majesty's discerning eye, which has granted him this opportunity. Hua maintained her respectful demeanor, bowing her head. While her words were filled with deference, her thoughts were laced with disdain. Do not elevate the Nian family to such heights, lest they become insufferable. Chapter 43, Spicy Rabbit Head. Chapter 43. Spicy Rabbit Heads. The Prince Guojun observed the unfolding scene with considerable interest, pondering how the haughty and imperious consort Hua had suddenly become so adept at gauging the situation. The emperor, seeing consort Hua kneeling before him, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His woman, unlike others, did not take her favored status for granted, thus preserving his dignity. Consort Hua, indeed, was quite commendable. The emperor assisted her to her feet and guided her back to her rightful place. As the banquet progressed into its main event, the melodious strains of music filled the air, and the dancers made their entrance, their graceful forms moving in harmony with the flowing melodies. Consort Hua finally relaxed, recalling the trajectory of her past life, where soon after the emperor had indulged in drink, he would fortuitously encounter Zhenhuan in the Mai Garden. In this lifetime, devoid of Yu Ying'er, the emperor would likely find Zhenhuan with that absurd verse, propelling her to become the most beloved concubine in the Forbidden City. Lost in such thoughts, Consort Hua propped her chin on her hand and blissfully sipped another cup of wine. Truly, in this life, she was a benefactor, not only aiding the emperor in preserving his heir but also acting as a matchmaker between him and Zhenhuan. Oh heaven, you must open your eyes to witness the multitude of good deeds I, Nian Shilan, have accomplished in this life. Please bless the Nian family with safety and prosperity. As Consort Hua continued to drink, the effects of the wine began to take hold, and her thoughts wandered freely. This was the first time since her rebirth that she had succumbed to drunkenness. Through her hazy vision, she gazed at the performance area at the center of the banquet. The noble Lady Fu Cha was indeed quite lovely, yet regrettably timid. In her previous life, she had been driven mad by Zhenhuan's tale of the human pig. One could only wonder if this incarnation of Fu Cha possessed a touch more courage. If she were to discover that Consort Hua had been reborn, would she faint from fright? With a mischievous chuckle, Consort Hua indulged her wicked thoughts and took another swig from the wine jug. After Lady Fu Cha concluded her performance of high mountains and flowing water, Yu Ying'er took the stage. With a flourish, she raised her hand delicately, singing once more, dreaming of the nightingales. Upon hearing her voice, the other concubines furrowed their brows. Must it be this song again? We've heard it at dawn and dusk, and it never grows tiresome. The ever-restless Ling Long, upon recognizing that Yu Ying'er was performing a dream in the garden, insisted on leaving. Consort Hua, attempting to placate the unruly Ling Long, coaxed, "Be good, Ling Long, and heed your mother's words. I shall treat you to some spicy rabbit heads. Once we finish the rabbit, we shall never have to hear this tune again." Noticing Yu Ying'er's eyes darting about, with the whites more prominent than the irises, Consort Hua recalled the words of Songji from earlier. "My lady, I believe that when the official's daughter sings, her expressive eyes resemble a rabbit caught in a snare. Perhaps we should prepare spicy rabbit heads for dinner." Songji, observing her lady growing increasingly intoxicated and speaking fancifully to Ling Long, regretted her earlier remarks about Yu Ying'er resembling a rabbit. Anxious yet reluctant to overtly intervene for fear of disturbing the emperor, she could only tug gently at Consort Hua's sleeve, whispering reminders. However, Consort Hua disregarded her murmurs entirely, believing her mission for the day had concluded, and now she sought to indulge in a drunken revelry, welcoming the new hopes of the coming year. Unexpectedly, Juninghai hurried over from behind, leaning close to Consort Hua to whisper a few urgent words, instantly rousing her from her stupor. "Your Highness, there is troubling news from the palace of Consort Duan. Her health has deteriorated, and a physician must be summoned." Juningai's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. The once drunken consort Hua, now alert, straightened her back. What is the matter? Is Consort Duan unwell again in this lifetime? A throbbing headache greeted her clarity as she glanced toward the main seat, noticing the Emperor's absence, while the Empress caught her gaze and shot her an exasperated look. You arranged for the red plum at the banquet. Consort Hua shot back with an innocent expression, silently blaming the Empress's incessant meddling, even in death. With the Emperor having departed, Consort Hua averted her gaze, feigning intoxication as she leaned against Songji. Songji, I've had too much to drink, quickly assist me outside for a stroll to clear my head. With closed eyes, she gently pressed her temples while following Songji out of the hall. Once outside, Consort Hua instructed Juninghai to summon physician Wen Shichu, while she and Songji hurried toward the Yanqing Palace. In her previous life, Consort Duan had feigned illness on New Year's Eve to draw attention, but this time, something was amiss. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, her steps quickening. Supported by Songji, she swiftly arrived at the Yanqing Palace. As they hastened, Consort Hua felt the effects of the wine dissipating significantly. What is happening? Where is your mistress? Jixiang was anxiously awaiting the physician's arrival at the palace gates, not expecting Consort Hua to arrive first. Consort Hua, enough with the pleasantries, wasn't he your mistress in good health? Why are we hearing reports that she is unwell? Consort Hua dismissed Jixiang's formalities, striding purposefully toward the Yanqing Palace. Consort Hua, since the onset of winter, my mistress had been taking physician Wen's medicine and had shown improvement in her cough, yet recently, her condition has worsened. After dinner, she could scarcely breathe. I had no choice but to seek you out. Arriving at the bedside, Consort Hua beheld the pallid face of Consort Duan, her lips devoid of color, her breath shallow and irregular. Witnessing Consort Duan's suffering, Consort Hua felt helpless, awaiting the arrival of physician Wen. Seizing the moment, Consort Hua surveyed the furnishings of Consort Duan's quarters, hoping to discern some clue. Jixiang, you and Songji go fetch 2 more lamps. I wish to see who dares to lay a hand on your mistress. Jixiang and Songji complied, hurriedly seeking candles. Hearing the commotion, Consort Duan slowly opened her eyes. Forgive me for disturbing your New Year's Eve. Her voice was barely a whisper. Consort Hua hastily sat beside her, grasping Consort Duan's hand. Every New Year's celebration consists merely of song and dance performances, lacking any novelty. It's hardly worth attending. I've heard there's a new singer in the palace, a remarkable talent in conch, Consort Duan replied, mustering her strength to converse, not wishing to see the worry etched on Consort Hua's face. Let us not even mention it. I've grown weary of a dream in the garden. It has become a tiresome refrain. If it weren't for Jixiang's invitation, I would still be wandering the garden at the banquet. Consort Duan wished to smile, yet even the slightest movement brought her pain. Observing Consort Duan's distress, Consort Hua felt a deep sense of guilt. Had she not force-fed her that bowl of safflower broth years ago, Consort Duan's health might not have been so fragile. As they waited, physician Wen Shichu finally arrived. Chapter 44, Seeds of the Bougainvillea. Chapter 44, The Seeds of the Borhinia. Wen Shichu took his time feeling the pulse before bowing respectfully to the Huafei. Your Highness, as per my observations, it appears that the Duan Fei has been poisoned. Upon hearing this news, a fierce glint flickered in Huafei's eyes. Duan Fei, who was listening nearby, felt a pang of doubt. Aside from Huafei, she had not made any enemies within the palace who could possibly wish her harm. Is it possible to discern what kind of poison it might be? Huafei's tone was icy, devoid of any intoxication. There were only 2 possibilities regarding Duan Fei's poisoning. Either someone had recently seen her reconcile with Duan Fei and, out of suspicion, had poisoned her, though this line of reasoning seemed flawed. Or Duan Fei had been poisoned long ago, the dosage so minute it had gone undetected, akin to how the Emperor administered his favorite fragrance. Huafei recalled that in her previous life, Duan Fei had been perpetually unwell, and her intuition led her to believe that the latter possibility was true. If that were indeed the case, then in her past life, Hua Fei had borne the brunt of someone else's misdeeds. Wen Shichu was equally perplexed. For the past 3 months, he had personally attended to Du Fei's health, prescribing her remedies while his apprentice, Wei Yilin, handled the medicinal herbs, and the maid, Zhixiang, managed the preparation of the medicines. Could it be that someone had tampered with the ingredients? In Yanqing Palace, Zhixiang was the only maid in attendance, her loyalty beyond question. The only other person who had access to the herbs was Wei Yilin. However, Wen Shichu had faith in his apprentice's character. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Hua Fei. "Your Highness, may I request to examine the leftover medicinal dregs from today and also the meals consumed by Her Highness?" Hua Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Zhixiang, who, being a clever girl, promptly dashed out to fetch the dregs from the courtyard. Yanqing Palace lacked a small kitchen, and according to palace regulations, any leftover meals would be collected by a young eunuch. Thus, no remnants of Du Fei's food remained. Zhixiang could only recount what Du Fei had eaten from memory. "Dr. Wen, my mistress usually has a poor appetite and can only manage some rice porridge. Recently, under your care, she has improved and, following your guidance, has occasionally enjoyed fish soup and chicken broth for nourishment, along with the blood swallow that your Highness sends daily." As Wen Shichu listened to Zhixiang's recollections, the dregs were indeed consistent with the prescriptions he had provided, with nothing amiss in quantity or quality. The herb pot was also spotless, devoid of any issues. But why is there something amiss? Hua Fei mused, concerned that the blood swallow she had sent Her Highness found it delightful and drank an extra bowl. Zhixiang racked her brain but could not recall any further irregularities. "Your Highness, I dare to suggest that we inspect the Du Fei's quarters for any anomalies." Wen Shichu's mind was already racing with deductions. He merely needed to uncover that specific item to reach a conclusion. "Juninghai, fetch several more candles. Songji, Zhixiang, assist the Du Fei in dressing." Hua Fei observed Wen Shichu's calm demeanor, realizing he had likely reached a conclusion. All she had to do was cooperate. Before long, Zhixiang and Songji helped Du Fei to her feet. With her hair cascading like a waterfall and draped in a silver-white cloak, she appeared even paler. Zhixiang helped her settle down, while Hua Fei accompanied Wen Shichu into the chamber. Juninghai and Songji added more candlelight, facilitating Wen Shichu's investigation. After inspecting the furnishings and items within the chamber, Wen Shichu's gaze fell upon Du Fei's pillow. The pillow was adorned with a pattern of auspicious symbols, filled with dried buckwheat, cassia seeds, and borhinia flower seeds. Wen Shichu carefully snipped open the pillow, causing its contents to spill out. Du Fei, seated outside, leaned against Zhixiang, observing the activity within. Wen Shichu picked up several borhinia seeds and buckwheat, bringing them close to his nose for a thorough examination, and his mind began to clear. "What do you discern?" Hua Fei inquired, scrutinizing Wen Shichu's expression. "Your Highness, it is likely that the Du Fei has succumbed to the poison of the borhinia flower." Du Fei could hear and see everything happening inside the chamber. That pillow had been in her possession since her time in the Wang residence. If it were poisoned, she would have fallen ill long ago. Hua Fei remained silent upon hearing Wen Shichu's conclusion, awaiting his detailed explanation. Typically, pillows are filled with cassia seeds, but this particular one contains borhinia seeds, Wen Shichu continued. Though borhinia and cassia seeds belong to the same family, their seeds are similar and easily confused by the untrained eye. Cassia seeds are known for their calming properties, while borhinia seeds are unsuitable for those with respiratory issues. Furthermore, upon my observation, even the buckwheat appears to have been soaked in a concentrated extract derived from borhinia. The powder of the borhinia flower, when prolonged exposure, may inflict damage upon the brain and liver. Given that the Du Fei has suffered from lung illness for many years, it is likely she has inhaled a considerable amount of borhinia powder. Why has the Eels are classified as scaleless fish. Medical texts state, all scaleless fish are toxic and should be consumed sparingly. Pregnant women who consume them may face difficulties in childbirth, and their offspring may suffer ailments as well. Wen Shichu spoke with a flourish reminiscent of an erudite scholar, causing Hua Fei to wince at his pedantic tone. "Will you get to the point? Is it that the Du Fei's poisoning stems from consuming eel?" "Indeed, Your Highness, the borhinia flower, when mixed with fish broth, is lethal. Fortunately, the Duanfei merely inhaled the Borhinier powder and did not ingest any part of the flower itself, which accounts for her incessant coughing and severe pain in the liver and lungs. Wen Shichu wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead with the sleeve of his official robe. Initially composed, he became flustered upon hearing Hua Fei's critique of his verbose manner. Hua Fei, ever courageous, was rather gentle compared to her sister. Huan always displayed great patience when listening to her discuss medical knowledge. Is there an antidote for this poison? Hua Fei shot Wen Shichu a sidelong glance. Reassured that it was not a deadly toxin, she felt a wave of relief. First, they would address the poison, then seek out the perpetrator, proceeding step by step. Yes, there is an antidote. Fortunately, the Duanfei's consumption of the fish soup was minimal, and as this pillow has been used for quite some time, the potency of the Borhinier has diminished. I shall prepare an antidote, and in approximately 7 days, Her Highness shall be restored to health. Then I shall trouble you, Dr. Wen, to prepare the prescription. Listening from outside, Duanfei abandoned the pillow, and her coughing seemed to alleviate somewhat. She reflected on the years she had spent using that very pillow, her gaze dimming with melancholy. Wen Shichu had stated that the potency of the Borhinier within the pillow had faded, yet she realized that for over a decade, she had been sleeping on it. That pillow had been a gift from someone during her time in the Wang residence. Chapter 45, Is the Emperor Your Ancestor? Chapter 45, Is the Emperor Your Ancestor? As Wen Shichu realized there was nothing left for him to do, he took his medicine box back to the Imperial Hospital to prepare prescriptions and brew medicine. The Hua Fei and Duanfei sat facing each other on the soft couch, enveloped in a heavy silence. The flickering candlelight danced in the cold depths of Hua Fei's gaze. The tattered pillow had been tidied up by Zhixiang, replaced with a new one. It was the Empress. Duanfei spoke first. That pillow was given to me by Ishio after you made me drink the safflower. At that time, she had already become a Fuxian. Upon hearing the term safflower, Hua Fei could only remain silent. Seeing that I could not sleep soundly at night, Ishio gifted me this pillow to aid my slumber, Duanfei continued, taking a breath. The two seemed to be transported back to their time in the Wangfu, a period when they had just severed ties, their animosity as fierce as fire and water. One had lost her child, while the other had forfeited the right to. It was a time fraught with anguish, during which they regarded each other as thorns in their sides. Reflecting now, they were but tools in a conflict where others profited from their strife. Hua Fei managed a bitter smile, having thought upon her return that the long-standing enmity with Duanfei was instigated solely by the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Little did she know that Ulanara Ishio had secretly fueled the flames. While a bowl of safflower had rendered Duanfei incapable of conceiving, it had not condemned her to years of illness. In hindsight, the physician treating Duanfei was none other than Zhang Yi of the Imperial Hospital. He could not have been unaware of the true nature of her ailment, coupled with her previous withholding of Duanfei's meals and restricting the physician's visits. This was a mystery she had failed to unravel in her past life until her death. How many more hidden daggers does the Empress conceal? Ulanara Ishio placed immense value on her position as Fuxian. At that time, the likelihood of the prince ascending to the throne was exceedingly high. She must have been wary of me from the outset. Both of us hail from families of military lineage. Should we enter the palace, we would both be esteemed consorts in the eyes of the Emperor, naturally posing a latent threat to her as Empress. Hua Fei continued Duanfei's thoughts. After years of rivalry with the Empress, Hua Fei had initially engaged in a mere battle of jealousy, never anticipating a struggle for the throne. Yet, the sight of the Zhonghua flower pillow now illuminated the depth of Ulanara Ishio's concern for her status. Now, she has indeed revealed her true intentions, Duanfei remarked. Since Hua Fei had sought her out to apologize, she had been reluctant to believe that the Emperor, whom she loved dearly, had simultaneously been wary of her during their time in the Wangfu. Now, with the evidence of the Empress's covert machination surfacing, Duanfei hastily attributed all her years of suffering, torment, and grievances to the Empress. Hua Fei was unaware of Duanfei's thoughts, yet she had instinctively sensed that Duanfei was unwilling to acknowledge that the Emperor had deprived. After all, Duanfei had not endured the pain of her family's annihilation and could not comprehend the despair of knowing that the man she adored had guarded against her for years before her death. One must understand that a person feigning sleep can never be awakened. It was crucial to allow Du Yunfei to personally experience the emperor's callousness. Wei Yiling soon delivered the medicine, which Zhixiang took to brew, serving it to Du Yunfei. Hua Fei offered Zhixiang a few instructions, advising her to knock on the door of Yiquan Palace directly should any matters arise, before departing with Zhu Ninghai and Song Ji. As they left Yanqing Hall, the snow began to fall once more on their way back to Yiquan Palace. Hua Fei, having indulged in a few more cups at the evening banquet, had only just gathered her wits to address Du Yunfei's poisoning, but now, having relaxed, she was afflicted with a slight headache. Upon returning to Yiquan Palace, Song Ji attended to Hua Fei, helping her to bed. Before sleeping, Hua Fei reminded Song Ji to prepare the red envelopes for the servants of Yiquan Palace for the following day, as she intended to generously reward them at the dawn of the new spring. Listening to Hua Fei's ramblings, Song Ji reassured her, "Rest assured, my lady, the red envelopes have long been prepared, and following your instructions, each maid and eunuch of Yiquan Palace has received double their monthly stipend." As Song Ji thought of her own substantial red envelope, she felt a surge of joy. If there were but one thing left in this world to bring happiness, it would undoubtedly be silver. "That is wonderful. You have all worked hard this past year, and I shall continue to rely on you in the coming year," Hua Fei murmured as she drifted off to sleep, a thought lingering unspoken in her mind. "In my previous life, you all suffered alongside me. In this life, I shall make amends." In her past life, after Hua Fei was granted death, the servants of Yiquan Palace were allocated new duties, undoubtedly enduring much hardship upon leaving Yiquan Palace. Song Ji did not hear Hua Fei's innermost thoughts, but the mere acknowledgement of their labor brought warmth to her heart. Only Song Ji could perceive the transformation in her mistress. Though in previous years the lady had been generous, she was also strict with rewards and punishments, resulting in resentment among the servants. Yet now, the current mistress genuinely held them, her subordinates, in her heart. After tucking Hua Fei in, Song Ji settled onto a small couch nearby to rest, a place previously designated for the maid on night watch. In Yiquan Palace, humane care was becoming increasingly commonplace. In the second year of Yongzheng, on the first day of the new year, all things were renewed. Hua Fei rose early, requesting Song Ji to style her hair into a magnificent flag headdress, adorned with the 5-colored gemstone hairpin gifted by the Empress Dowager, before proceeding to Jingren Palace to pay her respects to the Emperor and the Empress for the new year. To her surprise, upon entering Jingren Palace, she was met with the sight of the Empress's stormy countenance. Hua Fei assessed the Empress's expression as she performed her greetings and took her seat. Even Hua Fei has made it a point to arrive on time today to pay her respects to the Empress. "That Yu Guanfang truly knows no bounds," Qi Fei boldly remarked. "Qi Fei, you are mistaken, she is now Yu Daying. Moreover, she has received a title bestowed by the Emperor, which sets her apart from us," Hua Fei interjected, discerning the underlying implications in Qi Fei and Shen Changzai's words, surmising that the Emperor had not spent the night in the Empress's chambers. According to ancestral customs, the Emperor was expected to share the same bed with the Empress on the 1st and 15th days of each month, as well as on New Year's Eve. "My lady, you has shown blatant disregard for ancestral customs, luring the Emperor away on New Year's Eve. You must impose a severe punishment upon her," Qi Fei earnestly advised the Empress. "Palace rules were established by our ancestors, they are the sovereign, and the sovereign is the Emperor. The Emperor's wishes are not to be opposed, even by you, my lady." "This is something you have stated before." Qi Fei's words seemed to place the Empress in a precarious position, Hua Fei thought, recalling the Zhonghua flower pillow she had uncovered the previous night, her irritation mounting towards the Empress on this first day of the new year. Though Hua Fei still did not comprehend why Yu had garnered such favor the night before, she would not let any opportunity to vex the Empress slip away. Shen Changzai, unable to grasp the implications of the Empress's words, pondered whether the implied meaning was, "Is the Emperor your ancestor?" Chapter 46. An unexpected encounter at the Plum Blossom Garden. Chapter 46. A chance encounter at the Leaning Plum Garden. This phrase was often uttered by Her Majesty the Empress to demonstrate her unwavering respect for the Emperor, despite its apparent lack of substance. Today, upon hearing this famous saying from Consort Hua, Xinchang realized with a sudden epiphany that the Empress's true implication was that the Emperor is her ancestor. Feeling a sense of enlightenment, Xinchang gazed at Hua with admiration, thinking to herself that Consort Hua truly possesses the ability to elucidate such roundabout statements. Consort Hua, however, replied, "Not at all." Consort Chi was about to retort to Hua's sharp comment when the Empress, frowning, intervened. "It is the first day of the new year. Is this how you conduct yourselves, quarreling so brazenly?" Faced with the Empress's stern words, Consort Chi had no choice but to retreat, lowering her head and settling back into her seat. Hua flashed a provocative smile at Consort Chi and adjusted the colorful tassels of the 5-colored gemstone hairpin atop her head. This exquisite adornment was specially chosen yesterday in honor of the Empress Dowager's gift, complemented by a set of seldom-worn 5-colored armor that perfectly matched the golden hairpin. "Consort Hua, your 5-colored gemstone headdress is truly stunning today, making you appear exceptionally radiant." "It must have cost a fortune," remarked Furuta, who, upon entering Jingren Palace, couldn't help but express her envy. "This is a New Year's gift from the Empress Dowager, and I have donned it specifically to pay my respects later. The rest of my collection consists of rare pieces I have gathered over time, none of which cost much," Consort Hua replied, having navigated the intrigues of court life for many years and adept knowing how to strike at the heart of others. What could incite a woman's jealousy more than exquisite jewelry that is both magnificent and unattainable? Upon hearing Hua's words, Furuta fell silent, aware of her own status as a mere consort, having only enjoyed a few moments of closeness with the Emperor since her arrival in the palace. The favors she received were nothing beyond what other consorts possessed, and now, with Yu's favored status, she found herself only slightly better off than An, who had yet to share the Emperor's bed. When would she ascend to a lofty position and revel in such glory? Lost in her thoughts, Furuta heard the voice of Jian Fuhai from outside the hall. "The Emperor has arrived." Consort Hua and the other consorts rose to respectfully welcome the Emperor. Once he entered and took his seat at the head, Hua noticed the fiery Yu, who followed closely behind him, prompting her to quickly shift her stance and bow, unwilling to let Yu gain any undue advantage. The other consorts were quick to catch on, mirroring the Emperor's movements and, under Hua's lead, stepped forward to greet the Emperor and the Empress, wishing them prosperity for the new year. This time, they all displayed an uncanny sense of unity, leaving Yu no opportunity for individual recognition. While Yu felt frustrated, having intentionally delayed waking the Emperor that morning, she had already faced his reprimand. Now, seeking to regain her standing by entering Jingren Palace alongside the Emperor, she was collectively ignored. Reflecting on the previous night, she realized how perilous her situation had been. One misstep and such immense fortune could have been lost to another. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yu Ying'er retreated to the back, standing beside An Lingrong, and together they performed a grand bow to the Emperor and the Empress to offer their New Year greetings. "Long live our Emperor! May his reign be eternal, like the rivers and the sun and moon shining together." "Everyone, rise." "Where is Wan Changzai?" the Emperor inquired, directing his question at Shen Huan. "Wan Changzai is still unwell, and I have excused her from today's greetings," the Empress replied, maintaining a composed smile, though her heart felt icy. The thought that her husband had spent New Year's Eve with a lowly palace maid, and upon seeing her, inquired about another woman's well-being, was unbearable. It seemed that this year, she would continue to endure the pain of her position. Why has she been ill for so long without improvement? The Emperor felt an instinctual discomfort. Despite having spent the night with Yu Ying'er and having elevated her status, his mind was plagued by the image of Shen Huan from the day of the selection. Perhaps this winter is colder than usual, causing illnesses to linger. "I have already dispatched the imperial physician to attend to her," Ulanara Ishio reassured herself, reminding herself to maintain her dignity. "If that is the case, then let her recuperate fully. What were you all discussing so animatedly just now?" Yanjing asked, feeling a bit perturbed yet unable to pinpoint the reason. "We were just admiring the beauty of Consort Hua's headdress, Your Majesty." "Do take a look," It truly is particularly resplendent, Zhen Changzai said, her slightly cherubic face catching the emperor's eye, her words laced with an innocent demeanor. Yongjing followed Zhen Changzai's lead, glancing at Consort Hua. I observe that this 5-colored gemstone hairpin resembles the one bestowed upon the Empress Dowager by the late emperor. Consort Hua stepped forward, beaming, and performed a courtesy. Indeed, Your Majesty. This is a New Year's gift from the Empress Dowager, which I have particularly chosen to wear today. In her heart, she thought that with the arrival of the reports of her brother's victories in the northwest, it was truly gracious of the emperor to elevate her in front of the others, and she would play along. Why did you not wear the pair of East pearls I gifted you? Do you not fancy them? The emperor naturally broached the subject of the East pearls. Your Majesty, I believe the East pearls are the finest of jewels, deserving only of the empress. With my humble means, I felt it inappropriate to wear them, and thus, I have fashioned them into earrings as a gift for the empress. Consort Hua replied. The emperor had intended to. However, upon hearing Hua's response, his suspicions regarding Nyan Ganyao's growing influence were somewhat alleviated. The Nyan family had proven to be tactful. In the reports of the Western campaign, Nyan Ganyao had omitted his own contributions, focusing solely on expressing gratitude for the emperor's formidable presence that had afforded them the opportunity for success. Within the palace and beyond, this brother-sister duo was not nearly as arrogant as he had initially feared, which left the emperor quite satisfied. In that case, the empress ought not to disappoint Consort Hua's goodwill, Yongjing remarked, turning toward the empress, who could only muster a forced smile in response. It had been a long time since the emperor had gifted her any jewelry, and the fact that he so casually bestowed the East pearls, which could only be worn by the empress, upon another was entirely Nyan Shilan's fault. That vixen, Consort Hua, noticing the flicker of resentment in the empress's eyes, rolled her own in exasperation. It was this man who gave me the East pearls. I did not ask for them. Why direct your anger at me, you foolish woman? After a brief interlude, the emperor and the empress departed for Shokang Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Preferring tranquility, the Empress Dowager had decreed that on the first day of the new year, all consorts were exempt from the customary greetings, allowing only the emperor and empress to exchange pleasantries. Before leaving, Yongjing did not spare a glance at Yu Yinger. Once the emperor and empress had exited, the other consorts remained, reluctant to disperse. You truly possess immense audacity to have dared to ensnare the emperor on New Year's Eve. Lehui shot a piercing glare at Yu. Though Yu was not as beautiful as Lehui, her youth and full features sparked Lehui's jealousy. After all, who had not once been young? I merely chanced upon the emperor in the Leaning Plum Garden, and he insisted on dragging me along to listen to music. It was not my intention to disobey, Yu Yinger replied, her tone soft yet devoid of any semblance of humility. She was merely a woman cast aside by the emperor, not a threat to be feared. Another chance encounter. How fortunate you are, you, to have such luck to constantly run into the emperor. We have not had such an encounter in years, Consort Chi chimed in, her tone laden with envy. Elder sister Chi, you may not realize that when fortune smiles upon someone, it is unstoppable. Even a scrap of paper may catch the emperor's eye, Xin Changzai interjected casually. Chapter 47, The Ability of Barji. Chapter 47, The Ability of Flattery. Upon hearing the sharp critique from Xin Changzai, Hurfei could not help but burst into laughter. The other concubines present also stifled their giggles behind their hands. Yu Yinger felt her cheeks flush crimson, her round eyes widened in indignation, wishing fervently to silence Xin Changzai's tongue. Hurfei mused to herself, lamenting the wasted potential of Xin Changzai's sharp wit, which had remained unnoticed within the royal residence for so many years. Indeed, Xin Changzai possessed a certain talent for flattery. Oh dear, Sister Xin Changzai speaks the truth. To deliver such gifts to the emperor's heart requires considerable skill, remarked Fu Cha Guiren, who had always looked down upon the maid Yu Yinger, especially since she was a mere night fragrance attendant. One by one, the assembled ladies extinguished Yu Yinger's moment of self-satisfaction with their jibes. Left with no target for her ire, Yu Yinger could only sulkily bow clumsily to the concubines before taking her leave with her flower ornament back to Zhongqi Palace. With the source of their amusement gone, the other concubines dispersed. Yu Yinger muttered to herself as she walked, just wait, once I ascend to the position of mistress of Zhongqi Palace, I shall make these women who mocked me regret their words. The little maid, Hua Sui, cautioned her, "My lady, there are many people on the street. One must be cautious with their words." Hearing even a maid dare to speak against her, Yu Yinger's pent-up rage erupted, and she slapped Hua Sui across the face. Tears welled in Hua Sui's eyes as she covered her stinging cheek and lowered her head. This scene unfolded before the watchful gaze of An Lingrong, who stood at the street corner. Upon returning to Yikoan Palace, Hua Fei summoned all the servants and maids to the main hall. The attendants, both high and low in rank, filled the room to capacity. Hua Fei, exuding an air of authority, gracefully occupied the main seat, her demeanor reminiscent of a blooming rose adorned with thorns. Today was a day of rewards, yet she would not allow her servants to lose their sense of reverence. Though she had become more compassionate towards her attendants in this life compared to the last, Hua Fei upheld a balance of leniency and strictness. After all, the petty and self-serving nature of those who survive in the palace often leads them to bully the weak. Simply sitting there while sipping tea was enough to instill fear in her subordinates. Songji stood beside her, holding a roster, calling out each maid of Yikoan Palace to receive their rewards. Guiji, Lingji, Lanji. First-rank maids, awarded 100 taels of silver. Liu Xiang, Ling Xiang, Hui Xiang, Han Xiang, second-rank maids, awarded 50 taels of silver. The monthly stipend for a first-rank maid was 7 taels, amounting to 84 taels a year. Thus, the year-end bonus of 100 taels for each first-rank maid was a sight to behold, stirring envy among the other attendants. In previous years, Hua Fei had merely sat back while Songji distributed the silver and offered a few admonitions before the crowd dispersed. However, this year, not only did she distribute silver, but each maid also received a piece of satin, while the eunuchs were given a pair of well-fitting boots. As the attendants received their rewards, their gratitude towards Hua Fei was palpable, with auspicious words flowing endlessly. The warmth from the satin and boots further endeared her to them, who could match Hua Fei in her consideration for her subordinates. The daily provisions in Yikoan Palace were generous, and the holiday rewards included new clothes alongside silver. This year, you have all performed admirably. Thanks to your diligent service, I can rest peacefully in Yikoan Palace. I hope that in the coming year, we can work together harmoniously to ensure our lives in the palace flourish, she declared. Once the rewards were fully distributed, the maids returned to their positions, their arms laden with heavy silver, their hearts brimming with joy, smiles illuminating their faces. Hearing Hua Fei's words felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Let me not speak of anything else, I shall only say this: loyalty is paramount. I have no use for those who lack it, regardless of their abilities. Should I discover any of you harboring treachery or ingratitude, you know what fate awaits you. What had been a sunny moment turned suddenly ominous, as Hua Fei's stern words silenced the attendants, who were well aware that while the affairs of Yikoan Palace were profitable, their mistress possessed a notoriously volatile temperament. Seeing them all bow their heads in silence, Hua Fei felt satisfied that her warning had taken effect. She glanced at Fu Zi, who bore a slight look of guilt, but Hua Fei chose to ignore it, allowing them to disperse to attend to their duties while keeping Xiao Luzi behind. Last night, Hua Fei had dispatched Xiao Luzi to accompany the emperor, ensuring he would have a chance encounter with Shen Huan in Yimai Garden, yet, she could not fathom why the individual he encountered was still Yu Yinger. During today's audience, Yu Yinger had spoken in a vague manner, and Hua Fei awaited Xiao Luzi to clarify the matter. Your Highness, last night I followed the Emperor all the way to Yimai Garden and indeed saw Wan Changzai making a wish beneath the plum blossom tree. The Emperor approached her and engaged in conversation. However, after just a few exchanges, Wan Changzai slipped away, and soon after, I witnessed Yu Diaying emerge from behind the plum tree. Was not Yu Yinger at the banquet? How could she be in Yimai Garden? I do not know, Your Highness. I was somewhat distant, fearing the Emperor might notice me, but I can confirm that Yu Yinger had been waiting in the plum grove for quite some time. First, there was Yu Diaying, then Wan Changzai, and finally, the Emperor. Xiao Luzi expressed that he had witnessed a classic case of mistaken identity, his heart racing with urgency to inform the Emperor of the error. Yet, recalling his master's instructions to remain discreet, he found it difficult to contain his anxiety. As Hua Fei absorbed Xiao Luzi's account, a bold idea took root in her mind. Could it be that Yu Yinger was also someone who had been reborn? Yet, observing her impulsive and reckless behavior, Hua Fei thought that if she were indeed reborn, she should possess more discernment. Was this not a deliberate act, a akin to how Hua Fei often treated the Empress with disdain. The image of Yu Ying'er's sharp, rabbit-like visage made Hua Fei roll her eyes. It was time to take action against her. Through the incident at Yimai Garden, Hua Fei had come to ascertain certain intricacies of this life. Even with her rebirth, she could not alter the course of certain predetermined events. However, as the saying goes, man proposes, and heaven disposes. As the sage of Baohor Hall had once informed her upon her rebirth, the Emperor's diminished affection for Yu Ying'er was a direct result of her own interference. Having been with Yongjing for many years, Hua Fei had become adept at discerning the Emperor's feelings for a woman with a mere glance. In her previous life, she was well aware of his affections, blinded by love and unwilling to admit that Yongjing was both passionate and fickle. In this life, such insight had transformed into a formidable tool for her navigation within the palace. Hua Fei instructed Xiao Luzi to investigate further into the details of Yu Ying'er's appearance in Yimai Garden before dismissing him. She realized that as she sought more information, she could not rely solely on Juninghai for intelligence. It was imperative that she cultivate a broader network of informants. After attending to these matters, Hua Fei directed Song Ji to relay a message to Bao Qiu, requesting that she devise a plan to draw Bao Huan away, allowing Enling Rong to visit Yikoan Palace in the coming days. Chapter 48, Addressing Halitosis. Chapter 48, The treatment of halitosis. On the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, the seal was affixed, and on the 19th day of the first month, it was opened. During the sealing period, nobles and dignitaries were permitted to visit and convey New Year greetings. However, lower-ranking concubines could only receive their families in the palace after becoming pregnant. Yet, the emperor, showing compassion for the Yang family's hardships during their military campaigns in the northwest, permitted the frail eldest son, Yang Shi, to enter the palace and pay respects to consort Hua, alleviating her longing for family. Upon entering Yikoan Palace, Yang Shi dared not wonder or gaze too freely. Yang Shi pays respects to my esteemed aunt, wishing her health and longevity year after year. Consort Hua regarded her dutifully kneeling nephew, reflecting on how he had met an untimely demise at merely 20 in his previous life. Such a child, who had been so poorly treated by fate, now wished her longevity. A tear involuntarily escaped the corner of her eye, quickly wiped away, though only Song Ji perceptively noticed. Please rise, eldest son. Given your frail condition, such formalities must surely pain consort Hua. Juninghai observed Song Ji's concerned expression and assisted Yang Shi to sit. After all, as an outsider, it was already a privilege for Yang Shi to meet consort Hua, and thus he refrained from overstepping. I have dispatched the imperial physician to attend to you. How does your health fare? Consort Hua adjusted her demeanor, broaching a serious topic. Thank you, esteemed aunt, for your concern. Physician Wen's skill is remarkable, and I find this winter far more bearable than those of years past. It seemed that the ancient prescriptions mentioned by Wen Shichu were indeed effective, bringing a sense of relief to consort Hua. Esteemed aunt, the emperor initially intended for me to serve as an inspector in Zhejiang, and with spring approaching, I was to depart. However, considering your solitude in the capital, I have submitted a letter of resignation to the emperor. Yang Shi, diverting from his ailment, was, in truth, the most talented among the Yang family's offspring in the pursuit of the imperial examinations, inheriting the literary prowess of his maternal grandfather, Nailan Xingde. Upon hearing Yang Shi's intention to resign, consort Hua felt a pang of urgency. This child was already at risk of an early death. If he were to squander his limited time without holding an official position or showcasing his talents, how much regret would mar his life. How can one so casually resign from official duties? Consort Hua expressed her concern. While she did not wish for the Yang family to dominate the court, it pained her to see a young and promising life buried under the weight of familial misfortune. Esteemed aunt, the Yang family currently stands at the zenith of power. While this fiery prosperity is enviable, it is equally challenging to withdraw gracefully. It would be best to commence with me. In the future, the younger generation of the Yang family may gradually distance themselves from court affairs. Yang Shi spoke with a composed tone, meeting consort Hua's gaze with unwavering resolve, and she understood he was privy to certain knowledge. In truth, Yang Shi had received a letter from his father, Yang Gengyao, who had recounted a troubling dream of the Yang family's downfall. Sensing ill omens, Yang Shi believed it prudent to prepare in advance. Very well, if you have made your calculations, then I shall not hinder you. Consort Hua recognized her nephew's wisdom, noting that his scholarly mind was indeed more astute than that of his second and third brothers. As the conversation turned to education, Consort Hua's previous thought resurfaced. Since you choose not to pursue an official position, why not engage in other endeavors within the capital? What guidance do you have, esteemed aunt? Yang Shi, sensing his aunt's excitement, understood she had a plan in mind. Interestingly, Yang Shi and Consort Hua were not far apart in age. Before her marriage, she often accompanied Yang Shi and his siblings in their playful exploits, climbing trees to gather bird eggs and fishing in rivers, activities she led them in. Yang Shi, though frail, cherished those joyful memories of simply watching them laugh and frolic. Why not open a bookstore? Consort Hua nearly blurted, then reconsidered, perhaps sell novels instead. Recognizing her nephew's scholarly nature, she altered her suggestion. Esteemed aunt, our thoughts align. Yang Shi had carefully contemplated this for some time. The Yang family, with its martial lineage, found itself at a disadvantage in the realm of academia. Should they fall from grace, the literati could easily denounce them. However, in this generation, he was frail, while his brothers were ill-suited for scholarly pursuits. To cultivate scholars, the Yang family must begin with the next generation. Now that he had resigned and returned home, establishing a bookstore seemed a wise start. It would facilitate interactions with literati, making it easier to procure tutors for his younger relatives, thereby smoothing their paths through the imperial examination system. His maternal grandfather, Nayland Xingder, had once established a literary hall, producing and publishing widely circulated works, forging countless connections with scholars and poets, while his grandfather's talents were renowned. During the reign of Emperor Kangxi, a poet exiled to Ningguter, Wu Zhaoqian, had been rescued from his dire situation thanks to a poem that moved his grandfather to act. At times, the pen of a scholar could wield great power, capable of both destruction and salvation when it mattered most. Naturally, Consort Hua, who adored novels, would find it far easier to collect them should a book once opened. They could hire the renowned author Sanjin to write 5,000 characters daily for her enjoyment, saving her the anxiety of waiting. Rumor had it that she was quite fond of Sanjin's works, yet his infrequent updates often left her in a temper within Equine Palace. Aside from the last remark, Yang Shi meticulously outlined his plans to Consort Hua, who listened intently and expressed her agreement. With Yang Shi in the court and herself in the inner palace, the Yang family would undoubtedly thrive in this lifetime. Consort Hua could not help but marvel at the efficacy of an educated mind. After bidding farewell to Yang Shi, and Ling Rong arrived with Bao Qiu. The clever Bao Qiu, having received word from Song Ji, discreetly procured a box of 20 fragrance powder used by palace maids to bribe the maid San who, early that morning, conveyed to Bao Qiu news of a remedy for halitosis. Overjoyed, Bao Qiu, seeing that Ling Rong had no pressing matters, hurried off to find San Your humble servant pays respects to Consort Hua. Since Ling Rong had last visited Equine Palace to present a warming cover to Consort Hua, she had not had the opportunity for a private audience since. Today, encouraged by Bao Qiu to extend New Year greetings and assert her presence, Ling Rong deemed it a reasonable course of action, recalling how Consort Hua had once promised to advocate for her favor. Given her position, it seemed worth the effort. Please rise, Song Ji, serve Ling Rong some tea. Consort Hua gestured for her to sit, observing that Ling Rong wore the grey fur cloak she had gifted her, and Ling Rong noticed Consort Hua held the warming cover she had embroidered. Their eyes met, and mutual understanding passed between them. Without beating around the bush, Consort Hua directly addressed the matter at hand. Thank you, dear sister, for coming to offer your New Year. I have heard that your embroidery skills were learned from your mother. Chapter 49, The Fragrance of Pears. In the 10th chapter 49, The Fragrance of Pear in the chamber, and Ling Rong made a special visit this time, bringing with her the exquisite pear fragrance she had concocted a few days prior, carefully encased in a sachet she had embroidered herself, intending to present it to the Empress Dowager. When it comes to gold, silver, and jewels, the Empress Dowager had an abundance, yet in Ling Rong, after much contemplation, chose to offer her own creation instead, for someone as elevated as the Empress Dowager, who was accustomed to opulence, only something rare and singular could truly capture her attention. For instance, the last time she had visited Jikoan Palace, she had caught a whiff of the delightful Huani fragrance, crafted from the finest materials, rumored to be exclusively bestowed upon the Empress Dowager by the Emperor himself, a mark of unparalleled favor. Having grown up discerning the nuances of human relations, and Lingrong naturally knew how to please others. In her previous life, the pear fragrance had been a potent tool for her to gain favor. In this life, however, it was merely a rare scent, not a catalyst for mutual affection, as she sought to cultivate good relations with the Empress Dowager. After poring over ancient texts and failing numerous times, she had finally managed to create this small batch. Given the palace's penchant for fine fragrances and the rarity of fresh fruits and vegetables in winter, this pear fragrance was sure to appeal to the Empress Dowager. Indeed, my embroidery skills were taught to me by my mother, and Lingrong replied. The Empress Dowager had already instructed Juninghai to investigate Lingrong's family background and was aware of her almost blind mother, her greedy and lascivious father, a decent aunt, and the numerous concubines her father had taken in the backyard. Such embroidery skills are indeed rare even in the imperial household. How could I trouble you so often? I greatly admire your craftsmanship, the Empress Dowager remarked, as she delicately held the sachet presented by Songji to her nose. Inhaling deeply, the sweet fragrance of pear filled her lungs, and she closed her eyes in rapture, savoring the moment. Your skills are so extraordinary. I can only imagine your mother's embroidery must be exceptional as well. Might I request her to embroider a longevity robe adorned with the swastika of blessing for me? I wish to use it as a lining, paired with black fox fur, to present to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager continued. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty, but my mother, having toiled to support our family, has strained her eyes and is unable to embroider anymore. If your majesty would not mind, I could embroider the longevity robe for you myself, and Lingrong answered. What a pity, the Empress Dowager lamented, setting down the sachet, her eyes reflecting a sense of regret. This look stirred a wave of sorrow within Lingrong, as she recalled how her mother had sacrificed her vision for her father's career, only to be despised by him. Now, with numerous concubines in the household, her mother, though the main wife, lived a difficult life. Yes, in our earlier years, life was hard, and my mother worked tirelessly to earn some silver, but now our eyesight has deteriorated significantly, and Lingrong said, her voice trembling slightly as she mentioned her mother. Have you consulted a physician? The Empress Dowager inquired, appearing genuinely concerned for Lingrong's mother. We have, but in Songyang, there are no reputable doctors. Despite consuming many medicines, there has been no improvement, and Lingrong replied. What good doctors could possibly be found in Songyang? My brother has a good relationship with the governor of Chuju. I shall write a letter shortly, asking him to assist in finding some capable doctors from Chuju to examine your mother's eyes. What do you think? At that moment, Lingrong was oblivious to the political implications of such connections. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's willingness to seek proper medical attention for her mother, her joy was palpable. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's immense kindness. If my mother's eyesight can be restored, I would be willing to do anything for you, she expressed earnestly. Her mother was the person she cared for most, and she would sacrifice anything for her well-being. And Lingrong rose, intending to kneel, but the Empress Dowager gently supported her. There is no need for such formality, it is merely a small effort on my part. However, this matter must remain confidential from Lorden. After all, the inner palace must not interfere with state affairs. I can arrange for a doctor to treat your mother, but should this reach the ears of those with ill intentions, with the Empress Dowager's hint, and Lingrong realized that if her father were to discover her receiving assistance from the Empress Dowager, he might misconstrue the situation. That blind and arrogant father of hers might think he had climbed the ranks thanks to the Yang family, leveraging their influence in Songyang. Should he meddle, a good fortune could turn into misfortune, jeopardizing her painstakingly crafted pear fragrance. Contemplating her inept father, a wave of self-doubt surged within Lingrong, a sentiment that the Empress Dowager perceived with clarity. I understand the situation, there is a reliable Aunt Xiao at home who has been caring for my mother. I will write to her shortly, instructing her to assist you in arranging for a physician. The Empress Dowager had already gathered sufficient information about Aunt Xiao and knew she was trustworthy. And Lingrong's family circumstances were well understood by the Empress Dowager, who feigned ignorance. The situation of the Yin family was widely known among the nobility of Songyang. All were aware that Yin Bihua had risen to prominence through women, only to disdain his original wife after achieving success. Had it not been for the consideration that Yin Bihua had a daughter serving as a concubine in the palace, the elite would have likely spoken ill of him. Very well, the Empress Dowager replied, noting Yin Lingrong's perceptive nature. She recalled how, in her previous life, Yin Lingrong had been celebrated for her beauty, and a new idea began to form in her mind. I find your voice to be exceedingly sweet. Should you sing, I dare say it might surpass even the famed Miaoyin. And Lingrong had initially come to subtly inquire whether the Empress Dowager's previous promise still held weight. Overwhelmed with joy regarding her mother's situation, she had momentarily forgotten her original purpose. With the Empress Dowager's direct approach, Yin Lingrong dropped her hesitations. I merely sing a few casual notes in my leisure. How could I possibly be compared to the esteemed Miaoyin, who received the Emperor's special favor? Yin Lingrong replied, lowering her gaze, aware that the Emperor had likely forgotten her entirely. One's origin does not determine their destiny. A person's background may dictate their starting point, but it cannot dictate their end. Even a lowly palace maid like Yusha could carve out her own space. Diren, do not underestimate yourself, the Empress Dowager stated, her encouragement evident. The notion that heroes do not inquire about origins had previously been echoed by Mai Jie on the day of the selection, and Jin Jie had also praised her own beauty, hinting at a promising future. Now, with the Empress Dowager, who held the highest favor in the palace, affirming her, Yin Lingrong's confidence swelled. With newfound resolve, Yin Lingrong bit her lip, mustering her courage, and knelt before the Empress Dowager. Since entering the palace, I have yet to receive favor. Now that Yusha holds sway, I wish to contend with her using my humble talents. I hope for your Majesty's support in this endeavor. Chapter 50, Singing a Lullaby. Chapter 50. Lullaby. Within the chamber, only Consort Hua, Yin Lingrong, Songji, and Bao Qiu remained, and Consort Hua was unconcerned that today's conversation might reach the ears of others. She cast a glance at Songji, signaling her to assist Yin Lingrong to her feet. Dear sister, I am aware of your intentions. As I mentioned previously, should the Empress fail to remind His Majesty, I would also take it upon myself to speak on the matter. My word is my bond. Consort Hua toyed with the fragrant pouch in her hand, entirely unperturbed by the notion that it might contain something harmful to her well-being. After all, she had used the same soothing fragrance for many years, had she not? Furthermore, at this juncture, Yin Lingrong would not dare to harm herself. Reflecting on her past life, Consort Hua recalled how Yin Lingrong, through mere astute observation, had identified the weaknesses of the favored Lady Li, and alongside Jin Huan and Shen Meishuang, had managed to topple her from their ranks. For that reason alone, Consort Hua was determined not to allow Yin Lingrong to ally herself with the Empress in this lifetime. Can you sing lullabies, dear sister? Consort Hua's gaze met Yin Lingrong's. In my youth, my mother often sang nursery rhymes to usher me into slumber, and I still remember some of them now, Yin Lingrong replied. That is splendid. Princess Wenyi has recently been restless during her naps, and despite the efforts of Consort Jing, nothing has proven effective. I believe that since you hail from Jiangnan, your lullabies, infused with the region's soft and gentle melodies, may soothe Princess Wenyi to sleep. Consort Hua smiled warmly at Yin Lingrong, who immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, I shall visit Sister Mai more frequently in the coming days, and I would be fortunate to soothe the princess to sleep, Yin Lingrong said with a gentle smile, her brow furrowed slightly. She mused that Consort Hua seemed to enjoy greater favor than the Empress. With just a little guidance, Yin Lingrong felt she had found her direction. In the following days, Yin Lingrong often spent her afternoons at Xiangfu Palace, visiting Shen Meishuang and paying her respects to Consort Jing. Naturally, Consort Hua also dispatched Songji to maintain communication with Consort Jing and Shen Meishuang. With a daughter in the world, Consort Jing felt complete, and moreover, Yin Lingrong's melodious voice indeed lulled Princess Wenyi into sweet slumber, earning her a measure of affection from Consort Jing. Shen Meishuang recognized that with Yusha enjoying exclusive favor and her own pregnancy, it was most fitting for Yin Lingrong to vie for attention among the three of them. Though a tinge of bitterness lingered in her heart, she had prepared herself mentally before entering the palace, acknowledging that her husband was also another woman's husband. An Lingrong's presence was preferable to that of Yushir, who had usurped her place. Thus, the three women maintained an unspoken harmony within Xiangfu Palace. The day before the sealing, on the 18th day of the first month, His Majesty summoned Yushir in the morning to sing for him. Finding little amusement in it, he sent her away after a short while. Following lunch, a young servant was at Yanshan Palace, polishing the rattle drum left behind by Princess Weni, inadvertently creating a noise that captured the attention of Emperor Yongjing. Having taken a respite for several days, the women of the harem had all been visited in turn. Remarkably, he had forgotten to check on his own daughter, Weni, and Linglong. Linglong must be thriving alongside her mother. He decided to first visit Weni. This girl could not be deprived of both her biological mother and her father. With these thoughts in mind, Emperor Yongjing rose from his nap, summoned the young servant to assist him in dressing and donning his boots, and instructed Zhu Peixing to prepare his carriage to Xiangfu Palace. In recent days, An Lingrong had been dining at Xiangfu Palace, and after lulling Weni to sleep, she would take her leave. Today was no different. For several consecutive days, the emperor had not visited Xiangfu Palace to check on Weni, and An Lingrong had ceased to harbor any expectations. However, the plump little bundle of joy that was Weni had captured An Lingrong's heart. Even in the absence of the emperor, she found contentment in lulling the darling Weni to sleep each day. The afternoon at Xiangfu Palace was tranquil. In the preceding days, Consort Jing and Shen Meishuang had accompanied An Lingrong to soothe Weni, fearing that An Lingrong might feel nervous upon seeing the emperor, but with his continued absence, they had ceased their efforts. After lunch, Shen Meishuang retired for her afternoon rest, as expectant mothers often require. As Emperor Yongjing entered Xiangfu Palace, the servants intended to announce his arrival, but he raised a hand to signal silence, wishing not to disturb Weni's slumber. He strolled casually into the sleeping quarters of the princess. Upon entering the chamber, standing at the door, he caught a glimpse through the gauzy curtain of the scene within. Consort Jing sat quietly at the foot of the bed, diligently embroidering a bellaband for Weni, while An Lingrong stood cradling the sleeping child, gently patting her back and singing lullabies. The chamber was enveloped in silence, save for An Lingrong's soft, flowing voice. "Little baby, sleep swiftly." An Lingrong paced gently. "Sleep now. Grow up strong." The entire chamber emanated a nurturing warmth, illuminated by An Lingrong's maternal grace. Today, she had donned a simple pale yellow outfit, with only a modest silver hairpin adorning her head, and a few delicate yellow spring flowers pinned to the side. With her willow-like figure swaying in the breeze, complemented by a light touch of makeup, she resembled Chun Yuan, dancing gracefully in the garden during springtime, singing the gentle tunes of Jiangnan. Chun Yuan sometimes wore garments of a similar hue, akin to the blooming spring flowers, swaying beautifully in the wind. The lullabies, too, were reminiscent of those he had longed to hear from his own mother in his youth. "Sleep now, grow up strong, and when you are grown, pull the bowstring tight." Such songs had only been sung to him by the Empress Dowager for his younger brother. Now, in midlife, hearing them again stirred poignant memories of a bittersweet childhood. Fortunately, his Weni was far happier than he had been. The gauzy curtains obscured the scene, with slender silhouettes and melodious voices intertwining. Emperor Yongjing lingered at the door for a considerable time, reluctant to disrupt such a tender tableau. In truth, An Lingrong was quite perceptive. The moment the emperor entered, she sensed a presence outside the chamber. Her intuition told her it was the emperor, and while continuing to sing to Weni, she discreetly caught sight of the hem of his dragon robe. Confirming his identity filled her heart with excitement. She endeavored to steady her racing heart, continuing to walk a few paces while cradling Weni, and maintained her lullaby. Consort Jing, too, sensed the emperor's arrival. Noticing An Lingrong's calm demeanor, she decided to play along with the charade until An Lingrong placed Weni back into the cradle and turned to exit the chamber. Only then did she feign surprise, kneeling to offer her respects to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive my transgression," she said. At this moment, Consort Jing also pretended to be astonished, rising to lift the curtain and inviting the emperor inside, performing her own reverent greeting. "Your Majesty, may you enjoy prosperity." "You arrive without announcement. These servants have grown increasingly lazy," she chided softly, careful not to disturb the newly slumbering Wenyi. Please rise, it is I who did not allow the servants to announce my arrival, fearing it might disrupt your and Wenyi's afternoon rest. Emperor Yongjing entered and sat upon the couch. I recall seeing you on the day of the selection, did I not? Chapter 51. Spring has arrived. Chapter 51. Spring has arrived. The concubine humbly greets His Majesty, wishing him longevity and prosperity. And Lingrong once again performed a deep bow. This time, she was neither interrupted nor overlooked, nor was she dismissed with a mere word of reward from Yongjing. The emperor scrutinized the individual before him. Her appearance bore little resemblance to that of the late Empress Chunyu, yet today she donned a delicate yellow robe akin to what Chunyu had worn. However, her singing voice strikingly resembled that of Chunyu, and the gentle essence of Jiannan's gracefulness in her tone surpassed that of the former empress. Yongjing recalled Lingrong from the selection event, where she had been the one to receive a token but had not shown anger or resentment. Instead, she graciously extended her well wishes for the Empress Dowager's health and happiness, indicating her understanding of the bigger picture. It was also this young lady, adorned with a begonia blossom, who had captivated not only the butterflies but also Yongjing himself, prompting him to exchange his token for a fragrant sachet. At that time, he had perceived her as timid from afar, which had left him with an unfavorable impression, yet, after residing in the Forbidden City for several months, Lingrong now exuded confidence and grace, having shed her previous air of modesty. Lift your head. Let me see you, Yongjing commanded. The virtuous consort Jing, witnessing the fruits of her long-planned endeavors, discreetly took the infant Wenyi and exited, granting space for the emperor and Lingrong. Lingrong raised her head but kept her gaze lowered in deference to the emperor. Why, at such a youthful age, do you adorn yourself so simply? Has the imperial household department withheld your cosmetics? Lingrong's fair complexion required little enhancement. Today, she had merely outlined her brows with indigo and applied a hint of lip color before arriving at the Xinfu Palace. Your Majesty, the Imperial Household Department has not deprived me of my cosmetics. Recently, Princess Wenyi has been restless at night, and Consort Jing requested my presence to sing lullabies for her. As she is but an infant, it is inappropriate for her to be exposed to excessive scents of powder, hence my lack of makeup today. I hope for your Majesty's understanding. Having recently witnessed the vibrant attire and heavy makeup of Yu Yinger, Yongjing felt a wave of affection upon seeing Lingrong's unadorned, delicate appearance. No matter. I find your natural beauty quite captivating. Rise, please. Yongjing stepped forward to assist Lingrong, casually taking her fair hand in his, gently caressing her hand. He remarked, "You show consideration for Wenyi's youth. You are indeed thoughtful, a testament to your kind nature. What fault is there in your care for the princess?" Yongjing was reminded of Chunyu's similar kindness and her fondness for children. The lullaby you sang just now does not seem to be a melody commonly heard in the capital. Lingrong, though apprehensive, steadied her composure and boldly met the emperor's gaze with her almond eyes, responding softly, "Your Majesty, that melody is a popular tune from Jiangnan. I hail from Chuzhou, and in my childhood, my mother often sang it to lull me to sleep." Her eyes sparkled with a subtle affection for the emperor, mingled with a hint of trepidation akin to a timid rabbit before a great tiger, distinct from the sultry allure of Yu Yinger. Yongjing felt an increased fondness for Lingrong's demeanor. However, he remained composed, aware that they were still in Xinfu Palace, within Princess Wenyi's chambers. He gently patted Lingrong's hand, stating, "Your mother must have been a gentle soul. I find this lullaby quite pleasing, seeing how Wenyi sleeps so soundly after hearing your song proves your dedication." Su Peixing. Yongjing summoned the ever-observant Su Peixing. "At your service." Su Peixing stepped forward, feather duster in hand. Lingrong has successfully soothed Princess Wenyi. Reward her with 100 taels of gold as a token of appreciation. Your servant obeys. Upon hearing of her reward, Lingrong's lips curled into a charming smile, and she withdrew her hands from the emperor's grasp, performing a gesture of gratitude. "Thank you for your Majesty's generous gift. Ensure that Consort Jing takes good care of Princess Wenyi. I have numerous official matters to attend to, and I shall return to see you later." Yongjing affectionately brushed his fingers against Enlingrong's smooth cheek. Enlingrong gazed deeply into the emperor's eyes, as if seeking to glimpse into his very soul, and indeed, Yongjing felt a stirring within him. It had been long since any woman had evoked such feelings in him. He recalled the night he had encountered Yu Yinger at the Ime garden. Before meeting her, he felt an inexplicable attraction, but upon their meeting, a subtle disappointment settled in his heart. As Yongjing exited the chamber, Consort Jing awaited him at the door. She informed him that when he had fallen asleep and inquired if he wished to summon her, the emperor declined, stating he would return once the princess awakened. He praised Consort Jing for her diligent care of Wenyi and then, hands clasped behind his back, strolled away, admiring the brightness of the snow in Xinfu Palace. Spring was indeed approaching. Upon returning to the Yangshan Hall, Yongjing instructed the attendants to deny all visitors, as he wished to concentrate on state affairs. Coincidentally, Yu Yinger, having learned of the emperor's good spirits following his visit to Xinfu Palace, hurriedly followed him to the Yangshan Hall. Yu Yinger, His Majesty has just declared that he will see no one. You should return, an attendant advised. I came in the morning and was told His Majesty was not available. I returned at noon, and you again said he was not in. Now that he has returned, you tell me he will see no one. Do you take me for a fool? I speak only the truth. If the young lady refuses to believe me, there is little I can do. The attendant felt Yu Yinger was being unreasonable. In that case, I must trouble you to inform him once more, Yu Yinger replied, irritation brewing within her. As a favored concubine, she found the attendant's demeanor akin to that of a gatekeeper obstructing her path. I have already conveyed your message. The emperor is busy with state matters and has instructed that no concubines be admitted. Why must you make things difficult for us servants? The attendant felt trapped, realizing he had to navigate this difficult situation without incurring the emperor's wrath. Since the day Huafei brought Songji to visit the emperor, and Songji casually remarked on Yu Yinger's appearance resembling that of a rabbit, the nickname, Spicy Rabbit Head, had spread among the palace maids and servants, with the attendant being the first to propagate it. Naturally, Yu Yinger was unaware of this. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Do ensure you guard this door well, so that no other charming ladies slip through unnoticed. Should I find out otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Chapter 52. The Record of Stones. Chapter 52. The story of the stone. Yu Yinger became increasingly harsh in her words, her eyes widening with indignation. She felt that this little maid was deliberately opposing her. As a servant, I shall certainly fulfill my duties. Esteemed one, please proceed. The little maid harbored a profound disdain for Yu Yinger, a mere junior maid, emboldened by the emperor's favor, dared to refer to herself as this palace. Even the notoriously temperamental consort Hua had never spoken so harshly to her. What was this Spicy Rabbit Head, after all, but someone who could merely sing a few lines of conch opera? She could now sing The Dream of the Garden herself. Let us see how long she can remain so self-satisfied. Although the little maid was simmering with resentment, she kept her composure. After being rebuffed by Yu Yinger, that evening, Eunuch Shu from the imperial service came to the Yangshan Hall to request the emperor's attention, and the task proceeded remarkably smoothly. Holding the green-headed card, Eunuch Shu bent down, preparing to use his high-pitched, eunuch voice to say, "May the emperor turn the card." "Just call for Enlingrong," the emperor interjected before Shu could finish, while he casually wet his finger to turn the corner of a page in a book, feigning a serious reading posture. "Yes, your majesty," Shu replied, elated. If only all his duties could be as effortless as today's. Who was this Enlingrong that he should take the time to worship her? In the afternoon, just after the emperor left the Xinfu Palace, Consort Jing sent her maid Rui to Ikuan Palace to report that Consort Hua's task had been completed. Upon Rui's arrival, Consort Hua was reclining on her couch, engrossed in a novel that Nianqi had just delivered to her. Despite her attempts to persuade Mr. Sanjin to produce more chapters, he remained unyielding. Fortunately, while sorting through her grandfather's old books, Nianqi had discovered a few tattered manuscripts that were sure to sell well in the market, and she promptly had them reprinted and sent to the palace for her aunt's enjoyment. As Consort Hua turned to the first page, she was met with the bold title, The Story of the Stone. She felt somewhat disheartened. The title was rather lackluster, yet she could not disregard her nephew's good intentions, so she decided to read on. Just as she had read the opening lines, Rui arrived. "I pay my respects to you, Consort Hua." "Rise, Rui, your mistress sent you to inform me. Has the matter been accomplished?" Consort Hua set aside her book, focusing her attention on Rui. "Indeed, Consort Jing instructed me to relay that your efforts were not in vain. Today, the Emperor visited Princess Winnie at the Xinfu Palace and happened upon An Lingrong." At once, Consort Hua's curiosity was piqued, and she urged Rui to recount the details of the encounter. Rui, quick-witted and eloquent, vividly described how An Lingrong cradled Princess Winnie while singing lullabies, with Consort Jing sewing beside them and the Emperor pausing for a long while behind the gauze curtain. Consort Hua listened with rapt attention, as though engrossed in a story, her heart swelling with joy as she absent-mindedly tossed a handful of gold melon seeds to Rui as a reward. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Consort Hua realized that since learning about Jin Huan's resemblance to Chun Yuan, she had seemingly acquired a special skill. A mere flick of her thoughts could capture the Emperor's heart. This sensation was incredibly gratifying, revealing that her intellect was indeed formidable. Moreover, she was delighted that her efforts had genuinely altered the nature of many events from her past life. In her previous existence, An Lingrong had been overshadowed by Jin Huan's dance and song, unable to even finish her introduction before being silenced by the Emperor's decree of reward. This time, the Emperor had evidently taken notice of An Lingrong. Chun Yuan was truly a universal card in the palace. In her previous life, Jin Huan had presented An Lingrong to the Emperor for a refreshing summer. This time, she, Nyan Shilan, intended to present An Lingrong to the Emperor, offering him a warm spring. With a calculating glint in her eyes, Consort Hua lifted her teacup, skimming the froth from the surface, and declared, "Sungji, let the news spread. An Lingrong encountered the Emperor at Xinfu Palace today and captured his heart at first sight. This news must reach the Empress before dinner." "Yes, I shall ensure it is conveyed," Sungji replied, now completely unconcerned that Consort Hua might shed tears over the Emperor's affections for other women. Her mistress had changed. As long as the matters did not pertain to the Emperor, she approached them with vigor and spirit. Sungji found this preferable. After all, one could not spend the long days in the palace constantly weeping. The servants in both the Xinfu Palace and Yiquan Palace conducted their duties under the sun, while in Jingren Palace, the maid Xianqiu was overshadowed by clouds upon hearing of An Lingrong's encounter with the Emperor. She had previously observed that Consort Jing was rather unassuming, and it was only out of kindness that her mistress allowed her to care for Princess Winnie. However, now that she was aging and losing her allure, she had pushed An Lingrong forward and even utilized Princess Winnie for her own ends. An Lingrong should have been a pawn of the Empress. Now, she was being used by Consort Jing, which Jinqiu found utterly detestable. Furthermore, An Lingrong was indeed a flirt, rushing to vie for favor without waiting for the Empress's recommendation. Their harem should be governed by the Empress, and both she and Yu Yinger, with their alluring charms, disregarded the Empress entirely. It was unbecoming and downright disgraceful. Jinqiu, incensed by the gossip among the junior maids, clenched her jaw and stormed towards the study, intent on reporting to the Empress. At that moment, Ula Nola Ishio was practicing calligraphy at her desk, hearing Jinqiu's footsteps but not pausing her brush. She was in the midst of writing the character for Endure. "You are aware of my rules," she stated. "Yes, I acknowledge my fault," Jinqiu retorted defiantly. "Since you have entered, speak. What is the matter?" The Empress had just completed the character for Blade and was preparing to write Heart. "It has come to my attention that the maids are spreading rumors that An Lingrong encountered the Emperor at Xinfu Palace and has gained his favor, receiving a reward of 100 taels of gold," Jinqiu said through gritted teeth, appalled that a mere maid should receive such a reward, which was wholly against propriety. Upon hearing Jinqiu's words, Ishio's brush paused mid-stroke, her heart sinking as she began to scrawl haphazardly. Agitated, she set down the brush and took a sip of tea to calm herself. How could An Lingrong have gone to Xinfu Palace without reason? "I heard that Princess Winnie has been restless lately, and Consort Jing invited An Lingrong to sing lullabies to soothe her to sleep. Today, as the Emperor happened to visit Princess Winnie, he encountered her." "Did no one specifically remind the Emperor to visit?" Ishu inquired, tilting her head. "No, the Emperor did not see anyone in the morning and went to Xinfu Palace on his own after lunch." "In that case, it is merely An Lingrong's fortune," Ishu thought, regretting that Lingrong had made her move too late. Otherwise, she could have recommended her to the emperor and gained some favor in return. However, it mattered not. This girl from a humble background exuded an air of modesty from head to toe. Even if she were to gain favor, it would hardly stir up any significant waves. Ishu did not regard her with concern. Besides, whether she could successfully serve the emperor was still uncertain. Go and instruct the interior ministry to send some jade cups and golden bowls to Lingrong to add to her joy. Chapter 53. Trembling for Love. Chapter 53. Tremors for Love. Yes, I shall obey. Upon hearing Ishu's command, Jinxiu had no intention of departing. Is there anything else? Ishu inquired, puzzled, as she sensed a tempestuous air emanating from Jinxiu, contrasting sharply with her usual composure. I believe this is utterly against decorum. Endaming and Udaming, those seductresses, have overstepped their bounds, daring to encroach upon the Empress's grace. Udaming had the audacity to vie for the Empress's favor on New Year's Eve, and now has allied with Jingfei to exploit Wen Yi's affections. If the Empress does not discipline them properly, I fear their arrogance will soar to great heights. Jinxiu vented her frustrations like a flood of beans spilling from a bamboo tube. How could a mere lowly maid like you, a fragrant nightshade, dare to ascend the dragon bed? Anan, learning from Yu's example, had succumbed to the same depravity. These enchantresses deserve to be punished severely. Enough? Ishu placed her teacup back on the table with a crisp sound. This palace's affairs shall be decided by me alone. You are not to meddle. Udaming and Endaming are currently favored by the emperor. Should your insolent words fall upon the ears of others, what might they think of this palace, and how would the emperor regard me? Jinxiu, a handmaiden bestowed upon her at marriage, had followed her from the Wang residence to the Forbidden City. While she was generally agreeable, her tendency to take matters into her own hands was troublesome. Ishu felt it necessary, at times, to rein Jinxiu in firmly. However, the pressing matter at hand remained paramount. Upon receiving the Empress's stern reprimand, Jinxiu quickly knelt to apologize. I know my fault, and I beseech the Empress to punish me. The Empress's reprimand had doused Jinxiu with a cold splash of reality. This time I shall let it pass. Should it happen again, you shall personally report to the punishment department to receive 20 strikes. 20 strikes was a severe humiliation for a head maid, and from that moment on, Jinxiu dared not overstep again. With her hairpin trailing behind her, Jinxiu made her way to the Neiwufu to instruct Huang Guiquan to send several pots of Yutai Jinjiang to Lingrong to enhance her festivities. Just as Jinxiu exited the Neiwufu, a young eunuch arrived at Yiking Palace to inform Songji that the Empress had sent Yutai Jinjiang to Endaming. Upon hearing this report, Huafei tapped her slender fingers twice on the low table of the Luohan couch and understood immediately. Songji, go summon Jian Cheng from the Imperial Medical Academy, and inform him that this palace is unwell. Yes. Jian Cheng had been closely monitoring the increasingly frequent interactions between Wen Shichu and Yiking Palace, his heart anxious. Now, finally summoned by Huafei, he hurried over with his medical kit in hand. This subject respectfully greets your highness. Jian Cheng knelt upon the ground. Huafei treated him with far less courtesy than she did Wen Shichu. After all, he was merely a turncoat, and for the time being, she could not dispose of him. Allowing him to keep his life was already a form of grace. Rise, this palace has recently acquired a stunning pot of Yutai Jinjiang, which is truly exquisite. However, it seems I am allergic to it. Whenever I draw near, my entire body trembles. Thus, I have summoned you to examine it. Huafei sat regally, adorned in a lotus-pink robe that harmonized beautifully with the floral patterns of the Yutai Jinjiang. Jian Cheng rose and inspected the Yutai Jinjiang, confirming it to be an ordinary flower. After checking Huafei's pulse, he bowed and replied, Your Highness, you are not experiencing an allergy. Rather, you have inadvertently been poisoned by the Yutai Jinjiang. If you tremble, simply keep this item at a distance. Poisoned? Is there someone attempting to harm me? Huafei feigned anger upon hearing the word poisoned. Jian Cheng trembled in fear and immediately knelt again. Your Highness, the pollen of the Yutai Jinjiang contains a significant amount of licherin. Excessive inhalation will cause tremors throughout the body, but it will subside shortly and poses no harm to your health. Do not worry. Oh, if that is the case, does this poison require an antidote? If your highness is concerned, I can return to the Imperial Medical Academy and prepare some licorice combined with fresh lemon for you to brew as a tea for a quick antidote. At that moment, Jiang Cheng no longer envied Wen Shichu. Let her enjoy the blessings of Yiking Palace. Very well, I trust in Jiang Taisher's expertise. There is no need to document this incident of poisoning at the Imperial Medical Academy, to avoid drawing ridicule. Do you understand, Jiang Taisher? Hua Fei spoke slowly, yet each word carried a threatening undertone, sending shivers down Jiang Cheng's spine. This subject understands the gravity of the matter. I shall take my leave. Jiang Taisher bowed and retreated. Once Jiang Cheng departed, Hua Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Songji, who understood the silent cue. I shall discreetly send the licorice and lemon to Baoshu later. Songji felt a sense of satisfaction. She had learned to anticipate her mistress's thoughts. This Yutai Jinjiang is indeed a poisonous plant. Would your highness like to consume some licorice lemon water for reassurance? No need, this mere pollen will not claim lives. Hua Fei detested the peculiar taste of licorice. Now, she grasped the Empress's intentions from her past life. Why she had painstakingly recommended Enlingrong to the Emperor. It was a strategy of elevation followed by destruction, first shattering Enlingrong's fragile self-esteem before completely subjugating her. The Empress truly possessed remarkable cunning. Years ago, she had gifted the Dowager Consort a pillow made from purple flowering seeds, and now she presented Enlingrong with the Yutai Jinjiang. The Empress had maximized her expertise in pharmacology. Thus, Hua Fei resolved to extract its essence for her own benefit. With one hand propped against the low table, Hua Fei delicately plucked the petals from the Yutai Jinjiang with her elegantly manicured fingers, her gaze shimmering with a subtle murderous intent. Observing this, Songji remained silent, knowing well that her mistress often preferred to keep her thoughts to herself during such moments. Songji, go inform Huang Guiquan to place several pots of Yutai Jinjiang in the Emperor's bathing quarters tonight. Hua Fei snapped off a branch of the Yutai Jinjiang, meticulously removing the petals one by one with her exquisite nails. Also, tell the attendant to prepare some petals to sprinkle into the Emperor's bath. With winter upon us, the Yutai Jinjiang is blooming splendidly, and with the Emperor having recently acquired a new beauty, it is only fitting that I contribute to his indulgence. Yes. Songji acquiesced, feeling a chill at her mistress's current demeanor. The flowers seemed rather pitiable. If trembling is what they desire, I shall ensure they all tremble. Chapter 54 I am anxious. Chapter 54 I am anxious. Furthermore, inform Huang Guiquan that starting tomorrow, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is to deliver several pots of jade platform golden cups to each palace, all of which must be placed in prominent locations where the master can see and smell them, especially in Jingren Palace. It must not be overlooked. The Empress Dowager toyed with a bold jade platform golden cup, a smug smile curling at the corners of her lips. Remember, do not let this palace be revealed. Allow Huang Guiquan to weigh his actions carefully. I have yet to settle accounts with him regarding the Yu family. Songji, too intimidated to raise her head, hurriedly exited upon hearing that the Empress Dowager had no further instructions, quickly replacing herself with Liu Xiang to serve. Remaining in the presence of the Empress Dowager any longer, Songji feared she might be stripped bare. Xinfu Palace. After the Emperor departed, Shen Meizhuang had just awakened from her afternoon nap. She noticed Lingrong sitting in the outer chamber of the sleeping quarters, diligently working on her embroidery. The soft winter sunlight streamed through the paper windows, casting a radiant glow upon the hem of Lingrong's skirt. Shen Meizhuang gazed at the scene, feeling that time was indeed at peace, and soon she would be able to share the joyful news of her pregnancy with Huaner and Lingrong. Sister, you are awake, Lingrong smiled at Shen Meizhuang as she emerged. Did you not rest after calming Wen Yi? Why come here to work on my embroidery? I am not tired today, sister. I thought I should greet you before I depart, so I waited here for a while, and Lingrong replied, unable to suppress the smile lingering on her lips after just meeting the Emperor. Seeing this, Shen Meizhuang speculated, have you perhaps met with the Emperor? Yes, I did just now. Lingrong wishes to thank you and Sister Jing for your support, she replied. Shen Meizhuang felt a warmth in her heart. Though her bond with Lingrong was forged under the tumult of the selection process, it could not compare to her lifelong friendship with Wanner, yet, Lingrong's current openness made Shin Meishuang feel a deeper kinship with her. It is also due to your own efforts. Heaven has eyes and will not allow such a brilliant pearl to be tarnished, Shin Meishuang said, taking in Lingrong's hand. Now that Wanner is unwell and I am out of favor, we sisters must strive to make a mark for ourselves. I shall not disappoint your expectations, sister. And Lingrong lowered her gaze, feeling that the gap between her and Shin Meishuang was narrowing. Perhaps she could indeed become the pillar among the three of them. She, too, could be needed. Prepare well, for the Emperor will summon you tonight. Upon returning to the side hall of Yanqi Palace with Bao Qiu, they found Bao Huan waiting inside. My lady, you have returned. Where have you been that you did not allow your servant to accompany you? Bao Qiu, who had discovered a remedy for bad breath, was in high spirits, her face beaming. Where could I have gone? I merely visited Sister Mai. You need not worry with Bao Qiu by my side, and Lingrong replied, settling down to sip some tea, a delightful Yuan tea prepared by Sister Jin, truly sweet and fragrant. Yuan tea, an imperial tribute, was a luxury Lingrong's modest family could seldom afford. Initially, upon entering the Jin residence, she found it lacking compared to Xiangpian tea. However, after entering the palace, frequently receiving support from Jin Huan and Shin Meishuang, she had grown fond of Yuan tea's subtle and lingering fragrance. It seemed that one's preferences indeed shift with circumstances. Hasn't the flower room always claimed there were no precious jade platform golden cups? Why have so many arrived today? And Lingrong glanced at the cups adorning the round table. Congratulations, my lady. The Emperor has summoned you tonight, Bao Qiu answered, her voice filled with joy. Bao Qiu continued, upon hearing the news, Bao Qiu couldn't help but express her delight as well. Though Lingrong felt a swell of excitement at this news, it was also somewhat expected. She lowered her head to retrieve a handkerchief, dabbing at the corners of her mouth. In that case, you and Bao Qiu shall help me dress and prepare. I shall assist you with your adornment. Shortly, servants from the Ministry of Internal Affairs will arrive to escort you to Yanchitang for bathing and changing. Bao Qiu, having missed accompanying Lingrong to Xinfu Palace, was now particularly attentive. Later that evening, the Fengluan carriage came to a halt at the gates of Yanqi Palace. Upon peering through the window, Fu Chao realized it was not for her, snorting in disdain and instructing the palace maid to close the door. Before the bronze mirror, Lingrong lightly applied her makeup, feeling a tinge of anxiety, her body shivering slightly. Observing the unease in her eyes through the mirror, Bao Qiu offered her a cup of licorice lemon tea as she noticed Bao Qiu had stepped out to relay news to Xiao Sha. My lady, do not be anxious. Drink this tea and relax. It is from the Empress Dowager, sent by Miss Songji, said to calm your nerves and ensure great success. Bao Qiu encouraged. The scent of licorice relaxed Lingrong somewhat, and upon learning it was sent by the Empress Dowager, she promptly drank it all. With the warmth of the tea settling in, Lingrong felt considerably steadier, allowing Bao Qiu to assist her out the door toward the Fengluan carriage. Outside Yanqi Palace, Bao Qiu and Xiao Sha exchanged knowing smiles as they watched Lingrong approach. Bao Qiu had discreetly slipped silver into Xiao Sha's hands, who now treated Lingrong with utmost courtesy. The 100 taels of gold bestowed by the Emperor had also been delivered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, making Lingrong feel more financially secure, rendering her indifferent to such trifling rewards. My lady, please board the carriage quickly. The Emperor has been thinking of you since this afternoon and is eagerly awaiting you in the Yangshan Palace, Xiao Sha urged, his eyes gleaming as if gazing upon a deity of wealth. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become a harbinger of fortune, first receiving a small pouch from Miss Songji, and now a ride in the Fengluan carriage, accompanied by another pouch of silver. Thank you for your trouble, my lord, Lingrong said graciously, recalling the raucous demeanor of the Yu family, which made her regard Xiao Sha with even greater respect. Your ladyship is too kind. This is merely my duty. Please, take care when boarding, and do not injure yourself. Xiao Sha assisted Lingrong into the carriage. Though a step was unnecessary, he could not miss the chance to curry favor with the Lady of Fortune. Lingrong felt as though the palace had brightened considerably. Upon arriving at Yanchitang, Lingrong was enveloped in warmth, attended by Aunt Fangruor and a bevy of palace maids who helped her bathe, change, and style her hair. Aunt Fangruo spoke softly about the etiquette of palace concubines while reassuring Lingrong not to feel anxious. Thank you for your guidance, Aunt, and Lingrong genuinely felt relaxed now, perhaps due to the soothing tea she had consumed earlier, the shivering chill dissipating significantly before her carriage ride. Bundled like a cotton sushi roll, Lingrong was escorted into the Yangshan Palace. Meanwhile, the Emperor had spent the afternoon preoccupied with thoughts of that enchanting songstress reminiscent of Chun Yuan, his anticipation mounting as he awaited her arrival in the inner chambers. However, for reasons unknown, the longer he waited, the more he felt a chill creeping upon him, as if the absence of a woman like Chun Yuan had stirred his emotions. When Lingrong finally entered, the Emperor's shivers had escalated to an uncontrollable tremor. Lingrong, peering through her layers of bedding, noticed the Emperor's agitation and inquired with concern, "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" "Ronger, I am somewhat anxious." Chapter 55. The Emperor's Impotence. Chapter 55. The Emperor's ailment. Seeing the Emperor trembling so violently, Lingrong mustered her courage to extend her hand from beneath the covers and grasp his. "Your Majesty, are you feeling any better?" Indeed, the tips of the Emperor's fingers were cold, and the gentle caress of the beauty against his skin sent a shiver of warmth through his heart. Yet, despite his desire, his body betrayed him, shaking uncontrollably, leaving him feeling powerless. "Ronger, I find myself unable to maintain control." Lingrong, witnessing the Emperor's shivering reminiscent of her own state before leaving the palace, cast aside her embarrassment. She rose, donned her night robe, and nestled into the Emperor's embrace, attempting to share her warmth. "Your Majesty, are you feeling any better?" With a beauty in his arms and the recent memory of their intimate encounter lingering, it was hard for him to resist, yet he continued to tremble. "Ronger, hold me tight." "Shall we wait for another day, Your Majesty?" Lingrong tentatively ventured, recalling how Huafei had taught her that men often favored the allure of hesitant desire. "No, it is good to converse like this." The Emperor's body quaked, yet his mind remained clear. Should this night end in failure, rumors would surely circulate throughout the palace, mocking him for his inadequacy. He could not allow Lingrong to leave the Yangshan Palace, absolutely not. "Perhaps Your Majesty would like a cup of tea. I have heard that licorice lemon tea can soothe the spirit, perhaps it will help you." Lingrong thought back to the tea brewed for her by Baoqiu, which had alleviated her discomfort, and wished to try the same remedy. "Very well." The Emperor continued to tremble considerably. "Sugongong, His Majesty wishes to have a cup of licorice lemon tea. Please brew one for him." Lingrong instructed Su Peixing, who was waiting outside the door. Su Peixing, feeling a twinge of doubt, did not delay and quickly ordered his apprentice, Xiaozi, to prepare the tea and pass it in. Lingrong accepted the cup and approached the Emperor, who took several sips. The trembling subsided somewhat, though his muscles still quivered. Lingrong assisted the Emperor in lying down and then nestled into his embrace. "Are you feeling better now, Your Majesty?" "Somewhat better, Ronger, please wait a moment longer." "I am not in a hurry. Allow me to sing you a song, perhaps the sound of my voice will ease your tension." Lingrong boldly teased the Emperor. "Little girl, how dare you jest with me? Then sing, and I shall see what magical remedy your song provides." "Sleep, my little one, sleep quickly, grow strong, and draw the bow." The high walls the Emperor had built around his heart crumbled. Initially, he had believed Lingrong would merely sing the Jiannan tune he had heard that afternoon in Chisheng Palace, but he was taken aback by this melody. Her voice flowed gently throughout the chamber, and as the Emperor listened with his eyes closed, he felt a warmth in his eyes. Yet, in the presence of his concubine, he maintained his imperial decorum. With a determined blink, he suppressed his tears, holding Lingrong closely as he turned. Lingrong's song abruptly ceased, replaced by a symphony of soft gasps and heavy breaths. A fleeting night of passion passed, and as the Emperor rose for morning court, he felt invigorated and full of energy. Lingrong, clad in a moon-white night robe, fastened the Emperor's sash, her hands delicately encircling his waist. The Emperor, captivated by the newfound allure of the woman before him after a night of shared affection, could not help but embrace her. "Tonight, will you sing that song for me again, Ronger?" Lingrong playfully pouted against the Emperor's shoulder. "Your Majesty, I am off to court now. You must have grown weary last night, rest a while longer, and let Xiaozi escort you back." I thank your majesty for your consideration. And Lingrong curtsied, bidding farewell as the emperor departed. Once he was gone, and Lingrong finally relaxed, feeling energetic yet not fatigued, she allowed her maidservants to assist her in dressing and grooming before taking the Fenghuan Chunyan carriage back to the Yinshu Palace. In this life, and Lingrong was unaware that in her past existence, after being fully accepted back into the fold, she had walked back to the Yinshu Palace, feeling as though she had just gained the right to gaze upon the skies of the Forbidden City. This time, though she felt spirited, her legs ached with exhaustion from the emperor's fervent attentions the previous night. Thus, she fell asleep en route to the Yinshu Palace. She knew not how bright the skies of the Forbidden City were, but she found the carriage rather uncomfortable. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yinshu Palace, Bao Qiu and Bao Huan had been waiting there for quite some time. Bao Huan handed Shirzi a generous red envelope, while Bao Qiu assisted in Lingrong down from the carriage. Bao Qiu lifted the curtain and saw her mistress drowsily leaning against the carriage, prompting her to gently awaken in Lingrong. This scene did not go unnoticed by the young eunuchs escorting the Fenghuan Chunyan carriage. However, and Lingrong, too fatigued to care, allowed Bao Qiu to support her inside for a brief rest. Upon her return to the Yinshu Palace, Shirzi swiftly gathered a group of young eunuchs from the Fenghuan Chunyan carriage to spread the news far and wide. Oh dear, Miss Sungji, you would not believe it. After all this time serving, I have never seen a mistress fall asleep on the way back from the Emperor's summons. The Emperor had a night of 7 encounters, surpassing even the legendary Elpin by 4. Upon overhearing Shirzi's chatter, Sungji realized that An Lingrong had indeed been successful in her intimate endeavors, and her efforts had not been in vain. She had initially thought all the gifts of jade and gold would lead to the Emperor's impotence. Do not speak so recklessly, our mistress's affairs are not for us to speculate upon. Sungji chuckled, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her words lofty yet laced with irony, merely jesting with Shirzi. You speak wisely, Miss Sungji. I am but a clumsy tongue, forgetting my words. I rely on you to guide me in my duties. Shirzi subtly hinted that An Lingrong's success was also due to his contributions, reminding Sungji to think of him in future endeavors. An Lingrong has gained the Emperor's favor. Shirzi, having completed this task, must have received a generous reward. They all understood the unspoken implications in their exchanges. Mark my words, the favor bestowed upon An Lingrong is only the beginning. Shirzi knows the intricacies of palace affairs. I understand well how the winds blow in the Forbidden City, Shirzi replied, knowing that in the palace, loose lips could lead to trouble. He relished gossip, and if he could profit from it, why not? Maid A, have you heard? A certain concubine fell asleep directly in the Fenghuan Chunyan carriage after the Emperor's summons. They say the Emperor had a night of 7 encounters, more than even the illustrious Alpin. Chapter 56. Are you also reborn? Chapter 56. Are you also reborn? Servant B. Oh, it is said that the Emperor could not find peace in slumber, and thus the concubine sang lullabies throughout the night, only succumbing to sleep in the carriage. Maid C. But I heard that the Emperor first managed to sleep for a while, and then, A few young maids and eunuchs exchanged knowing smiles, harboring ill intentions. Servant D. It is rumored that the concubine's voice is celestial. As soon as she began to sing, the sleepless Emperor fell into slumber. It seems that the title of Miao for that you lady might soon be in jeopardy. Maid E. That you lady hails from the ranks of the night perfumers. She only knows one tune, which the Emperor has likely grown weary of. How could she compare to the concubine, who is of genuine noble descent and thus more deserving of the Emperor's favor? The group of maids and eunuchs formed a circle at the entrance of the Zhongqi Palace, chattering away, oblivious to the fact that Yu Yinger, accompanied by her own attendants, stood silently behind them. How dare you slander the Miaoyan concubine? Maid Hoa Sui, having received a signal from her mistress, spoke sternly. Upon turning around and meeting the furious gaze of Yu Yinger, the group fell to their knees in the snow, pleading for mercy. Please spare us, my lady, we shall not dare again. Do you think you can speak so carelessly about my affairs with the Emperor? Yu Yinger, having been bullied by her peers during her time as a maid, was now incensed to hear such mockery and disdain directed at her, especially regarding her lost favor. She felt a strong urge to drag them all to the Department of Punishments for their insolence. Were it not for the festival, I would have sent you to the Department of Punishments to have your tongues cut out. Out of kindness, you shall instead give each other 20 slaps and kneel here at the entrance of Zhongqi Palace for 2 hours. Yu Ying'er felt no shame in referring to herself as my lady. Yes. The sound of uncoordinated slaps echoed through the air. Yu Ying'er, focused on paying her respects to the Empress, stormed off in a huff. Today, the Emperor had not sent a palanquin for her, forcing her to walk, undoubtedly instigated by that concubine. She vowed to make An Lingrong regret her actions. In the main hall of Jingren Palace, the various concubines took their seats. An Lingrong stood at the center, performing the traditional 3 kneels and 9 bows to pay her respects to the Empress. The gaze of concubine Jing held a hint of satisfaction. She had forgotten what jealousy felt like long ago. Shen Maizhuang's eyes reflected more contentment than envy. Although she shared a harmonious relationship with the Emperor, he was still the Emperor, destined to shower his affections upon others. At least Lingrong was preferable to that Yu lady. Concubine Hua, exuding an air of dominance, reclined in her chair, completely ignoring An Lingrong's ceremonial greeting. After all the trouble she had endured over the past few days, only to witness the Empress feigning virtue, she felt utterly drained. Had she known, she would have chosen to sleep in rather than arrive on time. Fu Cha, with a disdainful glance, rolled her eyes at An Lingrong's back. What was the big deal? Gaining favor now hardly proved her worth. Yu Ying'er glared intensely, her chest heaving with rage. She felt an overwhelming desire to devour An Lingrong whole. This wretched woman had stolen her favor and now sought to usurp her title. Xin Changzai, observing An Lingrong, thought to herself, this woman, now adorned in finery, is truly captivating. No wonder the Emperor is drawn to her. Yet, why do Yu's eyes seem so bulging? She must not let Lingrong catch sight of her, lest it instill a sense of dread regarding the rabbit. Chun Changzai, how I envy and resent her. I must grow up quickly. The Empress regarded An Lingrong with a veneer of warmth, pondering, what is amiss? Have I misremembered the medicine texts after all these years? How could she have ingested the pollen from the precious Yu Tai Jin Zhan and still attend the Emperor? Rise. Having just attended to the Emperor, you now come to pay your respects. You truly are hardworking. Concubine Hua, Empress, could you perhaps change your script? With a roll of her eyes, she shifted her weight from one side of her chair to the other, impatiently adjusting her armor. Following the ancient tradition of paying respects to the Empress the day after serving the Emperor, I dare not neglect it. I thank the Empress for her consideration. I am not weary. Concubine Hua and Concubine, are you also reborn? I had originally intended to recommend my sister to the Emperor, but my persistent ailment has prevented me from doing so, thus delaying the Emperor's affection for her. This is indeed my fault. Concubine Hua, so once the matter is settled, the Empress comes to reap the rewards. How shameless. Concubine Hua shifted her position yet again, casting another disdainful glance. Those unaware might assume Concubine Hua was merely jealous. My sister is so reasonable. I can rest easy. I have heard that your singing is exceptional and has captured the Emperor's favor. If so, you should engage with Yu Concubine to refine your skills, to provide the Emperor with some respite. My humble talents do not compare to those of the Miaoyan Concubine. Your praise is unwarranted. An Lingrong felt a twinge of doubt. Bao Huan had incessantly mentioned that the Empress had her on her mind, even sending her the precious Yu Tai Jin Zhan. Why, then, was she now being compared to a concubine of maid origin in front of so many? Though she too was a concubine, she was of noble birth, a legitimate daughter of a well-respected family. How could she possibly be equated with a mere night perfumer? Or, the Empress is of illegitimate birth, perhaps she does not place much importance on social hierarchy. Yet, Sister Wan had said that one must value oneself, and thus she must keep her distance from that Yu lady, lest she be tainted by her association with the night perfume. An Lingrong stood respectfully with her gaze lowered, her mind swirling with thoughts. Enough standing, please take a seat. Later, Jill will retrieve some tonics from my treasury for an concubine, and also that auspicious quilt adorned with the swastika pattern and the 100 suns motif, to bring her some good fortune. May she soon bear a child to continue the Emperor's lineage. As soon as An Lingrong sat down, Concubine Hua let out a soft yawn and said languidly, I heard that An sister fell asleep in the Feng Wan Chun Yen carriage on her way back to Yangshi Palace. Perhaps she was fatigued from last night's service. It would be best to disperse early so you can rest. I rose early today as well and am quite tired. I take my leave. Concubine Hua stood, performing a hasty half-bow to the Empress before turning to leave. Jifei watched the fleeting figure of Concubine Hua and remarked, Concubine Hua still cannot tolerate others, and concubine, do not take it to heart. Yet Lingrong pondered to herself how considerate the Empress is to allow her to return and rest, risking the displeasure of the Empress. Concubine Hua, you think too much, I am merely fatigued. Chapter 57, Inflicting damage on the enemy while suffering 1,000 losses. Chapter 57, Slaying the enemy with 0 loss, inflicting 1,000 on oneself with the departure of the favored Huafei. The Empress felt that there was little point in discussing heirs any further. After all, such heart-wrenching words, when spoken too often, merely amount to slaying 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself. Thus, she dismissed the other concubines. At this moment, the servants kneeling at the entrance of Zhongshui Palace were not maintaining their posture with any seriousness. Each sat back on their heels, exhaling warmth into their hands. Palace maid A, how much longer must we kneel, it's so cold. Servant B, fortunately, we prepared for kneeling, otherwise, we'd end up with chronic leg pain after this ordeal. Palace maid C, didn't Eunuch Shear say we wouldn't have to kneel for long before someone would come to our rescue? Servant D, let us hold on a bit longer. Earning a silver coin isn't easy, and Eunuch Shear has promised quite a generous reward this time. Palace maid E, glancing towards the corner of the long street, exclaimed, they are coming. Someone is coming, quick, kneel properly. Upon hearing the commotion, the servants hurriedly straightened their backs and resumed their kneeling position. At the far end of the long street, the Empress Dowager emerged from the corner, seated in her palanquin, accompanied by Aunt Xuxi. Having passed the Lantern Festival, the Dowager intended to visit the Bahur Hall to chant scriptures and pay homage to the ancestors, seeking their blessings for the Emperor and the prosperity of his descendants. As the eunuchs carrying the palanquin approached the kneeling palace maids, the Dowager discerned that a few concubines were being punished and instructed Aunt Xuxi to hold the palanquin, wishing to inquire about the matter. Aunt Xuxi, stop the palanquin. Dowager, Xuxi, go forward and ask what is happening. Why are you all kneeling here? Aunt Xuxi inquired of the servants. In response to Aunt Xuxi, we encountered Yudane earlier and said a few words that displeased her, resulting in our punishment to kneel here. Servant B replied first. Yudane became angry upon hearing us mention Andriang's favor yesterday. Was that all it took for Yudane to punish you? Aunt Xuxi, being an experienced figure in the palace, quickly sensed the underlying issues. In answer to Aunt Xuxi, we spoke disrespectfully, claiming that Andriang's singing was more melodious than Yudane's, which irked her. We deserve this punishment, Palace maid A added. How long did Yudane order you to kneel? To Aunt Xuxi, Yudane decreed that we kneel in the snow for 2 hours and slap each other 20 times. We have already been kneeling for over an hour. With no one else present, what difference does it make to kneel for half an hour or an hour and more? Moreover, Yudane did not specify whether the kneeling or the slapping should come first, hence the servants' faces remained unmarked by any slap. Once Aunt Xuxi clarified the situation, she returned to report the details to the Dowager, who had already been listening attentively. Upon hearing that yet another low-ranking concubine was causing trouble, the Dowager sighed and exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Xuxi. Understanding the cue, Aunt Xuxi approached the kneeling group of ABCD and spoke, as servants, you should not dare to spread idle gossip about your superiors. Yudane is justified in punishing you. However, to make you kneel in the snow for 2 hours is excessive. Having knelt for over an hour is sufficient. The slapping can be waived. You may rise and return to your duties, but remember to keep your mouths in check from now on. Thank you for your grace, your highness. The 5 of them expressed their gratitude in unison, bowing and quickly departing. They hurried off to seek their reward from Eunuch Shear. The Emperor is becoming increasingly surrounded by frivolous attendants as he ages, and the Empress is utterly ineffective in managing the harem. How can a mere concubine dare to wield such power within the palace? The Dowager lamented, watching the retreating figures with a heavy heart. Your Highness, the fortunes of children and grandchildren belong to them alone. Trust that the Empress will manage things well. We still need to go offer prayers for Noble Lady Shen's pregnancy. After all, Noble Lady Shen is also the Emperor's favorite one. Once spring arrives and her pregnancy is secured, these troublemakers will be unable to stir up any more mischief, Aunt Zhu comforted the dowager. That sounds reasonable, let us proceed. Thus, the dowager and Aunt Zhu adhered to their original plan, heading to Baohua Hall to light incense and pray for blessings. Upon returning to the Palace of Eternal Harmony, An Lingrong intended to visit Yuheng Palace to express her gratitude to Huafei, but was instead greeted by the arrival of Baqiu, who bore a letter. Little mistress, a letter from the An family has arrived. Baqiu discreetly sent away Bao Huan before presenting An Lingrong with the letter from Lady An. An Lingrong felt as though these past few days had been her lucky days. First, she received the Emperor's favor, and now her mother had sent her a letter. In the depths of the palace, for someone of her rank, sending something to her family outside required imploring the retired eunuchs to assist, which necessitated flattery and the offering of substantial sums of silver to make it happen. Thus, it was utterly impossible for her mother to have sent the letter on her own. The only plausible explanation was that the physician dispatched by Huafei to treat her mother had succeeded in reaching her. Her mother had sent the letter through Huafei's connection. An Lingrong was overwhelmed with joy. This news filled her with a happiness 1,000 times greater than being favored. She could hardly contain her excitement as she tore open the letter, which was penned on her mother's behalf by Concubine Hua. It began with her mother's tone, "My dear child, upon receiving this letter, I feel as if we are together. The physician you sent has already examined me, and he believes there is still hope for my eyesight. Do not worry, I shall follow the doctor's advice diligently, taking my medicine and receiving proper treatment." He mentioned that you are well in the palace and that you have a few close friends and the Emperor's favor, which reassures me. As you have always been frail, I wonder if you have adjusted to the cuisine in the capital. If the food does not suit you, feel free to use your silver to exchange for some treats you enjoy, and do not send all your savings to me. I have my own silver, also, although it is spring, the capital is not like home. I have heard it is quite cold, so please bundle up well and do not catch a chill. Everything at home is well, your father is fine, so focus on your duties in the palace. Signed, Mother. The handwriting at the bottom was not as fluid as the main text, indicating that it had been penned with the assistance of Concubine Hua. An Lingrong held the letter, her hands trembling, tears welling in her eyes. Baqiu, my mother, her eyesight can still be treated. That is truly wonderful. Once Lady An's eyesight is restored, she may even come to the palace to visit you. Baqiu expressed her heartfelt happiness while keeping a wary eye on the door for Bao Huan's return. An Lingrong composed herself and turned to the second sheet. This one was written in Concubine Hua's voice, detailing how the magistrate of Chuju had secretly sent someone to examine her mother. The physician's words were not unfounded. Lady An's eyesight indeed still held promise, but the medicine was costly, and all the household silver had been taken by Lord An to indulge in his pleasures. The private savings she had stashed away were barely enough to cover a course of treatment. She was already devising ways to earn money. The magistrate's secretary had said that the young lady had garnered the favor of a noblewoman in the palace, which allowed for the physician to be summoned for her mother. You must be extremely cautious in the palace, taking care of yourself so that you can also care for your mother. I understand the importance of this task. Rest assured, I will look after her well. Chapter 58, Heed the instructions and act accordingly. Chapter 58, Heeding orders and managing affairs. The household remained unchanged. After An Lingrong entered the palace, Lord An took 2 more concubines, one of whom had been redeemed from a brothel. Lady Hua refrained from further comments. Upon reading Lady Hua's letter, An Lingrong's heart sank as she learned of her father's new concubines. With his inclination to take concubines, he could hardly afford her mother's medical expenses. Such a father jolted An Lingrong from her lofty dreams back to the harsh realities of life. The path she had to traverse in supporting her maternal family seemed endless. Noticing the change in An Lingrong's demeanor, Baqiu cautiously inquired, "My lady, did the letter mention anything else?" "Nothing of consequence, merely that my mother requires funds for her medication. We shall need to undertake more needlework to exchange for money outside the palace," An Lingrong replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate on her father's affairs. She neatly folded the letter and returned it to its envelope. "Please keep this letter safe. Yes, my lady. Should we burn this letter? Only upon Bao Chua's suggestion did Linrong realize the potential consequences of receiving a family letter so soon after gaining favor. Being naturally pensive, she reflected for a moment before stating, "Yes, let us burn it. We must not allow anyone to see it. Bring me my cloak. I am headed to Equine Palace." Understood. With her mission accomplished, Bao Qiu proceeded to the charcoal brazier, watching as the letter turned to ash. Just as the last remnants of the letter were consumed by flames, Bao Guan entered the room. "My lady, are you going out? I shall accompany you. I am merely taking a stroll in the imperial garden." "Bao Chua's company suffices. You may go to the Neiwufu and collect some silk threads. Various colors will do, for I have use for them." And Linrong instinctively lied to Bao Guan, an unconscious action of which she was unaware. "Yes, my lady." Bao Guan harbored no suspicions. Bao Qiu typically worked silently in her presence and was less astute, thus, she did not perceive anything amiss. Following in Linrong's instructions, she headed to the Neiwufu. Huang Guiquan of the Neiwufu was quite elated. News of Linrong's favor spread throughout the 6 palaces, and he believed that the jade plates and golden bowls he had sent had played a pivotal role. Indeed, Lady Hua cherished him and had even suggested he send the emperor a few more sets. However, Huang Guiquan was perplexed as to why Lady Hua instructed him to distribute several sets to the other palace consorts. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If the young ladies who received the jade plates and golden bowls gained favor, he felt a sense of accomplishment for his efforts. He would follow Lady Hua's directives without question. At this moment, Huang Guiquan was focused on overseeing the servants of the Neiwufu as they tirelessly delivered jade plates and golden bowls to each palace, ensuring not even the shattered jade pavilion was overlooked. Draped in the silver marten fur cloak bestowed by Lady Hua, and Linrong strolled down the long street, observing the Neiwufu servants bustling about with jade plates and golden bowls, her heart filled with suspicion. What could this mean, such precious items being distributed so freely overnight? Bao Qiu intercepted one of the servants, inquiring, "Good sir, where are you headed?" "Where else but to deliver flowers to the consorts of the various palaces. Why are there so many jade plates and golden bowls today?" And Linrong pressed further. "How would I know? I am merely following orders," the servant replied nonchalantly. "Whose orders?" "The palace is ruled by the Empress, we heed her commands," the servant replied as he continued on his way. It was indeed the Empress who held dominion over the harem. Bao Guan had claimed the Empress held her in high regard, but it seemed that her generosity was merely a facade, as she showered gifts upon everyone without cost. Why then was she not deserving of some fine things herself? And Linrong's expression darkened, and shadows crept into her heart. "My lady, shall we proceed to Equine Palace?" "Yes," she replied, having come to understand that the Empress only pretended to cultivate relationships, lacking the true generosity of Lady Hua. The Empress required each person to receive a share of the floral offerings, while just moments ago, the Empress had bestowed upon her a mere quilt. Who among them truly needed another quilt? Upon her return, she intended to stow that tattered quilt away, lost in her thoughts, and Linrong arrived at Equine Palace, guided by Liu Xiang into the main hall. "Your servant pays respects to Lady Hua." And Linrong performed her greetings with utmost decorum, leaving no room for error. "Rise, sister. Have you received any family correspondence? How is Lady An?" Lady Hua did not mention the favor she had conferred upon An Linrong, but instead inquired about her mother's letter, which caught An Linrong off guard. "I have received it, and I was just about to express my gratitude to you, my lady. My mother mentioned that there may still be hope for her eye ailment, and this is all due to your kindness. I am eternally grateful." The mention of her mother compelled An Linrong to kneel in deep gratitude, but Lady Hua preemptively halted her. "Why are you being so formal? It was but a trifling matter for me. News from Chuju indicates that the medicine Lady An requires is rather expensive. Would you like me to assist you financially?" The letter had been delivered through Lady Hua's channels, so it came as no surprise that she was aware of the family's circumstances. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, my lady, but you have already gone to great lengths in arranging for a doctor to attend to my mother. I shall find a way to manage the costs of medicine and treatment myself," and Linrong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask for more from Lady Hua. Manage how so? Will you rely on stitching items piece by piece to exchange for silver? Lady Hua teased with a hint of a smile. And Lingrong felt a flush of embarrassment at having her thoughts laid bare. Indeed, that was her only recourse. I merely meant to offer support. I did not imply that the funds would be given to you without expectation. Lady Hua maintained her cool demeanor. And Lingrong found herself somewhat swayed, calculating her monthly stipend alongside the Emperor's recent gifts. If she were to borrow from Lady Hua, she could gradually repay the amount. Seeing Lingrong earnestly calculating how much she would owe each month, Lady Hua chuckled. Very well, I shall not jest with you any longer. In truth, I require your assistance with a matter. Upon hearing the word assistance, Lingrong felt her pride slightly restored. My lady, please speak. I shall exert myself to the utmost. My sister-in-law has a spice shop in the capital, where only a few types of spices are sold, which have long since grown tiresome to the noblewomen. The last time you gifted me the pear-scented incense, I found it delightful. I would like to request that you concoct a few more fragrances for me to sell at the shop. Would you be willing? And Lingrong could hardly believe her ears. Was Lady Hua truly proposing a business venture with her? Just as she was about to respond, a hurried Bagwan rushed in, exclaiming, My lady, there is trouble. Concubine Hua has fallen on the long street. Chapter 59, A Tinge of Restlessness. Chapter 59, A Twinge of Impatience. Empress Hua was in the midst of a delicate negotiation with Lingrong when, unexpectedly, Songji burst into the room, bringing alarming news that left Hua Fei utterly astonished. Striving to calm her racing heart and steady her voice, she inquired, Is Lady Hua gravely injured? How could she have fallen so unexpectedly? In response to your majesty, the servant reported, it is said that Lady Hua encountered you dapping on Chang Street, who graciously stepped aside for her. However, it remains unclear how she subsequently fell. Once again, it was that you woman. Hua Fei tightened her grip on the armrest of her chair. How is Sister Mai faring now? And Lingrong, concerned for Shen Meishuang, expressed her worry. The servants below have reported that Lady Hua has been carried back to the hall of Xianfu. Songji glanced at Hua Fei's expression, hesitating as she continued, and it is rumored that Lady Hua has seen red. The snow was stained with blood. Hua Fei felt a sharp intake of breath. Memories flooded back of the child she had lost in both this life and the previous one. The agony of miscarriage etched into her mind as she recalled the immense loss of blood. How could Sister Mai have seen red? Is she injured? And Lingrong asked urgently, her eyes flickering toward Songji, who hesitated, casting a glance at her mistress. Shall we go to the hall of Xianfu to ascertain the matter? Hua Fei rose decisively to leave, with Lingrong following closely behind. Being a person of great perceptiveness, Lingrong immediately sensed the fleeting expression of uncertainty on Songji's face, understanding that there was something being concealed from her about Sister Mai. A pang of bitterness welled up within her. Although she and Sister Mai had known each other long before Hua Fei, it was Hua Fei who was privy to the truth. As this thought crossed her mind, they arrived at the hall of Xianfu, where the primary concern was to uncover the truth regarding Sister Mei. In the hall of Kunjuhu Tang, Jinhuan had already arrived upon hearing the news, while Jingfei anxiously paced within. Upon seeing Hua Fei hurriedly draped in a light crimson cloak, Jingfei's anxious gaze sharpened, relieved that her pillar of support had finally arrived. You have come, Lady Hua. Jingfei hesitated, unable to make any definitive statements, as Wen Shichu was already inside administering aid. Have we summoned the imperial physician? Jingfei, unaware of her own trust in Hua Fei, stepped forward and grasped her wrist. This scene did not escape Lingrong's notice, causing her eyes to flicker. It seemed Hua Fei's popularity was not as the palace rumors suggested. Yes, Wen Shichu is already within, Hua Fei replied, feeling a slight sense of relief upon hearing his name, and she led Jingfei into the chamber. Greetings, Lady Hua. The palace maid within had just half curtsied when a fleeting shadow of crimson rushed past. Jinhuan, who had been by Shen Meishuang's bedside, turned to greet Hua Fei but was halted by her. What is the time for such formalities? How fares Lady Hua? Hua Fei's anxious gaze darted to the bed, where Lady Hua's pallid face stirred a deep sense of dread within her. And Lingrong entered behind her, observing the closeness between Hua Fei and Jinhuan, which further solidified her suspicions. When Tai is still attending to her, Do not fret, Lady Hua, the physician has assured us that the child is safe. Jin Huan had only recently learned of Sister Mai's pregnancy and was now faced with the distressing news that the child was nearly lost. Little Yunzi had rushed in moments ago to relay the news, tripping over the threshold in his haste. Despite her own condition, Jin Huan could not afford to remain idle and had come with Liu Zhu at once. Upon hearing Jing Fei's explanation, she finally grasped that Sister Mai had concealed her pregnancy to safeguard the child, yet misfortune still befell them. An Lingrong silently assessed the expressions of those present, remaining mute. Upon learning that Shen Meishuang's child was unharmed, Hua Fei exhaled a breath of relief. She had always believed that fate was treating her kindly in this life, rewarding her for treating those she had wronged in her past. This child was her first affirmation from the heavens, and she desperately wished for its safety. How could Lady Shen have fallen without reason? The servants below must be lacking in diligence. Hua Fei's expression turned cold, emanating an aura that discouraged any further discourse from the assembled servants, who hung their heads in silence. Hua Fei feared that Lady Shen's fall was no mere accident. She could trust none present in this room. It seemed that her fierce demeanor and uncompromising methods were the best means to prevent further harm to Lady Shen. Your Majesty must take decisive action on behalf of our young mistress. Tsai Yue, witnessing Hua Fei's fierce protection of her mistress, recalled how her mistress revered Hua Fei and knelt to reveal the truth. Tsai Yue, rise and explain what transpired. Your Majesty, my mistress did not fall of her own accord. Tsai Yue wiped away her tears with her sleeve, standing to respond. Just moments ago, I was accompanying Lady Shen to visit Guan Changzai at Suoryu Pavilion when we encountered you dapping on Chang Street. She obstructed my mistress, preventing us from passing, and my mistress had to engage her in conversation. Then that you woman pretended to be courteous, stepping aside to let my mistress go first. However, that vile woman tripped my mistress, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Hua Fei's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, realizing how foolish and malicious you was, far less cunning than in her previous life when she had orchestrated poisonings through others. Perhaps Yu's intelligence was simply lacking. After all, in the previous life, the actual mastermind had been Cao Qin Moore, who was now deceased, but why would you have a motive to trip Shen Meishuang? Hua Fei found herself spiraling into contemplation. Did you witness Yu dapping trip her? And Lingrong interjected. I saw it with my own eyes, I swear. Tsai Yue could hardly contain her indignation. Aside from Yu and her maid, were there any other witnesses? Jin Huan pondered the situation, knowing that Sister Mai was typically composed and would not engage in a quarrel with Yu. It seemed implausible that Yu would act out of mere verbal conflict. Jin Huan shared Hua Fei's thoughts. Perhaps Yu was aware of Shen Meishuang's pregnancy and intended to harm her child. What could her motives possibly be? Seated by the round table outside, Hua Fei and Jin Huan awaited news as when Shichu administered acupuncture to Shen Meishuang within. After a moment of reflection, Hua Fei decided that further contemplation was futile. She would not allow herself to be ensnared in such palace intrigues. Juninghai, convey my command. Yu's behavior is utterly unacceptable, infringing upon the royal lineage and causing harm to the heir. Seize Yu and throw her into the Xinqing department, where the matron in charge shall administer severe interrogation, upholding the palace's regulations. It had been quite some time since Hua Fei had exercised her authority over the 6 palaces, and she felt a twinge of eagerness to do so again. Chapter 60, Enchanted by Desire. Chapter 60, Ensnared by Desire. Juninghai expressed that he had not committed any misdeeds for a long while, rather, he had taken it upon himself to administer justice, and he felt a bit restless. Ahem. Juninghai limped out of the Xianfu Palace with an air of authority, leaving his apprentice, Xiaolozi, to attend to Hua Fei, for his own master required vigilant protection. When Shichu had finally completed his acupuncture treatment. At this moment, he was drenched in perspiration, feeling a sense of relief as he recalled that he had been the one to diagnose the pregnancies of Shen Guiren on previous occasions. He was well aware of her constitution and had made slight adjustments to the calming medicine she typically consumed. Fortunately, these amendments had prevented her from suffering a miscarriage. When Shichu was perplexed. Each time he encountered Shen Guiren, he felt an inexplicable sensation, even though his heart was set on safeguarding Huaner, yet, Every visit to the Xianfu Palace to check her pulse filled him with anticipation, while he intentionally evaded the restlessness bubbling within him. Now, gazing at Shen Meishuang, pale and devoid of color on the bed, he felt a wave of unaccountable sorrow wash over him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he smoothed out the creases in his robe and stepped into the outer chamber to report back to Hua Fei. In response to Your Highness, Shen Guiren is no longer in serious trouble. Wen Daren, you have worked hard. Is the child within Shen Guiren still well? Hua Fei inquired, voicing the collective concern of those present. To address Your Highness, Shen Guiren merely experienced a fall that startled her, resulting in a temporary imbalance of her vital energy. I have already treated her to stabilize her spirit, and I shall prescribe some medicine for her shortly, Wen Shichu replied. Then I must trouble you, Wen Tai, to prepare the prescription, Hua Fei remarked, feeling the crowded room was not conducive to further commands. Just as she was about to send Wen Shichu away, they heard voices from outside the hall. His Majesty has arrived, the Empress Dowager has arrived, the Empress has arrived. Hua Fei, Jing Fei, Jin Huan, and An Lingrong quickly rose to greet the three prominent figures of the harem. Jin Huan felt a pang of anxiety. Since entering the palace, she had never seen the Emperor, and now she was about to meet him. Suddenly, she remembered her illness and thought she should have avoided his presence, but it was too late to retreat. Very well, she would face whatever came her way. Hua Fei, on the other hand, thought bitterly, I have managed to protect your child, and now you choose to appear. Emperor, what use are you? She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and respectfully performed a curtsy, saying, Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress Dowager, long live the Empress. In the room, numerous concubines and servants knelt or bowed, while Hua Fei maintained a slightly elevated position compared to the other three. Everyone, please rise, Yongjing said, extending his hand to assist Hua Fei, yet his gaze shifted toward An Lingrong before finally resting on Jin Huan. Is this the one known as Guiren Jin, who has been ill? Given the severe cold of this snowy day, how is it that even you have been disturbed? Hua Fei was once again left speechless by Yongjing's callousness. Here was a favored concubine who had just nearly lost his child, yet he showed no concern, instead fixating on another. The Empress was equally exasperated. Jin Huan was such a promising figure to be revealed so casually. What a waste, the Empress Dowager lamented. My lustful son has brought embarrassment upon us all. In response to Your Majesty, I am indeed Jin, a constant companion to Mei Zhuang since childhood. Upon hearing that she had suffered a fall, I was filled with concern and came to visit, Jin Huan explained. The bond between you sisters is indeed rare in this palace, Yongjing acknowledged. How is Shen Guiren faring? The Empress Dowager, unable to endure the trivialities any longer, pulled her inept son back to the matter at hand. Only then did Yongjing withdraw his gaze from Jin Huan, regaining his composure. Wen Tai is currently preparing a prescription. I have already administered acupuncture, and fortunately, Shen Guiren's child has been preserved, Hua Fei responded, while subtly signaling to Song Ji, who quietly exited the room. That is indeed fortunate, the Empress Dowager mused, attributing her good fortune to the blessings received while burning incense at the Baohor Palace earlier that day. She resolved to return and express her gratitude. Why was I not informed of Shen Guiren's pregnancy? Yongjing attempted to mask his own infatuations with a show of displeasure. Hua Fei thought, finally, you remember this matter. In reply to Your Majesty, had it not been for today's unfortunate incident, Shen Guiren herself would have been unaware of her condition. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for Shen Guiren, Jing Fei declared, kneeling resolutely. After all, the Empress Dowager would prioritize the heir, and surely she would support this performance. Failing to report the truth and nearly causing a miscarriage that jeopardized the royal lineage was a grave sin for Shen Meishuang. Considering it is Shen Guiren's first pregnancy, her inexperience is understandable, the Empress Dowager continued, following Jing Fei's lead. Moreover, Jing Fei has not given birth herself, so a moment of carelessness is to be expected. Your words ring true, Empress Dowager, Yongjing thought to withdraw from the conversation. Just as he was about to showcase his concern for Shen Meishuang, his own mother thwarted his intentions. We should promptly summon a physician to inquire about the details of Shen Guiren's pregnancy, the Empress suggested, providing a graceful exit for the Emperor. That is wise, Yongjing agreed, recognizing the Empress's prudence and the weight of her counsel. When Shichu entered the hall, bowing respectfully to the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress. I pay my respects to your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Rise, what is the condition of Shingui Ren? The Empress began, her tone filled with concern. To report to your Majesty, Shingui Ren is over 2 months pregnant, Wen Shichu stated. Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes flickered with surprise. Why did the physician not detect Shingairen's pregnancy during the routine pulse checks? This is a failure on the part of your medical team, the Empress continued her inquiry, seemingly reasonable. Fortunately, Wen Shichu had already prepared for this line of questioning, thanks to the earlier hint from Songji. In reply to your Majesty, it is often challenging to diagnose pregnancy in the first 3 months. Shingairen's constitution is unique, and her pulse is relatively weak, which may have led to the oversight. Is the child well? The Emperor's primary concern was the welfare of his future heir, while the Empress seemed to miss the point entirely. To address your Majesty, the child is currently stable, but Shingairen's fright from her fall necessitates careful recuperation. Should she receive improper care or be startled again, it could be detrimental to the heir, Wen Shichu explained. Given this, please ensure that Wen Tai closely monitors Shingairen's pregnancy, the Empress Dowager insisted, her thoughts occupied with her precious grandson. Zhu Xing, please come in. Zhu Xing, like Zhu Shi, was one of the handmaidens who accompanied the Empress Dowager into the palace. Originally, the Empress Dowager planned to wait 3 months before assigning Zhu Xing to care for Shingui Ren, but given the circumstances, she decided to expedite her arrival. Chapter 61, The Majesty Remains Unchanged. Chapter 61. The Majesty remains unchanged, your servant is here. Zhu Xing, an elder who has long been by the Empress Dowager's side, exuded a calm and composed demeanor, always speaking and acting with caution. From today onward, you shall remain in the Xianfu Palace to watch over noble consort Shen. Should any complications arise with her pregnancy, I shall hold you accountable. Although the Empress Dowager spoke sharply to Zhu Xing, her true intention was to caution the Empress against further mischief. Unfortunately, Ula Noller Isho paid no heed, her mind already plotting how to eliminate this pregnancy. Now that it was confirmed that Shen Meishuang was indeed with child, fortuitously, she had been vigilant, daily scrutinizing the records in the Jing Shifang and deducing discrepancies in the documentation of noble consort Shen's monthly cycles, which had raised her suspicions. The women of the harem were unworthy of bearing the Emperor's children. The Emperor was solely her Ishio's husband. Of course, noble consort Hua could not hear the Empress's inner thoughts. Were she able to, she would likely inquire, "Sister, have you lost your senses?" Observing the Empress Dowager's protection of noble consort Shen, Hua Fei began to prepare to deal with Yusher. Your Majesty, Yusher has offended noble consort Shen. I have dispatched individuals to confine her to the Shinqingsai, and I hope your Majesty will not hold it against me for my presumptuous actions. You already possess the authority to manage the 6 palaces. What crime is there in that, however? What connection does noble consort Shen's fall have with Yusher? In response to your Majesty, my young mistress encountered Yu Diaying on the main street today. Jealous of my young mistress's closeness with Diaying, whom the Emperor currently favors, Yu Diaying could do nothing to Diaying, so she vented her frustrations on my young mistress and deliberately tripped her. Caiu, quick-witted, knelt and recounted the events in detail. Yu Yinger, feeling scorned by the perceived false sisterhood between noble consort Shen and Lingrong, grew enraged at noble consort Shen's unyielding grace, akin to a flower on a lofty peak, and thus resorted to tripping Shen Meishuang. Upon hearing Caiu's account, the Emperor, enraged, cast aside his jade bracelet, exclaiming, "Vile woman!" Witnessing the Emperor's fury, all present fell to their knees, and even Hua Fei reluctantly began to play along with the Emperor's wrath. Dispatch an edict. Yusher, consumed by jealousy, has acted inappropriately, offending the royal heir. Dismiss her to the status of a common woman, strip her of her title, and upon her release from the Shinqingsai, she shall be confined to the cold palace. Recently, the Emperor had grown weary of Yusher, yet his heart softened at the memory of that night in the Li Mai garden, when he recalled the words, "Against the wind," as if understanding, "Do not easily harm." Thus, Yongjing did not wish to cast Yusher into the cold palace. However, with the Empress Dowager present and so many concubines to consider, he had to act justly. Understood. Su Peiqing signaled his apprentice, Xiao Shizi, to convey the edict. Yusha has served the emperor. She is unaware of noble consort Shen's pregnancy. The cold palace is an ill-omened place. Your Majesty should show mercy. The Empress interceded on Yusha's behalf, fulfilling her promise to her. Why Yusha had assisted the Empress in uncovering noble consort Shen's condition, and the Empress aimed to protect Yusha. Moreover, Ishiu could sense that Yongjing harbored some reluctance towards Yusha, thus, handling her punishment with leniency might serve better in the future, should Yusha regain favor, and the Emperor might remember her kindness. Let her be confined in the Zhongshui Palace for 3 months instead. There is no need for the cold palace. Yongjing's heart softened around Shun Yuan, a sentiment known to the Empress, the Dowager, and now Hua Fei, who found the task of dealing with Yusha rather effortless, albeit the timing was not yet ripe. This morning, Hua Fei had arranged for the Empress Dowager to encounter a servant punished by Yusha. However, in the afternoon, the Empress Dowager witnessed her own grandson nearly harmed by Yusha's actions. The seed of discontent would only grow, ultimately affecting the Empress. Hua Fei knelt in contemplation. As the matter appeared to reach its conclusion, Yongjing's gaze began to drift towards Zhen Huan, prompting Hua Fei to give Lingrong a knowing look. And Lingrong understood the cue. She stepped forward, drawing closer to Yongjing, and gently suggested, "Your Majesty has traversed the snowy path and must be fatigued. Allow me to accompany you back to the Yangshan Palace for a respite." Very well. Considering the near miscarriage of noble consortion, the Emperor redirected his focus, bidding farewell to the Empress Dowager as he left with Lingrong for the Yangshan Palace. The Empress Dowager then ordered everyone to disperse, allowing noble consortion to rest peacefully. In the side chamber of the Zhongshui Palace. Release me, by what right does Hua Fei punish me? I demand to see the Emperor. Juninghai, accompanied by several young eunuchs, was escorting Yusha to the Xinqing Si. Why Yusha resisted, believing herself to be a favored person beside the Empress. Surely, Hua Fei would regard her with some caution. Slap. Juninghai struck her fiercely. How dare you presume to refer to yourself in such a manner? How dare you underestimate Lady Hua? What are you all doing? Silence her at once and take her straight to the Xinqing Si. Slap. Another blow followed. After all, entering the Xinqing Si meant enduring punishment, so he relished the opportunity to strike a few blows first. Instantly, Yu Yinger's cheeks flushed crimson. Woo, a young eunuch hastily stuffed a cloth into Yu Yinger's mouth, leaving her feeling nauseated. Despite her struggles, she believed the Empress would surely come to her rescue. An edict has arrived. Xiao Shizi's voice echoed from afar. Yusha, receive the edict. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yu Yinger's previously frantic eyes upon hearing Xiao Shizi address her as a Yusha. However, her heart sank as the edict continued. Yusha, consumed by jealousy, has acted improperly, offending the royal heir. She is to be demoted to the status of a commoner, stripped of her title, and confined to the Zhongshui Palace for 3 months upon her release from the Xinqing Si. Hearing her title revoked, Yusha struggled fiercely against her restraints. She could not endure the Xinqing Si, she could not lose her title, she could not be deprived of affection. The Empress had deceived her. It was the Empress who had urged her to act thus, and she needed to confront the Emperor to clarify the matter. Zhu Gonggong, it has been a long time. Your efficiency seems to have diminished. How is it that Yusha still lingers in the Zhongshui Palace? Xiao Shizi gestured, shaking his whisk, teasing Juninghai. Your prowess has waned, perhaps I should take over. I beg your pardon, Master Xie. Juninghai, aware of Xiao Shizi's service before the Emperor, afforded him some courtesy, then turned his gaze coldly towards Yusha, signaling to the 2 eunuchs restraining her. They promptly hoisted her and escorted her toward the Xinqing Si. Zhu Gonggong, your Majesty remains undiminished. Xiao Shizi clasped his hands in admiration. Chapter 62, Insulting This Majesty. Chapter 62, Insult to Her Highness. Upon witnessing Shen Meishuang momentarily unable to regain consciousness, Hua Fei retreated to Yikoan Palace. Zhen Huan, still unwell, felt it inappropriate to linger. Before departing, the Empress Dowager cast a lingering glance at Zhen Huan, yet uttered not a word as she left. The Empress felt a sense of satisfaction with the day's events. Although an individual from the Yu family had been implicated, the confirmation of Shen Meishuang's pregnancy brought her solace. There was ample time ahead. She thought it best to allow the child to remain securely nestled within Shen Gairen's womb for a while longer. Yu had entered the Department of Penal Affairs, where she would endure significant suffering. Moreover, Hua Fei had orchestrated her incarceration to instill a lasting lesson, detesting the incessant self-reference of this palace from Yu. Hua Fei believed Yu had insulted the very term, this palace. Even Jing Fei, having been granted the title of consort, refrained from such pretentiousness. What, then, was Yu to presume? Upon returning to Jingren Palace, the Empress discreetly dispatched Jiang Fuhai to communicate with the Department of Penal Affairs, instructing them to refrain from inflicting severe harm on Yu. The servants there, having received directives from both palaces, found themselves in a quandary. One party demanded harsh punishment while the other wished to avoid lasting damage. After much deliberation, an ingenious plan was devised. Daily, Yu would endure slaps, followed by the application of ice packs to her face at night, allowing the swelling to subside by morning, only to face the same punishment anew. Additionally, 5 maids took turns keeping Yu Yin'er awake through the night, a stark contrast to the usual 3, ensuring she received no respite. The ice in her hands melted into water, yet sleep eluded her. Hua Fei had indeed imposed an excessive burden. In comparison, the Empress had merely sent word without any form of reward, thus the servants of the Department of Penal Affairs treated Yu with less courtesy. Thus, Yu endured 7 grueling days before finally being released from the Department of Penal Affairs, only to be assisted back to Zhongqi Palace by the maid Hua Sui, where she slept for 3 consecutive days and nights. In her dreams, she vaguely saw Zhen Qiu, adorned with a shoehorn headdress, telling her, "You, a woman of the official family, my master has decreed that as long as you live, there remains hope." Yu, believing herself to be dreaming, could not muster a reply and succumbed once more to slumber. During this time, Yu nearly faltered, on the verge of revealing that it was the Empress's orders. However, a maid hinted that Yu's family was under the Empress's control, causing her to suppress her thoughts and persist in her endurance. Yu Yin'er had endured 7 days, while An Lingrong had enjoyed the Emperor's favor for the same span. The Emperor considered bestowing the title of a Miaoyin Nyangzi upon An Lingrong, yet she knelt in refusal. In this lifetime, empowered by Hua Fei's support, An Lingrong felt she deserved more than to inherit what others had cast aside. The Emperor and Empress, as a couple, truly had a talent for repulsing others. An Lingrong mused internally, yet outwardly expressed utmost deference, as the title of Miaoyin Nyangzi stirred much commotion within the palace, disrupting the tranquility of Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, and nearly causing Sister Mai to lose her child. I believe this title to be inauspicious. Yanzheng, a firm believer in celestial omens, found An Lingrong's reasoning persuasive, further enhancing his admiration for her. What then does Ronger desire? With your exceptional singing, I must bestow something upon you. I, with my humble talents, am already fortunate to garner Your Majesty's favor. To be in your presence is enough. I dare not wish for more. An Lingrong recalled Hua Fei's guidance, that to yield was to contend. The Emperor relished such coyness. Ronger is most favored in my heart, thus, I shall elevate your status to that of A, to be conferred alongside Jing Fei's consort title in 2 days. An Lingrong had anticipated the Emperor would grant her gold and silver, for in recent nights, after their intimacies, he had generously bestowed gifts upon her. She had retained only a portion for her own use, sending the remainder outside the palace through Hua Fei's channels to alleviate her mother's urgent need for medicine. To her surprise, the Emperor had directly elevated her rank. Hua Fei had indeed spoken the truth. The more one refrains, the more he wishes to grant, while displays of desire only incite his caution. An Lingrong felt triumphant. By merely singing lullabies each night, she had secured a promotion, a rather peculiar whim of the Emperor, yet one she could accept, for it was far preferable to the torments she had endured during her time with the deceased Shir Dongchun, where she had bound herself for punishment. With joy, An Lingrong knelt to express her gratitude for the Emperor's grace. As she ascended in rank, Shen Meishuang was closely monitored by Aunt Xuxing in Xianfu Palace, leaving the Empress momentarily without an opportunity to act. Upon hearing the Emperor's decree, the Empress redirected her attention to An Lingrong. Perhaps she could find a way to exploit Xianfu Palace through her. In recent days, Hua Fei had enjoyed a sense of well-being. News from the Nyan family indicated that the conflict in the northwest had subsided. Nyan Gunyao was returning to the capital with his family, and soon they would be reunited. Accompanying the letter was an update from Nyan Shi, which incensed Hua Fei. The scant few pages he had written were insubstantial, barely enough to satisfy her. This paltry offering is hardly sufficient to fill this palace's gaps. Shaking the thin papers, she drew the attention of Songji nearby, who, eager for intrigue, urged, "My lady, do not be vexed. Next time, let the eldest son articulate the tale more thoroughly. If he continues in this manner, we shall cease following his writings." Hua Fei tossed the update onto the table, rolling her eyes, and lifted a piece of almond pastry to her lips. Apart from threatening to abandon the narrative, what else could she do? This Mr. Sanjin had a knack for tantalizing the appetite. Nevertheless, she felt relieved that Nyan Shi had also sent several chapters of A Dream of the Red Chamber, as she had not yet discerned the fate of Lin Mai after she entered Jiafu. Eagerly, she turned to read. Within Yikuan Palace, the master and servant were engrossed in their reading, while in Yinchi Palace, Lady Fucha shivered uncontrollably, clutching a hand warmer and draped in a thick blanket. "Sanger, why is it so cold?" Lady Fucha trembled. "My lady, please bear with it." "I shall fetch you another cloak," Sanger replied, feeling the chill herself. Despite the charcoal fires burning within the hall and the windows secured, the lingering cold of early spring was inexplicable to her. Simultaneously, the third prince visited Qi Fei in Changshan Palace to pay his respects. After a brief stay, he too felt the chill, though he dared not voice it. As a robust young man, training daily in archery with his master, admitting to feeling cold would surely invite ridicule from the emperor. Qi Fei, oblivious to her son's discomfort, focused instead on observing him for signs of growth. Meanwhile, within Yangshan Hall, Anling Rong was grinding ink for the emperor, both engaged in sweet exchanges when a messenger hurriedly entered, kneeling before the emperor. "Your Majesty, news from Shokang Palace, the Empress Dowager has been poisoned." Chapter 63. Sipping tea to soothe the spirit. Chapter 63. Sipping tea to soothe the spirit. Upon hearing the news from the little attendant that the Empress Dowager had been poisoned, Yongjing's demeanor instantly turned grave. Anling Rong, who stood beside him, also adopted a serious expression. "What has transpired?" "I am unaware, Your Majesty. It was merely reported by Aunt Zhu from Shokang Palace that the Empress Dowager is trembling incessantly and has summoned the imperial physician, who claims it is a case of poisoning." Anling Rong had initially intended to excuse herself, but upon hearing the mention of the Empress Dowager's uncontrollable tremors, a thought struck her. Noticing that the emperor had not dismissed her, she decided to remain. "Let us proceed to Shokang Palace." Yongjin rose, and Anling Rong deftly draped a cloak over his shoulders. "Your Majesty, the spring chill outside is rather biting. One must take care." Yongjin allowed Anling Rong to secure the cloak before he exited the Yangshan Hall and boarded the palanquin en route to Shokang Palace, with Anling Rong following closely in her own small carriage. She could not shake the feeling that the matter of the Empress Dowager's poisoning was far more intricate than it appeared. Upon arriving at Shokang Palace, Anling Rong's gaze was immediately drawn to the several pots of fresh narcissus flowers arranged on the table, which seemed of superior quality compared to the ones she had received from the imperial household several days prior. Her eyes flickered slightly as she covered her nose with a handkerchief and followed Yongjing inside. Within the Empress Dowager's chamber, the Empress and Consort Qi were already attending to her at the bedside. Consorts Hua and Jing had yet to arrive. The imperial physician Zhang Yi was in the midst of examining the Empress Dowager's pulse. Yongjing cast a glance towards the bed, where the Empress Dowager lay pale and trembling. As Zhang Yi, sporting a goat beard, felt her pulse, he frowned. The symptoms clearly indicated poisoning. However, the convulsions did not appear to affect her heart or lungs. It was possible that she would recover shortly, yet in his moment of panic, he had asserted that she had been poisoned, which had now alarmed the emperor. If he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he feared for his own reputation. "What is the condition of the Empress Dowager?" Yongjin inquired coldly, seated at the bedside, directing his question towards Zhang Yi. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is indeed trembling, which suggests poisoning, yet her heart and lung functions remain undisturbed. It is likely she will recover shortly." Zhang Yi considered the gravity of lying to the emperor. Thus, he resolved to speak the truth, prioritizing his life over his pride. Upon entering the chamber, Ula Noller Isho immediately spotted the gleaming pots of Yutai Jinjiang and began to form her own suspicions regarding the Empress Dowager's poisoning. Hearing Zhang Yi's assessment, she felt reassured, understanding that the Empress Dowager's condition was not dire. She exchanged glances with Qiu Qiu, signaling her to discreetly remove the pots of Yutai Jinjiang from the Empress Dowager's chamber. Not dire. If it were truly without issue, how could the Empress Dowager have been poisoned? Yongzheng's anger flared. The imperial physician had initially stated poisoning, yet now could not ascertain the cause and claimed she was unharmed. If word of this reached others, it would undermine the sanctity of the imperial authority. From this moment forth, all individuals who enter or exit this chamber shall be under my strict supervision. Furthermore, nothing within this chamber is to be disturbed. Conduct a thorough investigation. If you cannot ascertain the cause of the Empress Dowager's poisoning today, I shall demand your heads. Yongzheng, having ascended to power through the fierce competition amongst the princes, was not one to be trifled with. While he often turned a blind eye to the minor squabbles among the concubines, delighted by their competition for favor, he could not afford to overlook any threat to his mother, the Empress Dowager. Should he fail to act decisively, he feared that the sensuate would accuse him of filial impiety the very next day. Ula Noller Isho, witnessing the emperor's wrath, refrained from taking any rash actions, hoping fervently that Zhang Yi would remain loyal and that the issue with the Yutai Jinjiang would not be uncovered. Consort Hua has arrived, followed by Consort Jing, announced the little attendant from outside. The palace maids lifted the cotton curtains, allowing Consorts Hua and Jing to enter in succession. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty and greets the empress. Consorts Hua and Jing addressed the emperor first, with the empress returning the courtesy. Rise, a young Jing commanded. What is the condition of the Empress Dowager? Consort Hua inquired first, feigning concern. The source of the poisoning has yet to be identified, and the cause remains unclear. I am at a loss as to what the imperial physicians are doing. Yongzheng expressed his frustration towards the medical team. Upon entering, Consort Hua had already noticed the Yutai Jinjiang on the table, indicating that the empress had not yet had the opportunity to dispose of it. Your Majesty, do not be hasty. The poisoner is cunning and treacherous. It is understandable that the physicians cannot ascertain the cause immediately. Perhaps we should summon additional physicians to expedite the examination, Consort Hua suggested, moving closer to the emperor and subtly displacing the empress. One must not falter during critical moments. To refrain from action would only grant the empress an opportunity, an error Consort Hua would never commit. Consort Hua speaks wisely. I have heard that a poisoner can administer poison with the slightest of means. We should indeed enlist more physicians to investigate whether there has been foul play in Shokang Palace. Anlingrong supported Consort Hua's assertion from the side. Well said. The emperor felt somewhat reassured. Aside from the Empress Dowager, his concubines also demonstrated filial piety. Su Peixing, summon all the physicians on duty to Shokang Palace immediately. Yes, Su Peixing complied, and the little attendant swiftly departed for the imperial hospital, exhibiting remarkable speed. Before long, several of the on-duty physicians arrived at Shokang Palace, including Jiang Cheng and Wen Shichu. Examine her closely and determine precisely what poison the Empress Dowager has been afflicted with, the emperor commanded. The physicians nodded in agreement, each calculating their own course of action. Zhang Yi was highly skilled and would not misdiagnose. Given some time, he would likely uncover the cause of the poisoning. Balancing the emperor's satisfaction with the need to preserve face for his superior was a delicate task, more challenging than taking a pulse. As the physicians knelt on the ground, sweat began to bead on their brows before they had even begun their examination. Zhang Yi, being aligned with the empress, naturally sought to protect him. Your Majesty, why not allow the physicians to examine the Empress Dowager's condition individually? That seems reasonable, the emperor conceded. Thus, the on-duty physicians took turns examining the Empress Dowager, all arriving at the same conclusion as Zhang Yi. Although she had been poisoned, her vital organs remained intact, and she would likely recover shortly. A bunch of inept fools. We are guilty, Your Majesty. Jiang Cheng, having anticipated the inquiry, recalled that when he examined the Empress Dowager earlier, her trembling seemed more severe than the effects of inhaling the pollen from the Yutai Jinjiang. He remembered reviewing medical texts after returning from Consort Hua's palace, harboring doubts, yet he hesitated to speak up at that moment. Jian Cheng's internal conflict did not go unnoticed by Consort Hua. With a light cough, she lifted a cup of tea from the tray held by Song Ji and offered it to the emperor. "Your Majesty, please sip this tea to calm your spirit." Chapter 64. More sturdy than the third prince. Chapter 64. Stronger than the third prince, sipping tea to calm his nerves. Jiang Cheng understood the subtle hint from Hua Fei and knelt before the emperor, saying, "Your subject dares to request an inspection of the food consumed by the Empress Dowager today." Yang Jing accepted the teacup, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Su Peixing. Yes. Yi Xiu assumed that the matter of the Yutai Jinjian had been successfully concealed, thus she did not intervene. After Zhu Shi led Jian Cheng to examine the food of the Empress Dowager, Jian Cheng had confirmed his suspicions and returned to the hall to kneel and report, "Your Majesty, I am but a humble scholar, yet from my observations, it appears the Empress Dowager has inadvertently ingested the poison from the Yutai Jinjian. Additionally, her lunch included shrimp and spinach, which likely exacerbated the toxicity of the Yutai Jinjian." Yutai Jinjian. Yang Jing's gaze fell upon the delicate yellow stamens and white flowers on the table, recalling that he had seen these flowers somewhere before. Indeed, the pollen of the Yutai Jinjian possesses a slight toxicity. If inhaled in excess, it induces chills and tremors, coupled with the consumption of shrimp and spinach, which can also cause shivering when ingested in large quantities. The combination can lead to severe symptoms within the body. Jian Cheng recounted his findings from medical texts he had perused days prior, having been inspired by Wen Shichu's habit of studying. Upon returning from Yiquan Palace, he had taken the initiative to investigate further, and now he found his efforts were not in vain. It seemed the ancient spoke truthfully, knowledge indeed holds the key to wealth. It follows then, that the Empress Dowager has suffered from the poison resulting from the incompatible consumption of food and plants, Yang Jing observed, his expression revealing no trace of joy or anger as he regarded the kneeling Jian Cheng. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Jian Cheng affirmed. "This poison can be neutralized with a simple herbal tea made from licorice and lemon, and it poses no significant threat to her health. I recall that the Yutai Jinjian is quite precious. Not long ago, I observed many of them in the Yusan Palace's bathing hall," Yang Jing remarked, glancing at the Empress. "Such matters in the inner palace are traditionally managed by the Empress." Upon realizing that the issue of the Yutai Jinjian had been brought to light, Yi Xiu sought to distance herself from it, responding, "Your Majesty, I was unaware of this matter. Interestingly, the third prince visited me this morning to pay his respects and mentioned that he too was experiencing chills and tremors. There are numerous Yutai Jinjian delivered to my palace from the Neiwufu," Ji Fei recalled, her thoughts momentarily brightening at the mention of her beloved son. "Fortunately, the third prince is robust. He diligently follows your teachings, practicing horsemanship daily, and after a brief spell of trembling, he soon recovered." At that moment, Ji Fei couldn't resist showcasing her son's fortitude. Hua Fei quipped, "You seem even more resilient than the third prince. You inhaled the pollen yet did not shiver. Su Peixing, investigate further where these Yutai Jinjian have been sent, besides Shukang Palace and Changchun Palace, which other residences have received them." "Your Majesty, I have already looked into this. The Neiwufu sent several pots of Yutai Jinjian to each of the small mistresses in the palaces. Some arranged the flowers at a distance and experienced no issues, while others placed them close and did feel unwell. It appears that both Fu Cha Guiren and Sanger from Yinshi Palace inhaled a considerable amount of pollen and have also summoned the imperial physician," Su Peixing reported, having maintained his esteemed position by always anticipating the emperor's needs. Yutai Jinjian can be found in both Xinfu Palace and Yinshi Palace, as well as in the more remote Sueju Pavilion. At the mention of Sueju Pavilion, Yang Jing's grip on the jade bracelet tightened noticeably, and Hua Fei took note of this. She reflected that Su Peixing possessed a certain eloquence in his speech. "I remember that on the day of my attendance to the Emperor's bedchamber, Bao Wen mentioned that the Empress had specifically instructed the Neiwufu to send Yutai Jinjian to Yinshi Palace to bring some joy. Thankfully, sisters Myanjin were unharmed, for the sensation of chills is quite unpleasant, and Lingrong interjected at an opportune moment. Casting a glance at the Empress, she recollected her own uncontrollable trembling that day. Had it not been for Bao Huan providing her with the licorice lemon tea sent by Hua Fei, she might have made a fool of herself that night. Given her propensity for overthinking, she now regarded the Empress with a sense of foreboding, recalling how Bao Huan often fretted over the Empress's concern for her. I indeed instructed the Nei Wufu to send Yutai Jinjan to Endanqing to bring her some joy. However, I was unaware of the toxicity of the pollen. I harbor no animosity towards Endanqing, so why would I wish her harm? The Empress declared, kneeling to defend herself. Moreover, Endanqing appears to be quite well, does she not? Hearing the Empress's words, the Emperor turned his gaze toward Lingrong, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Your Majesty, I'm indeed well. Before I left Jinshi Palace, I felt an overwhelming chill and trembled incessantly. It was only after Bao Huan provided me with licorice lemon tea that I began to feel better. How did you know that licorice lemon tea could counteract the poison from the Yutai Jinjan? I do not know. I am merely a low-ranking concubine who cannot afford fine teas. I often procure inexpensive licorice to brew tea. Bao Huan likely intended for me to drink something warm, and perhaps it fortuitously worked, and Lingrong explained. Upon hearing of Lingrong's past hardships, the Emperor's gaze softened as he regarded her. The Nei Wufu has mistreated you. Why did you not bring this to my attention? The Nei Wufu acts according to protocol, and I did not wish to trouble your Majesty. Besides, I am well now, am I not? And Lingrong replied, cleverly evading the topic. The Nei Wufu has withheld provisions for the concubines while extravagantly distributing these precious yet toxic Yutai Jinjan to the various palaces. Empress, how do you manage such affairs in the inner palace? The Empress seethed at the thought that the chief steward of the Nei Wufu, Huang Guiquan, was aligned with Hua Fei, yet she could not voice her frustration. In that moment, the Empress found herself at a loss for words. Just as Yi Xiu pondered her next move, the Empress Dowager stirred and, with the assistance of Zhu Shi, sat up. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Mother, I heard you were unwell, so I came to inquire about your condition. Are you feeling better? The Empress Dowager, who had been experiencing cramps and chills, had not actually been asleep. She had been listening to the unfolding situation, which was becoming increasingly disadvantageous for the Empress, and thus forced herself to rise. I am better, though I simply indulged in something unsuitable. Your Majesty, do not blame others. Mother, your words are wise, yet I must address the Nei Wufu's corrupt practices and their deceitful dealings, the Emperor replied firmly. Seeing the Emperor's steadfast attitude, the Empress Dowager refrained from further comment. Summon the chief steward of the Nei Wufu to answer for this, the Emperor commanded. Huang Guiquan, having heard of the troubles caused by the Yutai Jinjan, was already kneeling outside Shokang Palace, awaiting his fate. Upon hearing the Emperor's summons, he hurriedly entered. Your servant, Huang Guiquan, pays his respects to your Majesty. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. You admit your guilt rather swiftly. It seems your Nei Wufu has been indulging in corrupt practices, profiting from the distribution of this toxic Yutai Jinjan to the various palaces without regard for the consequences. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The situation with the Yutai Jinjan is a misunderstanding, Huang Guiquan pleaded, advancing a couple of steps on his knees. On that day, the Empress instructed me to deliver Yutai Jinjan to Enchangzai. The servants of the Nei Wufu were inexperienced and mistakenly procured an excess. Considering the Yutai Jinjan's value and the short duration of its bloom, I was concerned that the Empress might accuse us of wastefulness if I did not distribute it to each palace. I was merely acting upon the Empress's instructions. Chapter 65, Gentle, Respectful, Frugal, and Yielding. Chapter 65, Gentle and Humble. That brings us to the matter of the purchasing servant. The Emperor intended to continue his reprimand, but the Empress Dowager, perceiving the conversation was veering towards the Queen's lax governance of the palace, interjected. Your Majesty, if that is the case, it suffices to hold that eunuch from the imperial household accountable for his excessive purchases. Let us not implicate others. Huang Guiquan oversees the myriad affairs of the imperial household, and it is plausible he may momentarily overlook the toxicity of the floral items. Observing his diligent service and compliance, let this matter rest. The Empress Dowager trembled slightly, her mind clear. Punishing Huang Guchuan would equate to punishing the queen, publicly indicating her ineptitude in managing the palace, which would only tarnish the reputation of the Ulanara clan. In her eyes, Huang Guchuan deserved reward rather than punishment. Seeing the Empress Dowager's subtle defense of the queen, Consort Hua, aware that such trivial matters could not shake the queen's position, stepped in to offer the dowager a way out. Your Majesty speaks wisely. The duties of the imperial household are both numerous and intricate, and it is no easy task for the queen to manage them. I implore your Majesty to show understanding. Consort Hua, who had always been at odds with the queen, surprisingly advocated for her today, prompting the emperor to regard her with a newfound perspective, as if he were seeing his once pampered beloved consort for the first time. After a moment's contemplation, the emperor felt a wave of gratitude. Indeed, his Hua consort was most attuned to his sentiments. In her moments of indulgence, she was charmingly delightful, and in her moments of wisdom, she embodied grace and humility. Since both the Empress Dowager and Consort Hua have spoken thus, let the eunuch who mismanaged the purchases receive 50 strokes as a warning to others. The emperor did not spare a glance at the queen. Although the jade plates and golden cups are precious, they are also toxic. With Meyer expecting, we must exercise utmost caution. Let all jade plates and golden cups be collected. The emperor genuinely wished to rid himself of those jade plates and golden cups. Their mere presence evoked memories of a night when he nearly lost his virility. Thankfully, Rong-er was wise and understanding. Had he lost her that night, he would have become a laughingstock in imperial history. Your name is Jiang Cheng, the emperor feigned ignorance. Indeed, I am Jiang Cheng of the Jiang family. Physician Jiang, your efforts in uncovering the Empress Dowager's poisoning have not gone unnoticed. You are hereby promoted to the position of Left Director of the Imperial Medical Institute, a 6th-rank official. The emperor sensed that Zhang Yi was cunning and sought someone to keep him in check. I humbly thank your Majesty for your generous favor. Jiang Cheng rejoiced. Had he not thought that fortune favored the diligent, he would not have received such a reward. Moreover, I believe I too was afflicted by the poison of the jade plates and golden cups not long ago, suffering from persistent chills. It was Rong-er's attentiveness that saved me from the toxin. Additionally, in her actions, she has always been mindful of the royal dignity, never mentioning the imperial household's misappropriations to me or the queen. With her poise and grace in remedying the situation, I wish to elevate Rong-er to the status of a consort. What say you, Queen? Your Majesty is just in your rewards and punishments. It is indeed appropriate. Previously, I had wronged in Changzai. The Queen, recognizing the Emperor's continued attention towards her, could only swallow her bitterness and greet him with a smile. Ultimately, she thought, it was not as if she were being promoted to a higher rank. If consort status was all she attained, so be it. Huang Guchuan, the head of the imperial household, was evidently a distant relative of Consort Hua, and now he was being implicated in their affairs with just a few words. The queen found herself at a loss for words, knowing she would have to replace that treacherous eunuch eventually. What do you think of my handling of this matter, mother? You are the emperor. With you and the queen, I can rest easy in my old age. Now, everyone may disperse. Forced smiles between the couple were hardly sweet, but for the sake of the Ulanara clan, the Empress Dowager continued to maintain appearances. In Shokang Palace, the gathering had stirred much commotion, leaving only the queen, bound by circumstance, and the purchasing servant to suffer the consequences. By sheer coincidence, that purchasing servant was none other than Jian Zhongmin, who had taken Huang Guchuan's place as the second head of the imperial household in the previous life. After receiving 50 strokes, Jian Zhongmin would be left with a permanent injury, rendering him incapable of serving the queen. who would consequently need to seek assistance elsewhere, a matter for another time. In early March, as the willow branches began to sprout new buds, Jing Fei and An Lingrong held their promotion ceremony. Dressed in ceremonial attire, they bowed deeply before the queen in the main hall of Jingren Palace, performing the grand ritual, which included, but was not limited to, the elaborate 9 prostrations before the wealth cat. As Consort Hua grew impatient, the narrative hastily progressed. Observing the ceremony, Consort Hua felt somewhat irritable at being summoned so early by Songji. She cast a glance at Songji, knowing that without a plate of crab meat pastries, the situation would not improve. However, Songji could only pretend not to notice, for it was imperative to maintain the dignity of their master during such a ceremonious occasion. Seated in the main position, the queen felt a surge of resentment. An Lingrong had not yet garnered her support, but had already risen to the status of a consort. It would now be difficult to win her over. It seemed she would need to make some efforts with An Lingrong's family. Casting her gaze upon the foremost Jing Fei, the queen's irritation deepened. This unremarkable Feng Ruozhao had stumbled upon fortune. Had it not been for her use of Cao Qin Moor, which earned her the Empress Dowager's warning, she would not have fortuitously acquired a daughter to raise. Thankfully, she was a princess, for princesses were the least valuable. If the queen wished to raise her, so be it. The true trouble lay with her own Shen Meizhuang, who was nearing 3 months into her pregnancy. If the queen did not act while Shen Meizhuang's condition was still precarious, any delay would complicate matters further. Yet her aunt had sent a strict Aunt Xu to guard Shen Meizhuang, leaving the queen without any opportunity to intervene. These women of the harem were indeed more troublesome than the last. The queen maintained a facade of congeniality while harboring resentment. Consort Hua, observing the queen's artificial smile and hearing her insincere admonishments, rolled her eyes and decided to take a jab. The queen speaks wisely. An Lingrong, you must be diligent. You are currently favored more than any in the palace, so do strive to conceive soon to ensure the emperor's lineage continues. Was it not merely a matter of using offspring as a weapon? Who could not do that? Consort Hua had long since abandoned the desire for children. If others bore children, she would happily play with them. Linglong flattered her beauty with sweet words daily, while Wen Yi, with her petite hands, effortlessly melted her heart. Moreover, with Shengairen's child on the way, if An Lingrong were to conceive around the same time, having 4 children in Equine Palace next year could indeed be quite entertaining. With the intention of provoking the queen, Consort Hua's words about birthing soon inadvertently led her to ponder An Lingrong's chances of pregnancy. She was uncertain whether in her past life, Shen Guiren and An Changzai had borne children, but alas, she had perished too early to witness it. No matter, in this life, she would strive to live to the end and gather enough little lives to cherish. Chapter 66, The Weaving of Suzhou. Chapter 66, The Weaving of Suzhou. To experience neither the agony of childbirth nor the burden of nurturing. How delightful it is. The Empress truly seems to be muddled. What significance do men hold when the sweet scent of an infant is so intoxicating? The Hua Fei grew increasingly exhilarated as her thoughts wandered, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, oblivious to the fact that the Empress's countenance darkened upon hearing of An Chang's pregnancy. An Chang, stealing a sidelong glance at the Hua Fei, felt overwhelmed by the pressure to conceive that the Hua Fei was inadvertently imposing. After all, having enjoyed the emperor's favor for so long, she had yet to bear any fruit, and with the arrival of her monthly cycle once more, it seemed that her fortunes concerning offspring were still not ripe. An Lingrong began to ponder alongside the Hua Fei, lost in her own thoughts. The Jing Fei, upon hearing the news of a pregnancy, had grown indifferent, her mind solely focused on hastening the completion of the promotion ceremony. What use was the Empress's incessant chatter? The Emperor held no affection for her, so how could she possibly bear his children, when he was still waiting for her in the palace? By now, Wen Yi had learned to roll over and crawl, an energetic child indeed. One could only wonder if the wet nurses in the Xianfu Palace could manage to keep an eye on her. The absence of the child was truly maddening. Xin Chang, seated nearby, cast a glance at the radiant and Lingrong, inwardly musing. It is highly probable that the harem is becoming a retirement community for sisters in arms. 1. Li Pin, observing the flower-like, tender and Lingrong now adorned in auspicious attire, felt a sense of decorum wash over her, her mind racing with schemes, where the Hua Fei has begun to support newcomers. With old cow gone, should I continue to cling to the Hua Fei or seek a new benefactor? Chun Chang, watching the two being promoted, thought, I am slightly hungry and yearn for the milk pastries from Sister Guan's palace. How splendid the auspicious garments are. When will I grow up, to serve in the Emperor's chambers, to don such beautiful attire? Why has the Empress not yet devised my next steps? As for Shen Meizhuang, due to the instability of her pregnancy, she had received the Empress Dowager's decree and did not attend the promotion ceremony. Yu Yinger, on the other hand, remained in seclusion at the Zhongzui Palace, reflecting on her actions. Ever since her release from the Shenqing division, her favorite pastime had been sleeping. Deprived of the freedom to venture outdoors, she slept from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn, suffering through 7 sleepless nights. Whoever endures it knows the struggle. The Empress, seated at the head of the table, observed the Jingfei and Lingrong, both lost in their thoughts or fidgeting as though their feet were ablaze. Finding the atmosphere tedious and with pressing matters at hand, she instructed Jian Fuhai to announce the conclusion of the ceremony, allowing everyone to disperse. After the promotion ceremony concluded, Lingrong exited the Jingren Palace, intending to express her gratitude to the Hua Fei in the Yiking Palace. However, upon reflection, she surmised that the Hua Fei would likely be indulging in a post-nap slumber. Thus she decided to visit the Suoryu Pavilion to see Shen Huan. Following the poisoning incident involving the Empress Dowager, the Empress had commanded Bao Huan to remain, and Lingrong had sensed Bao Huan's unusual vigilance and, for the past few days, refrained from visiting the Yiking Palace, recalling the previous conversation with the Hua Fei regarding business, which had been interrupted by the Dowager's poisoning, and Lingrong felt a pang of frustration. Bao Huan, shadowing her relentlessly, hindered Lingrong's ability to profit. The Emperor's rewards and her own savings had all been sent to her mother for medicinal needs, and as she watched her silver dwindling in the box, her irritation towards Bao Huan grew. Unfortunately, Lingrong could only speculate without concrete evidence to prove that the Empress sought to stymie her ability to gain favor. Thus, she resolved to assign Bao Huan tasks intended to exhaust her energy. Initially, Lingrong instructed Bao Huan to embroider pouches and handkerchiefs for sale, but due to Bao Huan's lack of skill, they fetched poor prices, rendering the effort futile. Consequently, Lingrong sought alternative methods. Just the other day, she had procured silk threads from the Internal Affairs Office and directed Bao Huan to organize each color of thread, splitting each strand into 4 by day. Bao Huan was to attend to Lingrong's needs closely, and by night, she was to toil under candlelight, sorting silk threads. After several days of this grueling routine, Bao Huan had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep, and dark circles had begun to form beneath her eyes. Observing Bao Huan's fatigue, Lingrong felt a pang of compassion and said, Bao Huan, you must be weary from sorting the threads last night. You may return to the Yanghua Palace for a rest. Let Bao Qiu attend to me. Upon hearing Lingrong's dismissal, Bao Huan mustered a smile and replied, My lady, I am not tired. You are heading to the Yiking Palace, and I shall accompany you. Lingrong, incensed that Bao Huan dared to speculate on her whereabouts, retorted sharply, Why would I go to the Yiking Palace for no reason? I intend to visit the Suoryu Pavilion to see Sister Guan. If you wish to follow, then do so, but do not claim that I, as your mistress, do not care for your well-being when you meet others. Feeling that she had not assigned enough work, Lingrong considered instructing Bao Huan to divide each strand of silk into 6. Understood. Recognizing her misstep, Bao Huan lowered her head in acknowledgement, trailing behind Lingrong on their way to the Suoryu Pavilion. Beside them, Bao Qiu remained silent, acutely aware of Lingrong's growing frustration with Bao Huan. Having observed Lingrong's urgency to earn money, Bao Qiu had taken note of the situation. However, with news from Aunt Sungji indicating that there was no rush, she opted to remain passive, dutifully serving Lingrong while occasionally offering words of comfort to Bao Huan. Upon returning to the Yiking Palace, the Hua Fei immediately entered her chambers, shedding her flower-pot-bottomed shoes. She instructed Songji and Lingji to assist her in removing her headpiece and hairpins, preparing to indulge in a brief rest on the Xiangfei couch and rendezvous with the Lord of Dreams. Just then, Juninghai limped into the room. Hearing the light and heavy footfalls, the Huafei realized that her brief nap would be thwarted. "What is it?" The Huafei's lingering irritation from awakening startled Juninghai, who dared not lift his gaze. "Your Highness, the new brocade from the Suzhou Weaving Bureau has arrived this spring, sent by the Internal Affairs Office. The Emperor requests that you select some first." Simply selecting a fabric could not wait until I was awake. Juninghai truly lacked discernment. Wait a moment, Suzhou Weaving, that name sounds familiar. Is this Suzhou Weaving associated with Sun Juher, the brother of Sun Mieching, who previously embarrassed himself during the selection process? Indeed, Juninghai dared not exhale. Were it not for the substantial bribes offered by the Suzhou Weaving, he would not have dared to disturb the Huafei during her much-needed rest. Typically, the Huafei forbade any acceptance of bribes, yet the Weaving Bureau had long been affiliated with the Surely, a small token of appreciation would not cause any harm. Juninghai pondered anxiously. Suddenly, the Huafei found herself wide awake. Chapter 67 Confiscation. Chapter 67 Confiscation. That unfortunate Sun Mieching, startled by the Empress Dowager's cat, let out a shriek in the presence of the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, which led to her judgment of being deemed unfit for court selection forever. The Emperor, as the Son of Heaven, could hardly fathom the grim fate that awaited this woman, condemned to a life devoid of marriage, her misfortune potentially extending to the women of her clan, who might also find themselves unable to marry well. At that moment, Huafei had just been reborn and momentarily forgot about the Suzhou textile official's allegiance to the Nyan family. It wasn't until the day of court selection, when Sun Mieching was eliminated, that Huafei recalled this pitiable woman. Originally intended to be sent to the palace to vie for favor on her behalf, it was a surprise that she never even entered the palace. Upon further reflection, Huafei surmised that the Suzhou official's close ties with the Nyan family had aroused the Emperor's suspicion, rendering Sun Mieching an innocent victim. Fearing that Sun Mieching might be compelled to take her own life upon returning to her family in Suzhou, Huafei decided to keep her in a modest residence of the Nyan family in the capital. A series of events unfolded within the palace, and Huafei nearly forgot about Sun Mieching altogether. She recalled advising her brother to act with caution and to avoid forming cliques for personal gain, perhaps due to the distance from Suzhou, which led to her brother's oversight. "Then let the silks be brought in," Huafei commanded, a surge of pent-up frustration churning within her, neither rising nor dissipating. Summoning the servants at dawn, she felt as if the heavens themselves were striking her. Juninghai gestured for the eunuchs from the imperial household to present the silks on trays. The exquisite Suzhou embroidery glimmered in resplendent hues, a sight to behold. Sun Juher, skilled in flattery, had brought many bolts of silk in the colors favored by Huafei, vibrant reds adorned with grandiose floral patterns, which would indeed dazzle when fashioned into garments. Yet, as Huafei gazed upon these silks, her mind wandered elsewhere. With no benefit to be gained, she questioned why Sun Juher had not inquired about her sister, who had been left behind in the capital for so long, especially now that spring had arrived. His sudden appearance raised her suspicions. "What message has the Suzhou official conveyed?" Huafei inquired, seated regally upon her Xiangfei couch, casting a sidelong glance at Juninghai, her voice icy. This glance struck fear into Juninghai's heart. "Yes, Lord Sun has sent word through an intermediary that he has another younger sister, equally beautiful, and wishes to seek your favor, Your Highness." Juninghai's instinct warned him against accepting any bribes, foreseeing possible repercussions. HMPH, Huafei scoffed, bemused by the audacity of the Sun family. Having already sacrificed one sister, they now sought to offer another, evidently eager to curry favor with the Emperor.As imperial merchants. The Sun family had already amassed considerable wealth, yet greed, much like the Nyan family in her past life, was insatiable. "Does this young woman from the Sun family consent to this?" Huafei pressed. "I do not know, Your Highness." "Useless." Juninghai fell to his knees. "How much silver did the Sun family bestow upon you to provoke the ire of this palace?" "What did I say before? Everyone in Equine Palace is to refrain from accepting silver from outsiders." Did those words vanish into thin air? Hua Fei's anger surged, finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had been building within her. I acknowledge my mistake. I was momentarily bewitched. I beseech your highness for forgiveness. Juninghai, adept in many tasks, excelled at admitting his faults. Hearing Hua Fei's outburst, Juninghai hastily relinquished the heavy pouch he had concealed within his sleeve, a pouch filled with thick gold coins. Anyone would be tempted by gold, yet now, faced with an irate mistress, Juninghai viewed the gold as insignificant, worth less than dirt. Nothing outweighed the importance of his mistress's trust. Songji. The nearby Songji trembled at being summoned. Witnessing Juninghai's supplication, she felt a pang of empathy. Many had offered her silver recently, and while she had been tempted, the weight of her mistress's authority kept her hand from extending to accept. Grateful for her restraint, she quickly retrieved the fallen pouch from the ground. I have always treated you well, and the rewards from Equine Palace have been generous, yet, it appears your judgment has faltered, and you dare to accept any silver that comes your way. Take this silver, since you seem to desire it so. I dare not. Juninghai stammered. As Hua Fei's are escalated, she hurled the pouch of gold at Juninghai's head, scattering coins across the floor. The sensation of gold striking his head was akin to being pelted with stones, far from pleasant. Juninghai scorned himself for still pondering the allure of gold at such a moment. Have I been too lenient with you of late, allowing you to grow complacent and disregard my words? If Hua Fei could traverse to the 21st century, she would undoubtedly see a striking resemblance between herself and an elementary school teacher. Since you have taken this gold, it would be illogical to return it. Wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping them in the face? Such an act would create enmity for Equine Palace and the Nian family. As Juninghai was about to crawl away, Hua Fei's words compelled him to turn back and kneel once more. Your Highness is correct. I shall heed your teachings. And what of this gold? Confiscated. Chapter 68, In Dire Need of Funds. Chapter 68, In dire financial straits. Upon hearing those two words, Juninghai felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hastily placed his purse on the small table beside Hua Fei and resolutely averted his gaze. You must find out the current situation of the Sun family. Does the young lady they wish to send truly wish to enter the palace? Yes, I shall ensure it is done. Moreover, it has been quite some time since I last inquired about Sun Miaoqing. Find someone to ascertain how she is faring. I cannot allow her to suffer due to my own misfortunes. Your kindness is boundless, Your Highness. Miss Sun will surely be grateful. Whether Miss Sun felt gratitude or not was of no concern to Juninghai at this moment. All he could think about was how fortunate he was to have been spared by the strong-willed yet soft-hearted Hua Fei. He swiftly picked up the feather duster from the ground and dashed off to attend to his duties. The scene of Hua Fei admonishing Juninghai had not gone unnoticed by the palace maids and eunuchs sweeping outside the hall. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Recently, Hua Fei's temper had improved, causing them to relax their vigilance. However, now that she had erupted in anger, the servants of Equine Palace were all on high alert, abandoning any thoughts of exploiting opportunities for personal gain. After all, Equine Palace was backed by the esteemed Nian family, and those who could not associate with Songji or Juninghai had not hesitated to seek favors from those serving in Equine Palace. Over time, it was only natural that they would feel envious of the riches sent from outside. Now, with Hua Fei's outburst, their thoughts of greed had been quelled. After all, Equine Palace offered double salaries at year's end. Who would leave such a position for mere trifles? After Juninghai departed, Hua Fei found herself unable to sleep. Songji put away the gold and presented Hua Fei with a plate of crab meat pastries, a new skill she had recently learned. As Songji was tasked with attending to Hua Fei's every need, she found it increasingly difficult to manage the affairs of the small kitchen. Moreover, with Hua Fei's growing demands for culinary delights, she had decided to entrust the small kitchen's responsibilities to Lingji. Lingji was a plump young woman who, when not on duty, often lingered in the small kitchen to beg the cooks for a few morsels. Now that she had been given this task, she was thriving. Your Highness, this is Lingji's improved crab meat pastry, made with the utmost care by the chef in the small kitchen. Please taste it and offer your feedback. Hua Fei delicately pinched a piece of the crab meat pastry, Savoring its familiar flavors, it was indeed her favorite delicacy. The rich aroma of crab filled her senses, and her temper began to soften. Lingji has done well. This crab meat pastry is less greasy than those from the imperial kitchen. Let us continue with this recipe, for I have no desire to gain weight. Seeing Hua Fei in good spirits, Songji could not help but smile and fetch the unfinished storybook from the desk. Your Highness, after the female lead and male lead parted ways, did they meet again? You have yet to tell this servant. I am eagerly awaiting the continuation. Hua Fei shot a playful, disdainful glance at her, then took the storybook and began to recount the tale, demonstrating the charm of her storytelling. Outside the hall, the servants and maids observed in admiration as Songji skillfully soothed Hua Fei's temper. What remarkable skill she possessed. Harmony was restored in Equine Palace, and the atmosphere in Suoyu Pavilion was lively. When Lingrong arrived at the entrance of Suoyu Pavilion, she spotted Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan sharing laughter beneath a flowering crabapple tree. Although Shen Meizhuang's pregnancy was not yet prominent, she carefully cradled her waist, exuding a maternal grace beneath the gentle spring sun. Jin Huan, clad in a simple light purple palace gown, allowed Shen Meizhuang to adorn her hair with a pair of intertwined crabapple blossoms. Though she had been claiming to be unwell, the warm sunlight cast a radiant glow on her delicate features, making her exceptionally enchanting. It was no wonder that such beauty as Shen Huan's could captivate the emperor's gaze, even as a woman, and Lingrong felt Shen Huan's beauty was unparalleled. Oh, you have arrived, do come in, Shen Meizhuang exclaimed, turning to greet Lingrong with a beaming smile. And Lingrong wished for this moment to linger a little longer. And, you didn't announce your arrival, you are all becoming increasingly lazy, Jin Huan playfully scolded the servants upon seeing Lingrong enter. It was my wish for them not to announce it, as I thought my sister might still be resting. I did not expect you, Meizhuang, to be here as well, just 3 months along, and you are already out and about. You must take care. Recently, Lingrong had been enjoying the emperor's favor, and her confidence was gradually building. She did not take Shen Huan's playful admonishment to heart. Today is a momentous occasion for you, yet I cannot attend the celebration due to my pregnancy. I thought I would come to consult with Wana regarding a suitable gift to present. Oh, I cannot wait to see what delightful gifts my two sisters have in store for me. And Lingrong eagerly chimed in, extending her hand to request the presents. Look at you. Now you are quite the favorite in the emperor's eyes. With all the rewards he has bestowed upon you, how can you still covet our humble gifts? Jin Huan teased, playfully swatting Lingrong's outstretched hand. What the emperor grants is his to give, but the gifts from my two sisters carry their heartfelt sentiment. Naturally, I look forward to receiving them. The three of them laughed together, and as Shen Meizhuang could not stand for long, they all entered the hall. I have heard that your mother's medical expenses are burdensome. Although the emperor's gifts are plentiful, each is meticulously recorded, and it is unwise to trade them for money. Are you managing well? Once seated on the soft couch, Jin Huan directly expressed her concerns for Lingrong. Though Lingrong was currently enjoying high favor, with the emperor's rewards coming in waves, those gifts were merely for display or stored away. They could not be exchanged for money. Aside from the occasional silver bestowed by the emperor, Lingrong's financial resources were limited to her regular allowances, which had yet to be received since she had only recently been elevated in rank. Hearing Zhen Huan articulate her unspoken worries struck a chord within Lingrong, who felt a pang of bitterness. Wangr truly cared for her well-being. It is of no concern. I shall continue as before, receiving silk threads from the Internal Affairs Bureau to embroider and sell, which should yield some silver. Lingrong managed a faint smile. It was time to dismiss Bao Huan so she could negotiate with Hua Fei regarding their previous business dealings. Indeed, Lingrong was in desperate need of funds. A single coin could stymie even the most heroic of figures, and it could ensnare even the emperor's favored consort. Life in the harem was no easy feat. Having just secured a promotion, her salary had yet to materialize. Might she request an advance on her allowance? Chapter 69, The Perilous Living Conditions of the Harem. Chapter 69. The perilous environment of the inner palace. You have been attending to the emperor more frequently now. How could you possibly find the time for needlework? I shall instruct Saixing to send you some silver later, for Anton's medicine must not be neglected, Shen Meizhuang remarked. When you are more financially comfortable in the future, you may repay me then. Indeed, I have many fine medicinal herbs in my storeroom that I brought from the Jin residence. I will select some beneficial for your eye ailment and have Juqing deliver them to you. Last time you mentioned that Anton's medicine is both expensive and burdensome. You mustn't bear it alone, she continued. In this lifetime, Hua Fei had arranged for Bao Qiu to attend to Lingrong upon her entrance to the palace, thus Jin Huan had not assigned Juqing to her service, and Juqing remained by Jin Huan's side. Hua Fei was unaware that in the future, Lingrong would grow suspicious of Juqing, leading to her untimely demise, thus unknowingly saving a life. With such kindness from my two elder sisters, Lingrong is at a loss for how to repay you, Lingrong said, her eyes brimming with tears. Listening to Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan's every considerate word, she felt a swell of gratitude, yet a creeping sense of inferiority began to take root within her. Why, despite being a favored consort of the emperor, must she rely on the support of others? How could Jin Huan, who had yet to share the emperor's bed, live so freely and untroubled? The confidence bestowed upon Jin Huan by her family was something Lingrong could never hope to possess. Seeing Lingrong about to rise from her seat to kneel, Cai Yue, Huan Bi, and Jin Huan all leaned in to support her. What are you doing? We three sisters entered the palace together. Should we not support one another? Jin Huan said. Moreover, you are now the emperor's favored consort, your fortune reflects upon us as well. Is it not the case that the one who caused my fall, Yushe, remains under house arrest? Shen Meizhuang added, offering her reassurance. And Lingrong's only flaw was her excessive sensitivity and overthinking, yet one could hardly blame her. She hailed from a family where her father was like a locust, feeding off his daughter. It was no small feat for Lingrong to attain her current status. Time would reveal what lay ahead. You are both correct. One sister might gives birth to the young prince. No one will dare to bully us in the palace, and Lingrong said, as Bao Qiu supported her back into her seat. Previously, she had been cautious of Bao Qiu's presence, speaking discreetly to Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan about her mother encountering an excellent physician who could treat her eyes, not expecting them to take it to heart. Ever since Shen Meizhuang's fall, Lingrong had noticed the amicable relationship between Shen and Jin, further solidifying her resolve to ally with Hua Fei in the power struggles of the palace. Just then, she recalled the fragrance she had sensed beneath the begonia tree earlier. Why the hurry? The child is only 3 months along and has yet to show. How can one know its gender? Shen Meizhuang replied, her face alight with joy when others spoke of her child. Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, we shall cherish and love it all the same. Do you not agree, Lingrong? Sister WN is absolutely right. Since you mentioned providing me with medicinal herbs, I shall not be modest. I would trouble Huan Bi to accompany Bao Qiu and Bao Qiu to fetch them, as I need to send some items to my mother in a few days, Lingrong declared with determination. Having just enjoyed some melon, Bao Qiu dared not oppose Lingrong this time and followed her out. Huan Bi, take them with you, as Zhen Huan said, ever perceptive. Noticing Lingrong had something to say, she instructed Huan Bi to gather the herbs. As Huan Bi led Bao Qiu and Bao Qiu away, Lingrong spoke again. Is something troubling you? Do you have something to share? Yes, just now, when the two of you stood beneath the begonia tree, I detected a peculiar fragrance. It struck me as odd, for begonia flowers are scentless. I initially thought it was the perfume of the two of you. However, upon entering, I could no longer smell it. My heart felt uneasy, so I expressed my thoughts, and Lingrong explained. Given my condition, I cannot use perfume, and Huaner is not one to indulge in scents. Perhaps it was merely a figment of your imagination, Shen Meizhuang mused, puzzled. Upon hearing Lingrong's words, Jin Huan immediately recalled the pieces of musk she had unearthed beneath the begonia tree at Suiyu Pavilion last winter. After such a long time, could that scent still linger? And Lingrong, sensing Jin Huan's change in expression, quickly sought confirmation. Sister Wan, do you have something to say? In this lifetime, it was Lingrong who first chose to be forthright. Jin Huan, noticing Lingrong's earnest gaze and then shifting her eyes to the bewildered Shen Meizhuang, spoke candidly. Last winter, my maid Pei discovered and circling a spot beneath the begonia tree. I had Xiao Yunzi dig there, and to my surprise, we unearthed an oiled paper package containing a significant amount of musk. Eh? Musk? Shen Meizhuang was even more perplexed. Since entering the palace, she had been favored, learned the affairs of the inner court, and now found herself with child. Yet, she had never encountered the sordid tactics of the palace, having only stumbled once due to Yusha's treachery, resulting in her house arrest. I consulted physician Wen, who informed me that musk could induce miscarriage in pregnant women, while it would cause infertility in those who are not, Zhenhuan elucidated. Upon hearing the word miscarriage, Shen Meizhuang was momentarily alarmed, but as she was to become a mother herself, she steadied her emotions and calmed her mind. Yet, if you discovered the musk, how could Lingrong still detect its scent? My father was in the spice trade before entering the court, and our home was filled with various spices since my childhood. Even from afar, I can distinguish a faint scent and identify its source. Perhaps the musk's potency was so strong that even a trace lingered in the soil, Ian Lingrong explained, admitting that she had indeed caught a whiff of that elusive fragrance. Had she not been well versed in the nuances of various spices, she would not have dared to voice her suspicions. How fortunate it was for you. It seems the previous resident of this place, noble consort Fang, did not suffer a miscarriage by mere chance. Shen Meizhuang, though untried by turmoil, understood the treacherous nature of palace life and immediately thought of the unfortunate noble consort Fang, who had been at the mercy of the servants. Indeed, that was my concern upon discovering the musk. I feared you two might worry for me, which is why I kept it to myself, and Lingrong confessed. What sort of talk is this, sister? If you face troubles, both I and sister Mai must be informed. How can we navigate challenges together otherwise? Lingrong is right, you should have shared this with us. Suiyu Pavilion is already isolated, and that scoundrel Kanglu has allied himself with Lihui. The presence of musk beneath the begonia tree indicates that it is not a propitious place. I shall report this to the Emperor and have you relocated, Shen Meizhuang declared with characteristic candor. I refrained from telling you for fear of precisely this reaction. Discovering a pouch of musk proves little, and what good would it do to inform the Emperor? I had thought Lingrong would be frightened by the musk, yet she is well versed in spices. Had I known, I would have asked you to investigate sooner, as Zhenhuan clarified her reasons for withholding information at that time. Chapter 70, An Insatiable Appetite and Restful Nights. Chapter 70, A Healthy Appetite and Peaceful Slumber. It is of no consequence. Tonight, my sister shall once again allow the servants to search for any hidden harmful substances elsewhere. I merely caught a whiff of something. I believe the issue is not grave, she said. The friendship among the three was already precarious, but clarity in communication was essential for lasting bonds. Indeed, Sister Wan is correct. It is merely a matter of locating a pouch of spices. To be fair, musk is not entirely detrimental. When used appropriately, it can enhance one's vitality, stimulate appetite, promote restful nights, and yield smooth, delicate skin, as she continued. Look at you, your words increasingly resemble those of Huaner. I utter a single phrase, and you have 100 retorts ready for me, Shen Meizhuang replied with a helpless smile. It is curious, for I visited Sister's fractured jade pavilion many times last year, and at that time, I detected not a hint of scent, and Lingrong expressed her puzzlement. Perhaps it was because the osmanthus flowers were in full bloom then, and the musk was buried deep, masking its fragrance, Zhenhuan reminisced, acknowledging that Lingrong was indeed a contemplative soul. That must be it. Previously, while managing the palace's affairs, I overheard the servants mention that the 2 osmanthus trees were a gift from the Empress, intended to comfort you upon your residence in Fractured Jade Pavilion. It is said that after the selection of talents, the Empress had originally planned for you to reside in Chengqian Palace. However, due to unforeseen flooding, you were instead assigned to Fractured Jade Pavilion, Shen Meizhuang recalled. How fortuitous it turned out to be, Zhenhuan remarked with a sigh. Upon hearing the Empress's name, and Lingrong felt a twinge of unease. The jade platform and golden goblet were also bestowed by the Empress. The Empress had a peculiar knack for bestowing gifts. Lingrong harbored doubts that required validation. Thus she bowed her head to sip tea and remained silent. After conversing for a while longer, they agreed to gather 3 days hence at Fractured Jade Pavilion to celebrate and Lingrong's elevation, and then dispersed. On her way back to Yanchu Palace, and Lingrong walked ahead alone, while Bao Huan and Bao Qiu followed closely behind, carrying a tray. Lost in thought, she soon arrived at Yanchu Palace, just as a eunuch arrived with news that the emperor summoned Lingrong to his chambers that night. The eunuch had frequently visited Yanchu Palace lately, rushing directly to Lingrong's western chamber, much to the chagrin of Lady Fuchar, who felt slighted. Frustrated, she vented her anger by smashing objects in the palace, questioning why the emperor consistently summoned Lingrong, a woman of humble origins. It had been over 20 days since her last time in the emperor's company. "Thank you, esteemed eunuch. A small token of appreciation for your efforts," Lingrong said, hearing the commotion caused by Lady Fuchar next door, which she had grown accustomed to. Today was her elevation ceremony, so it was only natural that the emperor would summon her. She exchanged a glance with Bao Huan, who deftly slipped a pouch of money into the eunuch's hands. Recently, the most favored place for rewards had been Yanchu Palace, and with the previous gossip spread by Consort Hua, the eunuch had saved enough silver over the winter to purchase a prime rice field in the outskirts of the capital. As Xu Gonggong from the Respectful Affairs Room had rightly stated, Lingrong was indeed a source of fortune. No wonder Xu Gonggong often vied for assignments to Yanchu Palace. At that moment, Lingrong felt a pang of regret. Although her rewards had increased since her elevation, this month's allocation of silver would not be distributed for another 10 days. Coupled with the nightly attention she received, her body was beginning to feel weary. Lingrong mused, if only there were a way to acquire both wealth and favor without having to serve a man, perhaps like Consort Hua. The terrifying thought startled her. She had never been fond of the emperor, and her efforts to appease him were merely a means of survival in the harem. Enough of this. I must not overthink it. I should prepare myself for the evening, she resolved, observing Lingrong's troubled thoughts. Bao Qiu discreetly sought out Sung Ji after she departed for Yangshan Palace. In this life, Lingrong had treated Bao Qiu well. Although Bao Qiu was aligned with Consort Hua, she also sympathized with her mistress's financial worries. Previously, Consort Hua had mentioned embarking on a business venture with Lingrong, but no further details had emerged, leaving Lingrong anxious. Bao Qiu had taken note of this. After assisting Lingrong with her grooming and accompanying her to Yangshan Palace, Bao Qiu then proceeded to Jingren Palace. She intended to request a change of duties. Bao Qiu could no longer endure the financial strain of being Lingrong's attendant. Not only was she burdened with work during her free time, but she was also compelled to toil endlessly, splitting threads and working on tasks. She felt as though she was being forced into the role of a seamstress, despite being merely a maid. Upon hearing Bao Qiu's complaints, Jinqiu merely admonished her for her lack of contentment, reminding her that as a servant, she must obey her master's commands without question. Moreover, Bao Qiu had been with Lingrong for so long yet had failed to glean any valuable information. As it stood, even the Empress was unaware of how Lingrong had gained the Emperor's favor. Jinqiu dismissed the now downtrodden Bao Qiu, turning her attention to inform the Empress of Lingrong's financial predicament. Upon hearing this, the Empress's brow furrowed. In need of money, how splendid, at long last, Bao Qiu has provided some useful information after accompanying Lingrong for so long. Upon entering Yangshan Palace, the Emperor was still engrossed in reviewing documents, while Lingrong stood by, attending to the ink and brushes. After some time, she finally spoke up. Your Majesty, are you nearly finished? Determined not to attend to the Emperor that day, she confessed, to be honest, I find myself quite fatigued from the nightly attentions. My legs still ache. Why have you grown impatient? Not at all, Lingrong replied playfully, I merely wish to convey that today marks not only my elevation but also that of my esteemed sister, the honored consort. I believe Sister Mai, being pregnant, cannot move about much, and Wenyi is still unable to speak, leaving no one to celebrate with her. I thought, you wish for me to visit the honored consort, the Emperor interrupted, his expression neutral as he paused his writing, adjusting the tip of his brush, which had become frayed. I may not be well read, but I understand the principle that too much of a good thing can lead to loss. As the emperor currently favors me alone, I fear the other ladies of the harem may feel disheartened, and Lingrong continued, sensing no anger from the emperor. Moreover, Wenyi has not seen her father in quite some time. She must surely miss you. Recalling her previous encounter in Xianfu Palace, where the honored consort had played along with her ruse, and Lingrong felt the need to express her gratitude to the honored consort. After all, she was acutely aware of her lack of affection for the emperor, yet she could perceive the sincerity in the honored consort's feelings towards him. Just as Lingrong prepared to press her advantage, the eunuch entered, bowing low as he presented a message. Your Majesty, news from Yinchi Palace. Lady Fuchar has begun to bleed. Chapter 71, The Spectators of the Drama. Chapter 71, The onlookers. Upon hearing these words, and Lingrong paused in her grinding of ink, pondering the implications of a scene read in reference to Lady Fuchar. Could it be that Lady Fuchar was with child, yet she had not summoned the imperial physician? Upon hearing the words of the little eunuch, Yongjing set down his brush, reclining slightly against the back of his chair, his expression largely unchanged, although the speed with which he twirled his prayer beads quickened. What is the matter? Your Majesty, the little eunuch replied, just now, Sailor from the Yinchi Palace reported that Lady Fuchar has unexpectedly seen red in the palace. The Empress has already rushed over. How is it that Lady Fuchar is with child, and no one has informed me? The little eunuch found himself at a loss, for how could he, a mere young eunuch, know of Lady Fuchar's condition when even her own husband was unaware? Your Majesty, it seems that Master Shear has only just received the news as well. We should hasten to check on the situation, the little eunuch suggested, grateful to Lingrong for her timely intervention indeed, and was both kind-hearted and beautiful. When Lingrong accompanied the emperor back to the Yinchi Palace and entered the Taiyuan Hall where Lady Fuchar resided, they found the Empress, the Dowager Empress, Consort Hua, Consort Jing, and Consort Qi already present. Of course, there was also the ever-curious Xin Changzai. Upon the emperor's entrance into the main hall, all present lowered their bodies and bowed in greeting. Long live the emperor! Rise! The emperor commanded. As he entered the hall, he noted the Dowager Empress's relaxed demeanor and the smiles on the faces of the consorts, allowing a measure of his earlier anxiety to dissipate. The consorts parted to allow the emperor to sit beside Lady Fuchar's bed. Lingrong followed closely behind the emperor, quietly positioning herself next to Xin Changzai, striving to remain inconspicuous. What exactly is happening? The emperor inquired, observing Lady Fuchar reclining on the bed, her dark hair cascading behind her, her hairpins removed, her complexion somewhat pale yet unable to conceal her joy. Your Majesty, I congratulate you, for Lady Fuchar is with child, announced physician Zhang Yi. How many months along? The emperor turned to the physician, who had only recently returned to his presence after the incident with the Dowager Empress's poisoning. In recent days, the pulse readings had been conducted by Jian Cheng. Now, hearing the news of Lady Fuchar's pregnancy, the emperor found Zhang Yi more agreeable. Your Majesty, it is less than 2 months, Zhang Yi replied. I have already had someone verify the records from the Jingshifang, and it is indeed accurate, the Empress added supportively. How could you not know you were pregnant? Yongjing expressed a hint of reproach toward Lady Fuchar. Oh, Your Majesty, I lack experience. Lady Fuchar replied playfully, a smile lighting her face. What of the fetus's condition? Yongjing recalled the earlier report of Lady Fuchar's bleeding, fearing for the child's safety. Your Majesty, Lady Fuchar has only just conceived, and a sudden rush of qi and blood may have caused some disturbance. With proper care and the prescribed medicine, all will be well, Zhang Yi assured, eager to demonstrate his competence. The reasons for the sudden rush of qi and blood were well understood by all present. It was simply that Lady Fuchar, upon seeing Lingrong favored, had lost her temper in the palace, inadvertently harming her own pregnancy. Yet, she was fortunate indeed. Despite her outburst, her child remained unharmed. Xin Changzai had been the first to arrive at the Yinchi Palace. When she entered the Taiyuan Hall, the shattered remains of teacups lay strewn across the ground, a stark contrast to the present tidiness. Indeed, her ability to express her anger indicated a robust constitution. After all, it required considerable strength to shatter so many cups. As Shin Changzai stood by, lost in thought, Consort Hua covertly scrutinized the Empress's expression, unable to deny the latter's remarkable acting skills, as she displayed no hint of a flaw. The Dowager Empress's gaze shifted from Lady Fuchar to the Empress, noting the two pregnant consorts in the palace. Lady Fuchar appeared to be holding her own, and the Dowager Empress hoped the Empress might show leniency toward these unborn children. The Dowager Empress reflected on having sent Zhu Xing to care for Shin Meituang's pregnancy, an act that had already interfered with the Empress's authority over the harem. If she were to intervene again with Lady Fuchar's pregnancy, it would be difficult for the Empress to maintain her dignity. Ultimately, the Empress's reputation was also that of the Ular Nara clan. Contemplating this, the Dowager Empress spoke. It seems that our ancestors have heard my pleas, for there is now another pregnant consort in the palace. Empress, I must trouble you to take good care of Lady Fuchar. What a thing to say, Your Majesty. Caring for the consorts and managing the harem is my duty, and there is no trouble in it, the Empress replied, her smile remaining composed. Consort Qi nudged Consort Jing, who had been quietly observing. Look how dignified our Empress is, she truly deserves her position. You're you, and I'm me, who are you to include me in we? Consort Jing thought, ignoring Consort Qi. Yang Jing, following Consort Qi's lead, turned his attention to Consort Jing. Recalling in Lingrong's unfinished words in the Yangshan Hall. He addressed the seemingly demure Consort Jing. I shall visit your palace tonight. Consort Jing felt the weight of his words but hesitated to believe them. This was different from the Emperor's usual visits to warm Yi. The Emperor intended to see her, not Yi. A flicker of astonishment crossed Consort Jing's face, which did not escape Yongjing's notice. He responded with a smile. What? Are you so overjoyed that you've lost your voice? Indeed, the usually reserved Consort Jing, since nurturing Yi, now radiated a maternal glow, exuding a charm that surpassed her previous demeanor. Though the younger women in the harem were charming and lovely, Yongjing, having aged, sometimes found them overly frivolous and difficult to manage, as was the case with the former Xie clan. In contrast, An Lingrong, though young, exhibited a sense of composure. Now, as Yongjing gazed at Consort Jing, he perceived a unique allure about her. Consort Hua, keenly observing the Emperor's expression, saw through his fleeting thoughts. If not for her concern for appearances, she would have rolled her eyes at him. Brother, is it not enough that you almost lost another child? Could you not show a bit of concern? Day in and day out, you dote on everyone, young and old. Are you a source of warmth, endlessly radiating comfort? Consort Qi, witnessing the Emperor's tender gaze directed at Consort Jing, felt a pang of envy. Your Majesty, do not overlook me. I too possess my own charm. For Shin Changzai, however, there was little turmoil within her. She had long since discerned the Emperor's nature, and her visit today was merely for the sake of gossip. Now that the gossip had reached her, she felt satisfied. Noticing the Emperor's attention diverted from herself, Lady Fuchar pouted and said, Your Majesty, I have just conceived and feel frightened. Will you not stay by my side? Lady Fuchar has indeed faced a near miscarriage today and has recently bled. The atmosphere is heavy with blood. We must not disturb the Emperor, Consort Hua interjected, delicately pinching her nose to convey her distaste. If I remain silent, will you all continue to ensnare the Emperor with your charms? You have only just conceived. It would be wise to maintain your composure lest you incite trouble and rouse me from Equine Palace once more. Chapter 72, The Tormenting Concubine Squad. Chapter 72, The Cruel Concubine Task Force. Hua Fei cast a dissatisfied glance at Fu Cha, her expression laden with disdain. Have you forgotten that I am the leader of the Cruel Concubine Task Force? Disobedience will lead to dire consequences. Bolstered by her pregnancy, Fu Cha returned the glare with defiance, but Hua Fei remained unyielding, unleashing another piercing look that made Fu Cha's heart quail, prompting her to retreat into silence. Once I give birth to the prince, you shall see. Fu Cha mused inwardly. Hua Fei, astutely aware of Fu Cha's convoluted thoughts, retorted, disobedient, once your pregnancy stabilizes, come to Equine Palace and preparing for me. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of fierce glances, while Emperor Yongjing observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Rather than feeling anger, he found delight in Hua Fei's jealousy. Recognizing her affection for him, after neglecting Shilan for some time, he decided to visit Jikoan Palace the following day to offer her warmth. Hua Fei is right. You must focus on your recovery. Once your condition is stabilized, I shall pay you a visit. Yongjing echoed Hua Fei's sentiments, displaying his support. With the emperor's words, the others fell silent, dispersing quietly. As Ula Nala Ishio made her way back to Jingren Palace, her mood oscillated between exhilaration and frustration. To her astonishment, another pregnant concubine had emerged seemingly without effort, and within a mere 2 months, matters had become significantly easier. However, she pondered when this relentless cycle of burgeoning bellies in the harem would come to an end. Lost in thought, she inadvertently arrived at the Zhuangxi gate. Gazing up at the characters, she smirked disdainfully, her lips curling in mockery as she stepped boldly past. My own glory has faded. Why should you bear children? She mused bitterly, envisioning her lost splendor. Go and keep my glory company. Surely, with so many brothers around, it shall not feel lonely in the depths of the earth. Though Fu Cia had grown somewhat arrogant since her pregnancy, she had not overtly offended Hua Fei, who felt indifferent towards her. Reflecting on her past life, where Fu Cia had suffered a miscarriage coinciding with Jin Huan's pregnancy discovery, Hua Fei wondered if this life would unfold differently. It was worth noting that Jin Huan had yet to serve the emperor. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Lost in contemplation, she noticed Ju Ninghai entering carefully to report on the situation regarding Sun Zhuohe. The Suzhou weaver, Sun Miuqing, had indeed shown resilience. Despite her public disgrace, she had managed to establish a prosperous perfume shop with the silver given by Hua Fei, demonstrating a commendable spirit. Ju Ninghai conveyed, Miss Sun expresses her gratitude for your assistance. Your Highness, had you not kept her in the capital and provided her with funds, she would likely have been compelled to end her life upon returning to Suzhou. Listening to this, Hua Fei regarded Sun Miuqing as a woman of integrity. Perhaps not entering the palace was indeed a blessing for her. Ju Ninghai, having learned his lesson from previous reprimands, now appeared unassuming. Is it true that the Sun family treats their daughter so harshly? Hua Fei reflected on her own upbringing, where she had been cherished and adored in the Nian household, with her misfortunes arising only after marrying the emperor. Indeed, Your Highness. The Sun family is known for their polygamous practices, with many concubines in the household, leading to a disregard for the daughters born from such unions. Though Miss Sun is the biological sister of Master Sun, she is not favored as both of her parents have passed, leaving her at the mercy of her sister-in-law, who does not treat her kindly. Ju Ninghai shared the details he had gathered. It appeared not all families were as nurturing as the Nian family. Hua Fei felt fortunate, recognizing how her own siblings cherished her. Have you gathered information on the girl Master Sun intends to send? Hua Fei expressed her disdain for the Sun family's treatment of their daughters. I have learned that Master Sun wishes to send a daughter from his concubine, who is 17 this year, Ju Ninghai reported, cautiously assessing Hua Fei's reaction. Additionally, it seems she has already captured the heart of another. Hua Fei's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing this. She marveled at Ju Ninghai's ability to unearth such intimate details, questioning how he had managed to obtain such information about the private affairs of the concubines. Well, I had someone gain the trust of a servant in the kitchen, who fortuitously overheard the young lady meeting her admirer in the garden, Ju Ninghai recounted, his tone rising with excitement as he divulged the clandestine details. Hua Fei felt a mix of admiration for the audacity of the Sun family's illegitimate daughter, and a pang of sympathy for her boldness. This was indeed a tale worthy of a romantic novel. Rolling a jade disc across her cheek, Hua Fei contemplated Ju Ninghai's revelations. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. In that case, kindly refuse Master Sun's offer on my behalf. I cannot be the one to disrupt a budding romance. Hua Fei was open to bringing women from outside the palace to cultivate her own influence, as long as it aligned with her grand designs. Yet, since the Sun daughter had already found a beloved, she decided to step back. After all, she had her own plans in motion. As for offending Master Sun, she felt no concern, instructing, relay this matter to my brother and let him handle it. Furthermore, ensure the emperor hears of it, framing it as my jealousy regarding the Sun girl potentially encroaching upon my favor. With such reasoning, Master Sun would likely treat that young woman with a modicum of kindness. She hoped that true love would prevail in the end. Having concluded her directives, Hua Fei dismissed Juninghai. Looking at the 500 taels of silver on the table, she smiled, recalling that it was a repayment from Sun Mieching. Who would have thought the silver she had once given away would one day return to her? As Songji observed the silver notes, she recalled Bao Q's earlier mention of An Lingrong's financial struggles and prompted, "Your Highness, do you have any plans regarding the business you discussed with Chang?" Had it not been for Songji's reminder, Hua Fei would have forgotten. Recently, An Lingrong had been gaining prominence, yet she remained modest, even managing to persuade the emperor to visit Xinfu Palace today, which only endeared her further to Hua Fei. Having been raised in the Nian household as a cherished daughter, Hua Fei had encountered various young ladies of differing backgrounds at garden parties and literary gatherings. She believed that while many of those from humble origins might not possess malice, their ambitions often led them astray, transforming them into serpentine figures. In her youth, Hua Fei had scorned such associations and the schemes that accompanied them, especially after the incident involving Cao Qinmo, which left her averse to entanglements with those who thrived in the shadows. However, upon learning of An Lingrong's situation through Juninghai, she felt a twinge of compassion, reflecting on her past life, where the Empress had manipulated An Lingrong, elevating her only to later undermine her confidence and instill a sense of inferiority. Hua Fei recognized a parallel to the Emperor's own tactics. Even those of lower birth, like this couple born of illegitimacy, resorted to cunning schemes. It seemed that even from the highest position in the land, one could still engage in such unseemly behavior. Chapter 73, The Misunderstanding of the Kite. Chapter 73, The Kite's Mistake. Hua Fei, still eager to test her self-designed confidence cultivation plan for An Lingrong, contemplated that perhaps it could yield some benevolent results. She retracted her thoughts and directly instructed Songji, "Go inform Bao Q to have Chang prepare 3 uncommon spices in the coming days. The recipes must be meticulously noted. If the results are satisfactory, I shall not be remiss in my rewards." Understood, as Songji replied, her eyes filled with admiration. Her young master was undeniably impressive when pursuing her ambitions. Hua Fei, sensing the adoration in Songji's gaze, proudly adjusted her hairpin, reveling in her own charm that captivated all. As the willow branches burgeoned and the apricot blossoms began to bud, and with the spring breeze sweeping across the land, Xiao Yunzi commenced setting up a swing in the imperial garden. During this time, Fu Cha Guiren would frequently feign pregnancy every 2 days, beseeching the emperor to visit her in the Yinchi Palace. The emperor, seated in the Tiyuan Hall, gazed at Fu Cha Guiren's still flat belly, yet his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the direction of An Lingrong's residence, feeling a heaviness in his heart. The emperor mused, "Is Lingrong displeased with me? Every time I visit, she keeps her door firmly shut." And Lingrong thought to herself, "Not at all, I am merely busy accumulating wealth. I am grateful to Fu Cha Guiren for diverting some of the attention." Ultimately, Fu Cha Guiren's antics grew tiresome for the emperor, just as Yu Yinger's confinement had been lifted. Having enjoyed 3 months of uninterrupted rest during her confinement, Yu Yinger had learned several new conch operas, among which The Kite's Mistake was her finest performance. The head of the conch training class, the Empress, was exceedingly pleased with her rendition. Listening to the reports from the little building, Hua Fei's lips curled into a mischievous smile. What a clever Kite's Mistake! The Empress was subtly hinting to the Emperor that he had misjudged someone, singing a tune reminiscent of the Plum Blossom Mistake. It appeared the Empress could hardly wait to push Xinhuan into the limelight, yet Hua Fei was determined not to grant her that satisfaction. Upon hearing that the swing in the imperial garden was completed, Hua Fei felt a sense of relief. This time, she would observe whether the Empress's schemes would unfold faster than the fated connection between Xinhuan and the Emperor. Having concluded her musings, Hua Fei felt it was time to sharpen her wits. She lightly tilted her head, pressing her fingertips against her temples. "No, I am but a beautiful fool. I must not let this persona crumble. My beauty must remain untarnished, for excessive worrying only leads to wrinkles. Your Highness, are you fatigued? The sun is splendid today. Shall we take a stroll in the imperial garden?" Songji inquired. The imperial garden, that would not do. How could she allow herself to interfere with the emperor's rendezvous with Xinhuan? "No need, I am disinclined to move. I shall rest within the palace." Lately, Hua Fei indeed felt a sense of lethargy, often finding herself unable to awaken, feeling drowsy and consuming more than usual. Perhaps it was merely the spring fatigue. She did not ponder it further, instead picking up a book from her desk to read. With the arrival of spring, the updates from the author San Jin had increased as well. It was rumored that the bookshop outside the palace had opened, and San Jin's works received widespread acclaim upon release, with eager readers almost trampling the threshold of the shop. Nianxi conveyed that the updates for Hua Fei were the latest, even before they hit the market. Hua Fei felt pleased by Nianxi's thoughtfulness. She desired not only the most exquisite and lavish adornments but also the finest shoe brocade, the most delectable pastries, the richest black dye, and the latest literary works. Indeed, within a few days, the long street of the imperial harem in the Forbidden City was once again filled with the continuous, melodious sounds of watermill singing. At least a new tune had been introduced, providing the palace's concubines with a refreshing diversion. The entirety of Yusha's reinstatement echoed through every ear in the harem. The credit for this widespread gossip undoubtedly belonged to the first entertainment correspondent of the harem, the little building pair, who had gone to the Newufu to collect items, remarked upon seeing Yusha's grand procession. "I heard that the official lady sang all night at the entrance of the Yangshan Palace. Her voice is hoarse now." And what of it? Did she not sing her way into the emperor's heart? Huan Bai, standing nearby, shot a disdainful glance at Yusha. "We are all palace maids, yet she receives such favor, while we merely fetch items from the Newufu and are treated to a feast." At this moment, Yu Yinger sat regally in the palanquin bestowed upon her by the emperor, traversing the long street towards Jingren Palace to pay her respects. After a night of favor, Yu Shi did not return to Zhongshui Palace. Instead, she paraded in the palanquin from Yangshan Palace, making her way through the western and eastern 6 palaces, pausing at each entrance, before finally heading to Jingren Palace to greet the empress. Passing by Shokang Palace, the Empress Dowager was within, engaged in Buddhist worship, the fragrant sandalwood incense wafting through the air. Recently, due to 2 concubines in the harem being with child, the Empress Dowager's spirits had lifted considerably, and she was more sincere in her prayers than usual. When the Empress Dowager heard the long-lost sounds of conch wafting into the serene hall, her fingers paused in their movement of the prayer beads. "Zhu Shi, what is happening?" The Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, her gaze devoid of kindness. Aunt Zhu Shi had heard about Yusha's reinstatement early that morning. She had intended to wait until the Empress Dowager finished her prayers to report, but Yusha's audacity had surpassed her expectations. Replying to the Empress Dowager, the 3-month confinement of that official lady ended a few days ago. As a servant, Aunt Zhu Shi felt it inappropriate to comment on her master, so she merely stated the facts, and the Empress Dowager quickly grasped the situation. She had never anticipated that during the reign of the late emperor, her adversaries were all concubines of higher rank, yet now, as Empress Dowager, her gaze fixated on her son's mere concubines and official ladies. The Empress Dowager decided to rise. Today, her tranquil prayers were disrupted. Aunt Zhu Shi hurried to assist her. "Do not worry, the official lady is merely a pastime for the emperor during his leisure. He is a man of discernment. Though that may be so, as the emperor ages, those who accompany him seem increasingly frivolous. The previous Shinguiren was a commendable choice, yet she is pregnant now. Alas, a report has come from Jushing that Shinguiren's pregnancy appears quite favorable. This autumn, she is certain to bear a plump little prince. What is there for the Empress Dowager to be unhappy about?" Upon hearing the mention of a prince, the Empress Dowager's previously troubled expression softened slightly. "Let that Yusha prance about for a few days. Fluttering kites, drawing forth hidden desires, the kite's mistake, leading to a farewell disguised as an encounter." Hua Fei, reclining on a soft couch in Yiquan Palace, listened to the melodies drifting in from beyond the palace walls, glancing at her book with a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. The Empress truly possessed the talent for psychological warfare. She intended to manipulate Yusha while simultaneously placing her on the pyre of the Forbidden City. The Empress likely harbored disdain for Yusha's overt display of favor, yet did not offer a word of caution. Should the Emperor realize he had erred in judgment, would Yusha still have a chance at survival? Hua Fei casually flipped a page of her book, the lingering watermill melodies wafting away to other corners. Yusha had previously attempted to curry favor with Hua Fei, but since Song Ji and Juninghai held no affection for her, they refrained from speaking well of her in Hua Fei's presence. Particularly Juninghai, who once overheard Yusha disparaging the little building as a rootless entity, grew even more averse to her. When Yusha had knocked on the door of Ikuan Palace, Juninghai had simply refused to grant her entry. If even those close to the emperor showed her no respect, Hua Fei deemed it unnecessary to befriend Yusha, lest she find herself embroiled in troublesome affairs once more. Chapter 74, The Shadows of Apricot Blossoms. Chapter 74, The Shadow of Apricot Blossoms. At the Fractured Jade Pavilion on a splendid spring day, with the sun shining brightly, Jin Huan, Shen Meishuang, and Lingrong had summoned the palace maids to arrange a seat beneath the begonia tree at the Fractured Jade Pavilion for embroidery. Now 4 months into her pregnancy, Shen Meishuang had finally begun to notice some changes in her body. Just moments ago, physician Wen had visited the Xianfu Palace to check her pulse and assured her that the fetus was stable. Unable to sit still, she sought out Huaner at the Fractured Jade Pavilion, wherein Lingrong and Jin Huan were embroidering a bellaband for the child yet to be born. Your nimble fingers have truly brought this little tiger to life, Ronger, Shen Meishuang remarked upon seeing in Lingrong's exquisite embroidery. With her pregnancy, she felt an urge to create a small garment for her child as well, but Lingrong swiftly snatched away the scissors. It is ill-omened for a pregnant woman to handle sharp objects like these, she chided, handing Shen Meishuang a bundle of silk thread to organize instead. Here I am, surrounded by palace maids and aunts who oversee my every move, and now you two are watching over me, forbidding this and that. It is rather dull, Shen Meishuang complained while handling the thread. You are unaware of your own fortune. Even before your child has arrived, 2 godmothers are already crafting garments for him once he is born. Just imagine how many will dote upon him, Jin Huan playfully scolded Shen Meishuang. And sister's skills far surpass mine. I may as well be deemed a clumsy godmother in comparison. Indeed, and Lingrong's embroidery was exceptional, and Jin Huan was not genuinely vexed. You speak of me, yet here you are, feeling jealous even before the child is born, Shen Meishuang teased, engaging in their customary playful banter. Just then, the distant sound of Yu Yinger singing conch drifted in from outside the Fractured Jade Pavilion. The trio fell silent, captivated by the melody. I have heard that recently, it is you who has been favored by His Majesty. At this hour, she is likely summoned by him, Shen Meishuang remarked while adjusting her thread. Tea, chess, and music, such elegant pastimes, I adore them, especially in His Majesty's company, Jin Huan added. Even so, His Majesty has indeed neglected Lingrong, Shen Meishuang replied with a hint of indignation. And Lingrong, however, did not exhibit any annoyance or displeasure, taking advantage of Yu's elevated status during these days. She had perused several ancient texts, formulating 2 new recipes for fragrances. Additionally, she had adjusted the proportions of the ingredients according to her own ideas. Just last night, she had discreetly sent these recipes to Yikuan Palace via Baoqiu. Coupled with the previous recipe she had crafted for the pear-scented incense, she wondered how much silver these 3 recipes might yield. I have heard that you had an unexpected encounter with His Majesty in the Plum Blossom Garden, and their bond is undoubtedly deeper than that of ordinary folk. There is no need for you to be upset, Meishuang, and Lingrong remarked, continuing her embroidery. Upon hearing the mention of the Plum Blossom Garden encounter, Jin Huan momentarily halted her work, though none noticed. Indeed, Yu's fortune exceeds others. First, she caught His Majesty's eye while delivering a gift to the Yanshan Palace, and later, she encountered him in the Plum Blossom Garden. Even if she harbors ill intentions towards me, she has only faced 3 months of confinement. His Majesty truly has feelings for her, Shen Meishuang expressed, showing her frustration at His Majesty's lack of agency on her behalf, lamenting his fickleness, his affection seemingly cheapened by their shared existence with others. What was this encounter in the Plum Blossom Garden? Jin Huan inquired. During the New Year's Eve banquet, His Majesty, in a moment of whimsy, departed to the Plum Blossom Garden to admire the blossoms, where he stumbled upon a lady composing poetry amid the blossoms. Upon inquiry, he discovered it was you. This recent confinement and subsequent favor likely stem from His Majesty's lingering sentiments from that day, Shen Meishuang replied gloomily. Regardless of who gains favor, what truly matters is the child within you. Oh, dear child, may you grow swiftly and bring joy to your mother, Jin Huan proclaimed, setting aside her task to gently caress Shen Meishuang's slightly rounded belly. hearing Jin Huan's jest, and Lingrong chuckled softly. Spring had indeed arrived, and the sunlight in the Forbidden City had brightened considerably. You, dear Huan, Shen Meizhuang cast a playful glare at Jin Huan, and yet, Ronger has been favored for so long, but there is still no sign of movement in her belly. Shen Meizhuang, now truly in the throes of impending motherhood, rambled on, transitioning from one topic to another. Perhaps my fate with children has yet to arrive, and Lingrong mused, harboring her own uncertainties but choosing not to voice them, deciding instead to wait until she could clarify matters for herself. She then shifted the conversation, saying, "Look at Meizhuang, she is truly becoming a mother, fretting over her sister's neglect and now urging for childbirth." At that moment, even the palace maids surrounding them, Liu Zhu, Huan Bai, Caiu, Zhu Sheng, Bao Huan, and Bai Qiu, joined in laughter, filling the air with warmth and harmony. Spring's flora exudes vitality, and within a few days, the apricot blossoms in the imperial garden had burst forth in full bloom. As the wind passed, the petals brushed against one another, creating a gentle rustling sound, a truly radiant spectacle. Noticing that Jin Huan had been cooped up for too long due to her illness, Huan Bai and Liu Zhu coaxed her out of the fractured jade pavilion. On this particular day, Jin Huan donned a delicate pink garment, seated beneath a swing, playing a tune titled "The Shadow of Apricot Blossoms" on her xiao. The melodious notes wove through the blossoms, drifting gracefully into the ears of Yongjing, who was strolling through the imperial garden. Emerging from behind a rockery, Yongjing beheld a beauty seated on the swing, her gaze lowered as she played the xiao. The air, still imbued with a hint of moisture from a recent drizzle, felt refreshingly warm. An ray of sunlight filtered through the pale blossoms, casting a gentle glow upon Jin Huan's pale pink attire, creating a scene of exquisite softness. It had been a while since Yongjing had seen her, having last encountered her in Meizhuang's palace. "Consort Chang is in the Jin family, I pay my respects to your majesty," Jin Huan stated, lowering her body in a gesture of reverence, her grip on the xiao tightening, recognizing that the moment she anticipated had finally arrived. "Is your health improving? Why do you not wear more clothing when you venture out?" "Replying to your majesty, the spring weather has warmed, and I am feeling much better." The piece you played, "The Shadow of Apricot Blossoms," was quite fitting for the scene. Your majesty is well acquainted with this melody. Indeed, if played on a zun during a spring night, it would capture its ethereal and delicate beauty even more. The xiao, in contrast, lightens the sorrowful undertones of the piece, infusing it with a refreshing clarity akin to the snow and wind. "I fear I have shamed myself with my performance. I hope your majesty will not chastise me. Yet, when you reached the line, the fragrant grass fills the banks, but I cannot return," your xiao momentarily faltered, imbued with a sense of longing. "Do you miss home?" The melody faltered. "As for the comparison, your majesty's ear rivals that of Zhugongjin." Jin Huan felt a sense of relief as Yongjing effortlessly discussed the melody. "I, too, have not heard such a lovely xiao in quite some time. Since the late Empress Chuanyuan's passing, no one has played so beautifully." Yongjing gazed at the woman before him, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Chuanyuan, his heart stirred with emotion, nerves taut as the rhythm of his pulse quickened. For a fleeting moment, he truly believed it was Chuanyuan playing the xiao amidst the shadow of the apricot blossoms. Chapter 75, Sleeping with Banknotes in Hand. Chapter 75, Sleeping with Silver Notes. The Emperor is gracious. I am unworthy of such praise and cannot be compared to Empress Chuanyuan. Upon hearing the Emperor liken her flute playing to that of Chuanyuan, Jin Huan felt a twinge of concern, thinking that perhaps the Emperor's admiration was excessive. Just then, Liu Zhu approached from the west side of the garden, cradling a handful of freshly picked magnolia blossoms. Upon noticing the Emperor's silhouette, Liu Zhu hesitated briefly before running to her young mistress's side. "Liu Zhu, quickly pay your respects to the Emperor." Liu Zhu had previously accompanied Jin Huan during an audience with the Emperor in Meizhuang Palace, and upon Jin Huan's reminder, she promptly knelt in reverence, maintaining all propriety. "Rise. Have you gathered magnolias?" "Replying to your majesty, indeed, they are magnolias. I saw several eunuchs trimming the branches and selected a few fine ones to present to my mistress for her enjoyment." "Are splendid. Your young mistress surpasses the flowers in beauty, and her choice of magnolias is exceptionally elegant." Noticing that the time was drawing near, Jin Huan spoke, It is time for me to take my medicine, so I shall return to the palace. Your Majesty, please feel free. Go on. Jin Huan, supported by Liu Zhu, walked past the emperor. As they brushed shoulders, both turned instinctively to look back. Jin Huan cast a smile over her shoulder, her bright eyes and radiant teeth captivating the emperor. Truly, a glance and a smile could evoke 100 charms, rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. After Jin Huan departed, the emperor sighed deeply as he leaned against the swing's frame, relieved after a long absence of such tension. Jin Huan remarkably resembled Shun Yuan, 7 parts in appearance and 3 parts in temperament, truly stirring to the heart. Shun Yuan, have you returned once more? That night, while reviewing documents in Yanshan Hall, the emperor was distracted, absent-mindedly inscribing the character WAN on rice paper. Just then, a young attendant entered with a report. Your Majesty, a lady from the Yu family seeks an audience. Refuse her. Yes, Your Majesty. The young attendant, sensing the emperor's displeasure, said nothing further and went out to take the trouble of dismissing the Yu lady. Master Xie, you are indeed a loyal servant to the emperor. I still remember the imposing manner with which you delivered imperial edicts to the Zhongsui palace back in the day. Inside, the young attendant felt a tumult of emotions. It was the emperor who had demoted her status, and why should a mere errand boy be remembered? With such thoughts, it would be better to recall a few lines from a play. I shall do my utmost for the emperor. Master Xie had been advised to endure, and he remembered this well. The Yu lady, feeling her efforts were in vain, left in disappointment. For several consecutive nights, the emperor summoned no concubines, and even the previously unoccupied Lingrong found herself restless. After all, in a palace devoid of favor, one would feel akin to a mere servant, and she pondered how to secure some attention. Just as she contemplated her strategies, Back entered, her demeanor brimming with joy. What brings you such delight? And Lingrong gently sipped her tea. Back glanced around to ensure no one was outside. Having sent away Back to the Neiwufu for her share of silver, she pulled out a stack of banknotes from her sleeve. My lady, the fragrance formula you entrusted to me has earned 800 taels after being delivered to the incense shop by Lady Hoa. Back's eyes sparkled as she beheld the silver notes on the table. Oh! Such a sum! And Lingrong was equally surprised that her recently submitted formula had yielded such returns so swiftly. She set down her teacup and began to count the notes. Indeed, 800 tael notes. Miss Songji said this is merely the profit from one formula. The shopkeeper mentioned that in the future, profits will be split 60-40, with the shopkeeper taking the larger share. My lady, this is truly a lucrative business. Back's thoughts danced with visions of endless streams of income, and a smile crept onto Lingrong's face, one she herself did not realize was filled with newfound confidence. Having journeyed from Songyang to the capital, from the oppressive confines of the Yin family to the opulent halls of the Forbidden City, Lingrong understood the necessity of striving, seizing opportunities, enduring indignities, and fighting for survival. Yet, she had never imagined that her own talents could earn silver to aid her mother's recovery. The silver earned from the fragrance formula was markedly different from the meager earnings from her embroidery work. When she sold her embroidered pieces, she was always at the mercy of the old eunuch's whims, receiving scant pay for nights of toil, a constant reminder of her mother's blindness from years of laboring over embroidery. Have you given some to Miss Songji? Lingrong now recognized the importance of maintaining good relations. I did, but Miss Songji refused, saying it was for Lady Hoa's orders. This is for Madame N's medicinal expenses, and they cannot accept it. Lingrong felt a warmth in her heart. Though she often felt overshadowed by Lady Hoa's imposing presence, when Lady Hoa acted with kindness, it truly resonated deeply within. It felt as though the seemingly indifferent shopkeeper treated his humble assistants with respect and humanity. Lingrong's thoughts drifted, contemplating whether to draft more fragrance formulas, how to send the silver back, and whether to embroider a gift to express her gratitude to Lady Hoa. In truth, she had completely forgotten her earlier ambitions for favor, embracing the warmth of the silver notes as she drifted into slumber. Lingrong's dreams were filled with beauty. However, Yu Ying-er, having been rebuffed for several days at Yanshan Hall, found no restful dreams, not even a single dream to entertain her. The emperor remained preoccupied with thoughts of Jin Huan's flute melody and her smile, yet Jin Huan was still unwell, and he hesitated to summon her for companionship, succumbing to a daily longing. Wan, I have been thinking of Jin Huan lately, yet I dare not call for her. Perhaps this is what they call the closer to home, the more timid one becomes. The emperor wrote on a plain note addressed to Chun Yuan. In the stillness of the deep night, he reluctantly invited Prince Guojun to play chess to pass the time. I have heard that you have acquired 2 new beauties, yet still have time to summon your humble brother for a game. As Prince Guojun entered Yangshan Hall, he jested with the emperor. Har har. The emperor chuckled heartily, his voice rich and smoky. You delight in mocking me. Perhaps I should find you a noble consort to manage that tongue of yours. Oh dear, does your majesty not permit me to speak the truth? On my way here, I heard that Endaming possesses a remarkable voice, and you family women sing with exquisite grace. With such beauties, you must be overwhelmed. Prince Guojun attempted to bow but was halted by the emperor's gesture. They pale in comparison to your sister-in-law. Prince Guojun, being astute, immediately understood that the emperor was referring to the late Empress Chun Yuan. Then it seems these beauties have yet to capture your favor. He recalled the lady he had seen in Ime Garden, clearly not a Yu family woman. Come, let us play. Just as the chess pieces settled on the board, the young attendant approached with a report. Your Majesty, Yu Daming seeks an audience. Refuse her. The emperor remained fixated on the chessboard, strategizing his next move. Your Majesty, Yu Daming has come 2 or 3 times now, waiting long at the door each time. I fear it would be improper to dismiss her. That is your failure in your duties, you deserve a reprimand. I acknowledge my fault, I shall go and send away the Yu lady at once. A while later, familiar strains of conch opera drifted into the hall, fluttering wind zither. Chapter 76. Pouring forth tender affection. Chapter 76. A deluge of tender affection. Alas, the kite, it beckons the heart's secrets. When the kite falters, it leads to a mistaken acquaintance, a farewell sought in vain. This performance of kite blunders is indeed the most cherished play among the common folk. Dear brother, how deeply must Han Shishuan have regretted his error upon realizing he had misidentified the person. Note: Han Shishuan is the male protagonist in Kite Blunders. The Prince of Gua held a white piece, pondering for an extended moment without making his move. In this game, he had concealed his intentions from the outset, restraining his spirit. Now, he was on the brink of conceding defeat. Your mind is not singularly focused, which is why you repeatedly fall short against me. The black pieces on the board surged with unyielding vigor, as if breaking through all barriers. Hearing Yu Yinger's melodious tune disrupted his thoughts, Yongjin decided to conclude the game. With a beauty gracing my presence, I shall not intrude upon your attention any longer, dear brother. The Prince of Gua was well aware of Yongjin's intent in setting down his pieces. The night grows late. Allow the small carriage to escort you to Ninghui Hall for a night's rest before you depart. Ninghui Hall was where the Prince of Gua had grown up within the palace. After the 9 princes' struggle for succession, Concubine Hua and her son had retreated for their own well-being. Yongjing had preserved Ninghui Hall for the Prince of Gua, to showcase the warmth of brotherly affection to the world. I thank you, brother, for your kindness. As the Prince of Gua exited the Yangshan Hall, his gaze lingered for a moment on the kneeling Yu Yinge before he took his leave. That night, the emperor's long-suppressed tenderness poured forth upon Yu Yinge. At the month's end, Huang Guiquan dutifully delivered the archives from the Bureau of Imperial Affairs to Ikuan Palace for Huafei's perusal. The records noted the presence of the ladies of the court in the emperor's chambers on consecutive nights. This month, the emperor had visited the harem 7 times, with 5 of those occasions accompanied by the ladies in question. Why was Jin Huan's progress not hastening? Huafei found this utterly tedious and dismissed Huang Guiquan, yearning for a brief respite. Just as she was about to succumb to slumber, Linglong entered with several branches of forsythia. Your Highness, come quickly and see the flowers Linglong has picked for you. The wet nurse had not managed to stop her. Linglong dashed into the chamber. Upon seeing Linglong's arrival, Sungji felt a wave of anxiety. Her mistress was known for her fearsome temper. Upon waking. As Linglong approached, she noticed Huafei propped up on her hand, half asleep, a book carelessly left open before her. Hua Fei, already in a drowsy state, feigned sleep to observe what tricks the clever little one might conjure. Seeing Hua Fei asleep, Linglong slowed her pace, tiptoeing closer to place the forsythia delicately on the table. She then slipped off her shoes, nestled beside Hua Fei, nuzzling her small head against Hua Fei's shoulder, and clasped Hua Fei's hand with her own. Closing her eyes, Hua Fei looked stunning even in slumber, and the fragrant aroma emanating from her was distinctly different from that of her mother. Linglong desired to join her in this tranquil repose. Hua Fei felt a soft, fuzzy head leaning toward her, accompanied by the scent of milk mingled with sweat. It was evident that the little girl had been playing outside. Previously, Hua Fei had conspired with Shinchang to have Linglong feign mischief, hoping to bring her closer for personal care, but this had inadvertently unleashed Linglong's true nature. "Let me see which little rascal has come to disturb me. Har har har, it tickles." "Your Highness, it tickles." Linglong's chubby little form squirmed in delight. Hua Fei reached out, playfully tickling Linglong's sides, eliciting laughter from the wet nurse and palace maids alike. After their playful antics, both finally rose from the couch. Hua Fei did not allow the maids to intervene, tending to Linglong's hair herself. "Why have you come alone? Where is your mother?" "Mother is in the palace making dumplings for me. I've been very well behaved lately," and consort she was pleased, so she lent her small kitchen to mother. Linglong let Hua Fei style her hair while her short legs dangled in the air. "No wonder you've gained a bit of weight. It seems you've been indulging in the small kitchen at Changchun Palace." "Hee, today I picked many forsythia flowers in the imperial garden, some for mother and some for consort she, and I have a few left for you, your highness." Linglong pointed to the branches of forsythia on the table. "Leave the fragrant ones. Find a vase to place the forsythia in." Hua Fei, skillful with her hands, quickly finished styling Linglong's hair. "And what is that basket of green grass?" Hua Fei noticed Linglong's wet nurse carrying a small basket filled with round, succulent leaves. "That is the purslane that mother and I gathered in the imperial garden. Mother says dried purslane makes the best filling for dumplings, and a few days ago, when I had a stomach ache, mother made me porridge with purslane, and after drinking it, I felt better." "You little glutton. You must have eaten something that upset your stomach. Next time you feel unwell, you must seek a physician's counsel. Do you understand?" "Hee, I understand, your highness. This purslane is truly delicious. I wonder if the small kitchen in your palace can make tasty pastries with it." Hua Fei's mind was filled with dark thoughts. This mother-daughter pair was quite the pair of foodies, bringing a basket of purslane and now eyeing her own kitchen's pastries. "Sungji, take that purslane to the kitchen and have Lingji see if she can whip up something novel." Hua Fei, unable to resist the twinkling, expectant eyes of Linglong, succumbed. "You are the best, your highness." Linglong, oblivious to her sweat-soaked state, nuzzled into Hua Fei's embrace. Hua Fei truly relished this affection. At noon, Linglong remained in Yiquan Palace for lunch. Although Lingji did not prepare pastries from the purslane, she finely chopped it and mixed it into the dough to make pancakes, along with a fragrant, rich mushroom chicken soup. Hua Fei and Linglong enjoyed a hearty meal. Sungji, serving the dishes, was nearly moved to tears. Having a child in Yiquan Palace truly brought warmth to the place. Linglong, Aunt Sungji, is the warmth of the harem, not from Emperor Father. In the afternoon, Linglong lay on the couch for a nap, while Hua Fei gently patted her belly to lull her to sleep. Once Linglong was soundly asleep, Juninghai hobbled in. Hua Fei glanced at Juninghai's expression and immediately sensed that there was significant news to convey. She signaled to Sungji, who assisted her in rising and putting on her shoes, leading them both to the outer chamber while Lanji and Guiji remained to care for Linglong. "What is it?" "Your Highness, the Emperor, Chapter 77. The Wrath of the Imperial Concubine. Chapter 77, The Fury of the Noble Consort. What is the matter? Speak slowly." Juninghai hastily entered the Yiquan Palace, indicating the urgency of the situation. He cast a sidelong glance towards the sleeping quarters of Princess Linglong, and the noble consort, noticing the expression on Juninghai's face, instinctively tightened her handkerchief, sensing that something ominous had transpired. "The Emperor has just decreed the confinement of Consort Shin, and has demoted Concubine Shin to a mere maid. Furthermore, Princess Linglong is no longer permitted to keep Concubine Shin by her side." Upon hearing this news, the noble consort turned her gaze towards the sleeping quarters, and upon seeing Linglong still peacefully asleep, she felt a modicum of relief. Such a significant event, and no one thought to inform me. The noble consort's anger flared. How could Mai Zhuang, who was genuinely pregnant, be subjected to confinement? As for Concubine Xin, a woman who, while having aligned herself with the noble consort, had never committed any transgression, why had she incurred the emperor's wrath and been demoted? Zhu Ninghai, having received the news, returned immediately to report, though he had not taken the time to inquire about the specifics. Where is the emperor now? The emperor is currently at Yinchi Palace, visiting Lady Fuchar. To Yinchi Palace. The noble consort observed Linglong's tranquil slumber, undisturbed by the commotion outside. She exchanged a glance with her maids Guizhi and Lanji, and, accompanied by Songji, proceeded to leave. By the time they reached Yinchi Palace, the noble consort had regained her composure. In this palace, the only one capable of executing such decisive actions without her knowledge was none other than the Empress. Lady Fuchar, after all, was but a timid figure. She lacked the capability to orchestrate such events. Having contemplated these matters, upon arriving at the entrance of the Tiyuan Hall in Yinchi Palace, the noble consort indeed saw the little steward waiting outside. The steward, being clever, noticed the noble consort approaching and quickly stepped forward to block her path, whispering, "Your Highness, Lady Fuchar has bled again today." The imperial physician determined it was due to her consumption of purslane dumplings. The emperor is furious and has ordered an investigation, which revealed that only Consort Shen's small kitchen and Concubine Shen's Changchun palace contained that purslane, hence, the remainder of the explanation was unnecessary. The noble consort comprehended the implications, remembering that Linglong had received purslane from her palace at noon. A smirk crept upon her lips. It seemed the empress was still intent on plotting against her. "I understand," the noble consort replied, her brow furrowing coldly as she adjusted her demeanor, placing her armored hand atop Sungji's. "Please inform the emperor that I wish to see him." "Certainly." The little steward, accustomed to receiving favors from the noble consort and treated with utmost respect, hurried inside to relay the message to the emperor. "Your Majesty, noble consort Hua has heard of Lady Fuchar's ailment and has come to pay her respects." His words were measured. Having just dealt with a series of matters, the emperor's heart softened slightly upon seeing the noble consort's warm smile. He recalled the recent memorials submitted by Nian Gengyao and said, "Let her in." Meanwhile, the empress remained composed, sipping her tea, her smile unnoticed by anyone. "I pay my respects to your Majesty and to the empress." Upon hearing of Lady Fuchar's distress, I hurried here, not realizing that the empress had already arrived. I am indeed late. The assembly in the hall was quite complete, comprising the self-satisfied concubine Qi, the worried concubine Jing, the tearful Shen Mei Zhuang, the anxious Ling Rong, and the dispirited concubine Shen. It seemed the only one missing was herself. The noble consort performed an elegant bow before the emperor. Though she lowered her body, her voice was exceptionally soft and alluring, tinged with urgency when she mentioned Lady Fuchar. "Rise." The situation unfolded rather abruptly, and we had no time to notify you, the emperor said, transferring a jade bead from his right hand to his left before extending his right hand to assist the noble consort. This scene struck a painful chord in the empress's heart. The emperor's actions and words had not harmed the noble consort in the slightest. His treatment of her was distinctly different. "Yes, I have heard that Lady Fuchar mistakenly ingested something." The noble consort feigned ignorance as she sat beside the emperor, her gaze finally turning to the kneeling concubine Shen and Shen Mei Zhuang, one pale as death, the other in tears. "Indeed, Lady Fuchar has been experiencing recurrent bleeding, indicating an unstable pregnancy. Initially, it was thought she had simply not taken care of herself, but it seems someone has poisoned her." The emperor's glance towards the two kneeling before him was filled with a blend of anger and disappointment, a sentiment that the noble consort keenly detected. "Is Lady Fuchar's pregnancy still stable?" the noble consort inquired, feigning concern. "She continues to bleed. The imperial physician has already prescribed medicine to stabilize the pregnancy, but whether the child can be saved." Yongjing hesitated. The noble consort understood the source of Yongjing's fury. If the child could be preserved, everything would be manageable. The heir must not suffer any mishap. "I trust Master Zhang," the imperial physician, to ensure the safety of this pregnancy, the noble consort asserted, grasping Yongjing's hand in a gesture of comfort. This is merely a dietary mishap. What connection could it have with concubination or consortion? Your Majesty, please take care not to harm your health in your anger. Consortion, envious that Lady Fuchar carries a prince, conspired with concubination to add purslane, known to induce miscarriage, to Lady Fuchar's food. This has already been confirmed by Consortion's maid, Fuling, so there is no need for further concern. Ulanara Ishio interjected calmly. The noble consort observed the Empress's composed demeanor, a sense of triumph evident upon her face, causing her grip on the handkerchief to tighten. Fuling again, even though she had not acted herself, Fuling had betrayed Shin Meishuang. Clearly, she had underestimated the situation. How did Sister Shin know that Lady Fuchar was carrying a prince? The noble consort seized upon the crucial question. Recently, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau reported that Lady Fuchar's fate was aligned with the Southern Dipper star, indicating a male child, while Consort Shin's fate was aligned with the Northern Dipper star, indicating a female child. I had not believed such superstitions, yet the gossip of a loquacious little eunuch spread it about, and Consort Shin, unfortunately, took it to heart. How shallow-minded of the Shin family. Yongjing's anger intensified as he spoke. He noticed that Shin Meishuang was still wearing the hairpin bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager during her pregnancy with the 14th prince. The Emperor found it vexing to see her wear it daily, oblivious to its significance. Despite professing disbelief in fate, her body betrayed her, demonstrating an unwavering belief in it. This marked the first time Yongjing had been so enraged by astrological predictions since ascending the throne, a detail the noble consort had failed to notice in her previous life. However, why had she remained unaware of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's recent report? It seemed there were indeed schemers at play within Equine Palace. The noble consort could not afford to dwell on the mischief occurring within Equine Palace. Her immediate concern was to ensure the safety of consortion and concubination. Do you still dare to flaunt that hairpin about? Chapter 78, Linglong remains just as tiny. Chapter 78, Linglong remained so small. Yongjing forcefully yanked the hairpin from Shin Meishuang's head, causing her hair to cascade down, leaving her appearance disheveled. At this moment, the woman who prided herself on decorum and propriety felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Just moments ago, she had been defending herself, but now she collapsed to the ground, realizing that the man she had placed her heartfelt trust in was not worthy of it. He harbored not a shred of trust in her. As Yongjing's fury reignited, the onlookers fell to their knees in trepidation, silenced by fear. Hua Fei, following suit, knelt alongside the others. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the previous life. Regardless of whether the pregnancy was genuine or feigned, the Emperor could not abide the sight of that hairpin. Your Majesty, there is no reason for Shin Changzai to harm noble consort Fu Cha. Perhaps there are schemers at play. I implore you not to wrong these two sisters. Hua Fei hesitated but ultimately spoke up, for Linglong was still so young. At the moment of her interjection, Jing Fei, cradling Wen Yi, subtly shook her head at Hua Fei. The Emperor's decree was unwavering. He was determined to punish. Hua Fei had already spent considerable time pleading for Shin Meishuang and Shin Changzai, yet the Emperor remained unmoved. Just now, Fu Ling confessed that Shin Meishuang promised Shin Changzai that if she helped eliminate noble consort Fu Cha's unborn child, she would grant Shin Changzai a fortune of 10,000 taels of silver to adorn Linglong. Sister, not everyone possesses a family as affluent as yours. Dismissing such a sum. That is mere hearsay. How can it be believed? Hua Fei retorted vehemently, her words laced with indignation, wishing to tear away the hypocritical facade of the Empress. Just moments ago, eunuchs who discovered 1,000 taels in silver notes within Shin Changzai's quarters, stamped with the official seal of Zhizhou, Qi Fei interjected seamlessly. Seeing Hua Fei's rising ire, the Empress felt a surge of satisfaction. After enduring Hua Fei's arrogance for so long, she now reveled in this moment of her downfall. With witnesses and evidence in place, Fu Ling, purslane, and the stamped silver notes, the situation had become irredeemable. Fortunately, the Empress had chosen this day for her scheme. Had she delayed further, the spies from Equine Palace would have reported her own possession of purslane, and she might have found herself in dire straits. Very well, Hua Fei may be late and unaware, but let this matter be settled. Xin Changzai is demoted to a concubine and placed under house arrest in Changchun Palace, while Xin Meizhuang is confined to Kunju Hall. Both shall be guarded by the imperial guards and may not receive visitors without my express permission. Should noble consort Fu Cha's offspring be endangered, I shall hold you accountable. Your Majesty, is Linglong to be sent back to the prince's residence? Qi Fei interjected sharply. Hua Fei contemplated advocating for Linglong's stay but restrained herself, knowing that with the fragrance of Guan Yi in her own palace, the emperor would never entrust the child to her care. Suddenly, Wen Yi and Jing Fei's arms let out a small coo, breaking Yongjing's train of thought. Is Linglong currently in Changchun Palace? Yongjing inquired. Replying to Your Majesty, Linglong delivered the spring flowers to me today and is now resting in Yiquan Palace, came the response. Then let Linglong be entrusted to your care. The prince's residence is desolate, and her mother has just erred. The palace attendants may not treat her well. Yongjing's heart softened, recalling his own illegitimate status and the bullying he endured from the maids and eunuchs during his youth. He could not bear to see her suffer. Hua Fei commanded respect and could manage those lowly servants. Moreover, Linglong admired her, so it was likely that she would treat the child well. Yes, I shall regard Linglong as my own and care for her diligently, Hua Fei pledged. A flicker of relief crossed Xin Changzai's face, for at least Linglong was spared from entanglement in this turmoil. The empress lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of resentment towards Qi Fei for her indiscretion, which had inadvertently benefited Hua Fei. After all, Linglong was merely a princess, the most insignificant of titles, and if Hua Fei wished to raise her, so be it. This scheme had borne great fruit. Noble consort Fu Cha's pregnancy was surely doomed, and Xin Changzai, covetly aligned with Hua Fei, harbored no further hopes. As for the confined Xin Meizhuang, it would be far easier for her to procure an abortion in the future. The empress's machinations did not escape Linglong's keen perception. Present throughout the unfolding drama, she witnessed events spiraling out of control. Her pleas were in vain. It was wiser to bide her time for future gains. Did she not discern the underlying schemes? She vowed to avenge the grievances suffered by her sister Mai. Just after the decree against Xin Meizhuang and Xin Changzai was rendered, Zhang Yi emerged from noble consort Fu Cha's quarters. Your Majesty, noble consort Fu Cha's pregnancy appears to be stable for the time being. If she can endure these next few days, her condition may stabilize. Zhang Yi's response left room for interpretation. The empress felt a pang of regret. She should have been more decisive. Had the child perished now, it would have incited the emperor's wrath, an outcome she had not anticipated, as noble consort Fu Cha's frail form proved resilient. Zhang Yi thought to herself, Your Majesty, I serve you, but I do not sacrifice myself for you. Though I may be of advanced years, I am not yet ready to embrace death. Then ensure that noble consort Fu Cha's pregnancy is well cared for, Yongjing commanded as he rose, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled away, fingers playing with his jade bracelet. Su Peixing hastily followed. Your humble servant bids farewell to Your Majesty. As the emperor departed, the other concubines rose. Jing Fei, holding Wen Yi, was unable to assist Xin Meizhuang, while Linglong cautiously helped her to her feet. The empress and Hua Fei exchanged glances, neither willing to divert their gaze. Sister, how fortunate you are. With Xin Changzai in disgrace, you have unwittingly gained a daughter to raise, the empress remarked with a smile, seeking to sow discord between Hua Fei and Xin Changzai. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of the 6 palaces, you are the one truly blessed. Your unwavering support for noble consort Fu Cha suggests that should her son be born and raised at your side, it may fill the void left by the late elder brother. Hua Fei countered, her words laced with veiled sarcasm. Previously, Hua Fei would only mock the empress for her age, never daring to touch upon the topic of the elder brother's demise, yet now, it seemed she had underestimated her own compassion. Upon hearing the mention of the elder brother, the empress's expression shifted dramatically, her false smile faltering. A woman as superficial as noble consort Fu Cha could hardly be deemed worthy of bearing a child, nor could she be entrusted with the care of one under the esteemed title of empress. Moreover, the notion of a male heir was merely a fabrication concocted in collusion with the diviners. She would not permit noble consort Fu Cha to bring this child to term. Ultimately, the empress could no longer maintain her composure and averted her gaze, extending her hand to be supported by Jinqiu as she exited. Jinqiu, ensure that the imperial guards overseeing the 2 palaces are meticulously arranged. As the mistress of the 6 palaces, I cannot afford any oversight regarding matters that the emperor holds dear. Chapter 79, No Regard for Reputation. Chapter 79, No Face to Save. Within the palace, Hua Fei stood, observing the empress rendered speechless by her retorts, only able to vent her frustrations upon the 2 consorts who had been confined. A smirk grazed her lips, and a soft snort escaped her nostrils, her eyes glinting with unrestrained malice. Once the empress departed, Hua Fei cast a glance at the despondent Jing Fei and, with a hint of satisfaction, spoke to Shen Meishuang, "Let us each return to our respective palaces." After all, they were currently in the residence of Lady Fuchar, and the intricacies of the situation were not suitable for inquiry at this juncture. Perhaps Lady Fuchar had been manipulated by others, or she might indeed be one of the conspirators herself. As for the child within her womb, one could only wish for the best. If she truly allied herself with the empress, the chances of that child surviving were bleak. Before departing, Hua Fei cast a fleeting glance at An Ling Rong, who, still shaken from the earlier confrontation, had regained some composure. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. In this precarious situation, self-preservation was paramount. Only by safeguarding oneself could one protect others. Qi Fei escorted the favored Xian Chang back to her confinement, never anticipating that a mere excursion to a small kitchen could lead to such a significant blunder, leaving her in a state of dread. Hua Fei offered her palanquin to Shen Meishuang, who remained silent, lost in the anguish of having seen the emperor's true nature. Hua Fei understood this pain all too well. It was a burden that one must digest and accept in order to move forward. After all these years, had not the esteemed Lady Duan also been deceiving herself? As Jing Fei and Hua Fei exited the Yinchi Palace, Jing Fei finally spoke of the day's events. Lady Fuchar had invited her to tea alongside Wen Yi and Shen Guiren, also extending an invitation to Qi Fei and Xian Chang, under the pretense of seeking advice on child-rearing from those who were mothers. Hua Fei listened to this rationale, which was even more cunning than the previous life, where Cao Qinmore had actively invited Shinjin to a banquet of contrition, using children as an excuse. Few mothers could withstand such temptation. And how does this implicate Lady Fuchar's miscarriage? Hua Fei inquired further. The combined intellect of Lady Fuchar and Qi Fei would scarcely amount to a single sound judgment. As the conversation unfolded, Lady Fuchar claimed to be hungry, prompting the imperial kitchen to swiftly deliver a bowl of wontons. While eating, she began to bleed, and soon after, the empress and emperor arrived. Then came the investigation, with Zhang Mi directly identifying an issue with the purslane in the wonton filling, leading the empress to demand searches of the small kitchens across the palace. Was Fu Ling the one to confess? Jing Fei's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Hua Fei, whose predictive ability seemed fit for a courtroom. HMPH, your Xinfu Palace and Xianchang's Changchun Palace are located in the western 6 palaces, separated from Yinchi Palace by an entire imperial garden and Qianqing Palace. Meanwhile, Jingren Palace is right next to Yinchi Palace. If anyone were to act, who would have the greater convenience? Hua Fei's deductions required no evidence, directly targeting the individual who sought to undermine her. Jing Fei, initially wide-eyed, now darkened her gaze, pulling Wen Yi closer. Now, with both the evidence and the perpetrators in hand, Shen Guiren and Xian Chang are in for a rough time. I shall rescue them. The spring air still carries a chill. You should take Wen Yi back to the palace. The Kunju Hall requires your attention. I will, Your Highness. Please take care. Jing Fei bowed respectfully, holding Wen Yi as she turned to enter the Xinfu Palace, while Hua Fei proceeded toward Yikuan Palace. Watching Jing Fei and Wen Yi enter the Xinfu Palace, Hua Fei noted a contingent of imperial guards entering as well. In her previous life, Shen Meishuang had been confined to the Xianyu Pavilion. In this life, she was confined to Kunju Hall, with even greater security measures in place. The emperor truly showed no mercy towards Shen Guiren. Your Highness, shall we return to Yikuan Palace? Songji sensed the smoldering anger of her mistress. Juning Hai. Here, Your Highness. Where is Fu Ling now? Replying to Your Highness, the implicated palace servants should all be in the Xinqing Bureau. The Emperor has decreed Fu Ling to be executed. It is past noon, and the execution should take place tomorrow. Come here, I have instructions for you. Juninghai leaned in to listen to Hua Fei's directives, and after comprehending her orders, he stepped away from her retinue. Songji returned to the palace. Upon returning to Yiquan Palace, Linglong had just awakened. Your Highness, Lanji and Guiji have not allowed Linglong to return to Changchun Palace. Now that you have returned, may Linglong go back. Good girl, Linglong, Your Highness has felt quite stifled these past few days, would you care to keep me company? Hua Fei, who had previously worn a stern expression, instantly softened upon seeing Linglong's cherubic face. Hua Fei knelt before Linglong, gently caressing her cheek with her fingertip. Does your mother know? Of course, my mother knows. She has been instructed by your imperial grandmother to pray at Bahor Hall and has no time to care for Linglong. For now, Linglong shall stay in Yiquan Palace, all right. Hua Fei was not intentionally deceiving Linglong, nor was she concerned that the child was too young to endure the pain of separation. On the contrary, had Hua Fei no ulterior motives, she would have clarified the treacherous dynamics of the palace to Linglong, allowing her to understand the perilous environment of the harem from an early age, which would benefit her growth. All right, then Linglong shall accompany your highness until my mother finishes her duties and comes to fetch me. Sister Lingji prepared walnut buns for you in the small kitchen. Go see if they are ready. After comforting Linglong, Hua Fei rose and instructed Guiji and Lanji to take her out. Songji, ensure that all servants and maids in Yiquan Palace are thoroughly monitored as they come and go. We must not overlook anything. Once Linglong had walked away, Hua Fei's expression darkened once more. Understood. Songji replied with determination. Those who dared to act against Yiquan Palace were truly courting disaster. The decree of confinement for Shen Meishuang and Xian Chang was communicated to the 6 palaces. Residing in the Shattered Jade Pavilion, Zhen Huan heard the news from Fang Chunyin, who had come specifically to inform her, and felt an urgent desire to check on Shen Meishuang. Fang Chunyin encouraged Zhen Huan, Sister Mai is with child, she must be in a state of panic right now and surely needs your comfort. Upon hearing this, Zhen Huan's anxiety intensified. However, Xiao Yunzi knelt before her, refusing to let her leave, while Liu Zhu and Huan Bai each held onto one of her arms to obstruct her. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed Shengairen's confinement. No one is permitted to visit. To do so would be to defy the Emperor's will. Xiao Yunzi advised with clarity. Indeed, Your Highness, you have yet to receive favor. If Shenguiren faces punishment, our prospects will be even dimmer. Huan Bai bluntly expressed her thoughts. When have I ever considered such distinctions with my sister? Am I to feign ignorance out of fear of being implicated? Zhen Huan retorted, her frustration evident. Chapter 80, The Precarious Nobility. Chapter 80, The Precarious Noble. My lady, Miss Huanbi means that our words hold little weight before the Emperor. It would be wiser to seek out someone of influence to facilitate our connections. This way, the days of our dear Meishuang being confined can be made a bit more bearable. Jinshu interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Her words indeed brought a semblance of calm to Zhen Huan. Yes, she had yet to gain the Emperor's favor. Even if she were to approach him now, what difference would it make? The guards would surely not afford her any regard. Sister Mai would never engage in treachery. She must be the victim of someone else's machinations. If Zhen Huan were to visit now, it would only serve to entrap her in the schemes of that hidden adversary. Perhaps, due to her impulsiveness, Sister Mai would face even harsher consequences. Currently, with Sister Mai in her delicate condition, despite the Astronomical Bureau declaring she bears a princess, until the child is born, who can assert with absolute certainty? Sister Mai was merely under house arrest, not demoted, indicating that the Emperor did not fully trust the Bureau's proclamation. What Zhen Huan ought to do now was to refrain from any action. If fate would allow her to encounter the Emperor by chance, it would be ideal to naturally garner his favor. That would provide her with an opportunity to speak before him. If she failed to meet him, she would have to rely on Lingrong, yet Lingrong was timid and of a modest background, thus her pleas would likely yield little result. Zhen Huan regained her composure and resumed her seat on the couch, contemplating how best to rescue Sister Mai. Fang Chun observed that Zhen Huan appeared far less anxious than before and childishly inquired, Sister Wan, are you not going to visit Sister Mai? Allow me a moment to think. Chun, hearing such news today has startled you as well. Young Master Yun, please escort Chun back. Jinhuan replied. Young Master Yun, anxious about the possibility of Chun's urging leading their mistress to stubbornly venture out, felt a wave of relief upon hearing Jinhuan's words. He quickly moved aside to grant passage, gesturing for Chun to leave first. Chun, please. The Empress had sent him to the Shattered Jade Pavilion to inform Jinhuan about Shen Meishuang's confinement, and he was to guide Jinhuan to the Zhangju Hall. Yet, with only half the task completed, he was uncertain how to proceed. The situation was fraught with difficulties, and it would be imprudent for him to linger further, so Fang Chun had no choice but to depart. Once Fang Chun exited the main hall, Jinhuan spoke. Jinxiu, I would appreciate your assistance in discreetly inquiring where the Emperor has been frequenting apart from the Yanshan Hall. You have spent more time in the palace, making it easier for you to gather such information than for the others. Yes, I understand, my lady. Rest assured, I shall handle it diligently. Huanbi, please summon physician when to pay a visit. Inform him that I have caught a chill due to the unseasonable cold of spring. Yes. Huanbi turned and left the pavilion. At present, I have yet to gain favor. Sister Mai is confined, Lingrong is sidelined by the Yu family, and Consort Jing has long been devoid of favor. Truly, I find myself without reliable allies to entrust with assistance. Jinhuan confided her concerns to Jinxiu. My lady, you seem to have forgotten someone. Who? Consort Hua. Consort Hua, given the stakes involved with the dragon heir, would she be willing to take the risk to help? Earlier, Miss Chun merely mentioned Shingairen's confinement. However, I have heard that upon receiving the news, Consort Hua immediately went to the Yanning Palace. She has had frequent interactions with both Consort Shen and Shenguiren, often clashing with the Empress. My lady, it may be worth a try. Jinxiu, typically not one for excessive chatter, had hurried to the Shattered Jade Pavilion after hearing the news from the Neiwufu but found that Miss Chun had arrived first, thus refraining from reporting. Is that so? Chun did not elaborate earlier, Jinhuan remarked, turning to Jinxiu. If that is the case, then Liu Zhu, prepare some items for us. We shall pay a visit to the Equine Palace tonight. My lady, it may be prudent to wait a few days. With 3 concubines suffering misfortunes in the palace, countless eyes are undoubtedly watching us from the shadows, Jinxiu cautioned, unable to resist advising Jinhuan, who was both clever and genuine, in stark contrast to the Empress's habitual meekness. You make a valid point. Regardless, the Emperor will not rescind his decree at this juncture. Jinhuan, now thoroughly composed, analyzed the situation with clarity. Before long, Wen Shichu arrived with his medicine box. My lady, I heard from Miss Huanbi that you have caught a chill. I am fine, Lord Wen. I have 2 requests. My lady, please proceed. Upon hearing Jinhuan refer to herself as Huaner, Wen Shichu felt an unexpected softness in his heart. Firstly, I wish to recover swiftly without revealing any signs to others. With Sister Mai in distress, I must present myself favorably before the Emperor to assist her. Do you understand? How could Wen Shichu not comprehend the implications in her words? He had long known that Huaner would eventually gain favor, yet hearing her express such sentiments still pained him. My lady need not worry. I shall do everything within my power to protect you. And one more thing, I implore you, Lord Wen, to take good care of Sister Mai. That is my duty. As a physician, it is my responsibility to heal and save lives, and I have been overseeing Sister Mai's pregnancy. I shall be exceedingly cautious. The events that transpired in the Yanning Palace had already spread through the Imperial Medical Bureau, so Wen Shichu was well aware of the gravity of the situation. I thank you, Lord Wen, Jinhuan expressed her gratitude. Wen Shichu knelt in return. It is my duty, I shall be diligent. Several days later, the Emperor's reprimand of the 2 concubines gradually subsided, while Fuchar Guiren continued to strive to protect her pregnancy. Meanwhile, Yu Ying'er enjoyed the Emperor's favor for several days. Due to Lingrong's friendship with Shenguiren, there were moments when the Emperor contemplated favoring Lingrong, yet hesitated and shifted his attention back to Yu Ying'er. The atmosphere in the Yanning Palace was bleak, with one noble woman on the brink of miscarriage and another suffering from collective punishment, rendering the palace a place deemed inauspicious by the servants. Gossip inevitably reached Lingrong's ears, although she paid it little heed. Bao Huan incessantly urged her to seek the Empress's assistance. The more Bao Huan pressed, the more resolute and Lingrong became. Holding an embroidery frame, she continued to stitch the unfinished tiger hat. "My lady, why persist in embroidering this hat? Shingui Ren is already confined, and considering she is carrying a princess, will not continuing this work anger the emperor?" And Lingrong seemed oblivious to the concern, as she continued her meticulous stitching. After a while, she spoke leisurely. "Bao Huan, if there comes a day when I am confined, would you immediately report to the Empress and leave this Yanning Palace?"